if you hit sign in, it's going to actually come over here, and there's a trick you need to do, and I'm going to show you how. Address this issue here, and that's coming from ShadCN. So the solution I found was, hi fellow humans, and welcome to my new project, the library. We are going to build a modern and complete library app using the latest coding frameworks like Nextjs 15, React 19, AuthJS, Prisma, and more. You will learn software design and architecture, database management, web development, and more. So, what are we building? A complete library management app. You will build a fully functional search bar where users can search for a book by title or category. The homepage features sections like recent arrivals, recently reviewed, and staff picks, all possible through careful design of our database. We will build a book details section where logged in users can leave a review and rating, for which we will build a custom review and rating component. Users will be able to place a book on hold, and staff will be able to add a book to the staff pick list. There's also the activities section where users can filter activities by date. And did I mention the account section? Users will be able to see books checked out and pay fines for late returns using Stripe. Wait, there's more. We will be building a complete admin dashboard for librarians to be able to add books, add activities, and do a lot more. You will see how we can build a powerful, reusable table that will make the development that much easier. So fire up your brain, crack your knuckles, and let's get started. About the architecture. So what we have is the, let's say, normal people, members, citizens, even librarians. So if they want to browse the catalog, go on the website, they can just go through the normal route, go to the website, and then we can talk to the database through the Prisma client. And that way you can just see activities, programs, locations, whatever you have. But let's say now you want to do profile work or account or pay your fees. So for that you have to go through the auth route, and then you kind of go through the same channel. And then in that case we're going to go over here to AuthJS. That's going to use the Prisma adapter and talk to MySQL database, and it's going to work that way. If you are an admin like a librarian, you have to also do auth, and then you can, once you're authorized, then you can do manage, catalog, users, and other functions. And it takes the same route where you have to go to AuthJS through the Prisma adapter and MySQL. So now this is the server layer. This is the client kind of layer, you can call it. And then the server layer also talks to Stripe, which we can do the payment, like paying fines and all. We use Firebase storage for managing your, let's say, the catalog images, the book images, and that kind of stuff. Now what we have here is these question marks. You must be curious like what that is, so I'm going to reveal it. So since this tutorial got a little bit longer, the next phase of this will be a mobile app. So I haven't decided yet whether I want to use React Native or just iOS development. You guys can let me know in the comment section if you guys want React Native or Swift UI. But anyway, so it's going to be a mobile app, same kind of deal where users can browse the catalog and manage their account the same way. The next update to this app is pretty big, which is an AI librarian. So we will be using an AI agent, and then the people can actually talk to the AI librarian to manage their, let's say, get books, check out books and all that. So just like how you go to a library and talk to a normal person, it's going to be the exact same thing. We'll be going pretty advanced in this one, or we'll be going to be using the ChatGPT functions, where the functions can actually call your database, and we'll be using their, they have a new feature where you can get JSON data. So it's going to be pretty powerful, and you guys will see it. So I guess stick around for that one. So when the architecture is now done, we can move on and get started. Okay, so let's create a new Nextjs project. We're gonna do this at latest and let it rip. So okay, we're gonna call it the library, and then we're just gonna say yes to everything because that makes the most sense. Cool, with that all done, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to install checkin UI. So I'm going to do okay, so actually I should what I should do is I should go to next and I should go to the library, and then here what I'm going to do is I'm going to install npx checkin, and I'm going to do at latest, and what I'll do is I'll do init. Alright, so we're just gonna do, I guess, default. Alright, so here's the thing, by the way, since I'm using React 19, so you're gonna get this kind of dependency, I guess, kind of warning. I don't know what it is, but what we're gonna do is we're just gonna select use force to kind of make it work. So let's do that. Okay, so there you go. So that's installed, and if I now look inside, so I have all these things installed. What I'll do next is let's also install Prisma, and the way we're gonna do is we're just gonna do npm install Prisma, and we're also gonna install the types, and we're gonna do add types node, and we're gonna do -- save dev. Right, you don't want this to be in the production. You want this to be in your dev dependency. So once that is done, then we're just gonna let's just do invoke Prisma, and if everything went well, you're gonna see this, meaning Prisma is ready. And then the other thing you want to do is you want to do Prisma init. So what this is going to do is going to create a .env file, and it's also going to create a Prisma folder where we're going to set up our schema and all. So let's do that. Okay, so I think that works. So if I just do ls, as you can see, here's the Prisma folder. If I do ls Prisma, then you can see it created the Prisma schema file, and then to see the .env file, it's right here. We're going to be renaming this to env.local, and then I'm going to show you guys how we can do that. But if I let's just open this in VS Code. All right, so cool, here I'm in VS Code, and as you can see, this is the app that we just kind of launched fresh. And what I was talking about is here's the Prisma file, and here is the env file. So here, when we set up the database, we'll be changing this. We'll be using MySQL, so we're going to change that. And then inside here, we're going to write our SQL, I guess the Prisma queries, as you can call it, so we can generate the client. And I'll show you guys how to do it both ways. So we'll write them here, do a migration, and then we're also going to write the SQL query in the database and then do a pull, so you can learn kind of both ways how we're going to do this. All right, one thing you should do is also install a Prisma extension. So if I come here and I do Prisma, and as you can see, this is the extension that I've installed. It's really going to help you with your syntax and all when you're coding. So go ahead and install this extension as well. Alright, so now let's talk about the database setup. So what I'm using is something called a dbeaver IDE. You can also use MySQL Workbench, but I find this to be more helpful and easy to work with. So it's your choice, whichever you want to use. Anyway, so let's say you're using dbeaver. The process is kind of same. So what you want to do first thing is create a database connection. So you're going to come over to a database, and we're going to do new database connection. And then you have all these drivers. The one I'm going to pick is MySQL. So I'm going to select MySQL, and we're going to hit next. All right, so here, as you can see, when you have to install MySQL if your system doesn't have it. So you can go online, search for MySQL, and install it. And once you install it, then it will ask you for a username and password to kind of set it up. So you can actually use that here. So I use root, and then I have a password that I've saved already. And then you're just going to hit finish, and it's going to create a right here an entry for you. So whatever you call it, so mine's localhost, but whatever you call it's going to appear here. Anyway, so I'm going to hit cancel because I've already set that up. So we're going to X that out. Now the next thing you're going to do is, as you can see, there's this green mark here. If it's not, what you want to do is you want to right click and you want to do connect, right? So let me disconnect. So let's say it's like this. So you want to right click and you're going to do connect. So that means you're connected to the database. And then right here on the top, you're going to select the database that you have. So since we don't have any databases, we'll need to create one. All right, so the first thing we are going to do is we are going to create the database. So I will do create database, and I will call it the library, so all one word, and we're just going to hit semicolon, and we're going to run this command. So to run the command, you can hit this play button, or you can also hit Control Enter on Mac. So that's what I did. And as you can see on the bottom, it's gonna give you this message that it's successful. So if I come over here to the connection, and we're gonna go to databases, and as you can see, the database does not appear. So what you have to do is right click and just to refresh, and there you go. That's your database, brand new fresh database created. So now we have the database created, so now we can actually execute commands and all that. So before we do anything, as you can see, we have these users here, right? So let's say you're in production and all, so you don't want to be using the root or admin user, whatever you have to run your queries from your app. You want to create a separate user. Is just good practice. All right, so to create a user, what we can do is we're gonna do create, and we're gonna do user, and I will do Prisma DB user. The reason why I'm calling it Prisma is if I had another say client I was using, let's say Equalize, I would have then created one for that. So it's good to separate them like that. And then what I will do is I'm going to put an @ sign, and then we're going to do the % like that, and then identified I'm going to do by. So what that means is we're going to create a password. So if you're in production, you want to create a strong password, but I'm just like, this is my actual password, strong password. But if you're doing this production, I would highly recommend to create a proper password. Anyway, so we're going to do that, and I'm going to hit enter, and this actually created a user for us. So if I come over to users, and if I actually do refresh, so as you can see, it created a Prisma DB user for us. And now what we need to do is we need to give this user permissions, because currently it's just a user and it has no permissions or anything. So what you want to do is you want to do grant. Now before I do this, I just want to talk about why we are doing this. Since we will be using Prisma client, and the Prisma client will be using this user to execute commands on this database, so you want to give those kind of permissions, right? So that's why we're doing this. So I'm going to do grants. I'm going to give it select, and then the next one is insert, then update, and then we're going to do delete, and then we're going to do index. And I'm going to do on, and then you want to specify the database, so I'm going to do the library and .star, so pretty much on everything, and we're going to give it 2, and then here I'm going to specify this, here, and we're gonna just run it, and that actually ran. So if I just do a refresh, and if I come over here to Prisma DB users, grants, so as you can see, all the grants are here, select, insert, and all that. Now once you have done that, then what you want to do now is we're gonna do grant, and then we're gonna do create, and then we're gonna do alter, and then we're gonna do drop, and then references, okay, and on star.star to, and then the same user Prisma, add that. So this is actually so these are the one that we did. Sorry, this is for this specific database, right? Because we want to be able to insert rows into the tables. We want to be able to update tables. Now this is the one that we're doing. This is actually on this entire database, right? All the this connection that we have. The reason why we are doing this is when you do migrations, it actually inserts it's going to insert a table. I think that's called migration. I think that's how it works. I'll show you guys when we actually do migration, so you guys will actually see it. So let's run this one. So that actually worked. When you see this, by the way, at the bottom, that means the command executed successfully, and there were no errors. Anyway, so now let's finally do flush privileges. So how you do it? So flush privileges, if I've spelled this correctly, I think there's not here, yeah. So if I've done this correctly, it should execute, and okay, that works. So flush privileges also work. So let's just do a refresh here, and there you go. So as you can see, that changed. So that means the grants that we gave to this database, and then on the entire connection is actually showing up here. So that's pretty cool. So that will actually now prepare us to start creating the tables and actually use this on the Prisma side. Now if you guys remember, we had the where is it? So as you guys remember, we had this and there's the end file. So this is where we need to now set up the connection string so we can connect to the database. So since I'm using MySQL, so what I will do is I'll do MySQL like that. All right, so the username will be the one we actually created. So if I come here, it's actually Prisma DB user. So I'm going to copy this one and we're going to do this. And then the password is this. So I'm going to copy it and put that here. So that will actually now, I think, help us connect to the database. So, and then the other thing I will do is, yes, you want to make sure that you have the database also specified, right? So I'll do the library, okay, like that. You actually don't need this, so I'm just going to get rid of that. And let's just save it. All right, so if everything went well, then actually this should connect. All right, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna write our first model, and I'm gonna show you guys how we can do a migration. Before we do anything, the one thing you have to do is change the port. So for MySQL is by default is 3306. So I'm gonna save that. So that's one thing we need to do. And then the second thing we need to do is if you come over here to the Prisma schema file, I'm gonna close this. You want to change this also to MySQL. So by default, when you do the Prisma install, it does Postgres, but we're going to change it to MySQL. Cool. So what that is done, now we're going to actually create our first model. So we're going to do model, and I'm going to call it book categories. Okay. And then what I will do is I'm going to create a category ID, and it's going to be int. Okay, like that. And then what I will do is I'll do db. So by the way, the extension that I talked about is actually helping us. So then I'm going to do default, and then we will do auto increment. Okay, we want this to auto increment. We don't want to take care of this ourselves. The second thing column that I'm adding is a category name, and if I can spell, this is going to be a string. So when you do string, I think it goes to a varchar of some length. And then what I will do is, well, some length means we're going to have to define it. So I'll do db.varchar like that, and then I'm going to do 255. All right, so we have probably, no, okay, so we have, whoops, I don't know why I have this. It should be ID. Right, so this is the primary ID is what I'm trying to say here. So we have a category ID, it's a primary ID, it's going to be an auto increment by default, and then we have a category name, it's going to be a string, and it's going to be a varchar 255. Now one confession I would like to make is I don't enjoy writing the creating my tables like this, because there's a lot of syntax you have to remember. I actually like to do it through SQL, and I'll show you guys how we can write it through SQL. It's much easier. Anyways, when that is done, so I'm gonna save this, and then we're gonna come over to command prompt, and let me just zoom in. And now what we can do is we can do our migration. So to do migration, I'm gonna come here and also npx Prisma, and we're just gonna do migrate, and we're gonna do dev, and you want to give it a name, so we'll just do added, I don't know, categories table, like that. So let's hit enter, and if everything went well, then we should have our migration done. So let's see what happened. Okay, so npx Prisma migrate dev. So option requires argument was followed by another short argument. Okay. Oops, yes, so this should be dash name. 2 dashes. All right, so let's hit enter. Cool, there you go. So it looks like it went through, and as you can see, let me just zoom out because it's right in our face. So the migration, so you'll see this message, the database is now in sync. And if I come over here to migrations, it actually created a migration. It actually names it. See this name that we gave it, and if I actually look inside, what it is basically just a create table and so let's look at the database now and see. All right, so this is our database, so I'm just going to get rid of all of this, and then over here I'm going to select the library, and if I just do a select star from, there you go, book categories, actually it created it, and it's got a category ID and a category name. You can also come here to the library, and if I come here to tables, and as you can see, book categories, and this is remember we created the user with all the permissions, so it did the migrations for us. So now we're gonna create a table here, and then we're gonna do a db pull, here to pull it here and create the schema for us. Alright guys, so now what we're going to do is we're going to create, write the SQL, create a table here, and then we're going to do a DB pull to create the model for it. And so yeah, first thing I'll do is come here and do a connect. It will disconnect if you're inactive for a while, and then what I will do is select the database, so the library. So I'll get rid of this one. Let's create the books table, and you guys will see how we can do that. So I'll do create, and I'll do table, and let's call it books. So I keep my table names lowercase. If you guys want, you can keep it uppercase, but yeah, just a preference. So first thing I will do is create a book ID, and it's going to be an integer, and it's going to be auto increment like this and not null. Okay, so that's first. That's the primary key. And then the second thing is we need the ISBN. Every book has an ISBN. It's going to be a varchar, and usually this is 10 to 13 characters long, so I'll just do 13 and then not null. So one thing with these varchars you want to do, if you know your data is not going to hold too much data, then just put that amount here to save on database space. Okay, so then every book has a name, so we're going to give it a name. It's going to be again varchar, and for this one I'll just go with 255. And again, it's going to be not null. So when we say not null, mean the user has to provide these values. Then every book has an author. Okay, so it's going to be again varchar, and we will assume that the author name is not more than 8 characters long, and again not null like that. Then also we need to know how many copies we have on hand. So that's why we're going to do number of copies. So I'll do number of copies. So for this one I will do int, and then again not null like that. Alright, and then we also have is active. So is the book active, like currently, can we show it to the user or not? And for this one I will do a boolean. I think a boolean transforms to a tiny int if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, not null, and then default we're just going to do true. Okay, by default a book is active. And then also we need a publish year when the book was published, and this is going to be again a small int, and we're going to do not null like that. And then also, you know what, for the number of copies I think I'll do the same, maybe small int. Okay, and then we also need a, for audit purposes, it's going to be created at, it's going to be a timestamp, and then not null, and then default will be current timestamp. So when you do current timestamp, every time you insert a row, it's going to actually update it with the current timestamp. And then we also need updated at. So when you update the record, so this one you have to manually update, and this is going to be timestamp, and then we're going to do not null, and then it's going to be default. So what we're going to do is current timestamp. Okay, and then we're going to do on, and then you're going to do update current timestamp like that. And then now you want to tell SQL that what's the primary key. So the way to do it is you're going to do primary, and then we're going to do key, and then for this one I'm going to say book ID right here. So this is going to be our book ID. So that's the kind of structure we're going to follow. Basically you create your table, then you just specify your column names with the types, and that's it. So now when that is done, what I will do is just put my cursor anywhere, and we're going to run it. And as you can see, we already have a we have an error. So let's see what the error is. Yeah, so I forgot that this should be actually this bracket, not the curlies. I was thinking programming, JavaScript. Anyway, so now let's run it again, and there you go. So it looks like the command executed successfully. So if I come over here to my databases, the library and tables, so we don't have it. So what you have to do is just come here and do a refresh, and boom, you have your books table created. Let's go over to VS Code and see how we can pull that and update our model. So I'm gonna get rid of the migrations, and what I'll do is just zoom out a bit, and then what you can do is actually zoom in. We're gonna do npx Prisma db pull. Okay, so when you do this, this is gonna actually pull the model that we just created, and let's just do that. There you go. So as you can see quickly, the model is now here, and we can interact with it. So after you have done this, by the way, you want to generate a Prisma client, because having this here is not too helpful. So you need a Prisma client, so then you can do things like Prisma, let's say Prisma dot books and things like that. So you can insert, delete, update. So to do that, we're just going to do npx Prisma generate. We're going to do that, and boom. So as you can see, it generated a client for you, and now we can use that client to do whatever we want. So for that, one thing we will do is we have the lib folder right here. So under that, I'm going to create a prisma.ts file. Okay, so the idea is you want to create this kind of global Prisma, I guess, variable, so you can then use it throughout the app. So that's the idea. So first thing we will do is we're going to do import, and we're going to do Prisma client from @Prisma client. It should be just Prisma client, not extension. All right, and then what you want to do is we're going to do const, and we're going to do global for Prisma, and we're going to do global. All right, it's going to be unknown. Okay, and then as I'm going to do Prisma, we're going to do Prisma client like that. So now we have that. The reason why these are highlighted is because I'm not using it, so that's why it's highlighted. It doesn't mean that's an error. All right, so then what we want to do is we want to export something else so we can use it throughout the app. So I'm going to do Prisma, and then what it will be is global for Prisma.Prisma. So if we have in the global namespace, if I have a Prisma, then use that one. Otherwise, what it will do is going to do we're going to create a new Prisma client like that. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give it a log. We're going to define the log. So we want to log all these things. So these are helpful because it's going to spit it out on the console, so you can see if there's any error or anything. Otherwise, it's going to be very tough to debug things. So we're just going to leave that here. And then finally, what we're going to do is we're going to do if process .env.nodeEnv, okay, is not equal to production. Okay, if we are not in production, means we are in dev, then global Prisma is equal to Prisma. Okay, so we have done that. So now with this one, we can use the Prisma client throughout the app, and it's going to make the development that much easier. All right, so let me just save this, and then I'm going to come back here. And the next thing we're going to create is something called a junction table or a bridge table. So a book can belong to multiple categories, and we need to somehow capture that kind of relationship, right? So you can't just have a column here for a book category, because then you're limited to just one category. We want a book to belong to multiple categories, so that's why we're going to link the two through a junction table. So I'm going to come here and remove this, and it looks like it kicked me out again. Where's my cursor? And I'm just going to do a connect, and we're going to select this. So we're going to do create, and then let's do a table. We're going to call this book category links like that. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to create an ID. So we're going to do, well, for this one actually you don't need the ID, because the book ID and the category ID, those are actually the IDs, right? So this is just again a junction table. All right, so we're going to do book ID, and it's going to be an int, and we're going to do not null. And then we also need a category ID, and it's going to be int, and again not null, like that. Now we need to say the primary key, and it's going to be the book ID, and it's going to be the category ID, like that. Okay, so once you have done that, you want to put a semicolon, comma here, and then what we want to do is we want to define the foreign key relationship. So we do the foreign, and what we want to do, we're going to do key, and you want to specify the column. So in this case, the book ID. And now we need to tell SQL what does it reference, right? So we're going to do references, and then we're going to do from books. That's our table, and its reference is the book ID. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this line, and then I'll come here and then I'll do the same, where I'll say I have my category ID like this. It references book categories. Okay, and it's going to be the category ID. Cool. So what we're saying is basically the book ID and the category ID references those tables. So if everything went well, and if we execute this, boom, the table is created. Let's just do a refresh. And then if I come here to my databases table, then we have the links created. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go ahead and do a, like we did before, we're going to do a db pull. So we're going to do npx prisma db pull. Okay, and once you've done that, so as you can see here, the category links table model is created, and then you want to do npx prisma, and we're going to generate the client, and boom, and the client is generated. So now this is kind of the process. I show you guys how you can do migration to go from here to the database, and then come from the database back to here. So every time you do this, you want to generate a client so that you can get the fresh, I guess, model. All right, so now just going along with this, what I will do is there's no need in typing the other SQL queries, so I'm just gonna paste them. But what I'm creating here is the users now table, and it's got a user ID, email, name, image, password, and then a user can have a library card number, a profile status, it's gonna have a role and all that. So that's all I'm doing. So I'm just gonna do run, and that ran actually. So now we're gonna do the next SQL. So the next SQL is the borrowings, and the borrowings is actually the what the user borrowed, like what kind of books they actually borrowed. If you see this red thing, that's maybe because the tables are not refreshed. So if I just do a refresh, hopefully this will go away. Let me just do users. There you go. So yeah, so the borrowings is what the user has borrowed. So which book they borrowed, the user ID, the date they borrowed it, when is it due, and then when they returned it. So I'm going to run that, and then let's do a refresh, and boom, that's your borrowings table. Okay, next up is the finds table. So if a user returns a book late, we want to find them, and this is the table that's going to capture it. So a find is basically against a borrowing. As you can see, that's why we have the borrowing. So we're going to do like that. So then what I will do is I'm going to execute this, and boom, if I come here and do a refresh. All right, next up is the reservations table. So let's say I like a book, but it's not available at this point, so I can reserve it for myself. And you guys will see how we can do some cool analytic queries to rank the users. Because if, let's say, if I come in, reserve a book, but then I have another user that reserves a book, you want to rank them in that order. So that's that table that's going to capture that. So let's run it, and then we're just going to do the same thing, do a refresh, and boom, that's our reservations. All right, next up is the ratings table. So the ratings table is every user can rate a book and basically kind of like review it. So that's what it is. So that's what we're going to capture that. Same thing, kind of primary keys and then the foreign keys, the concept that I explained earlier. So I'm just going to run this. All right, next one is staff picks. So you can also have staff picks. So that when users go on the home page, they can see, what have the staff have picked for themselves. So maybe you want to take those. So I'm just gonna run this again, and then let's just refresh, and there you go. Okay, so then we have the activities table, and that's every library has some kind of activities for kids, for seniors, for adults. So that's why we're capturing that, and the admin will be able to create these, and we'll be able to, as a member, go and check them out. So I'm basically just going to run this. It's just the title, description, when the activity is happening, and all that. So let's run it, and then just do a refresh here, and boom, that's the activities table. Okay, next up I have two tables, book photos and activity photos. So every book can have the cover photo, right? So if you have one photo, then you don't need a separate table. But I'm showing you guys how you can have, with this kind of structure, it can scale very well. So a book can have multiple photos. So you can have the cover photo, the photo of the backside, or maybe a couple of pages. So that's why I'm doing that. So we're going to run this, and then same thing, an activity can have, let's say, a photo. So I'm including that as well in case you guys want to create that. So alright, so let's do that and do a refresh, and boom, we have the activity photos right here. Where is it? And the book photos. Okay, so we have that. Okay, so with all these created now, what we can do is we can go back here to VS Code, and then at this point we're just gonna do npx prisma db pull, and as you can see, it actually pulled all the tables and created the models for us, which is I think pretty cool. So as you can see, the users, and what it also does is it creates these arrays here, so we can actually, you guys will see how we can when we write some complex queries, how we can actually capture all these. So it's kind of like doing a lot of joins and all that. So don't forget to generate your client. So let's do that. Cool. So now the client is generated, and now I think we should be able to use these. So if I come here in total, I should have, let's see, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. So I actually have 12 tables. Alright, so now let's get started in creating the web portion of the app. So before we go ahead, what I've done is in the, let me see, in the public folder, I have actually just put in the logo for the app. So it's called a library underscore logo. You can get it from the GitHub, but yeah, that's the kind of logo that we're going to be using for this app. So I'm going to close this, and then let's just minimize all this. And what we need to do here now is actually under the app, what I will do is create a folder, and this one I'm going to call admin. So we need to structure the app a little bit because it's a big project. So it's important that we do that. And then the next one is going to be home. Okay, like that. So once we have that, and at this point, I don't think so we're running the app. So let's go ahead and run the app. All right, so here I am on the console, and then I'll just do npm run dev. And there you have it. So here's our app running brand new, fresh, Nextjs 15, React 19, all the latest and greatest. So what we need to do is kind of organize this. Okay, so here I'm organized, and what I will do is I'm going to get rid of this, and we're going to close this. We don't need this for now. So what then I will do is, let me close this also, and then I will take this page right here, and then I'm going to move this under the home, and we're just going to do home, move, and let's just do a refresh, make sure there's no errors. So there's no errors, and then what I will do is just grab everything and get rid of it, and let's just do a test. Okay, so it's complaining about this one. Let's get rid of it, save it. Hey, there you go. So this is our app. That's looking good. Now under the home, what we need is a layout. So everything that's here is gonna take this layout. So I'll do layout.tsx, and then immediately we're just gonna do home layout, I guess. Home layout, and I'm just gonna do home layout, and let's save it. Now of course it's just gonna do this. So what we need to do is we're gonna do children, okay, and then we need to define the type for it. So we're gonna do children is of type react node, and then here what I will do is I will do children. Hopefully then this, there you go. So now the test is coming, which is from our page. So now what we will have here is a header and a footer. So why don't we go ahead and create those first. So the easiest one is the footer. So what I will do is create that. So at this point, as you can see, I don't have the components folder, and because we have not installed any shadcn stuff. So okay, here's shadcn UI. So I'm just going to go to components, and let's just start off with adding a save button. And let's just copy this one, and then I'll come here to my terminal, and let me just clear this, and let's install this. Okay, so as I said at the beginning, I'm using React 19, so you're gonna get this, just do use force, and boom, we have a button. So if I come here now, let's say to my app, let's make sure it works. So I'm going to do a button. So there you go, it's coming from here, and I'm going to do click me, and there you go. So that's happening. So all right, so that's pretty cool. So I'm going to get rid of this, and actually let's go back and start adding that footer. first, and we're going to do the header. So I'm going to go to components, and then what I will do is under components, not the UI, I will create a new file, and I'm going to call it footer.tsx, like that. So let's just do this, and let's just do footer. And then while I'm here, I will also create a new file, and I'm going to call it header.tsx. And again, I'll do header, save it. Then what I will do is come back to the layout, and let's just bring it here. So I'm going to do header, and then here I will do footer, like that. So let's save it, and there you go. You have your header, your footer. All right, so I think one thing we could also do is, while I'm here, let me see if I can also just do a navbar .tsx, and then rfce, and we're going to do navbar, like that. So let me save it. I'm going to close this, close the header, then come back here, and right after the header we need a navbar, like that. So let's save it, and there you go. So the structure is slowly coming along. All right, so let's start with the footer, and we're kind of work our way backwards. So I'm in the footer, and then what we will do is, let's just get rid of this, and I'm going to call this the footer. We're going to use the proper HTML elements. All right, so what we will do is, by the way, the theme here for the library, the colors you might have seen in the demo is black and white. So very simple. That's why I just kept it like that. Okay, so the idea is we're gonna just create links one on top of each other, and for that one, first of all, I'll come here to footer, and I'll do class name, and I'll give it a BG of black, and padding of 8, and space dash y dash 8. Let's save it. Nothing's gonna happen, just this gonna happen, but yeah. Okay, so within this I'm gonna have 2 divs, and then I'm just gonna come here, and between them I want to have a separator. So the separator is gonna come from chatcn, and if we come here, here you go. So I'm gonna copy this. You guys know the drill. Just come here, install, yes, force it, boom, that's your separator. So let's go back here, and then what I will do is I'm going to do separator. So make sure you guys are bringing this from the UI separator, not from the Radix UI. Anyway, just want to make sure you guys have that. Oop. Like that. So let's save it, and there you go. That's your nice separator. Now what do we put inside here? We're going to put the links to our pages. So first of all, I'll do a link. So make sure you put bring in next link, not the Lucid link. So I'm going to do this, and for now let's just give it a hash. And then for this one, what I will do is I'll say contact us. Let's save it, and there you go. It's coming right here. As you can see, like I can see what's going on. So for this one, what I will do is first close this, so we have more space, and then I'll do text dash white. There you go, that's better. And then I will also do flex and space dash x dash 4. Okay, and text dash sm, so small by default, there you go. And then on medium and above devices, we're going to do text dash base. So there you go, that's what I'm talking about. So now this actually, I'll just duplicate it 2 more times, and this one I'll call it privacy and terms. Let's just come here, terms, like that. And then for this one, what I will do, I'll call it accessibility, I guess, yes. Let's save it. So there you have it. So the reason why we are doing this text small, so let's say if I go on small devices, boom, you see how it got smaller. But if as I go up, it's gonna pop. See, that's what we're doing here. Anyway, so then the other one is kind of similar idea. Let me copy it, and let me just paste it here, and let me save it. And for this one, we're gonna have a page of privacy statement. Okay, and so that's that. And then for the next one, what I'll do, I'll say terms of use, and then the last one is going to be accessibility statements. All right, so I'm going to save it. So these are just going to be static pages. So I mean, this is just going to be boring HTML stuff. Okay, one thing I do see is the spacing a little bit too much, so I don't know if I need that much. So So let's fix it. That looks much better. Liven it. All right, so this is our footer. I don't think so we're going to be touching this anymore. Maybe, I don't know, but let's close it for now. So that's that. Now let's go ahead and tackle the header. So let's go ahead and hit on the header and hit it on the head. All right, so what I will do is we're just going to do React fragments. I'm going to start off with that. And then what we need is a header, right? Because we're doing a header. And then class name, not that. I'm going to give it a class name, and it's going to be padding y of 2. And then on large and above, I'm going to do a padding y of 4, like that. So obviously we got an error because we forgot to close the header. So there you go, the header has been closed. And so what we are going to do is we're going to have one for mobile and one for desktop. So when we do the sidebar, you guys will see how cool this is going to be. All right, so what I will do here is add a comment for us to remind us what we're actually doing. We're going to do mobile, and I'm going to copy this and I'm going to do desktop. All right, so then what you want to do here in the mobile is I'm going to create a div, and we're going to make it flex, and then on large and above it's going to be hidden like that. Okay, so let's just type the rest of the things. So I'm just going to do container mx dash auto like that, and flex dash column, and then justify between and padding dash 2. Cool. So that's that. Nothing so far. That's okay. We're going to add stuff to it. And then the one thing we want to add here is the logo. I'm adding these comments so that you guys can see, so that we just stay organized. Okay, so we need to create this logo now. And for that, we're going to come back to our components, and then under here, the components, I'll create a new file, and we're just going to call it not under the UI, but under here. And I'm going to call it logo.tsx like that. And let's just do this logo. Cool. So, whoops, I think I meant to do this. Yeah. So let's save it. And then I'm going to come here and let's just do logo. Make sure it comes, and there's our logo. Okay, that's pretty cool. Let's come here and now let's add the logo. All right, so I'm going to take this out. We're going to add a link. And again, this one, and it's going to go to the home page, because when you click on the logo, ideally you want to go to your home page. All right, so I'm going to close this. So I'm going to bring image, that's from next image, like that. And what we want to do is give it a class name. Okay, so the class name is, it's hidden by default, but large and above is flex. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to create two copies of this logo, one for desktop, one for mobile. So you guys will see it will actually change, right? So that's what it is. All right, so now we need to give it a source. So the source is going to be library underscore logo.png. Now if you guys missed it, I have already put the logo under the public folder, and this is the name, so that's that. Okay, so let me close this. All right, so now you want to give it a width and a height, otherwise it's going to keep complaining. So the width I'm going to give is 160, and then the height I'm going to make it 120. You know what, I'm going to come on next line because I'm running out of space. Anyways, so you also want to give it alt, and for SEO purposes, so we're just going to do library logo, and let's just save it and see what happens. All right, cool. So now we're going to duplicate this line, not this one. I'm going to select this, and we're just going to duplicate it. And now for this one, I'm just going to reverse the role. So I'll just do flex, and then I will do hidden. And again, same thing, library logo.png. And for this one, the width is 120, and then the height is going to be 80. I don't know if this height actually matters, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure. But there you go. So here's your library logo, and as you can see at the bottom, when I hover my mouse, is going to our root or home. All right, so here you go. The logo is coming up, and as you can see, if I go on full desktop, I guess gets hidden, and the reason probably for that is that, let me see, if I go back to the header, we have not finished the desktop yet. So once we finish it, then we can see the logo changing its shape from small to big. And then also here, what I will do is I'm going to add a note for ourselves. Then we need to add a sidebar trigger. So this is that hamburger menu kind of icon that I'm talking about, and I'm going to add right here. So on mobile, we can flip or trigger the menu through that. All right, so now what I need to do is I need to take this and I need to put this in a div, and it's going to be flex, and we're just going to do items dash center like that. Then I'm going to take all of this and just put it inside here. Let's just format the code a little bit and save it, and there you go. So that's that. All right, so now let's come over to the desktop, and then the way we're gonna do this is, let me see if I can just copy this and whoops, I'm gonna paste it, and then I'm gonna save it. All right, so now we need to of course make some changes. So by default it's gonna be hidden, and on large and above it's going to be flex, and let me save it, and there you go. So now I guess if I, that's what I'm talking about. You see the logo, how it jumps and becomes bigger, but if I go mobile, then desktop, there you go. So that's what I'm talking about. All right, so this is our logo, and then what we need to do is once we finish the sidebar, then we're going to add that trigger here. Okay, so one thing we can add to the top, the header, is a search bar, and let's add that. So before we do that, for search bar, we need to install something called a select. So this one, and what I will do is I'm going to come here, I'm going to copy this, and let's just come back here and let's just do that. All right, so with that installed, then what I can do is come over here back to my components, and then I can create a new file, and I will do search bar.tsx like that, and let's just do search bar like so. All right, so let me close the logo and then come back to the header, and then I think for this one I don't need this, but what I will do is I'm going to do search bar like that, and then also we need one for mobile, so we can use the same one so that we don't repeat ourselves, and let's save it. So here you go, the search bar looks ugly, but we're gonna fix it. All right, so let's go over to search bar and let's get cracking. So I'm gonna close this, and then the search bar is gonna be inside a form, because by the way, this is gonna be server rendered. Actually, one of the idea behind this whole project is we're going to do as much server rendering as we can, because that's how you can take full benefit from Nextjs. Anyway, so what I will do is I'm going to put this in a form like so. So we have our form, and then what I will do is I'm going to do a div like that, and then also what I'll do is create a P, and we're going to do search by. So the idea is you want to search by, let's say, a title or a category, and then what you want to search. That's the idea. So that's why we're doing it like this. Okay, so then I will come here and I will do a select. Okay, want to come from here, and then I'm going to give it a name, and it's going to be search by. Now, why I'm giving it a name? When we do the form and the actions, then that is when it's gonna how we're gonna know what are we searching by. I'm gonna show you guys, pretty cool actually. All right, so now we need a select trigger, right? So we're gonna do a select trigger like that, and then what I will do is I'm gonna give it a class name, and then it's gonna be width dash full, and then on large and above width dash I'm gonna give it a 480 pixel like so. So let's do that, let's save it. So far nothing is happening. Okay, something happened. Okay, so then inside of here we need to give it a select value. Okay, and then the placeholder I'm gonna give, this one is keyword. Okay, like that, and this is self-closing, you don't need this. Well, keep doing it. Okay, so there you go. So we're searching by a keyword, and then also after the select trigger you want a select content. So we're going to do select content, and then for this one we need two items. So I'm going to do select item, and it's this one. The first one, the value, I'm going to give it a value of title. All right, and it's going to be title. So let's see, title, here we go. All right, so I'm going to copy this, and then the next one I'm going to call it category. It's gonna be category. So let's save it and let's see. Aha, there you go. So that's coming up nicely. Let me see if I expand this. Expand, there's nothing is happening, but we're gonna fix it. By the way, this is the mobile view. We need to fix the desktop view, so we're gonna fix it. All right, so then after that, the select, what we need is an input, and I don't think so we've installed input yet. So let's come back here and input, and let's copy, and let's just come here, install force. Oh, it didn't ask me for force. Okay, so let's do input, and it's this one, and then type is going to be search. Let me come here so we can see what's going on, and then the placeholder, I'm gonna do search dot dot dot. Okay, like that, and then name, I'm gonna give it a search. The name is important because we're using a form. Okay, save it, and there's that. Okay, and then finally we need a button, and the type of this will be submit. Okay, I didn't bring in the button for some reason. There you go. So the type is submit. Okay, and then I'm gonna call it search. Let's save it, and there you go. All right, so it looks all very ugly. I think we can put some makeup on it. All right, so let's come over here first of all to class, to div, and add a class name. Let's give it flex column. So that's the default because we are mobile. So that's what we're seeing. And I'm gonna give it width dash full and space dash y dash 2. So as you can see, nice and spaced. So then on small and above, space dash y dash 0. So basically, let me see it. So this will only work on mobile. We have a space, but if I'm on desktop, we get rid of the thing because we have a different layout. All right. So then I will come to next line, and then what I will do is on small and above, I want to do flex dash row. So that's what I'm talking about. And then what I will do is large and above, I'm going to do max width dash large. Let's do that. And then small and above items dash center. Let's save it. There you go. They're centered. And then small and above space dash x dash 2. Okay, so there you go. So that's for that. So if I actually come here, as you can see, it's like this right now. It's ugly, but we'll fix it. Anyway, so that's that. And then for this one, what I want to add is I'm gonna do class name and text dash slate dash 500. Okay, so there you go. And then text dash small, let's do that. And then minimum dash width dash 70 pixel, not 700, so that we can actually see the whole word. Okay, so that takes care of that. And then for the select trigger, I think what I need is this. So that's that. So if I come here, there you go. That's nice. Okay, that looks beautiful. Okay, so that's mobile. That's your desktop. Okay, so I'm gonna bring it here. Okay, so now we're done with the, well, we're kind of not done with the search bar. One thing we do need is to create that action, and the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna do async. We're gonna do function, and we'll do search. Okay, like that, and it's gonna take form data. Okay, and then you want to do use server, like so, and then use server, not user server. Cool. All right, and then you know what I will do is I'm going to do const search by, and then you want to get this from the form data, and data, I always call it date, form data dot get, and it's going to be search by. And let me just duplicate this line. The next line is going to be the search, and it's going to be search. Okay, and we're just going to say as string. Actually, it's already string. We don't need to do anything. So for starters, let's just say, let's just do console.log, and I will do search by and search. I'm going to save it, and then over here I can do action. And I'm going to do search. Cool. So if everything went okay, let me bring in the terminal. If I hit search, something should come up here. So if I do title, let's say, and I do, let's say, programming, let's say we're searching for something on the library website. If I do search, There you go. So now this is actually happening on the server. How cool is that? If I do category and I do, let's say, fiction, category fiction, cool. So we're going to use this to show the user search, you know, because we're building a complete website. All right, so that's cool, and I think we're done at this point. And then what we will do now is come back to the header and let's see how we can fix this, because it looks ugly at this point. So if I come here, I have, okay, so let's see, what do I have? I have this, and then I don't need this flex column. I'm gonna get rid of this, and then also I don't need this padding here because we copied from here. That's why everything is coming here. And then I think what I will do is I'll do items dash center. Let's save it and let's see if that helps us. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So as you can see, now it's coming up right here. So if you just look at the website, it's actually coming here. When we do the nav bar, it's going to look actually much more better, but that's the idea. And if I go on mobile, then that's what it is. Okay, so one thing I do see is I have this here and this repeated here, so that usually means that I could just take this and maybe just slap it here. Actually, you don't need to repeat it. I don't know why I did that. So if I save it, then let me see. There you go. So the reason why we're doing this container, by the way, is because you're having this nice gap on the sides. So that kind of takes care of that, and we're just centering it, which is with the MX Auto. Cool. So that takes care of that. Okay. So one thing I don't like is how this is coming here. I mean, it might be okay, but I think we can improve it. So I mean, on mobile it's fine, but if I like say, I think it's kind of like tablet, so maybe we still want to put this here. One way we can fix this is, let me see, if I come here and maybe switch this to small and above, and then do small and above. Let's see, there you go. So that fixes that. And if I come here now, so that's desktop and kind of tablets and then mobile. So there you go. So I mean, this area might be a little bit small, but as I said, you know, it's your choice how you want to do it. Anyway, so I just want to give you the option. The other thing is also I removed the div from the logo. I think we don't need that because it's just a logo. So let me just format this and then save it, and that's that. So now we're done with the header for now, and I'm gonna close this, and then I'm gonna close this search bar, and let's see where we were here. So now we need the nav bar. So let's go over to the nav bar and we're gonna start cracking. Before we do anything with the nav bar, we need to install the navigation menu. So let's come here and here, navigation menu. So that's what I'm talking about. We need this, and I'm going to copy this, come over here, and we are gonna install. Okay, with that installed, let's come back here, and let's see what we can do. So let's get rid of this, and since this is a nav bar, so the ideal tag will be a nav. So let's just do that. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm gonna create, well, before I do anything, I'm gonna give it a class name. It's gonna be BG kind of black. Okay, save it, and then text will be white, and then width dash full, and then it's going to be hidden by default, but on small and above it's going to be block. So that's what that is, and currently there's nothing in it, so that's why it's not showing anything, but once we start adding stuff, it's going to appear. Okay, so then what I will do next is I'm going to create a container for it, and I'm going to do div like that, and then let's just do class name, and let's just do container, and then we're going to do mx-auto and flex and justify between, like so, and then items center, and then just gonna give it a padding y of, let's say, 4. So that there you go. So this is your yeah, see, it's hidden on mobile because you're gonna have a sidebar, but it's appearing on desktop and above. Okay, so now let's add stuff to this. So the first thing I'll do is create a div, and then I'm going to create a link here, and then let's see, it's from next link, and then href will be, say, the home page, and then what I will do is I'm going to call it the catalog. Let's save it, and here you go. This is your first nav link. So the catalog is like, it's going to go to the home page and show you the different stuff. Okay, so then what I will do to this one is I'm going to give it a class name. Let's say, so can we do hover, and then can we do text dash gray, and let's just see 400. Let's see what that does. Yeah, there you go. It's kind of like hovers. I mean, that nice subtle effect. Let me copy this and just paste it. Wow, okay, paste it too many times. Anyway, so this is going to be locations. There you go. And then this is going to be programs or activities, whatever you want to call it. Maybe you should call it activities. Like that. There you go. Okay, so they look ugly, so let's fix it. So I'm gonna come here and do flex. Okay, and then we can do items dash center, and then let's just do space dash x dash 8. So they're nicely spaced. So there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Now after that, we need a navigation menu. So we're gonna do navigation menu, and that's gonna be this. And then we need a navigation, and that's gonna be a menu list like that. So by the way, it's coming from here. Let me see, right here. It's all here. Nothing new here. So I'm gonna do this, and then you need a trigger. So we're gonna do a navigation menu trigger, and it's coming from here, and we're gonna call it library resources. I hope I'm not making spelling mistakes. Yeah, so navigation list, yeah, this should be inside a navigation menu item like that. Okay, so I'm gonna take this and I'm gonna put it here. Let's save it, and there you go. All right, so that's weird. We're gonna fix it. Okay, so then after the trigger, what you need is the content, right? So we're gonna do a navigation. We're gonna do menu content like that. So we have the content, and within this, you know it, we just need to put the content. So the class name, I'm gonna give it a flex, and then flex dash column and padding dash 4. Let's just add it first. Okay, so we need a list item, and we don't have list, so we need to install it. So we're gonna go back to chatcn, and let's see if we have a list. Okay, it looks like when you install the navigation menu item, it should come with a list item. If you look at their example, as you can see here, they are using this list item right here. But if I go on the top, there's no import for it. So I'm not really sure how are they using this this list item. So I think if you run this example, you're going to run into errors. But you know what? That's fine. It's not a big deal. We can just cook our own. So we're going to come back here, and this is what we have. So let's get rid of this. So a list item is nothing, just an li with an anchor. Honestly, it's nothing complicated. So I think we can build our own. So I'm going to get rid of this, and then what we will do is we're going to do li like this, and then within this I'm going to put a link like this, and then href is going to be library card like that, and then let's close it. So let's create it first, and we're gonna do the structure. And let's also then come here within this, we're gonna create a div, and then also then we need a paragraph, and then here you can just put something. So first I'm gonna come here under the div, and then under div I'm gonna put library card. Let's save it and see what happens. So this is what we have. It looks very ugly. So what we're trying to get out of this is something like this. As you can see, they have this kind of helper text, and then they have this main, I guess, the link that you will click on. But anyway, so the whole thing is a link actually, if you look at it, right? So it's just a box and all. Anyway, so let's see if we can build this. So let's come here to this div first, or I guess the link first, and then what I will do is I'm going to come to next line. We're going to add some classes. So I'll do class name, and then we're going to make it block, and then space dash y dash 1. Let's save it and see what that gives us. So we have this at this point. We need that highlighting and all that, so we're going to take care of that. So let's just do padding of 3, and then I'm going to do rounded and then no underline, right? Because we're using this link. I mean, you don't need this actually, because from Nextjs they will take care of that for you. So let's save it and see what we get. Okay, so we need that hover effect. Okay, so what I will do is I'm gonna do hover, and we're gonna do bg dash accent. So let's save it and see what we get. Okay, there you go. So now we're getting this kind of like what they have, as you can see this. So we're getting that. Okay, so one thing I don't like is the width is not actually really good. So let's fix it, and for that we can come here, and I'm gonna do on medium and above, I'm going to do width dash 400 pixel, and then on large and above we can actually go and do a width of say 500 pixel, like that. So let's save it, and okay, that's looking better. And then so let's add here, we're gonna come here in this p tag and add this text, and it just says, you know, use your library card to borrow materials, access digital resources and all that. So let's see what that gives us, and boom, that's what it is. So we need to a little bit fix this. So let's go over to this div, and then what I will do is I'm gonna do a I guess text. Let's leave this one as is, but for this one what I will do is text at sm. I will do, let's see what that gives us. Okay, that's a little better. And then for this one I'm going to do font dash medium, and then leading dash none. So let's save it and see what we get. Aha, that's much better. One thing I think we can do is maybe on this one I can do text dash muted foreground. Let's save it. Okay, there you go. So now we have essentially created this. So you know, if something not available, that's what we are, software developers, we build our own. What we need is just copy and paste this, and let's see. So the next one we need is, I guess, something like equipment rental. So let's come here, we're gonna do equipment rental, and then this one I will do, let's say, book a room. So here you would put services, what any services your library offers. These one I just came up with, so that's what they are. Actually, I need to fix this. So this should be book a room, and I'm gonna do book a room. And for this one I will do equipment rental, like that. So let's see, there you go, that's coming nicely. I think I need to change the text. For equipment rental, I think I can say something like, you know, this rent 3D printers and that. For book a room we can do something like, I don't know, you know, for meeting, book a room for meeting and all. So if I come here, there you go. So now you have your list. Now one thing I don't like is, if you can see how our menu is, it's not kind of in relation to that, or it's not fitting the theme, as I should say. So for that, let's go to navigation menu, and the place you want to target is navigation menu trigger style. So that's this one. So the first thing we should do is get rid of this BG background. So I'm going to get rid of that. So there you go. Now as you can see, the font doesn't match, so maybe let's see, can we get rid of this? Okay, that's better. And then what else? As you can see, if I come here, I think that's all we would need actually. So let me see if I can get rid of anything else. Maybe this one, I don't know. Let's save it and see what happens. Yeah, there you go. So yeah, so there you go. Now it matches our theme. So that's that. So I'm going to close this, and this is our navigation menu. So let's come over here. Let's see what else can we do here. After the navigation menu over here, we probably would need something for a user button. So when the user logs in, logs out and all that. So I'm just gonna leave a text here, and we're just gonna put user button here. Maybe let me see. Can I do let's see, can I do user to icon from Lucid? Yeah, so I'm just gonna leave this here for now, and once we do the authentication with the authJS, then we can actually see how we can let me see if I do this. There you go. So then yeah, you'll see how this is gonna work. Now we can go over to the main page and start working on this. So this is, I think, the main page, and I think I can close this one, and this was, we did this one. So we can go here and let's get cracking at this. So let's come here and start adding stuff. So what I will do is, first of all, add a div, and then what I will do is inside of this I'm going to create h2, and then I'm going to call it new arrivals, like that. So let's save it, and boom, here's your new arrivals. Okay, so it's very ugly at this point, so let's start fixing this. So let's say class name container. So that's one, and then the other thing I'm going to do is mx-auto. There you go. And then what we need is padding -16. There you go. And then small and above, we're going to do padding -32. A lot more padding. And then also flex and flex -column. Let's do that. And then justify. Let's see, center and space -y-16. Cool. So that's that. And then what we will have here is we're gonna have a couple of more. So this one I'm gonna say recently reviewed. Okay, and then for this one I'm gonna call it staff picks. Cool. So there you go. So for all of these, we'll be using the SQL analytical queries. You guys will see it's pretty awesome actually. So we'll be doing that. So let's just come here, and for now let's just add a comment here saying add new arrivals, and then same here, we're just gonna add a new comment saying recently reviewed, and you get the idea. This is staff picks like that. I think we should do the admin side first, so we can add the books and the users and the categories and all, and then we can come here and fill these in here, because if you don't have that data, then it's not going to work. So let's finish, I guess, start with that and just take it all the way to the end. So let me come over here, and then see how we created this admin kind of group. So within that, I'm gonna create a new folder, and we're just gonna call it admin, like that. Then within this, what I will do is I'll create a new file, and I'm gonna call layout.tsx, and let's just say rfce, and we're gonna do admin or admin layout, like that. And then I will also create a new file, and I'm going to call it page.tsx, and we're gonna do admin page.tsx. All right, so let's go over here and just do that children thingy quickly. So children is a react node, like that. And then what I will do is I will just come here and I will do children like so. So let's go over here and let's just do admin, and there you go. That's your admin page. So while we're here, the first thing we should do is add that sidebar, right? So I'm gonna come here to chatcn, and as you can see, there's the sidebar. So that's something new they added, and let's just come over here, copy this, and then we're gonna come here and add it. All right, cool. So the sidebar has been added. As you can see, they're saying that if you go to global.css, if you don't have these, then add them. So I'm just going to show you guys. I think it adds it by default, but if I come here to my global.css, then let's see here, sidebar background and sidebar for the dark theme. So it already adds that for you. You don't have to worry about it. And then it talks about the provider and all that. You can read it, but I'm going to show you guys how we can quickly set this up. All right, so we're here in the layout, and let's just close this for now. And then what I will do is I'll bring this to the new line. Okay, so for a sidebar, you need something called a sidebar provider. So I'll do sidebar provider, and it's coming from this one. Okay, and let's just take this and put it inside here. Like so. Let me save it. So nothing is going to happen yet because we need to first of all create the sidebar. So for that, let's come over here to our components, and then in here we will do admin sidebar.tsx, like so. All right, so let's start here, and we're gonna do admin sidebar. I don't know, maybe I should do sidebar like that. Let's save it, and let's go over back here and let's see. So I'm gonna close this one, and here, so let's see, can we just bring it here, admin sidebar? Yeah, there you go. So admin sidebar is here. Woohoo. Okay, so let's go over here and let's get cracking. So let's just get rid of everything, and what we can do is create the sidebar. So I'm going to do sidebar, which is from UI sidebar, and variant, we're just going to give it floating, and then class name, I want to remove the padding because, you know what, let me just show you guys why I want to do this. So this is our sidebar, and then we need a sidebar header. Okay, and then for this one, I'm going to put a p tag, and let's call it admin. Let's save it, and there you go. So you see how there's this gap around it, and that's just this default padding. So if I just do padding -0, whoop, that's nice and attached there. And the other thing I want to do here is I'm going to do class name, and for this one I'm going to do text dash large, and then we're going to do bg dash black, like that, and then of course we need text dash white, like that, and let's just give it some padding of say 2. Okay, so this is your admin sidebar, and then for this header, what I want to do is I want this to be nice and tight. So what I can do is I can say padding -0, and then the other thing I want to do is margin bottom -4. -4. So when we add stuff, it's going to come up here. So that's your sidebar. Now here's the idea. Usually the admin stuff, you want to do this on a tablet or a desktop, right? You're not going to have a librarian walking on with your cell phone and adding books and all. It's just too much work. So usually it's done on so you don't have to worry about what I'm saying, like the mobile part of it. Okay, so that's our that. Then we need sidebar content. So for this one, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do sidebar content, and that's our content. And then finally you do sidebar menu, like that. So that's your menu. Now what do you put inside? Well, you need to put stuff here. So for that, we're just going to create an array and do it that way. So you come here to the top. Okay, and let me close this, and what I will do is I'm just going to do menu items, and this will be an array and then basically object. So you give it a title. So let's say the first one is catalog, and then we're just going to do URL is admin, and then it's going to have an icon. So I'm just going to give it a library icon, like that. Okay, let's save it and let's start using it immediately. So let's come here, and then what I can do is I can do menu items dot map, and then I can do item, and let's just come here like so, and then what I can do is I can say sidebar menu item. Okay, and then key, you want to give it a key. So I'm just going to use the title because that's unique to every I guess menu item, and then I will need a button. So I'm going to do sidebar, we're going to do menu button, like that, and then we're just going to do as child, and then in here we're just going to put an href, but let's just put link from next link, and then for this one I'm going to do href, and that's going to be item dot url, like that. And then finally let's just come here, and then we're just going to do item.icon. Okay, so that's our icon, and then span. Okay, we're just gonna do item dot, and let's just do title. So let's save it and see what we get. Boom, there you go. You have a nice menu item. That was pretty quick. All right, so let's do this. Okay, so we're gonna take this. So we need one for categories, activities, users, and then finds. Okay, so let's come here and we're just gonna do categories, and this one it's gonna go to admin categories, and then the icon for this one is a map icon. For some reason I chose, let's see, so there you go, that's your categories, and then also we need one for activities, and then this one is gonna go to activities, and for this one I'm gonna do a party popper like that, so that's your that, and then other one we need is a users, and then it's gonna go to users, and then this one is user 2, and then finally we have finds, and then we have finds, and then for this one let's just do the receipt. Receipt, let's see, so if I save it, let's just refresh. Boom, there you go. So you got your catalog, categories, activities, users, finds, and that's pretty cool. So now what we need is, first of all, get rid of this. We need now pages for each of these sections. So let's come over here, and then under the admin we're just going to create those folders. So first of all, the catalog is the default, so when you land on this you're just going to see the catalog, but we need one for categories, and then under the admin I need one more folder, and then it's going to be activities. Okay, and then under the admin we need another one for users, and then we need one for finds, like that. Okay, let's save it. So that's that. So let's go over here to categories and let's create a page.tsx like that, and let's just do categories page. Okay, and if I go to categories, boom, categories page is coming. By the way, we'll be locking these, protecting these through the middleware when we go through the authentication, so that'll be at that time. Okay, so I think what we also need one for activities. So you know what, I'm just going to copy this page and put it here, and then what we can do is just come here and say activities page, and let's copy, paste, and just do this, save it. So if I go to activities, boom, that's activities. Then we need one for finds, so same thing, copy this page, go to finds and paste it, go to here users and paste it. So if I go here, I can say finds page. I should have called it find page. Then I'm gonna come here and we're gonna do users page. Let's copy it, paste it here, and paste it here. So let's make sure these links are working. So that's my catalog, or the admin, then the categories, activities, users, and finds. Pretty cool. So these are working. So let's start with categories. We're gonna add categories, add them to the database and all. Then we can start adding books based on those categories and all that. All right, so here we go. So let's close all this. What happened? Did I save it? Is everything okay here? Yep. Okay, so let's close it, and then so I think we're cool here. There's nothing much to do here, so I guess I can close this for now, and we're gonna focus on the categories. Okay, now let's add a button that when pressed gonna pop a dialog, and then we can persist the category to the database, so we can see the Prisma client in action. Okay, so here I'm on the categories page, and what I can do is actually not do anything. I'll come here to components, and then I will add a new component, and I'll say add category button.tsx like that. Okay, so right ahead, right away we're just gonna do add like that. Okay, I'm gonna save it, and let's go back here and let's see if we can use it. So let's just do add category button and save it, and let's see if I go categories, boom, it's right here. So that's pretty cool. So let's go over to here and let's see if we can add the button. So what I will do is I'm going to get rid of this, and then I will add a button from this one, and then what I will do is I'm just going to do add category like that. All right, so let's see why is it not showing. There you go. Just need to refresh, but there you go, that's your add category. And then I think the other thing I will add is maybe add a plus icon just to add some spice to it. So I'll just do plus icon like that, and let's save it, and there you go, that's that. Okay, so one thing we want to do is maybe when we click this button, right, we want it to do something. So it will be basically I don't know, open a dialog, but for that we need a state. So what I will do, I'll say const, and I'll do open set open. Okay, and then we will do use state from React, and then for now, I guess for starters, it's gonna be false like that. So then here I will do set open to true. So this will be a client component because we're using a state. So what we will do is we're gonna come here and we will do client like that. All right, so now that we have that, so that means let's bring over this over here, and then also for this button, I want this to be here. So we're just gonna do class name, and we're just gonna do self end. Okay, and then for this one, I'm going to do class name. Let's just do flex, and then flex dash column. Let's see, so that's that. Let me just expand this. Nothing's gonna happen yet because I think wherever it's residing, we need to change this, but we're gonna get to that. Okay, so now that we have that, what we need now is a dialog, and we will also need form and all that, so that when click, it's gonna, you know, show the dialog. So for that, we're gonna come here and we need to install a couple of components. And let's see, we have a dialog, so why don't we install that? So let's just copy this, come over here, and let's install that. Okay, with the dialog installed, so let's come over here to components, and then what we're gonna do is add a new file. We're just gonna do add category dialog .tsx. So I will come here to this one, and I'll do add category dialog like that, and then over here we're just gonna start end dialog. So I'm just gonna do a dialog, and then this is going to be a dialog like that. Okay, looks like it didn't bring it, so there you go. And then open is going to be open. So what is open? Well, we need to pass that in. So we're going to define some props first. So let's come here and let's just do type props. Okay, and then first is open. This is going to be a boolean, and then we need the set open, and then this is going to be a react.dispatch. Okay, and then react.set state action, and then it's going to be of type boolean like that, and then we need to pass in a category which is optional and string. All right, it's cool. So we have that. So now what I can do is I can just basically do set open and category, and then it is of type props. Okay, so it's complaining because we're not using this, but we're just gonna use it. And then for this one, and then we're gonna do on open change, and this is going to be set open. Cool. Well, okay, so with that done, then I need a dialog content, and it's gonna be this one, and then we need a dialog header like that. Okay, so that's our header, and finally we need a dialog title. Whoops, I think it brought the wrong one. It should be this one, and we're gonna call it add category like that. So that's our that, and then finally now here's the thing, if there's a warning you're gonna get in the console. To suppress the warning, just add a fake description. So we're just gonna do this like that. It's not, doesn't do anything, but as I said, just to suppress a warning. Okay, so now we need a form. So where's form coming from? Well, we need to install it. So let's come over here and go over to form. You can read all about it, but I'm just going to show you guys how to use it. Maybe most of you know how to use it. So let's come over here and install. Okay, form is installed. Let's come over here and do form. Yes, form is installed. We're gonna do this one, and I think it also brings in React hook form, so it's pretty cool. Okay, so I'm gonna do form, and then like that. Okay, it's complaining that it needs some elements. Yes, yes, yes. We're gonna add those. But you know what I will do is I'm going to comment this out, and what I want to do is actually, when I hit this, I want to show this dialog. So the way we're gonna do this is we're gonna come here, and then I'm gonna do add category dialog. There we go. So open is open, and then set open is set open, like that. Cool. Let me save everything. So if we did everything right, when I hit it, it's just, oh, there you go. So it's actually showing the dialog, which is awesome. So now we can actually start adding stuff to this. So let's come back here, and we can start defining the schema for this thing. So we're going to start at the top. Let me close here, and I'm going to do form schema, and there's going to be Zod. Okay, was a cool, what the heck was that? Okay, we need to bring in Zod. So we're going to do import Z from Zod from Superman. Okay, so we have that. So now let's do object like that, and then inside of here we need the ID. So what we can do is we're gonna do z.number, and then we're gonna do, I don't know, default it to -1. The reason why I'm passing this ID is we're going to be in the same form for adding and editing, so we don't have to create two forms. Sometimes you have like two, one for edit, one for I don't know, adding, but we're just going to use the same, you know, less work for us. And then the category is going to have a name, so z.string. Okay, and then let's say minimum of 2 characters we want to have, and then we're just going to have a friendly message saying category, you know, must be entered, something like that. Okay, so that's our category, and then the max is I don't know, 20, you know. So that's that. So let's save it, and then now what you need over here is you need a form. So I'm gonna do form is equal to use form. That's from React hook form, and then it's going to be z.infer. Okay, and then we're gonna do type of form schema, and then we're gonna do this. Okay, I think there's a problem here because we need the doubles. All right, so we're gonna give it a resolver, and the resolver is gonna be Zod resolver, not read only. That's wrong. Zod resolver, and then we're gonna do form schema like that. Okay, and then you want to give it default values, and then we're just gonna do name is equal to that. Okay, this guy didn't, I think, come in, so let's see why. Form Zod resolver, I think that's what it is. Maybe we can just bring it in. So if I come here to the top, so what I will do is I'm gonna do import, and then I'm gonna do Zod resolver from, and then we're just gonna do at hook form resolvers. There you go. Okay, so did I make a mistake somewhere? Why is it complaining has no exported member? I think it's Zod. I think so. There we go. So that's happy Zod. Yep, that's working. Okay, so now that you have that, let's just format the thing a little bit. I'm gonna save it. No errors, that's good. So at this point I can come here, uncomment this, and then what you want to do on this one is spread the form. the form like that. Okay, so that error went away. Let me see, why is it? Yep, there you go. So that's indenting nicely. So inside of the form, we need a form field like that, and then self-closing. So we're gonna do this. The first thing you want to do is do a control. It's going to be form.control. Okay, and then we're gonna give it a name. So the name again is the same as the name that we gave it up there. And then what I also want to do is a render function, and then it's going to be not like that, and it's going to be okay. We're going to give it a render function, and it's going to be let's see, field. Okay, and then what we want to do inside of here is I'm going to do a form. All these pop-ups are so annoying. Form item. Okay, and then we need a form label. Okay, and the label is category. Let's see, there you go. And then you need a form control, and finally you need an input like that. Okay, so placeholder, just gonna be say category name, and then just gonna spread the field on it. Save it, and here we go. When I click it, boom, it comes here. So that is so slick. Okay, so for the form, we need a handler. So what I'll do is I'll say on submit. Is that what it is? Yeah. Okay, and then for this one, we're just gonna do form.handle submit, and then we're just gonna do on submit. No, we don't have this yet. We're gonna create it, but before I forget, let's just come here and just create a button. And let's see, I'm going to create a button, and then type will be, let's say, submit, and then let's just say save, call it save. Wow. Okay, yes, because we don't have that. So let me just copy this and come here, and I'm going to do const on submit is equal to values. I'm just going to give it a form, just bear with me, and for now let's just type, console this to the log this to the console. For the type, what we will do, we're just going to do z.infer, kind of what we did here. So let me just copy this, and let's see, will this work? Let's save it. Okay, that worked. Okay, so let's see, if I come here, let me go to console, and let's see if I do test. There you go. So it's actually coming to the console. So the only thing left from here now on is actually saving this to the database. Pretty cool. All right, so we have this, and then what we can do is over here, what I will do is, let me just do this. Okay, and then we need to create an action now to save this to the database, right? So what we can do is I can come here, and we need to, let's see, let me minimize all this. Actually, outside of the app, we need to create a new folder. Let me just come here, and say, if I create a new folder, I'm going to call it actions, like that. Then within this one, I'm going to create a new file, and we're just going to call it action.ts, and this is where we're going to add all of our actions. So I like to organize my actions in like this kind of, I don't know, sections. So this is for categories, and then this one will be for, like, say, books, and then we're just gonna have another one for users, and then we're just gonna have another one for, let's say, activities, and then let's see, I'm gonna have another one for, I don't know, fines, and anything else that comes along, we're just gonna follow the same pattern, but you get the idea. So I kind of like to spread these out like this. Anyway, so let's start with the adding the category, and I will come here, and I will do export. Let me close this, async function, and we're just gonna do add category. Okay, so we're gonna take the name, that's going to be a string, and then the path. Okay, the reason why I'm passing the path is so we can revalidate it so that we can see the data. Okay, so let's do a try and catch. Okay, because you want to catch any errors. So let's just do this, and let's just throw the error if there's any error. Anyway, so let's come here, and we're just going to do category. okay, is equal to await. So now we're just going to use the Prisma client to add the data to your database. So we're just going to do await, okay, and we're going to do Prisma dot. Okay, so now let's see if we can bring Prisma. There you go. So Prisma dot. Okay, so remember categories, book categories is what we called it. So now you can do it this way. There's nothing wrong with it. But a better way of adding item to your database is using a transaction. And the reason is if for some reason there's something goes wrong, then the transaction gets reversed and you don't get weird stuff in your database. And I think it's very helpful. So I would say do transactions. So anyway, so I'm going to stick to transactions. So the way to do this is like this. We're going to do transaction like that. And then you create an array. And then what you do is you do Prisma dot, and then I'm going to do book categories dot, and we're going to do create. Okay, and then you want to give it data, what you want to add, and then the column name, so category name, and what do you want to fill it with? Well, name, which is what we passed in here. So this will actually add the data to the database, and then we're just going to do a revalidate path. So this is from next cache, and we're just going to do path like that. Okay, and then we can return the category to the user. I mean, if an error happens, it's going to actually happen here anyways. We're going to return that. So that's one way of doing the transaction. I'm going to show you guys the other way as well so that you guys just know. So the other way is like this. So I'm going to take this and duplicate it. And then what you want to do is, let me just get rid of this. Let me just do like this. So get rid of this array. Okay. And then since we're going to be doing async await here, so you do first like this, async, and then T. So T for transaction, and then instead of Prisma, we're just going to do T.book categories, and you do await on it. So just two ways of doing it, depends on whichever you want. Anyways, we're going to be seeing a lot of these examples, but that's your transactions. So now that we have this add category action, then I'm going to go back here and we can actually use it here. So let's come over here and then we're going to do await and add category. Okay, that's the action. And then it's going to ask for the name. So we're just going to do values.name. And for path, we need to get the path. So to do that, I'm going to come here and I'm going to do const path is equal to use path name for next navigation. And we're just going to pass the path here like that. Okay, it's complaining because it's not async await. So there you go, that fixes that. It'll be nice to show like a toast to the user that things went well. So if I do toast, we don't have it. Okay, so this will actually add the category. If everything went well, should add it. So actually, you know what, let's take it for a test drive. So I'm going to save everything and then I'm going to come here and let's say, okay, that's ugly. So let's fix this. Let me see, form. Can I just do class name and then can I do space -y-1? That's better. Okay, so what I will do is I'm gonna do, let's say fiction. Say we have fiction, let's save it. Error, yes. Okay, we have an error. So let's see, Prisma client run this browser. Okay, so we have this error. So sometime if this happens, you might need to restart your server. Let's see, because we generated that client. Just needs to update itself. So let's see. So let me just do this. We're gonna go back and let's just refresh this. So let's go to categories and add category. By the way, let's check the database and make sure that nothing got added. So this was our database, and what we can do is connect here first and then make sure we have the right database selected, and let's just do select star from book categories. Let's run it, and there you go, nothing got written. So this is the beauty of transaction. It would actually, if something went wrong, it would reverse the transaction for you. Anyway, so let's go back here and let's just see. So if I do now fiction, let's save it, error again. Let's see, we're calling this action, and yeah, one thing you need to remember is you need to use server, I think. I don't know why these came here. That's not what I wanted. So I want them here. Okay, let's save it and let's try this again. So let me refresh and let's just do fiction, save. Okay, no errors, so I think it worked. Let's go to the database and take a look. Okay, so here we are in our database, and let's just do select star from book categories, and wow, what do you know, there you go, the data is in our database. Let's try one more. Say I'm gonna do drama, save, and if I come here, boom, there you go. We are actually persisting the data in the database. One thing I don't like is after I add the data, it's not wiping the thing clean. So maybe we can come here and let's see over here. Maybe we should reset the value. And the way we're gonna do this is we're just gonna do form.reset. And let's save it, and let's just do one more. Say I'm gonna do JavaScript. Save it, and boom, there you go. So if I go to the database and take a look, there you go, you get the idea now. So this is how actually easy it is to integrate Prisma client and start adding values to the database. All right, cool. So now that that is working, it'll be nice to show it some sort of like a toast that the things are basically persisting to the database. So for that, I think we can come over here and let's see, there's a toast, and that's what I'm talking about. So let's come here and copy this and see if we can install it. We need to come over here to our main layout, which is, let's see, this one, and you want to add this I don't know, toastingy. So what we can do is we're just gonna come here, we're gonna do toaster, that's what they call it. Whoa, toaster, like that. So let's save it, and then if I come here, okay, once you install the toast, then they're showing you the example. So to use it like a simple example, you need to bring in the toast. So we're just gonna do const toast is equal to use toast, like that. And then what you want to do is you're just gonna do toast. Okay, and then we're just gonna give it a description. So description is category has been saved. Okay, so let's save this, and let's come back here, and let's another one. Let's just do Python, save it, boom, category has been saved. I think that's pretty cool. Okay, so now the category is working. Then what we need now is a way of showing the categories here. But before I do that, I need to shift this button over to the other side because it's just bugging me. So let me come here and let's go back to, it's complaining about this category. We're going to take care of it. So let's come here and let's come here. So I can do is I can say class name, and this is going to be flex dash column and then space dash y dash 4. And let's see if that will actually work. Okay, that didn't work, so let's go over here to the layout admin and let's just do class name and just do padding -2. So there you go, that creates some padding for us, and space dash y dash 2 at least. So okay, that gives us some space. And then for the, let me see, so for the this one, I think we need to put this in a container. Let's see. So I'm going to take this and then put this here, and let's save it, and there you go, that worked. Okay, so that takes care of that. Let me just do this. I like it. And now we need to work on, let me just expand this a little bit. We need to work on that table right here. So let me see. So this is the dialog, and as I said, we're going to come back to this. Let me close this, and then let's see, let's close the action, and let's close this, and let's see, that's the main page, close it. Alright, now I'm going to show you guys how we can create a powerful reusable table that you can just take it, use it in any project. It's going to be amazing. So before we do anything, we need to install it. So you can come over to checkin. So they have a table, and they have another thing called a data table. This is the one you want to install. So we're going to come here to data table, but before we go, as you can see, it has a pagination, then the table itself, and then you have the search field, and then this column filter. It'll be nice if you can just abstract everything out, and then we can just provide it the data, and the table is going to show it. And then when we click here, it's going to just send us whichever menu option was clicked. That's the whole idea. So before we do anything, we need to come over here, and we're just going to install it. So let's come here and do this. Okay, so the table has been added, and then what I will do is I will come here, and then we're going to add a new file, and let's just call it categories table.tsx. Okay, if I can spell categories table like that, and let's just do this, and then categories table like that. Okay, so we're not going to create the table here. Instead, what we will do is we're going to come here to components, and we will do is data-table.tsx. Okay, and then we're just going to come here, we're going to do this. Okay, so now everything is going to happen here, and we're just going to use it as a simple component. You guys will see how easy it's going to be. Okay, so now we also need to add this 10 stack because it depends on that. So we're just going to copy this, and let's just come here and install that. Okay, with that done, so now the other thing is, okay, so they have some prerequisites and all that you need to follow, but let's just forget about that. And what we can do is, let's just come here and let's see. Okay, if I come here, you know what I can do? I can actually just copy all of this, and then I can select all, paste, and save it. Okay, so as you can see, this is the table. We're gonna heavily modify it, but this is the starting point. First thing I will do is I'm gonna minimize this for now, and let's abstract things out. So I'm gonna create something like a div, or maybe not even that. Let's just create this fragment, and then I'm gonna take my table, and then we're gonna take it and put it inside of here. Okay, so everything straightforward so far. Then what we will do is we need to come here, and we need to basically create an input filter. Okay, so that's that. And then we also need the column filter. And then if you come over all the way to the bottom right here, then what we also need is some sort of a, let's see, pagination. Okay, so we need that. So let's start over here, and I think what I can do is, for now, let me see, can I just put the table maybe here, and let's see if this will actually work. So let me do this, and then I'll do data table like that. And okay, so it's complaining because maybe it needs something. Yeah, it needs columns and it needs data, so we definitely need to supply that. So let's come over here, and we're gonna follow a structure. So every component that we have, every page that we have, that's gonna have a table, it's gonna have a columns, and then it's gonna need to get the data somehow. So I'm gonna come here, and I'll do columns.tsx like that. And then what you want to do here is we're just going to come here, and we're going to do export const, and then just do columns. Okay, and then we're just going to do column def. Okay, that's coming from here, and then the type is going to be something. So what is that type? Well, we're going to define that here. So we're going to do export type category, and then it's going to take a category ID. So this is the data that you're getting from your database. That's what we're saying here. And then the other thing we need is the category name like that. So then I can come here, and I can say category, and then it's going to be an array. Okay, and then it's going to be also an array like that. Okay, so now what you want to define is the accessor key. So this is the key. So this is gonna, when you get the data from the database, it's gonna use this key to look for the data to assign to this column. So I'm gonna do category name. Okay, and then it needs a header. Okay, so the header will be basically column, and then what we need is some sort of a column header that we need. and we're going to define that. And then also, if you guys remember, there was these actions. Where did it go? These actions we also need to define, because every row has that. It has these actions. So let's also just say we need actions here. So let me just how about I do this, actions like that. Of course, it's gonna complain. Okay, so I'm gonna save. Okay, so I'm gonna save this, and we need to start creating this column header and then this category. Okay, so let's come over here to the components, and let's just create it piece by piece. So what I will do is I will create a data table column, and we're gonna call it header.tsx like that. And then what we will do is we're just gonna do data table column header like that. Okay, so what is it going to take? Well, it's going to take a couple of things, but before we do that, we need to create an interface. So I will do interface, and then I'm going to do data table column header, and then we're just going to call it props. Okay, and it's going to be t data, and it's going to be t value. Okay, like that. And then it extends something, and then it's going to be React. Let me close this. React, whoops, wow. It's going to be React dot HTML attributes. Okay, and that's going to be HTML div element. So do we have that? Yes, we have it. Okay, so that's that. So let me actually bring this on this line so we can actually see what's going on. And then in here, I'm going to do column, and it's going to be of type column. That's coming from here, and that's going to be t data and then t value like that. And then the other thing I need is a title, and it's going to be a string. Okay, like that. So now what we need to do, we need to take this props and we need to use it. But before we do that, we need to come here to this header, and then we're going to do t data and then t value like that. And then inside of here, we need to pass in something. So this is going to be column, and then we need the title, and then we need a class name, and then this will be of type props, and then it's going to be t data and then t value, and hopefully everything is happy. And then what I will do here after this is we need to basically do like this: if not column dot get can sort. So some columns can be sortable, like for example the email, but some columns maybe you don't want to be sortable, so we're just controlling that, and you're going to see how we're going to pass that. Okay, so if it's not sortable basically, then all you do is just return div class name of say cn, and then class name, okay, and then just the title like that. So that's that. But if it is sortable, then we're going to do something else. So for that, we need what we need is this kind of UI. So how do we get it? Well, we can come here, and if you look in their examples, they actually have something. So let's see. Let me try to find it. So if you come under here, the reusable components under the column header, as you can see, we have this column header. So what I will do is I will copy this all the way up to here, and then we're just going to copy it, and we're just going to paste it right here. And let's just organize this, and of course it's going to be a lot of errors. So what we need to do is, first of all, we need to bring in this the button and the drop down menu. So let's just come here at the top, and let's just bring them here. One thing I will do is take this React, and I'm going to put this on the top, so right here. So that's that, and then this come here. Okay, so it's complaining about the cannot find the drop down menu. So let's come over here, let's go to UI, and let's see if we have the drop down menu. And it looks like we might not have the drop down menu, so we need to install that. So let's come over to drop down menu, and let's just come here, copy this, and I'm gonna come here, we're gonna paste it, install. So that's installed, and this should go away. Yes, it went away. Okay, so now it's talking about these icons, so I think we need to bring in these icons. So let's go back and go back. Okay, so we need to go to the data table, the column. Let's see, it's all the way at the bottom. Okay, so here we have these icons which come from Lucid React. So I'm going to copy these and we can actually put them here, and I think that's it. So you have your column header as a reusable component that we can use. So I'm going to take this out, and now we can come here and we can do something like this. We're going to do data table column header like that. And for columns, what I will do is I'll say column, and then this is going to be simply column, which is coming from our column. Okay, and then also for title, we will just do name, and let's just do this. Okay, so that's that. So let me get rid of this and let's see. So for the row actions, we're going to come to components, and what we will do is we're going to create another component. We're going to call it data table actions.tsx, and then what we will do is we're just going to come here. We're going to do data table actions like that. Okay, so let's save it. So what they have is, if I come here, if you look at their example, they have this let me see, under row actions they have this. So let's just copy this for now, and of course we're going to change this. So we're going to do it a little bit different, but we're going to start off with their example. So let me just put this here. Let me save it. And then what I will do is, let me just get the requirements. So we need these. So actually we need all of this. So let's copy this. And then we're going to paste it here. And hopefully this will take care of everything. So what they have, let me just close this. Okay, so they have this actions, and then they're doing some sort of like a copy thingy, but we don't need that. So what I will do is, let me just get rid of this. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of that, and then what I will do is, we have this on click. So let me just get rid of this also. We're gonna just change it a little bit. So what I will do is, I will do on click. All right, and then for this one, what we will do is, we're going to do table dot options. We're going to do dot meta, and then we will do on edit. Okay, and I'll show you guys where is this meta and all this coming from. But first of all, we need to pass in the table here to this one. So what we will do is, we're going to do row table, and then edit label. The edit label I'm passing is, let's say you have this menu item. When you click on the thing, you want to be able to, whoever's using it, they should be able to change it. So that's why we're doing it like that. And then we need to define the props, of course. So what I will do, I'll say interface. We're going to do data table action, and we're going to do props t data. Okay, like that. And then we need row, and then the row is going to be of type row. That's coming from here, and then it's going to be t data like that. And then we need table, and then this is going to be table, and then it's going to be t data. And then finally we need the edit label. So this is going to be optional. Label, it's going to be optional, and it's going to be of type string. Like that. So what I will do is, I'll take this, and then we can actually just define it here like that, and then it's going to be t data like so. Okay, so that's working well. And then let me see. So now we have to take care of this, but as I said, we'll get to it when time comes. So then what I will do is, I'll say if edit label is defined, then we're just going to use the edit label. Okay, otherwise we're just going to use the generic edit. And then I don't need this one, and then for this one, what I need is, I'm just going to call it delete, and then of course we need to give it a click listener. So what I will do is, let me do this, let me bring this on the next line. So I'm going to copy this, and then what we will do is, we're just going to come here, and then I will do on delete. So let me just organize this a little bit. It looks like we made a mistake here. There you go. So on click, we're just going to call the on delete. Of course, we need to define this. Okay, so this is your data table. One thing we forgot is this item. So what is item? The item is actually the you can get it from the row. So what I can do is I can say item is equal to row dot original. So that's how we're going to get the this one. And then also it's complaining about this t data, so we just need to come here and do t data, so that satisfies that. And then finally at the bottom, what you want to do is instead of exporting this, right, what you want to export is we're going to export a function and we're going to call it create row actions like this, and it's going to be of type t, and then it's going to take let's say edit label as a parameter, and it's going to be of type something. So let's just define the type. So we're going to do type row action, and we're going to do props, and then it's going to have edit label, and it's going to be optional like this. And then over here, what I will do is I'll say row action props like that. And then what you want to do is just give it a default to empty, so you don't get any problems. And then here what I will do is I'll just do generic, and then we'll do generic column def. I think I need to bring this on the next line so we can see it. So I'll do def, and then it's going to take that type t. We're going to do like this, and then finally it's going to return something. So now it's going to complaining that what is generic column def. So the generic column def, we can just come here and define it here, and then what I will do is I'm going to do export, and let's just do type, and we're going to do generic column def, and it's going to be type t, and then we're just going to do column def, this one, and then we're going to do t and unknown. Let's see this one. Okay, and this basically like that. So the reason we're doing t is just for generic types. That's what it is. Okay, then finally what you want to do is you want to give it this an id. So the id is actions. Okay, and then enable hiding, we're just going to do false. The reason why we're doing enable hiding false is, remember how we have this column filter, so we don't want this to hide because of that. And then finally we need to render it. So we're going to do cell, and then it's going to take a row and a table, and then what you want to do is you're just going to do data table actions. So now we can use this one right here. So data table actions, row is actually row, and then table is actually table, and then edit label is going to be, let's see, edit label. Okay, let's just close it off like that. I think I edit label, so that's that. Okay, so let me just bring it over here. Cool. So this, okay, so it doesn't like that, looks like. Okay, so this is your column for the row actions. And then if we now go back here, let me see, then we can actually use it here. So what I can do, I can say create row actions like that, and we need to give it a type. So we're just going to do category, because if you look at them, everything is generic, right? So if you look at it, it's taking the type t. So we need to right here type t. So we need to now specify the type. So it's going to be category, because that's the one we defined, and we're just going to do like this. So that will actually take care of that. Okay, so now we need to take care of this. To do that, we're going to do something called a module augmentation, module augmentation, right? So we're going to do that. So you're going to come over to the data table, right? So that's, I guess, the kind of parent. We're going to do declare module, and we're going to do at 10 stack, and we're going to do react table. And then what you want to do is we're going to take the interface table meta, and then t data extends, we're going to do row data like that. And then what you want to do is you want to define on delete, and it's going to be item t data, okay, like that, and basically returns a void. And then the other one we have is on edit. Again, it takes item of type t data, and then it returns a void. So let me save it, And let's see if we come here and this actually would work. So if I come here, it looks like table meta. So meta should have it. It's table meta. Okay. So it should be table or table meta. So I think that's the mistake, and there you go, that went away. So now we can actually call our own custom functions, and you're augmenting the module. That's pretty, I think, cool. So we're done with the raw actions. I'm going to close this one. We don't need this anymore. And then I think we're just going to keep this for now, but this is the data table. And think, let's see. So one thing we do need to add is if I come here to the bottom, yes, we're missing the table pagination, and we're also missing the input filter. So let's come over here. So all this work will be actually worth it. It's just you need to do it one time, but it's going to be really helpful. So let's come over here and we create a new file, and I'm going to call it data table pagination. So for that, let me just see if they have a component that we can just kind of let's see, reuse it. So pagination, let's see, so can I just copy this as is, and let's just paste it, and let's see. Okay, so that's pretty cool. We just got pagination right out of the box. And then there's the other thing we need is the column toggle. So if I come here to column toggle, then as you can see, this is the column toggle. We're gonna see, maybe, let's see, can I just copy this as is, and then we can just come here and say I don't know, create a new file, I guess, data table view options. So let's see, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do data table view options.tsx, and let's just paste it here, and let's see. So data table view options and toggle columns, yeah. So let's just close it, and then what we can do is, this is the column filter I was talking about. So let's see if we can actually just use it here. Can I just do data table view options, and it needs a table, so it's gonna be a table like that. Let's just save it, and that's that. Let me just gonna go back here. And the table is still not going to show because we still are not providing a data, but we're going to fix that. And also what we need to do is, I think we can also use the pagination. And if I come here, I can do data table pagination, like so. So this pagination takes a couple of things. So we're going to have to, well, first of all, it needs a table. So table is table, and that's that. So that takes care of that, and the last thing left is this input filter. Okay, so for the input filter, we're going to create another component, and it's going to be data table input filter.tsx, like that. And let's just create our component, and it's going to be data table, we're just going to call it filter input. Let me see. Let's just copy this and let's fix this. So data table filter input. Okay, so that's that. So it's going to take some props. Okay, and then what we will do is we're just going to come here, and it needs, of course, a column, and of course it needs the table. So definitely we need to fix the spelling, and it needs a table like that. So we need to now define an interface. Lots of interfaces and generics, but we're going to do data table input filter props. Okay, like that. So what it does is, of course, going to be that t data. So it's all like generics here, man. So we're going to do a column. This is going to be a string, and then what we need is the table, and then this is going to be table, and then t data. Cool. So now I'm gonna take this, and then we're just gonna come here and then to data, and then of course we need to tell it what t data is. So that's coming from here. All right, so that's that. So then what we can do is we can come here, get rid of this, and we're gonna create an input from this one, and let's just close it. So what do you put inside of here? Okay, so first of all, let's just start with the placeholder, and I'm going to do filter dot dot dot. So this is what the user will see, and then the value is going to be table, okay, dot get column, like that, and that's going to be the column. And then what we will do, if we have it, dot get filter, and then you want to do filter value, okay, like that, as string. Okay, so that's what we have. If we don't have that, then basically just do empty, like that. And then on change, what you want to do is going to fire off an event. Okay, and then what we want to do, we're going to do table dot get column, and then you're going to do column, and then we're just going to do set filter value, and what's the value is going to be the event.target.value. So let's say when you type something in the input, it's going to basically filter the columns based on that value. So that's all we are saying here. And then finally, we're just going to give it a class name, and that's going to be max width sm. That. So I'm going to close that, and then we can come over here to our data table, and we're just going to use it here. So let me get rid of this, and then we can do data table, and what is it, filter input. Okay, it takes a table, so table is table. Okay, and what else does it need? It needs a column. We're going to give it that column, but for now let's close it here, because now that's going to be passed through to us through here. So let's come over here to the data table props, and let's fix this. So we have columns, we have data, and what else do we need? So we need something for pagination. So we're going to do total number of entries, and then we need a filter column, the one we're going to be filtering on. It's going to be a string, and then on row delete, these are two functions we're going to get called back. Item top t data, and returns a void. I'm going to copy this one time, not two times, and then this is going to be on row edit. This is going to be actually row delete. So that's that. And then this filter column is actually going to be used here. Let me see, like that. So that will take care of that. Now it's complaining, cannot find name filter column. Oh, sorry, we defined the props. We need to define these here. So let me just copy these, and then let's see if I can just paste it here. Yes, so we just need to get rid of this, the types, because these are just the props that we're passing to this component. And let's just get rid of this, like that, and there you go. So let's save it, and there you go, that's happy. And so now we can close this one. Now what we need to do is, just a little bit work is left. We need to define a set of properties, and we also need to define, take care of the, like when pagination happens, we need to get new data. So how is that going to work? When somebody hits the delete or the edit button, how is that going to work? So all of this now we need to take care of that. Woo, a lot of plumbing here, guys, a lot of plumbing. Okay, so let me close this, and let's start off with sorting first. So we're going to do sorting and set sorting. Okay, and for this one, what we will do is react.use state. Okay, and then it's going to be sorting state. Okay, like that, and that's going to be an empty array. So I think we need to bring in react like that. And I think if you come here, let me just expand this. And if we come here to sorting, I think they talk about it here. See sorting, it's here. And then if you go to column filtering, then as you can see, column filtering is also defined here. So let me just copy this. Don't need to type it. And then we can just paste it here. Let's see, column filter state. Boom, like that. So that comes from here. And then the other thing is column visibility. So let me just copy that from, let's see here. I'm going to take this and copy it here. And let's see, can I just do this? Yep. Let me just organize everything a little bit. Okay, so that's for the, let's see. Let me bring this over here, and then that's for column visibility. And then we need one for pagination. So if I come here, do they have one for pagination? Let's see. Okay, they don't have something here. We're just doing it a little bit different. So I'm going to leave this here, and what I will do is I'll come here, and what we need is, we're just going to do const, and you want to do pagination, and then you want to do set pagination. Okay, and then what I will do is I'm going to do react use. You could do use state by itself, but I'm just going to do it like this, and then it's going to be a pagination state like that. And then what do you put inside? Well, page index is going to be 0, and then page size. So by default our page sizes are going to be 10. What that means is we're just going to display 10 items at a time. Then you have to hit next to go to the next page, the next page, like that. Okay, so let's do this, and now we need to come over here and supplement this use react table with all that. So we have data, we have columns, and then we have a core row model, but what we need is now the sorting and all that. So if I come here, let me expand this a little bit more. Okay, so for example, if I go to sorting, as you can see how they're doing the sorting and then set sorting. So we need to kind of do that. So I'm going to copy, let's see. So we want to take this. Okay. We're going to copy this, and then we're just going to paste it here. And let's just do that. Okay, so it's complaining about this. So let's see, it's coming from here. And then we also need, so we got the unsorting change, we have that. On sorted row model, we have that. And then after that, on column filter, we need that one. So if I go to filtering, and as you can see, you have this one. So let me copy these, and then you can come here and paste it. So we need this one. Okay, so that's for column filtering, and of course don't forget to do the column filters. So let me just come here and put that here. I think I forgot to see. Yeah. Okay, and then we also need for pagination. So if I come here to pagination, then let's see, do they have one? Yes. So if I just copy this one, then what I can do is I can just paste it here. Of course we need to do this, that. Okay, one thing you have to do is we are controlling the pagination ourselves. So for that, what you have to do is this. You're going to come here and you're going to do pagination change, or you're going to do set pagination. And the other thing you want to do is manual pagination. You want to set that to true, and then also row count. We're just going to do that to total. Again, because we're doing pagination ourselves, it's done on the server side, so you have to do it this way. Okay, and then finally what you want to do is you want to define the meta like that, and then what you want to do is on delete. Okay, so that's the function, and whoa, and then what you want to do is you want to call your on row delete and pass in the item, and then also we have this other one which is the on row on edit, is it called? Yes, on edit we're just gonna get past an item, and we're just gonna call the on row edit like that, and just gonna get past the item. So we need the comma here. I think yes, that fixes everything. And then also in the state, you also want to do a column visibility. Let me see, column visibility, and the other thing you want to do is pagination. Wow, that's a lot of work. Okay, so this is your powerful table. We're still not done yet, so what we need to also do is come here, and we need to do two things. First of all is just create a use effect. Okay, all right, and when do we trigger this? Well, every time somebody pagination changes, I think I need to do this and I need to do that. Okay, and then we also, when the path changes, what is path actually? I need to define it. So I'm going to do path name is equal to use path name. That's coming from next navigation. So then here I can do path name like that. Okay, and then finally the router. So let's see, what we can do is we can do const router is equal to use router from next navigation, and I'll tell you why we do that. Okay, so inside of here, what we can do is we can do like this: const page is equal to pagination dot page index into page size. We're just going to do a little bit of math. Okay, so what is page size? Well, we need to define it. So if I come over here to my libutils, then what you can do is I'm going to do export const page size. It's going to be 10 like that. So let's go back like this, and actually here I think I should do the same. It's going to be page size from here and then here. Okay, so that's good. We want to do take. Okay, and then take is equal to pagination. Let me close this. Pagination dot page index. Okay, we're going to do page size like that, plus okay, page size like that. Okay, once that is done, then you're just going to do router dot push. Okay, and then you're going to do like this. Close this one, and then we're going to do path name. Okay, and then page is equal to page. So again, guys, remember the reason why we're doing this is because pagination is happening on the server side, not on the client side. So that's why we're doing it this way. And we're going to do and limit, and it's actually very fast if you do it on the server. And we're going to do take. Okay, so basically what we're saying here is, so let's say you're on page number 0, right? So it's going to page index is going to be 0. So 0 times 10 will be 0. And then how many items are we taking? So it's going to be again 0 plus 10. So it's 10. So let's say now you go to the next page. So then this is going to be, index will be 1. 1 times 10 is 10. And then it's going to be 10 plus 10 is 20. So now you're taking the next 10 items. So that's how pagination is going to work. So I hope that makes sense. Okay, so now we can see, with all this done, we can start to see the benefit of our, fruit or whatever you want to call it. One thing I see is we have the set column visibility and its complaint, and I think that's because we need to come here and probably use it here. So we're just going to do on column visibility change. We need to do set column visibility like that. All right, so everything is green. All right, so now let's come here and now let's grab the data from the database and let's see is whatever we cooked to see if it actually will work. It's gonna blow in our face. Okay, so now we're in the categories table and now we need to start actually using this. But before we do that, let's just pass in the data in here. And the way we're gonna do this, we're just gonna do basically data, and then data is of type something. So we're just gonna do props, and then what's props? I'm gonna do props is equal to data, and then we're gonna do category ID. It's gonna be a number, and then we need a category name is a string. So remember, it's going to be an array because you're getting from the database, and then also we need the total, and that's going to be a number like that. So with that done, then data is here, so I can come here and I can do data is data. So that satisfies this guy. Let's see, props is missing the following props. Category you need to come here and you need to do data dot data. That should satisfy it. Okay, we also need let me just come here. So you need to give it that total. So that's gonna be data dot total. So that will be that, and then we need to give it the filter column. So we wanna filter by which column? It's gonna be category name. And the other thing we need is the on row delete. So this is going to be handle row delete, and then we also need one for handle on row edit. So this is going to be handle row edit. Okay, let's create these. So we're just going to come here. I'm going to do const on row edit. It's going to be item category. Let's see, would this work? Category like that, and then I can, for example, just console is for now, so you can see if at least is working. And then I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it, and then for this one it's going to be the row edit. We're just going to do row edit. So what I will do is, let me just do delete so we know which one is being called, and for this one what I will do is I'm going to do edit, and we're just going to know it's that one. Okay, so this is all good. Now we need to pass in the data. So for that, we're just going to come here to the page and we're going to do it here. So this is a so the categories table, this one, that's actually that's going to be a client component because we're doing the on clicks and all. So I'll do use client. I'm going to save it. Okay, but for this is actually running on the server. So we're going to get the data here and pass it over there. So before we do that, what we need is because remember how if I go to the data table, right, how we are doing the pagination here. So we're passing it and we're doing page and the limit. So now will be a good time to actually get that data and use it. So let's come here and then I can do search params, and then what we need to do, we need to say search params. Okay, and we're just gonna do, let me see, so what did we do here? It was actually, let's see, page and limit. Okay, so we have page, and so I think we can do type number and limit of type number like that. Okay, so let's say I can, for now starters, if I come here, log, and actually before logging that we need to grab it. So I can come here and I can do is equal to await search params. So this await is actually Nextjs 15. If you were in Nextjs before 15, you wouldn't have to do that. So it's kind of like a breaking change, I guess. I don't know. So I will do async and that await will work. So let's just come here and do params. I'm going to save it and let's just refresh this. So if I come here to categories and if I do, let's say here, see, let me expand this. So as you can see, page 10, limit 20. And if I come here and let me just do this, and if I show you guys on the console, so we are getting the page and then the limit. As you can see, a string. So we need to convert it to a I guess a number. So I'm gonna actually do string here. Then I'm gonna do string and I'm gonna save it like that. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to grab these values. So the way we're gonna do this is I'm gonna do const offset is equal to parse int. Okay, and then we're going to do params dot, it's going to be limit. Okay, if we have it, take it, otherwise we're just going to do 10. And then for the next one, let me just duplicate it, and then this one is actually take, and then for this one I'm going to do limit like that. Okay, so now that we have these, what we can do now is make a call to the database and get the values from the database. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to do const. Okay, and we're going to do categories, and then I'm going to do total, and then you're just going to do await Prisma dot and transaction. And now here I'm going to run this. We're going to do this array so we can run this multiple, I guess, transactions. So it's going to be Prisma dot, and it's going to be book categories dot find many, like that. And to find many, to do pagination in Prisma, you can do skip, and it's going to be offset. Whoop. Okay, and then it's going to be take will be take. So that's how you do pagination. And then Prisma dot book categories dot, we're just going to do account, like that. So finally then I can come here and then I can say categories, let's see, categories table. We can use this now, and I'm going to do data, and then data is going to be categories, and then total is going to be total, like that. And I'm going to just close this and let's save it. Oh, look at that. So there you go. So it looks like our table is actually coming. It looks nice, I would say. Let me see. So if I do this, here's the filter, by the way, so you can show and hide this. Now there's one problem, is that we're not seeing the data. One problem I see is I'm using limit and limit. That's the problem with copy and paste. So I think what I should do is params dot page. Is that what it is? Oh, look at that. That's coming nice. As you can see, fiction, drama, JavaScript, whatever, Python, that's the one we added. And these are the actions that we added. Let me see if I hit it. Edit. So let me just go to inspect. Let's go to console. Oh, would you look at that? So fiction, if I go to, let's say, Python and I say delete, is it deleting Python? Yes, yes. Okay, there's one problem. I want them to be right here at the very end, and the table is kind of very big. I think we can contain this. So how can we do that? Let's come back here, go back to the data table. Can we do it here? So if I come to here and let me just add a div here, and let's just go all the way. Let's just minimize this so we can see where the end of it is. So I can come here. Whoa, I can do here. And then I can do a class name. Let's just do container. Let's save it. Okay, that's something happened. mx-auto. Okay, and then max. What I will do is I'm gonna do max-width-4xl. That's what I'm talking about. That's nice and centered and it's beautiful. And the other thing problem is, again, you guys can see these ones. I need to fix these. So for that, I think let me see. So this was, if I go to columns, we have row actions, and then we have this drop down menu. So I think what we can do is, let me see, can I just do div dot, and then can I do flex and justify end? I think then we can take the whole drop down menu, and let's see if I can just put it here. Will this work? Yes, yes, this works. The other problem is the spacing. I want them to be spaced a little bit. So let me close this and let me close this, and let's see. So where's that coming from? I think, can we do space dash y dash 2? Alrighty, man, I'm telling you, this table is beautiful. You guys will see how insane is useful it's going to be when now we do the other one. This is going to be just plug and play. You just copy and paste basically. We're not going to touch this table anymore. We're just going to be touching this. Basically all we're doing is just creating this, and that's one thing, and see if I can add more than 10 items and see if pagination actually works. So let me go over here and just quickly add a couple of items. Cool, so I've added, I don't know, a couple of items. As you can see, we have a next page, and there you go, pagination actually works. As you can see on the top, the query also changes, so we're doing 10 to 20, but if I go back, boom, it's 0 to 10. So it looks like pagination is working super cool, and I'm loving this. So now what we need to do is take care of editing and deleting items. So how about we start with delete, because that's the easiest one. But before I even do that, let's try the filter. So if I filter by name, let's say drama, look at that, JavaScript, test. I like this. All right, so let's go and minimize this right like that. So what we need to do is when we do the delete, we want to show a user like a confirmation dialog, and we can create a component that can reuse all over the place. So to do that, we need to install alert dialog, and it's basically that's what I'm talking about. So let's go over on to here and copy this, come here. You guys know the drill by now, and force it. Cool, so that's installed, and then what I'll do is I'll come over here and let's come over to components, add a new component, and we're just going to do confirmation dialog.tsx, and then let's just create it. Cool, like that. All right, so what do we do in here? Well, you know what, let's just copy their example. So let me copy this, and I'm going to paste it here like so, and then I'm going to copy this, and then let's just bring it here. Okay, let's just organize it and let's save it. Okay, so we need to pass it some parameters, and let's just come here, and the first one is a message, and whoop, and then we need to pass it open, and then we need to pass it on close, and then we also need to pass it on confirm, like that. Okay, so once we have that, then what we need to do is we need to define what these are. So let's come here. So message is going to be a string, and then did I type this correct? Yes. Okay, and then open is going to be a boolean, like that. And then what we need is on close. So on close is going to be a function that returns a void, and then finally we need on confirm, that is going to be a function that's going to return void. I think I made a mistake here. It should be this, so that's looking good. Okay, so also here, I don't know why, but anyway, so what we need to do now is fix this. Man, a lot of typos actually for some reason. Okay, so alert dialog. So what we will do is we're gonna do open, and it's going to be open. Okay, and then on open change is going to be on close. So that's that. So they're using a trigger. We're not actually using a trigger, so I'm going to get rid of this. And then what we need to do is we're just going to leave the are you absolutely sure, but for this one, the description, what I will do is I will put our message, and now we have the cancel and confirm or continue. So on the this one, what I will do is I'm just going to do on click, and I'm going to call the on confirm, like that. Okay, so I'm going to save it. I'm going to get rid of this one. We don't need it, and I'm going to save. Cool. So that's the confirmation dialog done, and let's see how we can use it. So back here at the categories table, I'm going to close this. What I will do is I have the data table. Let's put this in a fragment first, and what I will do is I'm going to do this, and then what we will do is we're just going to do confirmation dialog, like that. And of course we need to now first of all, let's just define the message. The message will be basically something like, you know, by continuing you're going to delete the not the book, the category, continue, yes, blah blah blah. Okay, so what we need here now is we need to define some states. Okay, so first of all, const, we're going to do open confirmation dialog, and then we're going to do set open confirmation dialog. So let's just do this, and then I'm going to do this. Wow, this. Okay, this is going to be a use state. It's like that, and then it's going to be false. Okay, so that's one. And then what I will do here is I'm just going to do open is going to be let's see, open confirmation dialog, and then set what is it on close, it's going to be set open confirmation dialog, and then we need the confirm. Actually this should be set open confirmation dialog to false. Okay, so that's that. We need for the confirm, we're going to get to that. So now let's define these callbacks here. I'm going to come here and I'm going to do handle confirm is equal to it's going to be an async function, and let's just take this, and then I can come here and I can do on confirm. I'm going to do handle confirm. Okay, so that satisfies this one. So let's go over here first and do the delete. Okay, so one thing we need to do is when we hit the edit or delete button, we need to remember what item the user is trying to delete or edit. Anyway, so what we can do is I'm going to do const, and I'm going to do item to action. We're going to do set item to action, and it's going to be use state, and it's going to be of type category, and it's going to be nothing from in the beginning. The other thing also I need is a const open, and then the other thing is set open, and then this is going to be a use state, and then it's going to be a false, like that. And then finally we need a path name, so that's going to be use path name from next navigation, like so. Okay, so let's go over to handle row delete. So what you want to do is you're going to do set open confirmation dialog. and we're going to set this to true. Okay, and then we're going to do set item to action is going to be item. Cool, save it. So let's come here, and if I hit delete, I should see the confirmation dialog. There you go. So that worked. So if I hit continue, it should actually delete it, but nothing's going to happen. So I'm going to hit cancel. It's going to close it. So let's see. In the confirm, what we want to do is, first of all, we're going to close the confirmation dialog. So we're going to set this to false, and then we're going to do if item to action. If the user has an item to action, then we should go ahead and delete it. So one thing I will also do is I'm going to do toast is equal to use toast, like that. Cool. And then we will just do a message which is gonna say let's see, I don't know, in here toast, and then we're just gonna say, what is it, message or is it description, and then we're just gonna say item deleted, something like that. Okay, so that's that, and then now we need to go over to action, and we need to create one to delete the category. So I'm going to copy this, delete category. We need to supply the category ID, so we're just going to do category, just say ID. That should be enough. It's going to be a number, and then what we will do is it's going to be in a transaction. We're just going to do delete. And then we're just going to do a where clause, and it's going to be ID. Whoop, category ID is ID. So what we're saying is delete a category by this ID, and boom, done. Okay, I'm just gonna do this. I don't need to return anything, so we're just deleting stuff. So I'm gonna save it, and we're gonna go back here, and let's see. So inside of here, what I will do is I'm going to start a transition from React. And what we will do inside of here is have an async function, and let's do an await. We're just going to do delete category, and it needs a category, so item to action dot category ID and the path name. So that's what it needs, and if everything went well, this should delete it actually. So let's save it, and let's come here, and let's say, you know what I will do actually, pretty nice. So let's test it. So if I come here now, and let's say I want to delete test 6, right? So I'm going to say delete. Delete item 6, deleted. Pretty cool. So as you can see, let's go to the next page and delete 7. So if I come here, delete, boom, so no results on this page. So if I go back, there we go. So that's actually working. So if I continue, there you go. If I delete, there you go. Now 4, blah blah blah. Let's delete test 1, delete. All right, that's working. I like it. Okay, so that's for the delete. Now what we need is one for the edit. So for the edit, what we need to do is, let's close this. I think we're done with this one. Is I need to bring in the, let me close this, add category dialog. I need to bring in that, and we need to, let me see, do I have, yes, I have that open here. So what I will do is I'm going to do open is equal to open, open. Okay, and then the other thing we need is set open is equal to set open, and then what else do we need? We need a category, so that category be going to be item to action. Okay, it's complaining here. Let's go to alert dialog and see what was the error though. It's not assigned type string. Interesting. Why is it string? Let's go over here and let's see. Yeah, actually, I don't know why we define it as string. It should be actually category, and now I think that error should go away. So if I come here, yes, that went away. Okay, so as I said before, we're going to be using the same kind of dialog for both editing and I don't know, creating a new one. So that's what we're going to do here. So let's come here and first of all create a use effect hook. And the way it's gonna run is if there's a category, and then we're going to do if there's a category, then what you do is form.setValue. Okay, and then we're going to do the cat ID is going to be the let's see, category dot category ID, and then the category name is going to be the category name. So let's see, did I say name or did we call it let's see, category name? Yeah, that's what we called it. So I'm gonna go back. Oh, sorry, what am I saying? It's the form actually we're talking. So we're gonna set these values here, and let's see, why is this guy complaining? Because the form is missing. Okay, so we can add that dependency, that's no problem. How about that? Okay, that's happy. So I think at this point, if I come here and I hit edit, let's see, does it actually show up? Let's see, I think we probably are missing something. When I hit, oh yes, so what we need to do is, first of all, we need to set item to action, and that's gonna be the let's see, item, and then the other thing we need to do is set open to true. Cool. So now if everything went well, if I hit edit, look at that, we have fiction. If I come here to Python, we have Python. Cool. So that is working. So let's go back here and let's see how we can now use, I think it is submit. Now before we do that, I think what we need is create another action, and that action is going to be called update category. So I'm going to come here, copy and paste this. So I mean, you could use upsert. Upsert is either edit or add, but I'm just doing it this way. Doesn't matter, they're the same thing. So I'm going to do update category, and it's going to take a ID, an ID, a name, that's the new name, and the path. So then what I will do is the same thing, transaction, but instead I'll do update, and then what you want to do is you're just going to do where category ID is ID, so that's that, and then data, that's the new name, so that's that. I think I don't need to return anything. I'm just going to do this. Okay. One thing maybe we want to do is we're just gonna be safe. We're just gonna do if not ID, then we're just gonna do a throw new error saying missing. So I'm gonna save it, and let's go back to, let's see, we were here, so we can actually do it here. And then what we're gonna do this is, so we have this on submit, and let's just do like this. Let's put everything in a try catch like so. So then I'm gonna take everything and we're just gonna put it right here, and then if there's an error, I will just console log the error like that. And how about we also just do toast. Okay, so now we need to come here and we need to check if we have a category. If there's a category passed to us, then basically we're going to do one thing, otherwise we're going to do the other thing. So what we're going to do is, if there's a category, we're doing an update, right? But if not, then we're adding, basically that's what we're doing. And the other thing I will do is actually I'm going to do let message is equal to that, and then in here I'm just gonna just cut this out. So let's say the default is, I don't know, saving, and then I'm just gonna do a message like that. So the reason I don't want to do the toast in both places, so that's why I did it like this. And then what you want to do here is wait, and then we're just going to do update category. So we're just going to give it the ID, which is the item to, I don't know, category dot category ID, and then the name is going to be values dot name, that's the new name, and then we're just going to give it the path. So that's that. And then for the message, what I will do, I'll say category updated like that. Okay, so let's save it, and if everything went well, we should be able to now edit. So let's say this test2, I want to update it, so I'm going to do edit, and let's say I'm going to test 22. So let's save it. Oh, look at that, it changed. That's pretty cool. Let's see if I want to change I don't know, Python, and I'm gonna do Python for, I don't know, something like that, beginners, and there you go, that changed. So now let's say I can also delete this one, delete, that's gone. I can delete this one, and let me delete this one because, you know, they're just not what we want. But I'm gonna go add Python. There you go, saving works. How about robotics? That works. How about, I have drama, I have this thriller, Save. Cool. So that completes the kind of categories table. You can see I can filter, we can add, we can delete, we can do so much. So the next thing maybe we should do is move on to the catalog so we can start adding the books. All right, now let's move on to the catalog because that's gonna require some work. So let's just come here and do this. Let's go to catalog, and there's nothing here at this point. So I'm gonna come here and let's close everything. I'm gonna leave the actions open because we'll need it. So here is the categories, and then in here I think we need to create a catalog group so we can just group everything. So let's just come here and do catalog like so. Okay, within this I'm gonna create a columns .tsx, and then what I will do is I'm just gonna do this. Actually, I don't need this. So what we can do first of all is we need to define these types. The first one is photo. So every photo has ID. It's going to be number. And then every photo is going to have a URL. By the way, we're going to be setting up Firebase for this, but yeah. And then the other thing is I need to export a type. It's going to be book. The book is going to take a book ID. It's going to be a type number. Name is going to be of type string. So I don't need to type it. I'm just going to take it from my notes. And I'm going to come here. So we need number of copies, the ISBN, and then if you guys remember when we were setting up the database, so we did it at that time. And the book category links, remember I talked about it. This is the Junction table, so we're just going to see the category that this book belongs to. This is the book photos, and then the author and the publish year. So that's all. We discussed that. Now let's define the columns for the book table. So what we can do is we're going to do export const, and we're just going to do columns, and you want to give it the column def, that's this one, and the type is book, and it's going to be an array. So this is kind of the same deal we did for the category. So from now on it's just like repetition. This just initially was a lot of work, but anyway, so what we can do is start defining the accessor key. The accessor key is book underscore photos, right? So for every book we're going to show like a nice thumbnail, so you can see which book it is. Okay, enable sorting. Enable sorting is going to be false. You don't want to be sorting those images. And then the other thing we want is a header. So the header is going to take the column. Okay, let me close this, and then what it's going to give you is data table. And it's going to be data table column header, so it's going to be this one, and then column is going to be column. Okay, and then the title, we're just going to give it image or photo, whatever you want to call it. You know what, let's just say cover, I don't know, I'll just leave it at image. Let me do that, and then what I will do is basically just copy these. So what we need is one for name, we need one for ISBN, publish year, number of copies is active. Okay, so let's do it one by one. So for this one, this is the name of the book, and we don't need this one, so I'm going to get rid of this one, and I want to enable, sorry, what am I saying? We want to enable sorting on this one, so I'm going to basically, if you leave it, the default is actually true, and then for this one the name is actually name. Then the next one is ISBN. Okay, and then this one again, we don't want to enable sorting on this one, and then for the header what I will do is I'm gonna say ISBN like that. And then for this one, one thing you can do is, let's say you have custom, you wanna customize the way the data displayed in the columns, you can actually do that. So this is how you do it. So I will come here and I'm going to do cell, and then I can do a row, and then what you want to do is you can basically say, you know, row dot get value. Okay, and it's going to be ISBN. So now ISBN, if you guys look on the any book, it's got those dashes. So to do that, we can just use a utility function. And if I come here to lib utils, then we can just write it here. So what I will do is I'm going to do export function, and we're going to say format ISBN like that. It's going to take ISBN as a string. We're going to do clean ISBN is equal to ISBN dot replace, not repeat, dot replace, and you want to do anything. Actually, you don't want these. Okay, so you want to do like this. Okay, globally, and then so you remove all non-digit characters, what we're trying to do here. Then the next thing we want to do is if clean ISBN dot length does not equal to 10. So ISBN is actually either 10 or 13 digits, right? And clean ISBN dot length does not equal is equal to 13. If it's not 10 or 10 and 13, then basically just return null, right? And then what we can do is let's see, the other thing we can do is if ISBN clean ISBN dot length is equal to 10, do the regex thingy on it. So we're going to do return, and we're going to do clean ISBN dot, we're just going to do replace. Okay, and we're just going to do this weird kind of regex, and I'm going to come here, and here I will do this one. So okay, so what do you put in here? Okay, so inside of here I'm gonna do basically this. We're gonna create these kind of groups. Okay, and I will do, like, let's say the first digit and then $1. So when you do $1, you're creating these groups, and then here I can do basically let's see, $1 like that, right? And then you can do dash, and you can do $2. So what is $2? Well, we can just come over here, and then we're gonna do this one dash d, then 3, like that. So that's basically regex for you, where you are creating these groups to format the ISBN. It looks like we messed up the somewhere our comma or something. So let's see where the problem is. Oh, I think this is not dollar. Yeah, it should be like this. And the other mistake is this one. It should be this. Anyway, so you get the idea. This is how you kind of parse it. I'm not going to type it because it's a lot of typing. But this should be ISBN. This should be ISBN. And then this is ISBN. But basically that's the idea, right? You're kind of doing these groups. You're saying 1, the third, first, third, something like that. You're creating these groups and you're just putting them together, and then you are just doing this dash in between. So that's how you parse the ISBN. So I'm going to save it, and then I'm going to go back. And then here what I can do then is I can do format IS. Let me see, why is it not ISBN? There you go. So now it's coming, and then I can just put it here. So when we start adding the books, you will actually see this being displayed, and it will make more sense. Okay, so after ISBN, then what we need is publish year. So we need that one, and then for publish year, we're just going to come here. We're just going to do publish year. So that's that. And then also after publish year, we need number we need number of copies. Okay, and for that one I'm gonna do total, just say number of copies, and for this one let's see, we're just gonna do enable sorting false. That makes sense. And finally we have is active, right? Whether this book is active. So if it's inactive, you don't want to show it on the I guess on the front. And then for this one, what I will do is, first of all, let's change this to active. And because it's stored as a boolean, as a 1 or 0 in the database, so we want to show like maybe a checkbox or something like that. So the way we're going to do this is as I did here with the cell thingy. You can do cell, okay, and then it's going to take a row, and then what you want to do is you want to come here. We're going to do row.get value. Okay, and that's going to be is active. Okay, if this value is present, then we're just going to do check from Lucid React size. I'm just going to do 16. And then what you want to do is we're just going to give it a class name. The class name is going to be text-green, and it's going to be 500, like that. And if the is false, then you just do circle off, like that. Same thing, size 16. And the class name we're just going to give text-red-500, like that. So let's save it, and this will actually be our columns. But in the end, don't forget to do that create row actions, because that's important, and as a book is going to be the type. Okay, so that takes care of that. So we can just close this because we're done with this. And then what we need here under the catalog is the catalog table, actually. So let me just create a catalog table.tsx. Okay, and we're just going to do this, and it's going to be a catalog. So let's go ahead and how about we add a button here, which is going to be the add book button. It's going to be the same thing as we did for the category. So actually what we will do is we're going to come here, we're going to do yeah, this one. So I'm going to copy and paste this, and then we can rename it to, let's say, add book, and then get rid of this. Whoop. Okay, and then let's change it to add book button. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, and let's just say add book. Okay, man. Okay, I need to, we're going to create a separate dialog which is going to be add book dialog. So I'm going to get rid of this. Let's save it. Let's get rid of this. Let's save it. And then we're just going to go back to, let's say, this one, or is it the page? I think it's the page. So on this page, so that's the admin page. And then what we can do is we're just going to do add book button. Let's save it and see what happens. Boom, there you go, that's your button. And then what we want to do after that is we need that table. So we're just going to do catalog table. Let's just do like that, save it, and boom, there's your catalog table. Of course, we need to add stuff to it, which we're going to do. So here's the catalog table. But you know what we can do is we can actually start grabbing the data. So you remember how we did for the categories? If I go to page, so let's just come here, and just going to copy everything because they are all doing the same kind of pagination. So I'm going to go over to the page, which is right here, and then I'm going to do this, and let's paste it. Okay, so search params, and then what I'm going to do is come here, and let's just copy this, and then we're going to go back here, and we're just going to do this. Okay, so this one needs to be okay, so that's that. So let's save it. Okay, so now over here what we can do is we're just going to do const, and we're just going to do books and total. Okay, and then what you want to do is await Prisma dot, let me close this. Okay, I think it didn't bring Prisma dot transaction, and then for the transaction we're just going to do Prisma dot books. Let's see, books, and we're just going to do find many, like that. And then I'm going to do skip, and skip is going to be offset, and then for take, it's going to be take, like that. Okay, so after that what we can do is we need to now select which columns we want to spit out, right? So remember how if I come here and go to the columns, we have these columns. So pretty much you want to grab all these columns. So I'm going to close this, and we're just going to come back here, and let's just do them one by one. So we need the book ID. Okay, so I'm going to grab this one, and you want to do true. So that's how you actually grab columns from your database in Prisma. But you specify the column name and then setting it to true, and then the other is name, so I'm going to set that to true. Then we also need number of copies, so that's true. Then we also need the ISBN, so that is true. And then we also need is active, so I'm going to take that, that is true. And then publish year, so we're just gonna grab that, that is true. And then author, that one. And then finally we need the book photos, because I said we're going to be showing that thumbnail. So what I will do is I'm going to go say book photos, so it's going to go to the book table, right? That's what we're saying. And then we're going to select from that table the photo ID, that's true, and then the URL, that is true. Okay, so once you're done with that, then we also need the book category links. And then what we want to do is select, and we want to select the category ID, so we're going to set that to true. Okay, so that will actually do that. And then finally we also want to get the count, so we're just going to do books.count. Just going to do this. Okay, so that will set us up to when we are ready to pass it to the catalog table, the books and the total number. Okay, so now let's go ahead and add the add book dialog, so that when we hit this, it's going to show up and we can add our book. So let's come over here to components, and what I will do is I'm going to create new component .tsx, and then we're just going to do this, and we're just going to do add book dialog like that. So let's save it. So it's going to take a couple of props, so let's just define those. So I'm going to do type props, and then it's going to be open, and there's going to be a boolean, and then the other one we need, and then what we need is set open. I think I need a comma here, so I'm gonna add one. Okay, so we need set open, and then set open is actually going to be a react dot, it's going to be a dispatch, okay, and then it's going to be a react dot set state action of type boolean. So I think I should close this so we can see what's going on. And then finally we need a book, and the type is going to be book that we created. So now this one I'm going to make it optional right here, because we're going to be in the same dialog for creating and for editing a book. Anyway, so let's come over here, and we're just going to do open, we're going to do set open and then book, and they're going to be of type the props like that. All right, so then over here what we can do is we're going to create a dialog. Okay, this is going to be coming from this one, and then open is going to be open. Okay, and then the other one we need is, let's say, on open change, and that's going to be set open like that. So let's just do this, and then what we'll do is a dialog. We need a dialog content, so it's going to be this one, and then what you want to do is a dialog header, this one, and then what you want to do is the dialog title. We're just going to call it add book like that, and then just to suppress a warning, we're just going to add a dialog description like that. Okay, so now that we have that, one thing we can do is actually let's show this. So if we go back to, let's say, where we have this add book button, let me just go over to this one here, then what we can do is we can just do add dialog, add book dialog like that, this one, and then we can pass it open is equal to open, and then the set open is actually set open. Cool. So if I just come here and do this, so that will satisfy that. Let me save everything. So if I hit add book now, it should show the dialog, but it's not. Let's see why. Let me just refresh it, hit it, there you go. So add book is coming up, and now we can start adding stuff to it. Okay, so let's go back to the add book dialog. I'm going to click on it, and then we're going to add the form here. Now obviously to have the form we need to define the schema, so I'm going to do const form schema is equal to z, okay, from zod, and we're just going to do object like that. And then for this one we need id, which is z.number, okay, and then we're going to do default of -1. Just kind of the same idea where, that we did with the other one. with the categories, and then it's going to have a name. There's going to be a z.string, and then minimum of 2. We want the book, you know what, 1. Maybe there's a book with a name like that. I don't know if there's a book with no name, but yeah, that's what we have. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to give it an ISBN number. The ISBN is going to be a string, and then minimum of 10, and then we're gonna do a max of 13, like that. And then also we need the author. It's gonna be z.string. And then what I will do is I'm gonna copy the other ones. So what we need is, first of all, we need a comma here. Okay, like that. And then I'll just do this. So we need the publish here, and we're saying this is a number. So the way you do this with the for make is coerce it, and we're saying it must be a positive number and finite. The number of copies, same idea, it's a number. Category is an array, right? Because we are using the IDs of the category ID, but we'll be displaying the name. I'm going to show you guys. And then we're just going to have at least one, a book should belong to at least one category. And then the photo is going to be an array of photos. So that's that. So let's close this one. All right, so then we're going to come here and let's just define some states. Okay, so we have categories. And we're going to do set categories. Okay, and then this is going to be a use state. Okay, that's coming from React. And now this will be of type, let's say category ID. That is going to be a number, and then we have a category name. So that is going to be a string. We're going to get an array of these, and then it's going to be an empty array like that. So what we're saying is, let me bring it to the new line so you guys can see. So we have categories, and remember these are the categories that we added, so we're just going to bring this from that table. Okay, next up, so we have the const processing when we are adding this to the table. So we're going to do processing. Okay, and that's going to be a state. And let's say false. And then finally, we also need to get the path. So I'm going to do path, use path names. That's coming from next navigation. So that's that. Okay, so now that we have all these, what we now need is the form. So the way we're going to do this is how we have been doing it before. We're just going to do form is equal to use form from React hook form, and then it's going to be z.infer and type of form schema. And then what you want to do is you want to do resolver, and it's going to be a Zod resolver. Okay, and then it's going to be on this form schema, and you want to give it some default values like that. So what I will do is, let's see, it's going to copy them and just paste them here. So all we're saying is name is going to be empty, ISBN is empty, and then the author, and then for the publish year we're just going to get the current date and just do the current year. But I mean, of course the user will be able to change it. So that's that. So let's just save it, and then now we can start working on the form. So right after the dialog description, what we can do is we can say form. Okay, that's coming from this one, and you want to spread the form on it like that. And then we're gonna create the actual form, and then we're gonna do the submit one. But before I do that, let's just do space dash y dash 4. Okay, we're gonna do that, and then let's just come here and start adding the stuff. So the first form field is gonna be the name. Okay, and we're gonna do form field. Okay, and self-closing, and so what you want to give it is the form control. So we're going to do control is going to be form.control. That's one. You want to give it a name. So the name is name because that's the book name. You want to give it the render function. Okay, so then it's going to be I don't know, field, and then we can come here and we can do a form item, not input, item, like that. And you also do a form label, and the label is going to be, let's say, book name. So that's that. And then what we can do after that is the form control. Okay, and then form control, we can just put an input. Okay, so input is gonna come from UI input, and then placeholder is going to be book name, and then also on this one I'm going to spread the field like that. So let's just do this and save it and see what happens. There you go. So your book name, our first field, is coming. Now let's add the author name. So what I will do is I'll just copy this form field. Let me just organize this. So I'm going to take this form field, and we're just going to copy it, and this one will be called the author. And then for here I will do last first, and then we can just do author. Let's save it, and boom, here's the author name that's coming. And then so let me add also the other fields, because it's the same process. Okay, so I can come here and I can just do this. Let me just organize it. So basically what I've added is I've added the ISBN, and then I have added the number of copies, and then also the publisher. So the form message is just coming from UI form, is just to display any message, and there you go. So we have all this coming. Now there's one field that we need to add, and that's the category. So if you guys remember, we added them. Now we need to display them here. If you come to ChatCN, they have something called a combo box. So if I come here, here's the combo box. The problem with this combo box is I can't select multiple values. It only selects one. But as I said, a book can belong to multiple categories, so we should be able to, select multiple values. So how do we do this? Well, I'm going to show you guys how we can modify theirs to do that. So they're saying is using the combo box ability in combination of popover and the command prompt components. So we need to install them first. So let's go do popover first, and I'm going to copy this. Let's come here and install. And we're gonna go back, and I'm going to install the command. So let's come here and copy this, and we're just gonna paste it here. Okay, with that installed, so let's go back over here. So they have this example. Let me just maximize this. So they have this example where they're showing how they're using the popover. So what we can do is actually copy. Before I do that, I think what I will do is actually first add a form field. So we need to put this in a form actually. So if you come over to their examples, here is in a form. Let me see if they're actually using a form. No, okay, so that's fine. So what I will do is I'm just going to minimize this, and this one I will call this the category, and then placeholder will be let's say, I don't know, category. Okay, and then this one we will just call it category like this. I'm going to save it. Okay, so we don't need this input field. We're going to keep this form item, and then what I will do is I'm going to add a class name to this, and we're just going to call it flex, and then flex dash column. So that's that, and then the form label is category, so we're going to leave it. And then what I will do is I'll remove the form control, and then what we will do is they have this example. So what I can do is actually, let me see, here's the form one. Actually, that's the one I want. So if I come here, let me maximize it. So let's come here and let's see. So here's that. So here's the popover. So let me come all the way to the end, and we're gonna take their example. Let me copy this one, and then we can actually just put it right here. So let's organize things. So first of all, let's bring in the popper, then the trigger from here, and then we need this button, so it's going to be from UI button, and then we need the CN. Okay, so that that's that. Let me expand this. Okay, so we need the CN, and then also, so let's leave this for now. We're going to come back to this, and then we have the chevron, then we also have the content, then also the command. So we install this one, so UI command from here, and then we have the command input. I don't know why this one didn't UI command. Okay, we'll leave it for now. Then we have the command list, and let's see, Okay, none of them is actually just working, but that's okay, we'll fix it. We also have the command group, and that's also coming from UI command, and then the command item that's coming from here, and then the check. So the check is coming from here, Lucid React. Let me just do Command Shift P and do a reload. I don't know if that was the problem. And then here what we need to do is I need to take all of this out. And the way, since we're using an array to have multiple values, so the way we're going to do this is we're going to do a field dot, and we're just going to do value dot length. Okay, if it's greater than 0, then what we do is we do field dot value, and we're just going to do a map. Okay, and then we're going to take the value and then go is equal to categories, and we're going to find, let me bring this on next line so it's easy to see what's going on. Then we're going to find in the categories, okay, and then we're going to use category, and then we're going to see dot category ID is equal to val, and then we're going to do dot category name. And finally, we're just going to do a join on it because it displays them as a string, and we're just going to join them by the comma like that. And if we don't have it, then all we do, we say select a category like this. So let's save it. So what we're saying here is if we have values, let's say in the field, then what you do is go through them, and then in the categories find the one with this category ID, then grab the name and join them through the comma, so we can just show them as a list. So if I come here, let me see, let me just do this, and if I refresh, so at this point, let me see if I see add a book. Okay, so we're having this weird kind of error, command empty is not defined. Okay, so we're gonna have to see what that is. So if I come here and I do empty UI command, I'm gonna save it, and let's do again. Okay, what else? Language is not defined. That's, oh yeah, we don't need the languages. We're gonna actually fix that. So let's go over now here to the pop over content. Then what I'll do for the placeholder, I'll say category. I'm gonna do that. And then what I have now is the command list. So for the command list, we're just going to do no category found because the user can actually type the category. So that's why we need that. And then here, I'm just going to do categories.map, and then I'm going to do category. Okay, so for each category, and then it's going to be category. So it's going to be category. Okay, dot category name like that. And then again, this will be category dot category ID. Okay, so in the database, we're actually storing the ID. We're not storing the name. That's how usually it's done. And then on the select, we're just gonna do actually handle. We're just gonna do handle. We're gonna do item select. So this function doesn't exist yet. We need to create it. So what I will do is I'm gonna come here to the top. And then we're just going to do const handle item select, and we're just going to do like this. So for now, what I will do is I'm just going to do any, but we're going to actually fix it. So just to suppress the error for now. Okay, so what's going on here? There's a lot of red lines here, but we're going to fix it. So let's come here, and what I will do is I'll say category. And why doesn't pick this one? Category dot category ID. So I will do that, and then here what I will do is I'll say category, and I will do dot category. Okay, it should be category, and I think I messed up this one. Yes, that was the problem. It should be category name. So that's the category name. And finally, we have a check. So for the check, when you select it, you want to display a check beside it. And for that one, we will do field, okay, dot value, and we will do dot includes, okay, and it's going to be category dot category ID. If the field, right, if that's the form field, if it has the category ID, then we basically just do opacity this. Otherwise, it's going to be opacity 0. Okay, so let's save it, and let's come here, and there you go. So here's the categories. That's pretty cool. It's coming, but it's not being populated because we haven't made the database call yet. So we're going to actually do that and show our categories here, but at this point it's just saying no category found, which is what we are seeing here. I don't know why this one is red. Let me see why. Okay, so it's some weird, I don't know, VS Code thing going on. I mean, it's not highlighting that, but it's highlighting this, so I actually don't know what is going on. If I go to console, let me see. If I do inspect, there's no error here. Let me just do a refresh. I load it. Yeah, there's no error. So something's going on with VS Code. I don't know what that is, but we're just gonna ignore it for now, and let's just let's come here and let's see how we can populate the categories, and we can select them and see how we can handle that. So let's come over to the top. So the first thing we have is the handle item select. So it's going to be a number because we're passing in the category ID. So I'm just going to do a number like that. And then what we will do is we're just going to do new value is equal to form dot get value. And then the get value is going to be category, and then it's going to be dot slice. Okay, so let's see why it should be values. Okay, so when you use the slice command, basically you're returning a copy of the array. So that's just kind of a nice trick. And then what we will do is we're going to find the item index. So I'm going to do item index, and then the item index is going to be new value dot. We're going to do index of, and it's going to be category or item. Okay, that's the one we passed in. So what we do is we grab a copy of the existing basically category list, then we try to find the index of the element that we're passing. The idea is when you check it, you want to add it. When you check it again, if it's not there, then you want to remove it. If it's there, then you want to remove it. That's the idea. So if item index is equal to -1, okay, if it is that, then new value dot push, because if the index is -1, that means it doesn't exist, so we add it. So we're just going to do item, okay, else we're just going to do new value dot, we remove it, splice, and you splice from where? From starting from item index, and then just one element, and then finally form dot set value. All right, and then it's going to be category, and then what do you want to set it to? New value, like that. So that is going to take care of adding and removing the element. Now what we need to do is we need to actually come here and grab the categories from the backend. So for that, what we can do is, since there's a side effect, we can just use a use effect, and let's see. So we just do this on the start. So we can just have an empty array, and then what we can do is create a self-calling function like that, because we'll be doing in async and await. So the way you do this is you just do async. All right, and then we're gonna do like this. Okay, and then in here what I'll do is I'm gonna do const categories. I'm just gonna call it cats, and it's going to be await, and then get categories. So if I'm not mistaken, I don't think so we have created this function yet. So we're gonna have to go to actions and create this. So let's just close everything because we don't need it. But we're gonna come here to categories. So let's just minimize these, and then we're just gonna come here, and I'm going to do export and async function get categories. All right, so it's gonna give us the categories. We're just gonna do offset. So that's like the you know, in case you want to do pagination. So I'm just gonna do number like that. All right, so what do? We're just gonna do a try catch. Let's see, error. And if there's any error, then we just do throw error like that. All right, so then what you do is you come here, and we're just gonna do let categories, and then we're gonna define let total. Okay, I don't need this. So if limit, if limit is equal to -1, so if you pass in -1, that means you want to grab all the categories. That means we're not doing pagination, just give us everything. Otherwise we're just gonna do something else. Okay, so if that's the case, then basically you just do categories is equal to await, and we just do Prisma dot book categories, and we're just going to do find many like that, and then total categories. Oh no, total is equal to categories dot, we're just going to do length. That's what it is. Okay, and then what we can do also is if let's say the offset and limit is defined, then in that case we can do categories and total, and then you do basically click here and you're going to do await Prisma dot, you're going to do transaction, and then what you do is use a Prisma dot book categories dot find many. All right, and we're going to do skip. I think we did that before when we were doing the categories page. Offset and take limit. And then we also need to do the total, so we're just going to do prisma.bookcategories.count. Okay, that's going to do the count, and in the end you just return. We're going to do return, we're going to do data, and it's going to be categories, and total is going to be total. Cool, so this is going to return us the categories. Let's just minimize it, and then we're going to come back here and let's see if this will actually work. So get categories, boom, that worked. And then offset, I can be anything, but this one, if it's -1, then we know it's going to return us all the categories. And then we're just going to do set categories to cats dot data, like so. So if I save it, and if we come here, there you go, we have actually a category. I thought we had more, but well, what do you know? Okay, so if I come here, I do add book, and I come here, why am I seeing only one? So if I go over to my categories, yeah, we have like a bunch. We have fiction, drama, but it looks like it's only showing us the last one. So something weird is going on. So I'm going to go back to catalog. I'm going to do add book, and if I come here, it's only showing one. Let's figure out what's going on. So before we try to figure this out, let's just come here and do a console.log, and we're just going to do cats. Let's just print it. And if I come here to my console, and let's see, okay, so there's an array and there's 6 categories. Okay, so there is fiction, drama, JavaScript, blah blah blah, and it's just showing all of them. If I type fiction, does it show? No. Okay, so something funky is going on. And so okay, so one thing we know, we are getting the data from the server. It's just there's a problem in how we are displaying it. So let's come down here and let's take a look. So let's just minimize these other fields, and we can focus on this category. So let's just do that. All right, so here's the category. So we have form.control category. Okay, so if you use this, so as you can see, this command error is just not going away. And even if I go inside the package, they have a lot of issues. So let me show you guys how we can fix this. So what you have to do is go over to your package.json. Okay, and then as you can see here, it's going to install React and React DOM, this one. So what we need to add is an override to fix this. So what we can do, we're going to do overrides, and we're going to do at. So basically we're going to copy this, all right, the types, and we're just going to come here and let's save it. I don't need this one, so I'm going to save it. And then what we have to do is come here, and you're going to do npm install force, and hopefully this should take care of the problem. So I'm going to get rid of this, and if I come here, voila, the error is actually gone. So that's how you're going to fix it. And now let's see if we come here and do a refresh, reload this, come here, so no issues. We're still having issue with not showing the whole list, but we'll fix that. This warning that's coming up, that's just because we're not using these, we're going to use it. Okay, so let's now come back here now that we got rid of that issue. So as you can see, if I come here and if I select, it's showing all the entries, and the mistake was very stupid, to be honest with you. So if you guys remember back in the actions, this is how it was actually. So you see, as you can see from the dialog, we're passing a -1, And what I had before here, I don't know if you guys caught it, but actually it's supposed to be -1, and that's why it was only returning the last value. So that was a mistake on my end, just complete stupid mistake. Anyways, so now if I come here, you can see all the categories are showing up. I can actually type the name and they show up, and that. And here's the cool part, I can actually select multiple and they come here. And this is where the, let me see, when we did the join, so as you can see, when we are selecting, they're coming up here, and then when we deselect, boom, they gets removed, Python is removed, JavaScript. That's pretty awesome. Now one thing I see is that this is well, it should be, I think it'll be nice if we can just follow the other elements. So one thing first I'll fix, I'm going to make this 300, so that's nice and big. And then the other thing is we need to come here and let's see if we can fix this. So I'm going to put this here, and the problem is they're doing a width of 200. Let me remove that, and boom, there you go. So now it's taking the entire, I guess, width. So, and then one thing I will add to this form is, let's say for admins, is if we come here and after the pop over is maybe a form description, let's see, form description. I'm going to save it, and then basically what it says is if a book belongs to multiple categories, please select them. So that is that. And then let me just do a little bit of formatting, and this one I'm going to minimize it, and then right after that we need to be able to add a book image, the cover image, right? So what we need to add now is we need to create a control that's going to connect to Firebase, and where users can upload an image, and I'm going to show you guys. It's actually very, very amazing. It's very powerful. You guys will love it. So before we do that, let's just add a submit button, and then it's going to be a button type is of course submit. Okay, and it's just going to say save. Okay, and let's hit it and we get this. So what we can do is maybe let's put this in a div like that, because remember we have that processing thing, so let's use that. So what I will do is I'm going to give it a class name. It's going to be flex dash column, and then width dash full, and there you go, that takes care of that. And then what we will do is if we are processing, then what we want to show is a div, and that's going to say saving like that. Otherwise we just show this button. So let me just bring this over to next line, and it looks like we have, yes, we need to close this. Okay, and if I save it, boom, that's that. Okay, so for this one, maybe we're just gonna do a class name of flex, and then here I might just use a loader from Lucid React, and then class name, and we're just gonna do a margin right of 2, let's say, and like that. So that's going to take care of that. And then for this one, let's just do space dash y dash 2, so that will be that. So if I come here and let's see, so we had this processing. If I set this to true, then basically that's what users will see when there's when they submit the form. So just to give you guys an idea, so we're going to do that. And at this point, maybe what we can do is, I don't know, before we go ahead and create that image, that awesome image component, drop zone component, why don't we just submit the form and see if we can actually save it before we indulge into that. So let's see, do we have a submit? Actually we don't. So maybe what we can do is, let me just minimize these, and what I will do is I'm just going to do const handle, or I'm just going to do on submit, I don't know, handle submit. How about that? This, and then what I can do, let's for now just log them. So I'm going to do values, and let's see what comes up. So on this form, then what we can do is we're just going to do on submit. Okay, we're just going to do form.handle submit, and we're just going to do handle submit. Okay, so let's save it. So if I come here and then I type values, and then I hit, let me just do inspect, and if I hit the looks like this is printing from this one, I think. Let me get rid of that, save it, boom, that's good. Okay, so if I hit submit now, I should be able to see all the values. So let's say I have this book, it's called, let's say, programming, author is I don't know, Yo Mama. Okay, so let's just do an ISBN 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, and then let's say, I don't know, select a category, so it's just like JavaScript, and we're gonna do save, and oh, okay, there you go. So everything is coming. That's pretty awesome. So what we need to do now is, if I come over here to actions, let me just close this. So here's books, and let's add an action to save this to the database. So over here, we're gonna just export a function, async function. It's gonna be add book. Okay, it's gonna take a couple of parameters. So it's gonna take a name, then it's going to take the ISBN. You could pass in the form data, the whole values thing as is, but it doesn't really matter. However you do it, it doesn't matter. Okay, and then we have number of copies, and then we have category, and then we have the path, and then we have the photos. Okay, and then we have the publish year, and then we have the author, like that. So now we need to define the types for these. So we're just going to come here, and I'm going to grab all of them, and then I'm going to paste them here, and then name is a string. So I'm just going to quickly type these. Okay, cool. With that done, then what we can do is actually start adding this. So let me put this in a try catch. So let's just do the catch first. Catch, and if there's any error, then we need to throw new, I don't know, just to throw error, like that. All right, so what we can do is let's just do const. We don't need to do that. I'm just going to do await Prisma.transaction, and then what we can do is async, and then let's just do T for transaction, and then let's do like that. Then we're just going to do await T dot books dot, we're just going to create a book, create like that. Okay, then we need to supply the data, and like that. So let's just copy these. If you keep the column name same as the variables, it becomes very easy then to just use them. You don't have to then guess, oh, was it lowercase, uppercase, and that. Anyway, so ISBN, and then number of copies. We're just going to do number of copies, and then okay, so for categories, we're not going to add it like that. We're just going to, because remember we have a junction table, so we need to use that. Okay, path is just for us to revalidate. Same for photos, there's a separate table for it, and then we're going to do publish year, and then we have the author, so it's going to go here. Cool. So this is going to add the book. Okay, and then after that, let's see if the user passed in the category, and then the category dot length is greater than 0. If at least there's one category. Okay, so then we're going to do basically category dot map. Okay, and then we're going to go through the category like that, and then what you want to do is like this. Okay, and then I'm going to do book ID, and the book ID is which book ID? The one we just created. So what we can do is we're just going to do const, and we're going to do book is equal to that, and then it's going to be book dot book ID. So the book that you just added, grab that book ID, and then we need to also give it the category ID. It is it's going to be cat dot. No, just cat actually, because remember we get past the ID, so we're using those. Okay, so once you have that, then after that what you can do is basically await, and we're going to T dot. So you want to do all this on the same transaction, just in case something happens, then you don't end up with books but no category, so everything will be cancelled. So that's why it has to be on the same transaction. So we're going to do T dot, and we're going to do book category links that create many, and then what you want to pass to it is just data. So now what is data? Well, data is actually this, so it's going to be const data is equal to that. So what it will do is it's going to go ahead and add this to the category links. I think it's okay, it's complaining here because we made a typo here, and boom, there you go. So what's going to happen is we're going to create a book first. Once the book is created, then we see if there's any categories passed to us, and if they are, then we are going to go ahead and create it. I'm going to leave a note here to also save photos, but that's when we finish the creating that tool. Once that is all done, then what we can do is we're just going to do revalidate path, and we're just going to do revalidate path. So this will actually, if everything went well, it should add the book to the, yeah, this is complaining because we're not using it, but as I said, we'll use it. So now let's go ahead here and let's see if we can call this in the onSubmit. So what I will do here is let's come here. Let me just do this, and we're gonna get rid of this line, and let's do this, set processing to true. Okay, and then what I can do is I can say await okay, add, was it add book? Yes, so add book, and then we're just gonna spread the values, and I'm gonna pass the path like that. I think it's path name, if I'm not, I don't know whatever it is, path, yeah, it's path. Okay, so it's gonna be path. Why is it complaining? Because the parent is not assignable to a string. Okay, so we have two issues here, the await and then the path are getting flagged. So the await is because we need to do this, so that will take care of that. And then the path is also complaining params not oh, why, oh, it should be use path name, actually not params. Just a typo, I guess. So use path name, there you go, that fixes that. I think I should remove the use params, there you go. I'm going to remove that. Okay, let's also come here, and how about after this, can I just do a toast? And let me see, am I importing a toast? I'm not, so let's just import one. So I can do toast is equal to use toast, and then what I can do is after that I can do toast, something like that. So just to tell user, let's just delete this. Okay, let's save everything. And let's try to create a book. So let me minimize this so we can see any errors. Let me do a refresh, and let's just create a book. So what I will do is I'm going to say JavaScript. Okay, so we're going to do JavaScript, I don't know, absolute beginners. Okay, absolute beginners, and then author is, I don't know, James Bond, and then let's say 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The number of copies we have, let's say, is 3. Publishing is, let's say, 2019. Okay, and it belongs to, I don't know, let's say JavaScript. Okay, what the heck? And I'm going to do save. Okay, book added. That's pretty cool. This is not going away, and that's because after this we need to do set processing to false. Okay, so let's save it. So that'll take care of that. And let's take a look at our database and see if the book has been added. All right, here we are. So let's just do a select star from books, something like that. If I hit enter, wow, look at that. So the book has been added. Let's see now also if the junction table has been populated. Select star from book category links, and let's run it. There you go. So the category ID is this. So now if you want to find out what that category is, so you can do maybe something like a join. So select star from this, we're just going to do a join on book categories BC. We're going to do on BC dot is equal to BCL dot category ID, and we want to find out the name, right? So category name. So let's see. So I remember we said JavaScript. Let's see. Yes, it belongs to JavaScript. So that's pretty cool. See that the book is coming into the database, is being added. And if we come back to here, now the one thing I think, where's my browser? One thing I would like to see is the catalog table. So let's see if we can now see the book entry at least. So if why is this one? Oh, that's because of that. So let's close this for now, and let's close this. Let's close this. And let's come over here to the, let me see, that's the catalog table. Yes, so that's why we're not adding anything here. So why don't we start working on this? So we can close this one. Okay, so let's come over here to this one, and let's start cracking at this. So we're gonna pass in the data, and then the data is of gonna be type props, and what is of type props. So we're gonna do type props, and it's going to be data, and it's going to be book. Okay, and then the other thing we need is the total, so that's the number. So remember how we did for the categories, and this is the exact same idea we're gonna do, and you guys will see how now powerful this table is gonna come in handy that we worked on so hard. Okay, so what we will do is then I will come here, and then let's start adding the table here. For that, what I will do is just create a fragment, and then what I will do, let me just see, like, well, let's just come here and let's just do data table. Okay, that's from that table is coming here, and let's just pass in all the stuff that we did. So the first thing we need is columns. That's coming from columns. Okay, we created them. Data is data.data, and then we need the total. So total is data.total, like that. And then we need the filter column. So the filter column, we're just going to filter by the name of the book. And then we need the on row delete. So we need the handle row delete. And then also we need on row edit. So we need a handle row edit. Okay, so we need to create these functions. So what we can do is I can come here and I can do on, let me just copy it. So handle row delete. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to do const like that, and then it's going to take an item of type book. Okay, and then we need one for the handle row edit, and then this is going to be edit, and then that's that. Okay, so let's save it, and of course we are getting a nice error because we're probably not passing in the data. So let's go over to page, and this is, remember, we already did that work for us. So what I can do here is data is equal to, data is, what is data? It's going to be books, and then total is total. Okay, I think that's all we need to do. See how easy it is. Let's save it, and okay, there's a beautiful error. And why is this error? Because this should be a client component. Yes, use, let me save it. Look at that. Okay, so we are getting our nice table. There's a couple of problems. The publisher is not coming, the ISBN is not showing. Ooh, a lot of problems. Anyway, so let's close this, but at least the table is showing, which is a very good news. So let's take a look first and see why the ISBN is not showing and the publisher is not showing. So let's first go over to our columns and let's take a look. So ISBN, so that's, so we are doing the format ISBN, that's one. It's public. Wow, okay, it should be publish year, not public year. Let me save it, and boom, so that fixes one problem. The other is if I go to format ISBN, let me come over here and do a console log of clean ISBN and see what actually is spitting on the console. Let me just do an inspect. Let's go to console. Okay, so it's spitting this. So how many characters is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's 12 actually. Should be 13. So that's why it's returning null. Okay, that makes sense. So I'm going to do you know what we can do is you can just do it from the database, right? So let's see if I come here. I'm just going to copy this, and then you're going to learn database also command. So I'm going to do update, let's say table, which is books. We're going to do set ISBN to, let's say this. I'm going to remove one. So actually I'm going to add, just make it 13. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Boom. Where, always use the where. We're going to do book ID is equal to 1. Let's execute, and boom, that actually fixes that. So that's that. Let's go back here and let's just do a refresh. There you go, ISBN is showing up. That's pretty awesome. So now ISBN is coming up, is being formatted correctly, and the image, of course, once we do that, that's going to show up at that time. So one thing I do see is this looks ugly. I think we could do a capitalize on this. So let's close this, and let's just come here and see how we can do that. So I'm going to close this, And then what we can do is maybe on this one, you can just come here. Let me just copy this. Let's see, can I do like this? And then I can do row dot. How about I do this? And then you can just do a class name of capitalize, and then I can do name. And let me see, can I don't need this, so I'll take the whole thing, and then we can just add it here, and let's see if this will work. Something happened. There you go. So JavaScript absolute beginner. So usually in the database you want to store everything in lowercase, and then when you display it nicely. So okay, so we are ready to create this the image drop zone. So first of all, we need to install React drop zone. So here it is, React drop zone. So what you can do is just copy this, and we're just gonna come here and install. I think we need to do force because we are using React 19. So let's just do force, and boom, that's installed. Okay, so then what we can do is, let me just maximize this because we'll be creating this, and then we can worry about the other stuff. So let's just come here to components, and I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to call it image dash drop zone.tsx, like that. And then we can just come here and do image drop zone like that, and let's just save it. Okay, so first things first, let's bring in some stuff from the drop zone. So what we can do, we can come here, we can do const, and then I'm going to do get root props, and then the other thing is get input, and it's going to be props, and then it's going to come from use drop zone, use drop zone, like that. Okay, why is it not coming here? I don't know. So let's just do import, and we can do use drop zone from React drop zone. There you go. So that's that. And then what you want to do inside of here is we're going to say what kind of things we're going to accept. So of course it's only for images. So I'm going to do image of any type. Okay, and then let's just do like that. And then the second thing is you want to define a function. It's called onDrop. So we're going to define this function, but I'm going to come here and get rid of this. Just create a fragment like that, and then let's just come. Whoop. So for this one, I'm going to create a div. Okay, and then we're just going to give it a class name like that, and it's going to be a grid, and then it's going to be having a gap dash 2, and then grid dash columns, and then we're going to do repeat. Okay, and then one fr like that, and then we're also going to do small and above grid dash columns, and we're just going to do then repeat, and we're going to do 2 and 1 fr like that, and then finally we're just going to do on large and above, we're going to do grid columns, and we're going to do repeat, and it's going to be 3 1 fr. So that and that. Cool. So that takes care of that. And then what we need to do is we need to define this onDrop function. And the way we're going to do this is we just do const onDrop is equal to, we're going to use a use callback hook because we want to memorize it. And we're going to do async, and this is going to take files. We're going to do accepted files, and they're going to be of type file, and like that, and then we are going to do like this. Okay, so use callback needs of course the dependency array, so we're gonna pass that here. So cool, so this one takes care of that. And then let's also there's this error or kind of warning here. So what I can do div, and then you want to do expand the get root props on that, so that should get rid of that error. And then also within this I'm going to create another div, and then on this one I'm going to do get input props, so that should take care of that. I think it should be 3 dots. Cool. So that's that. Then on this one, what we can do is maybe define a class name. Let me close this one. And then for the class name, I'm going to do text dash center, and then padding dash 2. It's going to be cursor dash pointer, and then border dash 2 and border dash. So this is the you have that border where you can drop images and that. So that's that. You guys will see it. We're going to do border dash slate dash, let's say 200. So that will be that. And then finally, I think this should be input actually, not the div. And then this should be self-closing like that. And now what we can do is we need to define the props for this. So like once whoever is using it, they need to just pass in a couple of things, and we need to call a couple of things. So let's just define an interface, and I'm going to call it input props like so. And then what we can do is this one will have, let's say, on file added. So let's say when somebody adds a file, we need to tell the client that the file has been added, and it's going to be added files, and then it's going to be a string and this. So the idea is you want to just pass around the file URLs. So as soon as the file is uploaded, you upload it to Firebase and return a URL, and that's the one you want to save in your database. Okay, so it's going to return a promise, and then we also need a file delete, and these are all optional, and then it's a URL, right? And then it's going to return a void. Okay, and then finally we need the photos. So let's say when you if I use this app and I want to show, let's say I'm editing photos, so it's going to show the already added photos. Okay, so now let's just define them here. So what I can do is let's just come here and take these, and we are going to define them here, and we can get rid of this and just a comma, and then I can get rid of this, and then I can do like that. And of course now we need to tell it what this is, so we're going to do input props. Okay, so that will take care of that. Now let's also define some states, and the first one will be image state. So I'm going to do const image state. So when you upload an image, it has, let's say in the beginning it's going to be pending, then it's going to be completed, or if there's an error, and also the download URL file and all that. So we need image states, and I'm going to do set image states like so, and this is going to be a React state like that, and then it's going to be an array. Now this is going to have a certain type, so why don't we go ahead and define that type. So what I will do is I'm going to do, let me just keep the props close to this, but instead I will do type, and I'm going to do upload interface like that. Okay, so it's going to have a file, so it's going to be either a file or a null. And then the other thing we need is, I don't know why I did that, we need a download URL. Okay, so this is going to be a string. The other thing we need is a file name, so this is going to be a string. And then finally we need the state. So a state is going to be either one of pending, or it's going to be complete, or it's going to be an error. So then here what I can do is I can do upload interface and an array, because we're going to have an array of files, right? So that's what we need this. And then after that, what we need is another state, and this is going to be uploading, and then it's going to be set uploading, and then this is going to be use state, okay, and this is going to be false initially. Okay, then finally we need one for error, so it's going to be error, and then we need set error. Okay, and then we're gonna do use state, and then it's going to be a string, okay, or null, and then finally initially it's going to be null. It means there's no errors, everything is pretty cool. Okay, so these are warning because we haven't used these, but we're going to use. So let's take care of the case when somebody passes us the photos. What do? We need to show them. So I'm going to use a use effect for that, and let's just do this. So when somebody passes us the photos, so let's just use that as a dependency array, then we need to populate it. So we can do like this: if photos dot length. Okay, so if let's say we have some photos and they're greater than 0, then what do you do? Well, we're gonna do a const photo. Okay, and it's going to be an array, and this is going to have a type which is going to be the upload interface type. Let's just do this. I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so we initialize this, and then what you do is you go through the photos dot map, and then for each photo what you want to do is p dot push, add them to this p array. Okay, and then what you can do is let's just do like this. Why is it complaining? Okay, we have one problem here is possibly undefined, so I think a good idea is maybe just check if photos and photos.length. So that's one thing. Why is this thing? Yeah, push. So push is a function. See, it's an array, so I don't know why it's doing that. I think it's treating it as a, let me see, photo. Okay, so photo. Oh, because this is P and that was P, that's why. Okay, so I will do push. Okay, and then I'm going to do P dot, and sorry, we need to define the file. So file is null. Okay, but we're going to have a download URL. Okay, so that's going to be the P. So when somebody passes us, they're only going to pass us the URLs, because you're grabbing them from your backend and they're just going to pass them here. And then since they're already being uploaded, the state is going to be complete. Okay, and of course the file name is just going to be empty. So that's when somebody passes photos, we're going to take care of that. So let's just add a comment so we know what we did here. This, right, so that's for that. So let's just minimize this. All right, we're going to come back to this drop function because it's a little bit involved, but let's just finish the rest of it. We also need one function, and this function is just like local to us. So when somebody deletes a file, what do we do? So for now I'm just going to do handle delete, and it's going to be an async function, and we're just going to get a photo URL of type string, and then you know, we're gonna basically just call on file delete. Okay, and then we're just gonna pass in the, oops, sorry, since this is an optional, the file delete function, so the way to call it is you just do like this, photo, let's say URL. So that's how you're going to call the optional function. And then also here we're going to delete from Firebase. So of course, once we finish this, we're going to hook this up to Firebase, but that's how you do it. And also what we need to do is we need to update our local state when the thing is deleted, right, the file. So the way we're going to do this is, let's say update local state, and what we're going to do is const new state is equal to image states dot filter. We're going to filter this one out, and state, we're going to do state the download URL does not equal to the passed in photo URL. Okay, so basically go through the images and remove this one, and then just basically return the new state. And then we're going to do set image states to new state. So that will remove the image from our state. Okay, so this one, as I said, once we hook up the Firebase, we're going to take care of that. So now let's go finish the UI part of it. So we did already this input thing. Let me bring this here. So right after this input, what we need is we need a div. We're going to give it a class name, and this is going to be a flex, and it's going to be flex dash column, and then items dash center. Whoops, and then what it will be, justify dash center, and then we need text dash extra small, and then text dash gray. I'm sure I'm making a lot of mistakes. We'll find these later, but what we can do here is we're going to close this, and we need the upload cloud icon like that, and then we're going to give it a class name, margin bottom dash 4 and width dash 8, and we're going to do height dash 8. Okay, so let's close it, and that's that. So you know what, I think what we can do is maybe if I come here and maybe use it here so we can at least see what's going on. So let me come here and add book dialog, and this is where we are going to be using this. So for now, what I will do is let me just come here and see if I can just do image. We're going to be putting this in a form field, but for now I'm just going to do image drop zone, Yes, like that. And we need to I mean, they're optional, it doesn't matter, but let's see why. Just do a refresh, and if I do add, there you go, that's what I was talking about. So the image drop zone is coming, the UI at least. If I click it, nothing happens because we need to hook things up. Anyway, so let's now go ahead and come back here and start finishing this. Let me close this. Okay, after the cloud icon, then what I need is a div, lots of divs. We need a class name, and I'm gonna give it a text gray, and it's going to be, let's say, 400. Okay, and then what do we put here? We're gonna do drag. And then we need that and thing. Is for that one we're gonna do the and where is it? I can't find it on my keyboard. Okay, drop to upload. So let's save it and see. Boom, drag and drop to upload. So that's that coming. And then also we need another div, and then this one is going to be a button. Okay, from UI button. And disabled when we are uploading. Okay, so when we're uploading, we don't want the user to keep hitting this, and it's going to be type of button. The reason why we want to do this, if you're using this in a form, you don't want this to submit the form. And then variant is going to be ghost, and then it's going to be select. Boom, there you go. So one thing I'll caution is if you want to build this independent of any UI library, then maybe you want to just use the simple HTML button and not do these and just style it that way, so that you can use this in any library like that you prefer, Material UI or Shadcn and whatever it is. Just you know, a thought. Okay, so once we have that, then we need to display the images in a nice format in a grid. So what I can do is, if I have, let me see, image states dot map. So we go through our image states, and we're gonna grab the image and then the index. All right, like that. And then we're gonna create a div, and we want to give it a key. The key will be, say, index, like so. Okay, and then what we want to do is we want to give this a class name. So the class name will be something like border dash 0, and then padding dash 0 and width dash full, and relative. The reason why I want to do relative is the placement of the delete icon for every image. So that's why that. And then shadow dash md, and then bg dash slate dash 200. Okay, it's not going to show up because we don't have any images. And then rounded. Okay, and I'm going to come to the next line so we can see what's going on. And it's going to be rounded, and it's going to be aspect dash square images, and then height dash full. Okay, lots of classes. And then inside of it, what I will do is, if image dot state is equal to complete, if the image has finished uploading, right? So what do we do? Then in that case, we basically do an image, and it's going to be next image, and then it's going to be fill. Let me just do this so it's satisfied. You want to give it a source, otherwise this thing is going to keep complaining. And it's going to be image.download URL. And then you want to also give it an alt. You know, I think I should bring this on next line, right? And then you want to give it, let's see if I do this, you want to give it the alt also. It's a good practice. So for that one, let's come over here, and what I can do is I can just do photo, I don't know, and then we're gonna do index +1. Okay, and also I want to give it sizes. Okay, the different sizes. So for that one, I'm going to do max width, and it's going to be 768 pixel. And then also I want to do 100 VW, and then max width. So this is the different screen sizes. That's what I'm doing here. I'm going to do max width 1200 pixel, and for this one I'm going to do 50 view width. Otherwise it's just 33 VW. And then finally we're just going to give it class names, and height dash full, width dash full, and then rounded did dash md and then object cover, like so. Okay, let's bring this over here. So we're not done with this one. We need to do, because a ternary, we're just going to do skeleton. The skeleton is coming from UI skeleton, and class name will be, let's say, height dash full and width dash full. And the reason why we're doing this skeleton is when you're uploading the image, so if it's not completed yet, just show like a skeleton to the user. Once you're done with that, then the next thing we want to do is show a loader, kind of like an upload progress. So that's what we're trying to do here. And then for this one, let's just open these again. So uploading and whoop, image, wow. We're going to do image.state is equal to pending. And so what do you do in this case? We're going to do a div like that. Let me just bring this here. Lots of typing here. And then for this one, class name will be absolute, and then it's going to be top dash 0 and then left dash 0 and then flex and then height dash full and then width dash full. All right, and then items dash center, like that, and then justify dash center and then rounded dash md, like that. Maybe I should go to the next line. I think something happened there. I don't know what that is. And then what I need also is bg dash black and then bg dash opacity. Let's just go with 70. I don't know, whatever works. 65. What the heck? So this is when the image is, let's say, uploading. We want to show like a loader. So I'm going to do loader from this one. Cool. So that takes care of the loading part. And then finally we need, let me just copy these comments and just put them here, the delete button. Okay, so you want to add these comments so you know when you're looking at it, like what the heck is going on. Okay, so we're going to create a div, and it's going to be a group, and it's going to be absolute, and it's going to be right dash 0 and top dash 0, like that. All right, so what we want to do inside of here is create another div. It's going to be flex height dash 4. I think it should be height dash 4 and width dash 4. Cool. So for this one, you want to have the click handler on this. So the way we're going to do this is on click. Okay, we're going to get the event, and then what you want to do here is we're going to do e.stop propagation to tell the browser don't do your thing, and then we're going to call our handle file delete. We're going to pass it the image.download URL, right? So then over here in this one, what you want to do is we want to create the X button, okay, like that. And then to this one, I'm going to give it a width of 16 and then a height of 16. All right, and maybe we should just give it a class name, you know, just to kind of make it prominent. So I'm going to do 500 and then also text dash white and then rounded. It's going to have a nice border dash LG. Cool. And the other thing I want to do is maybe translate this a bit. So I'm going to do translate, and I'm going to go to the -2, and then in the Y late dash Y we're going to do here. So I want to kind of have it like the in the corner, and then it's going to have a cursor of pointer, and then items dash center, not baseline, dash center, and then finally justify. Let's see, justify center. Okay, that's a lot of work. Okay, and then finally, once you're done here, then we want to display some sort of, if there's an error, so we're just gonna do here error, like that. So let me just bring this here. So if there's error, okay, then what you want to do is just do a P, and we're gonna do the error. Okay, obviously customary errors should be all red for some reason, so we're just gonna do text dash red dash 500 and just make it bold in their faces, like that. Okay, that fixes the UI portion of it. Yeah, so let's come here and finish this behemoth. Let's just minimize everything, maybe just do this so things are a little bit organized. All right, here we go. So the first thing we do is we're just going to do set uploading to true. We're uploading the image. The next thing we do is set error to null, clear out any errors. Okay, and then what we can do is let's just try with a try catch to catch any errors like that. And then what we want to do is let's just first console log it like that, and then what we can do is if error instance of error. All right, so then what you want to do is you're going to do set error to what error dot message. Okay, so we can display a friendly message. And also you want to do is a finally like that. We're going to do set uploading to false. You want to keep this thing spinning. Okay, so that takes care of the error handling portion of it. So now what we can do is we're going to create an array of promises. We're going to have to fulfill them. So what we can do is we're going to do promises. Okay, and this is going to be of type it's going to be a promise. Okay, and it's going to be of type upload interface, an array of it like that, and initially it's going to be null. So the idea is every image is just going to promise, and we're going to fulfill them as they happen. Okay, and then what you do is you're going to do const added files is equal to accepted files dot map, and then each one is going to be of this type, and then we're going to do file. Okay, and then you're going to open this like that, and then what you want to, let me escape this, we're going to do file and then the download URL. Let me just set this to empty, file name. Okay, so you want to give it a random kind of file name, right? And then the way you do this is we're just going to do these, and then we're going to do that, and then math dot random, just generate a random number to string. Okay, and then we want to do, let's make it 36. Okay, and then slice, okay, to 3, and well, actually not 3, 10, because that'll be too small. And then what you want to do to this one is we're going to append the date to it, so then everyone is unique. We're going to do date dot now. Okay, so that's going to append the date to it, and finally dot, you want to do file dot name. So we want to get the extension, so we're going to do split. Okay, and if you do pop, it's going to always give you the last one. So all this is just to generate a file name with a random number in the beginning, and then the date, and then the finally the file extension, and finally state. We're going to start with, let's say, pending. Okay, so we start with the pending state. Okay, after that, then what we do is we set the image state. So we're going to do set image states. Okay, and then we're going to take the previous states. Okay, and then what we do is we're just going to spread it, previous states. We're going to append the new state. So it's going to be added files, right? So this is the one. So we take the previous and then we append the new one. And then what you do is we're going to do added files dot map. Go through the files, async, and there's going to be file like that. And then we're going to come here. Let me just scroll up. Okay, so what you do is promises. Okay, whoa. Okay, I think it was all small. So promises dot push. So now we're going to start our promises. We need to fulfill them. Okay, why is it doing this? Okay, so promises dot push, and then what we want to do is let's just come here. We're going to do new promise, create a new promise. Okay, and then it's going to be async. We're going to do resolve like that, and then let's just come here. Whoa, not this. It's going to be this. Okay, and then I think this is one too many, probably. Okay. Okay, and then what you do here is file ref is equal to, so this is where we're going to do Firebase stuff. We're going to do that, and then we wait for upload, right? So you're going to wait for upload here, and then finally once that is done, we're going to do download URL, and then we're going to get the download URL. Okay, so we're going to get to that. Once that is done, you're just going to call resolve, and then it's going to be file.file, and then you want to give it the file name. It's going to be file dot, it's going to be file name, and then the state is going to be the file.state, and then finally download URL is going to be file.download URL. Cool. So here's the thing, we basically upload the file to Firebase, and it's going to return us a URL, and then we update the state with that. So with that done, then finally here is what you do is wait for promises to finish. Promises to finish. You can come here and do result is equal to await. We're going to do promise.all, and we're going to do promises. Okay, so this is how you wait for promises to finish. And then also what we can do here is we're going to do const URLs is of type string, and is going to be just an empty array like so. Let's save it. Okay, we have error. Yeah, of course, because we haven't defined these yet, but for now let me just do null, and how about we just do null. Save it, and there you go, the errors away. Okay, we have these squiggly lines here, and yeah, I think this should be outside and not inside, so that fixes that problem. And let me just come here, and then finally, man, my fingers are hurting. Okay, so I'm going to do result.map, and then for each file, okay, we're going to do URLs, man, not that, URLs.push. Okay, we're just going to push the URLs now, f.download URL, and then we're going to do set image states. Okay, so we're going to do image states, get the image states. Okay, and then we're going to do new, const, we're going to do new file states. Okay, and this is going to be a structured clone. We're going to make a structured clone. Okay, and then we're going to make a structured clone of image states. And then what you want to do, let me just scroll up, is we're going to do const, we're going to do image state for individual image. It's going to be new file states dot find image such that image dot file name is equal to f dot file name. Okay, so as the image gets uploaded, right, so we basically come here and we want to upload the state for that specific image. So let's say you have 50 images you're uploading at the same time, because this is a multi-file upload. So whichever is done first, it's going to come here, we're going to update its state. We're going to do if image state. If we found one, then basically what you do is image state download URL is equal to f.download URL, and then we're going to do image state, no, not that, image state dot, we're going to do state is equal to complete. Okay, mark it as complete, and finally return new file states. So this is one way of updating state in React, kind of complicated, but it works. Okay, so once you're done with all that, then finally now we need to tell the whoever called us that, hey, here you go, here's all the URLs. So we're going to do on file added, and it's going to be dot URLs, right? So in the end you want to specify, tell the client, so we can then save them to the database. Boom, that takes care of that. So now what we need to do is go ahead and set up Firebase so we can fill these in. I think it was this and maybe another, I don't know, but let's go, let me expand this, and let's go to Firebase storage. So here I'm in Firebase storage. So what you can do is you will have to create a project, and you want to give the project name. So let's say I'm going to do test. I already have one, but I'm showing you guys. We're going to hit continue. I don't need analytics, so I'm going to say create project. Okay, and then we're going to hit continue. All right, cool. So now here, as you can see, the project has been created. Now one thing I would like to mention is I think Firebase has changed, and I think now to use the storage, you will need to upgrade to the to the Spark, I think the Spark plan, or I don't know, you need to add that. You need to upgrade the plan. So initially it's actually not that expensive, it's pretty cheap, but they want you to upgrade to the Spark plan. But anyway, so we're gonna then go to storage, and we're gonna see, that's what I was talking about. You need to upgrade the project if you want to be able to use storage. So once you do that, so of course it's going to ask you to enter like select a payment. So if I click it, as you can see, you need to select a billing. So I already have one, but you would have to create a billing account and then select that. As I said, it's very cheap, but I mean, it's not going to charge you unless you're doing like lots of images, but just to let you know, you have to do that. Anyway, once you're done with that, so what I can do is I can select the other project. As you can see, I have been uploading all sorts of images. So then what you want to do is come over here to the gear icon, and we're going to go to project settings, and here you can see all the project settings. And if I scroll down, then this is where they're telling you to get the API key, the auth domain, and all that. And we also need to install Firebase. So actually I'm going to copy this, and you want to copy this, and I'm going to show you guys how we can add this to the environment file. But this is where you're going to get the API key and all that. So let me just come back here and minimize this, and we're going to come here, and we need to install that Firebase. I don't know if I need the force. We're going to try it without the force. So let's just hit it. Yeah, we need the force. The force. Bam, so Firebase installed. Then the next thing we need to do is we're going to come over here, and then we have the lib, and inside the lib we're going to create a firebase.ts file, and inside of here we can just add some stuff. So first thing first is we're going to do const firebase config. So this is basically this thing is what I'm talking about. So let's just copy this, you know, and we can just paste it here. So of course you want to put this in the environment file, and we're going to do that. So that's the config. So then other thing you want to do is create an app so we can access it. So we're going to do app. So it's going to be get apps like that, and let's see if it's going to bring it from Firebase. I don't know where it is, but we're just going to import it ourselves. So we're going to do import. It's going to be get apps, and the other thing I want to bring is initialize app. And where is it coming from? It's coming from our Firebase app. Cool, like that. So now what we can do is if get apps.length, okay, is equal to 0, means you don't have any app, then what you want to do is initialize 1, okay, and with this config, Firebase config. And then otherwise if you have one, just do get apps, and then we're just gonna, you know, do this, mean give me the first one. Also you need a storage, a reference to the storage, so we can store stuff. So I can do const, and we're going to do storage, and it's going to be get storage. It's not going to bring it, so we're going to do it ourselves, and it's going to be import. We're going to do storage. The other thing I need is ref, and that's coming from at Firebase, and it's going to be storage. Like that. Okay, so then in the get storage, you want to give it the app, like for which app you're talking about the storage. And also what I can do is export const, and I'm going to do return a storage ref. So this ref is what we'll be using in our app. So that's what we're doing it. And then storage ref is equal to storage ref is equal to token. So token is, let's say you want to save a file name, you want to provide that token. That's the token. And then this is going to be ref, okay, and then we're going to do storage. That's the storage, and then the token. So that's going to save this stuff for us. So let's save it. And then before I forget, I think I'm going to come back here, and we're going to use it here. So here is what we can do: storage ref, like that. So we're going to get the storage ref. for this file name like that, and then also the download URL. But before we do that, we need to upload the file, and then for that we're just going to do await upload bytes. That's coming from Firebase, and then you want to give it the file ref, okay, and then file, it's going to be as file. So just give it the file, it's going to upload it for you. Super easy. Once that is done, then we're just going to do get download URL. That's also from Firebase, and you want to give it the reference to the file, so that will give you the download URL. And once you have that, then what you want to do is take it and use it here. What? Okay, I'm going to copy this and I want to use it here. Okay, so that will actually take care of that. I don't know why is it complaining download URL is not assignable to da da da. I think because we need to await on it, and let's see why this guy is complaining. So did you mean storage? Okay, so let's see if it didn't bring it. Interesting. If I do ref and lib Firebase, boom. So this completes this guy. Actually, we can actually use it to upload files. But before we do that, of course, we need to, let me just close, let me just come here. We need to actually set this up. To do that, we need to come to our end file, and we need to come here and just do Firebase, and just define these kind of like that. Okay, and then all you have to do then is come here and then take this. Okay, from here I'm gonna exit out, and then I'm going to put it here. Then I'm gonna come here, and then the project ID, I'm gonna X this out, and then I'm going to put this here. And then for the auth domain, I am going to take this guy, exit out, and I'm going to put it here like so. And then over here you want to then use these keys. So let's say for this one I can do process env dot that. Okay, and then I'm just going to copy this so we can use it, and let's just do this, and let's just do this, and then I can take this one, the auth domain. We're gonna put the auth domain here, and then the other one is the project ID. So I'm going to copy the project ID, and I'm going to come here and put it here, and let's just of course add this one. So let's save it. Let's save everything, and if everything went well, we should be able to upload images. Let me close this, and then let me close this, and then here's, let me just do a refresh. And if I come here, if I do select, nothing is popping up. Let's just go to inspect and see if there's any errors. If I select it, nothing is happening, and let's see why. So we do have, let's see, we have this input, and this should be actually a function, and also the get root props should be a function. Let's save it, and if I hit it, yes, there you go, it's coming up. So let's say if I upload, I don't know, my new logo, I'm gonna hit it, open, it sees downloading, and we got an error. And oh yes, we need to do this config. So you want to come here to your, let's see, next.config.ts file, and you want to add the configuration here, otherwise images are just not going to work. So we're just going to do images, and it's an object. You want to specify the formats, and then the formats we want to do is this one, and then this one. Okay, and then remove remote patterns is going to be an array, and then you want to do protocol, and the protocol we're just going to be using HTTPS. And let's see what's the next one, hostname. So hostname is the Firebase, like this. So let's save it, let's refresh this and see if this will work. Let's expand this. I'm gonna go back here, and let's go back here and delete all these images. Delete. Okay, so now when we the image should show up here. So let's come here and let's try this again. So if I come here, I'm going to minimize this, go to console, let's upload an image. So let's say I'm going to upload this one. Boom, there you go, that came up. So if I come here and do a refresh, voila, there you go, the image has been uploaded to Firebase. Let's delete it. Boom, deleted. Let's do a refresh. Yes, it's not deleted because probably we left out the code here. Yes, that's the problem. So what we need to do is come here, get a ref to it. So I'm going to do ref is equal to storage ref. Okay, and we're going to do the photo URL to get a reference to this file. And then what we want to do is we're going to do await delete, and let's just do delete object, and then just pass in the ref. I find Firebase very easy to work with actually. But yeah, anyway, so now let's try this again. So I'm gonna delete this one. See, we get a fresh start. Okay, let's try to upload another one. How about this one? Let's just hit it. Boom, so it's coming here. I'm gonna do a refresh. Images here, same one. And let's try to delete it now. Boom, gone. Let's do a refresh. Yes, it's gone. Perfect. So now this is working, and what we can do now is basically come back here and close this. We're done with this. So we can actually now come back to the add book dialog and take care of it here. Okay, now let's see how we can use the drop zone, image drop zone, and tie it to our form. So we're going to create a form field like how we have been doing. So I think what I can do is maybe let me just copy this one, and then let me paste it, and then this one I'm going to call photos, and then this one let me just call it, let's say, photos. Actually, we don't need the form label because this already says, you know, upload photo. And then what I need is just take the image drop zone. I'm going to cut it out and I'm going to put it in here like that. So let me just do this. Okay, so first of all, we need to supply the photos, and that's going to come from the field.value. So that's that. Then the other thing we need is on files added. So we need to have a handler for that. So we're gonna do handle file add, and then the other thing we need is on file delete. So it's gonna be on handle file delete. Okay. So we need to now, you know, I'm gonna copy these and we're gonna implement them. So let's just see, I named them correctly. Let's go up here and let's just come here and do like this. So we're gonna do, let's see, const, and then this is that, and then same here, const, and then this is that. So for this one, what I will do is going to be async, and it's going to be files to upload. Okay, and it's going to be an array of strings. So remember, we're just getting the URL, so that's what it is. And then also for delete, what we have is async, and it's going to be just the URL of the file. So it's going to be a string, and it's going to be like this. Okay, so now we need to put something here, of course, and don't forget to do the arrow functions, and also don't forget to do the arrow functions. Okay, so what do we do in the file add? So if what we can do is we're going to do const, and we're going to do a new photo is equal to await, and it's going to be add photo. So now what is add photo? We need to create that. So let's go over onto our actions. Let's just minimize everything, and then what I will do is I'm going to just minimize this, and I think we need to add one for photos. So let's just come here and do photos, so we can have it nicely separated. So for our photos, we need to do first the add. So we're going to do export, and it's going to be async function, and then we're going to do add photo. Then it's going to take the table. So remember, we're using the same kind of action for both the activity photos and the book photos. So we're going to pass it the table name, and then it's going to be the entity ID, and this is going to be a number, and then also a URL. That's the URL to the photo, and then the path. So just gonna do a refresh. All right, so now we need to I guess let me close this. we need to come here and use these. So we're going to do a try catch like how we have been doing before, and if there's any error, then we're just going to throw the error like that. Okay, so let's scroll up. Okay, so what we should do is we're going to do basically await Prisma dot transaction. We're going to start a transaction, and it's going to be async t, and then what we want to do is if table is equal to book, if it's a book photo that we're trying to save, okay, then we do one thing, and then otherwise let's just do copy this. We're going to do else if the table type is equal to activity, then we're going to do something else. Okay, so like that. All right, so what we can do is we're going to do await, we should do t dot, we're going to do book photos. Okay, we're going to do create. So we're just going to create an entry here. We're going to give it a data, and then the data is book ID, and that's going to be the entity ID, and then the URL is the URL. Okay, so this is how we're gonna do this one. And then for the activity, it's kind of same idea. What you do is just copy this, and then we're gonna come here, and then instead of book photos, we're just gonna do activity photos, and then the activity ID, and basically that's how easy it is. So I'm going to save it, and then in the end, don't forget to revalidate the path, so we can just do a fresh version of what we just did. All right, cool. So that will take care of that. Okay, so one thing, if you guys remember, we had this photos here, the add book. When we add a new book, we need to add photos. So let's fix that actually, which is right here. So what I can do here is what I will gonna say is I'm gonna do, if I have photos, and if photos dot length is greater than 0, then data is equal to photos dot map. So let's say you have a bunch of photos you want to upload, and then photo, kind of same thing what we did with the categories, and then what I will do is I'm going to do book ID, and this is going to be created, or is it created, or book ID, right, for that one. And then the URL is going to be just photo. And then where do we save it? This is going in the book photos dot create many, and it's going to just take the data like that. So this will actually, when you create a new book, and if you add a photo, this is going to create it right here. So why don't we try it? Engineering, and then let's say the author is someone. Okay, so we're gonna do the ISBN 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, let's say we have, I don't know, 3 copies, and let's say it was published back in 2015, quite old. Let's upload the image. Okay, so I have this image. I'm gonna pick this one. Let's just do open, and boom, that's there. And so this one goes under robotics, and let's just save it and see what happens. Okay, book added. That's pretty cool. So if you see here, robotics engineering is here. So let's see if we can now show the image for it. So if I come over here to our table, let's see, admin, catalog, and catalog table, and we have this all here. So if I go to columns, let me see, book photos. Okay, so it is here. We just need to grab the photos, I guess. So let's come over here to the page, and we are getting the photos with the URL. And let's see, why is it not showing up? That's because we probably need, we need an image tag. It's just not going to show itself like that. So let's just come here, and let's just do cell, and then we're going to do row. And this is exciting, guys. We can finally see this thing coming together. So we're going to do next image. Let's just give it a width of 40. I don't even know if the height matters. I'm just going to set it to 0. And then we're going to give it a, let's say, alt of, for now, let's just leave it at like that. And then we need to give it a source. Okay, so for source, what I will do is I'm going to do row.get value, and it's going to be book photos. Okay. So here's the thing, it's going to give you, let me just refresh it. Yeah, it's gonna basically give you let's see what's first the thing. Accessor key, unexpected image, expected JSX identifier. Okay, yes, we need to close this one. So let's see if that'll help. Okay, there's two more errors that are empty was changed to alt attribute to source attribute. Okay, so remember this is gonna give you an array of photos. So as you can see here, so we need to just grab the first one. Okay, so this is gonna of course give you, let's see, another error. Okay, so you need to do a little bit of a trick here. So the way you do this is like this. We're gonna do as unknown. Okay, so once you do that, so I'm gonna put this into brackets like this. Okay, so once you have done the unknown, then we're gonna do as photo. Okay, and then I think you want to do another one of these, and then finally once you have done that, and then what you do is dot map, and then we're going to do p is equal to p dot url, and then you want to do pop, just get the last one. Let's see if I refresh. Beautiful, we keep getting errors. To the source attribute. Okay, why is it complaining? Oh, because you need to just do this. That is a string. We know it's a string. Huh, still errors. Let's see. Oh, I know why. That's because I know why that's happening. Because for this JavaScript, we didn't have any image, so that's what's doing that. So let's delete this one. That'll be a good chance to implement the delete function. So let's come on over here and let's just see where can we do the delete one. So if we come over here to add book dialog, and then we have, so that's the dialog, we don't need this one, so we're gonna have to go to the table, and this is where we're gonna do the delete. So let's just come over here and we're just gonna do await delete catalog, just do delete book. Okay, I don't think so we have delete book, so let's go to actions and implement one. So let me minimize this one, and we can do it here. So we can do export const function delete book, and it's going to take the book ID. It's going to be of type number and a path of type string. Okay, and all we are going to do is await Prisma dot transaction, and we're just going to do async t, and let's just do await t dot books dot, and we're gonna do delete. Okay, and we're just gonna do where book ID is book ID. So with that done, then what you want to do, let's see, we want to come here and we're just going to do revalidate the path. Okay, export const function delete book. Why is it a problem? This is not const, this should be, yeah. Okay, so let's go back here and let's see if this will work. Delete book, yep. And then the item dot book ID. Okay, and then the other thing it takes is the path. Do we have the path? No. So let's bring that here. So we can do const path is equal to use path name. So that's from next navigation. And then over here, I'm going to pass this here. And of course, this is going to be a sync. Okay, if everything went well, we should be able to delete this book at least. Let's just do delete. Let's just do refresh. Okay, it looks like it didn't delete it. So if I do errors, I think it's still complaining about this. So the only way to delete this maybe is through the database. So let me try that. Or okay, so I think it's still complaining about this. So one way we could fix this is if I come here to columns. So maybe what you can do is come here. And we can do, you can either do an empty image, right? Or you can just do, if we have this, then only do this. So let me save it. And let's just do a refresh. Let's see. We're still getting this error. So you know what? Let's go ahead and figure this out. What's going on? Let's Let's check the database. So here I am in the database. Let's just do select star from book photos, and let's see what we have here. So this is the problem. We actually don't have any photos, anything stored in the database. It looks like when we uploaded the photos, they didn't make it to the database. So let's see, this is our number one problem. So what I will do is, at this point, we can just clean the, or we can actually start adding new entries and see why, if it's actually coming to database or not. So let's go and close this. Let's close this. Okay, and let's just see. So this is the add book dialog, and when we do a submit, handle submit, it's supposed to pass in the photos to the, let me see, yeah, here, right? So let's see, we have this file add, and looks like we're not doing anything with it. So let's fix this. So we can do const existing photos is equal to form dot get values. We're gonna do photos like that, and then form dot, we just need to add, every time we add a file image, we need to add it here, set value, and then what we can do is photos. All right, and then we're just going to do the existing photos and just want to spread it, and then files to upload. So this will take care of adding the photo to the database, and also we need to now make sure that when we delete it, we clear it. So const, we're going to do updated photos is equal to form dot get values. So I think I can just copy this. So we get the existing photos, and then what we do is we're just going to do a filter, okay, and then it's going to be photo, and we're just going to do photo does not equal to the passed URL, or just going to be an empty array like that. And then finally we do form dot set value, and it's going to be the photos, and it's going to be the updated photos. Okay, now I think we can start adding the, let me just do a refresh. So this error will still appear because we have this. So you know what I'm thinking, maybe we can delete the photos. So sorry, delete the books. So delete from books. Okay, if I hit enter, it's gonna say this. I'll say okay. Now because we need to do the you need to specify the ID, so I'm gonna do book ID is equal to 1. Let's see why. Oh, because it has a constraint. So if I go select star from book category links, so as you can see, we have these constraints. You want to delete these first. So first I'll do delete from book category links. Okay, let's see if this will work. We're just going to do okay. Yep, so that works. So if I come here, boom, that's gone. So I can delete this. I can, let's say, delete this. So these two are gone. So let me do a refresh. Boom, that's clean. Okay, so now let's just add a new book. Let me just bring VS Code. And then we're just going to do the same thing, JavaScript. All right, let's save it. Okay, so the book got added, and there you go. Now it's showing up properly. This is what I'm talking about. Let's add another one. This is fun. So I'm going to do Python, and then let's say yo Python, that's the author name. One thing we should do is, after adding, reset the form. We can do that. Let's say this one was published 2019. This one is Python. We're going to remove JavaScript, and whoop, accidentally. Okay, that's one benefit of keeping the values. What I will do is select, and then I'm going to do Python, and let's just do open. Okay, let's hit save. Boom, that's coming up also. Look at that. So if I go categories and then come back, this is amazing. I like it. So now what we can do, so this is working, is let's see. When we do the submit, I think we should do set form.reset. We'll reset the form, so that'll take care of that problem for us. And then now what we can do is maybe take care of, let's say, the edit and the delete. Let's start with the delete. So you can delete these books, and for that one we're going to go to the catalog table. We're going to come back to this. For now I'm just going to close it. I'm going to close this, and let's just take care of the row delete. So for that, what we need to do is come to actions and implement a function to delete the book. So it's going to be pretty simple. Export async function delete book. It's going to take a book ID. It's going to be a number, and then a path. It's going to be a string. So all we do is await Prisma dot transaction t, and then we're just going to do await t dot. Of course you need to do the async here. We're going to do t dot books. Let's see, books, and we're going to delete, and you're going to do where. We're going to do book ID is book ID, like that. And then finally, don't forget to just to revalidate the path so that everyone is happy. Why is this complaining? Did I do something wrong? Let's see. Revalidate path. Actually, let me take this out and put it here. Cool. So that should delete the book. One thing we have to do is how we did with the categories. I think we should let me see. Yeah, we need to ask the user for permission and all. So actually, you know what, we can just come here, because this is, we created this once, we can just reuse it. And I'm going to copy this confirmation dialog, and then we're going to go back here, and I'm going to paste it here. And of course you need to do the bring it here. Okay, and then I'm going to just copy and paste basically from here. So what we need is this one, so let's just copy it. See, sometimes you just have to do things once, and then just you know, don't work too hard, work smart. So you can just repeat. And what else do we need? Okay, handle confirm. So I'm just gonna come back here. We have this handle confirm, so we're just gonna copy this, and then we're gonna come back here, paste it. Let's just do this. Okay, so we need the item to action, and then what I can do is I'm gonna do this, copy it, then come back here, paste this here. Okay, so this is the item to action, and this is going to be the book instead of that. I'll take care of that. And then we need to do this. Okay, and we're gonna call now the delete book, like that, and this is going to be the book ID. How cool is that? Okay, and this, let me just call it path name. Okay, let me see. So okay, we need the toast, so let's get the toast. Okay, so we're gonna come here, do this. Of course we need to bring in the toast. So we're gonna come to the top, and we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, like that. That's pretty cool. Okay, and then in the row delete, what did we do here is we just do this. So we're just gonna do the exact same thing. We're just gonna come here and do this. So let me save it, and then let me see. So we're just gonna do book. Do we have name? Yes. Okay, so let's save it and let's see if this will work. Say you want to get rid of this Python. So if I just do this, delete, there you go. You can delete the book. Actually, it should be book. So I just need to change the change that, so that will work. So if I just come here and I do delete, Python deleted, but there's an error. Let's see what the problem is. Okay, so we are getting this error, and I think it's the same error that we saw because of the foreign key constraint. So the problem is that the book ID is used in another table, so you have to delete that first, then only you can delete this. And I think the problem is because of the schema, the constraint. So let me show you guys how we can fix this. So if I come here to the schema, and let me expand this. So as you can see, this is the book category links, and then if you look at the relation, then on delete, that's the problem. See, it says no action. So if we delete a book, we want to get rid of the relationship from the junction table because you don't need it anymore. And the same goes for categories. Let's say if you have fiction and you get rid of the fiction section from the your library, you don't want to keep those relationship anymore. So the way we do this is you're gonna come here and you're gonna do let's see what are the options. We're gonna do cascade. Yes, that's the option. So we're gonna do cascade. So what cascade does is, like, if somebody deletes a book, go ahead and delete this one as well. So now that you have done that, you would have to do a migration. So let's do that. So we're gonna come here and expand this, and then so we're gonna then come here, we're gonna do npx Prisma. So I think what the migration is gonna do is gonna nuke your data, I think, but that's fine, we don't have too much data anyway. So we're gonna do migrate dev. I'm just gonna give it a name. We're gonna do added cascade to junction book junction. I'll just do add cascade. It's gonna become too long. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and see, it's gonna tell you all data will be lost. We're just gonna do yes, and boom, that's done. So once that is done, then you need to now regenerate the client. So we're gonna do npx generate Prisma generate. It's gonna regenerate the client, and you need to restart the server. So what you need to do is come here, kill this, and restart. For some reason it's not going to pick up, so you need to do that. Okay, so now we can go back. Let me close this and just zoom out a little bit, and then just go here and let's just do a refresh. Alright, so everything is gone, yeah, as I expected. So by the way, I have just prepared this insert statement, so it's going to insert the categories quickly without us doing it through the front end. I find it much faster, so I'm just going to hit it, and then that's getting inserted. So if I come back here, I just go to categories, boom, all the categories are back. I added a couple more, but we're going to add the book. So if I come here to catalog, I'm going to do add book. Let's just do test quickly. I'm just gonna do, I don't know, whatever, programming drama. Let's just pick any image. This one, we're gonna do save. That's being saved, is right here. So now let's delete it. So if I just do delete, boom, deleted. There you go, problem solved. So yeah, sometimes you have these issues, you just need to do fix your database. So I'm gonna come back here, and we need to actually I should add it so we can do the edit part. So let me just add that again. I'm gonna do Python John Doe. John Doe is pretty famous. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, and then let's say 3 copies 2020. I don't know, programming Python, something like that. We're gonna select an image, and let's just do save. Boom, that's being saved. So now let's take care of this edit part. So for that, let's just close the schema. We're done with that, and then we can close this one. Let's expand this a little bit. So for that, what we need to do is let's see, so handle row edit. Okay, so what we want to do is we're going to do set open. So what we're going to do, we're going to do set item to action, and it's going to be the item. That's one thing. The other thing we need is the dialog, right? So it's going to be add book dialog, like that, and it's going to of course need some state. So we're going to just come here and just copy it from here. So when you're, by the way, coding, you want to keep, as you can see, I'm just repeating this. So if you have a pattern, just follow it. It's going to make your development much faster. You don't want to keep changing from component to component. It's just a lot of work. So I'm just going to do set open, and then I think we need to pass in the book. So that's going to be the item to action. Okay, So let's save it. So that will work. One thing we need to do is we need to do set open to true so we can open the dialog. Now the problem is if I come here and do edit, as you can see, it's not populating the values, right? Because we need to handle it in the add book dialog. So let's close everything and let's go to add book dialog right here and let's take care of it. So what we need to do here is kind of similar as to what we did with the add categories dialog. We had this use effect, right? So I'm going to copy this use effect and then I'm going to go back here. Okay, I'm taking a lot of risk by copying and pasting, but that's how it is. So if I come here and let's see, what do we have? This is when we're getting the category. So we're just going to add another use effect. Okay. Let me just organize the code a little bit. And then what we can do is if we have a book, and then here we're just going to do book like that. And then what we can do is actually just populate the values. So the way we're going to do this is, for example, if I have the ID, then I'm going to do book ID. So that's all you're going to do, just fill in the form value. So I'm not going to type it. I can just come here and do it like this. So all we're saying is if there's a book, just populate the values. So let me come here and if I do edit, there you go. So we're getting Python, all the values coming in. So we can close this one. And we also need to then change the handle submit to account for like how we did here. If you guys remember here, right, when we do the submit, if there is a book, then do update it, otherwise add new one. So we need to do kind of a similar thing. So let me just close this one and just close this and just come here to handle submit and take care of that. So I'm going to do if a book is given, then we're going to do an update, otherwise we're just going to add a new one. So let me grab this and then just gonna put this here, and I like how I did before, I'm gonna do a message. So I'm gonna take this, I'm going to put this here, and then for this one let me just cut it message, and I'm gonna do this. Okay, and why is it complaining? You're just a message. Use const. No, I'll be using it. Don't worry about it. So for example, I can do book updated, right? Something like that. Okay, so now we need to I guess create a function that is going to update the database. So for starters, let's just close the dialog when we do the update, right? So I'll take care of that. And we're just doing the form.reset. Okay, we're showing our toast and set processing to false. That's pretty cool. Let's go to actions, and under the books, let's add another function. I'm going to copy this one and let's just paste it, and I'm going to call this update book like that. So let's come here and let's see what the heck is going on. Okay, so start the transaction, and let me just close this so we can see. The only thing we will do is we're going to do, instead of create, we're going to do update. Okay, and of course you just want to give it the ID. So we're going to do book ID is, am I passing a book ID or not? So we're going to do book ID, and it's going to be book ID is going to be a number. So then I'm going to do book ID. So that will actually then find this book ID and update it. Okay, and then we're going to update the name, the ISBN, the number of copies, the publisher, and the author. Okay, so that will take care of that. And then for the categories, the way we're going to do this is, since it's a Junction table, it's going to be hard for you to go in the Junction table, find the categories, and then delete them or update them. It's just a lot of work. So the easiest way is this, just do like this, await. We're going to do, since we're in the same transaction, then we can do, let me see, yes, we're going to do await t dot book category links, okay, dot delete many. Okay, so for this book, just delete all the category links, okay, and then you want to do where book ID, is equal to the passed in book ID or updated book ID, whatever that is that you want to do. Okay, once that is done, then basically it's kind of the same thing we did back there. We just come here and add the new book IDs. For photos, we're gonna have to do it a different way, so I'm just gonna get rid of that and let's save it. So that is your actually update. Yeah, let's get rid of this. I don't need this. This is how we're gonna do an update book. So let me just make sure everything is good. Seems to be good. So let's now come back here. If a book is provided, then all you do is you're just gonna do update book, and we're gonna do values and then the path. Path. Let's see, is it path or path name? I always get this wrong. Galaxy. I think the oh, we called it ID. That's fine. We can just come here and say ID. Doesn't matter. Let's just come here and do ID and then ID. Let's save it, and then I can come here and there you go. That works. Okay, so let's actually go ahead and how about we update this book. So let's say, I don't know, we just get a, okay, instead of Python we say Python for nerds. Okay, let's save it. Python for nerds, yes, that got updated. How about we update the number of copies? Say we have 4 copies now. Save it, a number of copies, and we get the message. Pretty cool. One thing that I see is if I go edit, the photos are not showing up, so that's a problem. Let's go to console and let's see if we are getting any issues that might need some tissues. Why am I doing this? Yeah, let me hit edit. Yeah, for some reason the photos are not showing up, so we need to fix that. So let's see how this will work. So if I have so how about we do this? If I come here and I'm just going to do console.log and book.photos, book photos. Yeah. Okay, so let's say if I do, let me just clear this and just do edit. Okay, so for some reason the book photos are not even coming up here. So we're going to track it back and let's go to over to catalog table and let's see. Okay, so this is where we're passing the item to action. So how about when I hit edit, let's just do this, console.log item to action dot book photos. Okay, so I'm going to save it and then let's just come here and do edit. Okay, we're getting something. Okay, we are getting the something. We're getting the URL and that. So why is it not showing up there? So I'm gonna just do this. Let's come here, and why is it not showing up here? Let's see, can I just print the book? Let me save it and let me close this, and if I just clear this and if I do edit, interesting, let me do a refresh. Edit. Okay, so let's see. So okay, book photos is coming up here. So book underscore photos is okay, so we're saying book.photos, go through the array, it's an array, and get the URL, yes, so that's fine. And then it should basically come here. We have these photos and it should provide it to the image drop zone. So let's go to image drop zone and let's see if we made a mistake here. So if I just do console.log photos and let's just do a refresh, and if I do edit, okay, so it's also coming here. And what's the problem? And we're getting the URL, so download URL is P, okay, photos.map and blah blah blah. Let's see, I can basically just get rid of this. That's a part of debugging, so that's how you debug these issues. So one problem I do see is, I know we have photos, but like What are we doing with it? Nothing. So we need to set the image states to photo. I think like that. Yeah. So that should take care of it. Let me save it and let's just do a final refresh and hopefully this will work. Please work. Oh my god, look at that. That works. Yes, you can see the image. Where is this console log coming from? I am not sure. Does it tell you? From add book dialog. Okay, 76. I'm going to close this and we can come here and go to line number 76. Get rid of that because it works. It works. It works. Yes, yes, yes. I like it. Let's see if I delete this image. Can I upload a new one? I don't know. Long shadows. Let's save it. Let's do a refresh. Okay, so for some reason the image is not getting updated and I know why. Because we haven't written the code for it yet, right? So we need to fix that. So if I come here, you see how we have this function that says handle file add and all. So if I come here, let me just, I think we're done with this. We're done with this. Here, we need to add it here. So let me just minimize this. Yeah, so what we need to do is if you're editing, then we need to create a separate function for it. So let me come here and minimize this. And we have this function add photo. So that should take care of it for us. So what I will do is I'm going to come here. And if we are doing the handle file add, so I'm going to do if a book is provided. Okay, that means we are editing a book. So I'm going to do const new photo is equal to await add photo, and then it's going to be the table. So the table is book, and then we're going to give it the book ID. Okay, and then files to upload. It's just going to be the first one, and then the path. Okay, and then what we will do is if the photo has been added. Okay, then what you do is book photos, okay, dot push, just add it and new photo. Cool, so that should actually take care of that. Why is new photo? Let's see. Okay, I think we need to return something from here. So what I will do, I will just do const new photo is equal to that, and then I will just do return new photo, and there you go. That take care of that error. I hope so. Let's see. Wow, I don't get it. I think what basically this is, I think we need to yeah, it's not gonna work like this. I think we need to do photo ID, and that should be the new photo dot. Let's see, do you have anything for me? No. Okay, so that should be the photo ID, and then we need the URL. So that is going to be the new photo dot URL. Okay, we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna do this, and then this one is complaining. Why is it complaining? Because what we need to do is basically this return, because we're not returning anything from the transaction. So we are going to do this, and then over here we're just gonna do, let's see, did I do photo ID is result.photo ID, I mean new photo.photo ID, and then the URL is new photo .url. So that's that. If I come back here, why is it complaining? Okay, man, sometimes TypeScript will drive you nuts. So argument of type photo, ID number undefined. Undefined is not assignable to parameter of type photo. Okay, so if I go here, photo, if I go to photo is photo ID, it's a string and it's a number. So what's the problem? Here, do I have to like do this? Number and then as string, will that make it happy? Yeah, okay, I don't get it. What the heck? And then also we need to do it for the delete. If there is a book, then we need to take care of that. We're going to do photo to delete is equal to book.book photos. All right, we're going to do filter, and then we're going to book photo.url is equal to URL. Okay, so we get that. And then if photo to delete, okay, and photo to delete dot length, if we have it, if we have photos to delete, basically is what I'm saying, is greater than 0, then basically what you do is await delete photo. We're going to write this function from the for a book, and then photos to delete. We're just going to do this photo ID and then the path. Okay, we're going to supply that. So what we need to do is we need to implement this function. So I'm going to come here and let's just do like this. How about I copy this function, copy it, and then I can come here and I can do delete photo, and the rest remains the same. We're just going to do delete, and then we're going to do where. We're going to do photo, let's see, photo ID is entity ID, we don't need this. And then the same thing here, I need to say delete, and then here I need to do where. We're going to do activity ID is entity ID, I don't need this. And let's see, I think that should be good. I'm not returning anything from this one, so I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do just this, and then in the end, let's just do just return. We're gonna do result, and then I'm going to return the result like so. Okay, so it's complaining activity photos dot delete where sorry, photo ID, deleting a photo is equal to ID. Let me see, so table, I think I should just call this ID, that makes more sense. And then I don't need to pass in this URL. We're gonna get rid of that. So this will be ID, this will be ID, and boom, and done. Okay, so now we can come here and let me see what's the problem here. I think we need to bring it, so there you go. And the other thing we need is maybe this. I'll take care of that, and that's that. Okay, so now we can test out deleting a photo. Let me refresh it. So let's say I don't like this photo, I want to change it. So you can come over here, edit, and delete it. There's an error. Firebase storage object does not exist. Oh, maybe when we did the delete, I think we deleted it. Let's see which one it is. It's all these. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to, let me see. Let me just do a refresh. I think it does exist. So if I do edit, yeah, it's here. If I do delete, so maybe it's just cached. Okay, so let's do this. Let's delete it. We're gonna come here and just do a refresh. Let's just get rid of this entry completely. Boom, that's done. So Python is gone. Let's add one. So let's say I'm gonna do JavaScript, done, and then let's just do 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 4 copies, and let's just do, I don't know, programming, website design, and let's just upload this JavaScript. Okay, that's done. Let's save it. It's right here. Let's just come here and let's say I want to edit, so I'm going to delete this photo. That's gone. But we are getting this weird error. Okay, we're getting this error. I don't like this. Anyway, so let's go edit, add a new one. So let's say I'm going to add this one. I'm going to save it. It's coming right away. So if I come here, edit, I'm going to delete it. I'm going to add another one. Let's say this one. Boom, save. So there you go. Let me just refresh. Let me load it. Okay, so it looks like it's working. We can delete, we can change the photos. But the one problem is when I delete a photo, it looks like there's a problem here. It's for some reason this is having a hiccup, so we're gonna fix that. Okay, so to fix this issue about this image, I think what we have to do is just there's a couple of ways of doing it. I found this very interesting article here where what you can do is just add a very tiny GIF, like it's very small. No, not this one. Let's see here. So it's like super, I don't know, the guy's saying it's like what? Let me see, 37 bytes only. So you can either do that, or the other way will be to just do it like this. So I'm gonna come here and just take all of this. I think that's all we need. And then I can just do this. We're gonna do dot length. I think I probably messed up these guys here. So length, if that's greater than 0, if we have an image then we just render it, is what they were suggesting anyway. So what in this case is going to be just 0 bytes. So if you have no image, it's not going to render. So let's test it. So I'm going to upload an image to this one. Let's say SQL Server. Boom, it appears. I'm going to save it. But let's say now I'm like, oh, that's the wrong image. So if I delete it, boom, we don't get that error anymore. And now I can select that JavaScript. We're going to do beginners, just update it and save it. Boom, done. So that actually takes care of that. So now we have basically delete, we have update on the books. I think that was pretty intense probably for this one. And now we can move on to maybe do the activities page. So let's just close everything. So now you will see it's the kind of same pattern we need to follow. And we just basically have a table and columns and things like that. So let's just minimize everything. And then let's just minimize this. So like what I'm trying to say is same idea. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to say add activity button, right? And then what you do is you just come here and you're going to do add activity button. I'm going to copy it. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to save it. Let me just copy this so we don't show it here. So I'm going to do add activity and let's get rid of this. So then under the activities we have this page. So what we can do is basically how we have done it for the other one. So if you can see, we have this. So I'm going to copy this, for example. Actually, I don't need this. I'm going to copy this, right? I don't need this console log, by the way. It's good that I saw it. And then what I will do is I'm going to close it. And then if I come over to activities page, I'm going to just get rid of this. And then we can put it here. And then I can do add activity button like that. Let's save it and boom, instant. So the idea is we're keeping the same kind of structure so it's easy for the user to follow. That's what you want to do. Okay, so we have the add activity, and then the same idea here where we got the the params and all. So I'm going to copy this here. We're gonna go back here, not here, we're gonna come back here and then paste it here. Okay, and then also you want to, because we're doing pagination, so I'm gonna copy this one. We're gonna come back here and man, I keep clicking the wrong place. So is this page? Yes. So we're gonna come here and paste it. And then of course this needs to be, because server is going to be async. So I'm going to save it and there you go. So now what we need is kind of same idea what we did here. We need the activities table, how we have like the categories table, and then we also need to grab the activities from the from the database. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come here and we're going to come and paste here. We're going to do Prisma transaction. So let's bring in Prisma. You see how easy it is when you have a structure. Activities total, and we're going to do activities like this, same thing, activities, boom, instantly we have set up this page. Let me just organize this a little bit. Okay, so the other thing I will do is I'm going to take the categories table, copy it, I'm going to go to activities, paste it, we're just going to call it activities table. Activities table like this. Of course, we need to just do the work, and then we also need to do the column. So I'm going to copy this one. I'm going to come to activities and paste it like that. So I'm going to call this activity like that, and of course it's going to have an activity ID, and then it's going to have a name or a title. So instead of me typing, let me just paste it because it's just the same thing. Description, date, start time, end time, age group, capacity, photos, and all that. So then here we can do activity, then we can do activity. Okay, and then also here I want to do title like that. And then what do you want to show here? So this is the first one. Let me just duplicate this. So this is the date, the start time, the end time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do activity. Let me just copy this here. Activity date, and we have the start time. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it here, and then the end time. I'm going to copy. I'm going to paste it here, and boom, done. Okay, so this one is going to be the name. So name will be name, and then this is going to be date. I think I should do like this because this is display, and then this one is going to be the starts. And then this one is end. Boom, instant. And then also what we need to do is for the activity date, we need to format it. So we're going to do cell, and we're going to do row, and then let's just see. We want to display it in a nice way. So I'm going to do format, and this is coming from date FNS. So if I'm not mistaken, we have not installed that. So actually, if you go to Chatcn, and they have date picker. So I think if you install, yeah, I think that's the one. If you install date picker, it's gonna come with this date FNS. So why don't we go ahead and install it? So I'm gonna come here to where is it? This thing is based on popover. So we have popover. We need to install calendar. So let's go ahead and install calendar, and let's see here. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna come here. I'm gonna install it. Cool, that's done. Let's see if that brought the format from date FNS. So if we come here, yes, here we go. That's what I'm talking about. So we're gonna do format. We're gonna do row dot get value, and then it's gonna be the activity date. Let me just copy it and then just paste it here. And then what kind of format we want? The format we want is month. So it's like June 24, 2020, blah blah. That's like that. And it's going to be day. Actually, it should be y, right? Something like that. Okay, so once we have it, you guys will see it. So let's go back to our app. Okay, so this takes care of the columns. I don't think so we'll be touching this anymore. So I'm going to close this, and now we have the activities table. So for the activities table, the first thing we need to change is the name. So it's going to be activities table. And let's just come all the way to the bottom. We're gonna do this, so that's gonna fix that. Okay, and then we have the props. So the props will be data. So data, it's just going to be activity, an array of activity. Oh, I didn't bring it. Activity like that. So that will be that. And why is it complaining? Okay, because let me get rid of this. So let's see. So we have activity, and I don't know why is it. Let me try again. Columns. Okay, there you go. That fixed it. Okay, so I have this activity, and of course we're going to delete. We'll be also doing the edit. It's kind of same kind of deal. And then this is going to be the activity ID, and then the activity ID. Save, boom, done. So that's pretty easy. Okay, we need to bring in the columns. So columns is from columns, and okay, so we need to now create the dialog for adding an activity. So let's close everything so we don't get confused. So it's very easy. What I will do is I'm gonna go to the add activity dialog, add category dialog, and I'm gonna copy and paste it. We're just gonna modify it to say add activity dialog, and I'm going to just do this, and then let's close it. Let's just change the name first. So we're gonna say add activity dialog, and make sure that we take this and then update this. Boom, that takes care of that. Okay, so now we need to define the schema. Okay, so the first thing is the activity ID. So I'm just going to leave that at ID. Don't need to change it. The other thing is the title. So the title is string. Then we're just going to do activity title must be entered like that. And then the rest is just the other fields. Pretty straightforward. Description, the date, the start time, the end time, the age group, the capacity, and all that. So nothing fancy going on here. And we're also going to do the default values. So for default values, I'm just going to come here, and again, all we're doing is just setting these values to something. And then over here, if let's see, so I'm going to have to come here. We're going to do activity. If an activity is passed into us, so we're going to have to change it. So I'm going to actually first come here. And let's first define this one. So that's activity. So I don't need the category. So let's just come here. And so this will be activity. So I'm going to take this. So if somebody passes the activity, then we can actually come over here and fill the form. So I'm going to do activity dot activity ID like that. Whoops. Like that. And then this will be activity dot title. So this will be title like that. Okay, so that will be that. Now we can also set the other form values. Again, no need to type these because you guys have seen it now a million times. All I'm saying is if activity is passed in, just change these, fit in the form so we can change it. So I'm gonna minimize this and let's save it. And then let's see, why is this one complaining? Does not exist on type. Oh yes, activity. Okay, so there you go. So that actually should fix it. Okay, so the other thing is on submit, we're going to do the same thing. If activity is provided, get the activity ID like that, and then the values. Let me see, activity. So this one I'm gonna comment out for now, and then this one we're gonna be adding this. So I'm gonna comment this for now. Let's see, what else do we need? Okay, so now we need the form. So first of all, we're gonna do the title, and this is an input field, so we're just gonna do the title, and then the activity name or title like that. Okay, so this is our dialog, and let's see, there's a bunch of issues here and there. The path name, yes, we're gonna do that, we're gonna use this, but let's see if we can show the dialog first. So to do that, if we come over here to the our add, let's see, where can we show it? So if I come to the page, we can actually show it here, I think. Let me see, yes, in the add activity button. Sorry, this is where we can show it. So let me just close everything, and right here what I can do is I can do add activity dialog, and then I can just copy all of this, put it here. I can get rid of this, save it. So let's see, if I hit add activity, boom, instantly the add activity is coming up. So you see how that's how easy it is to just do this. So we're just going to repeat this and add the other fields quickly. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this form actually. So if I go to let me minimize this, and let's see if I can bring this here. Let's go over here and finish this form. If I can just do this, so as you can see, we already had the title. The one thing I would like to change is I'm going to call this list activity, and let's save it, and boom, that changed. Okay, so then what I need is, let's just format this a bit. We're going to take this and we're going to duplicate it. We're just going to do this one field at a time, and then this one I'm going to call it the description. Okay, and this one is going to be description. Okay, let's save it. Boom, there you go. So this one is actually going to be a text area, not a okay, so I don't think so we have text area. So if I come here, and if I come here to checkin, do we have text area? Yes, we do. Okay, so let's copy it, come here, and then install installation has been complete and we can proceed. So we have text area. Let's see here, text area, and let's see, I think you need to define some parameters, which is, for example, I don't know, let's see, yes, the max length. So the max length, I'm going to say 200, and then let's see, can we get a description? So we can say something like provide, provide a description of the activity, right? So if it's like dancing or jumping or whatever the hell they're going to be doing, so that's going to be that. Next field we need is the activity date. So let's just copy this, and then this one is going to be activity date, and this one I'm going to call it the start. Oh, so this is going to be the activity date. Whoop. Activity date, and this one, let's just get rid of this. Let's just come here and just do input so we can see it. All right, so this is going to be a calendar, right? So we need to have a calendar. And for that one, if you guys remember, I did if I go to my GitHub, so over here I did this one, easy rental. It's not this one, I think. So the gateless parking. If I go to the components, so there's one I did date select. So actually we can just use exactly this one as is. So I'm going to copy it, and then I'm going to come here and go to components, and then just create one. I'm going to say date select.tsx, and we're going to paste it. Boom. You guys can watch that video and then I explain how I created this, but it's fairly straightforward. We just have a popover trigger, and then a button where we can select a date. That's it. And then while I'm here, I did another one, and that one was called time select. So I'm going to come here, and this is basically display a list of times values. So I'm going to copy this one. Did I copy it? Yes. And I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a new file, and we're going to do time select.tsx, and we're going to paste this here, and boom, we have time, instant time. Okay, so we also have get time slots function. So I'm gonna come back here. We're gonna go back here, and I think it was in the utils. So if I go to utils, there was a function called get time slots. Let's see if we can find it. I'm sure we can find it. Yes, it's right here. So this function is okay. So we can copy this function. So all it does is let me just copy it. So I'm going to go to my lib. I'm going to go to utils. We're going to go to the end, and we're going to paste it. And basically that's that. And we need to define the return type. So I'm going to copy this and then paste that here. And that's that. So it's saying it's never assigned. That's okay. I think we can just comment this out. No? Okay. I don't understand. I think he's saying make it const. Boom, there you go, improvement. Okay, so that's part of that. So all it does is basically, let me just expand it, is we give it a start time and an end time, and is going to return us the time. Now for a library, they don't open that early, so maybe they open at 8 o'clock and then they close maybe at, I don't know, 6 p.m. So 6 p.m. is 1800, so we're gonna just do that. But if your library opens close at different times, then free feel to do that. But all it does is just give us the time, and then adds the AM PM to it in a nice format. Anyways, I covered that in my gateless parking tutorial, so you can watch that if you want. So let me close that. And then I'm going to close the time select. The time select does the same thing. Basically, it just calls that function, goes through it, and displays it in a nice format. So I'm going to close that, and then date select, I explained it, so that's that. So I'm going to close that, and then we can come here and now use it. So the way we're going to use it is, let's just bring this back here. Let's just show this so we can see it. Let me close this and then minimize this a bit more. And then I'm going to do disable date. Whoop, not disable dates. What am I saying? Date input. Okay, for some reason, this is select actually. Yes, date select. And then we're going to do field is field. So you don't want to spread it like that. you want to do this, and we also need to do disable dates. Disable dates is you don't want to be selecting in the past because that doesn't make any sense. So if I come here, boom, see, today is 25th of December. On Christmas, I'm doing this for you guys. Come on, appreciate this. All right, so what we need to do is in here, the form item, I'm going to give it a class name of grid just to fix it. Boom, fixed. Okay, and then what we need is, I'm going to copy this and just going to duplicate it. And then we need the start time. Okay. And also I'm just going to come here and I'm going to say start time. And for this one, what I will do, I'll do time select, the one I just talked about, and we just copied from my code. And then I'm going to pass it on change, and it's going to be field.onChange. Like that. And then for this one we need a default value, so that's going to be the field dot value, like so. So if I come here, that's what I'm talking about. See the times. Okay, so you know what, I don't want this to be kind of line by line. We can put them side by side. So what I'm saying, what I mean is this. So if I take this for example, and I do, let's say, end time. Okay, so this is the end of times. So this is the same thing. So as you can see how they are like this. So I want to put them side by side. So if I come here, I can do actually a div dot, man, my fingers are all over the keyboard. Div dot grid dash columns dash 1 dash gap dash 1, and then small and above grid. I'm gonna do columns dash 2. Like that. So then I was speaking like a robot actually for a second. Let's paste this here and let's just do this. Let's save it. Boom, instant. So if you go mobile, they're like this, otherwise they're like that. How cool is that? Select 10:30 a.m. As you can see, I can still select 8 a.m. That does not make any sense. So I've also, to this one, I've added a, if you go to time select, I also added a disable time. Right, so we're going to disable time. How we're going to disable time is you come here and you're going to do disable time. Okay, and then form.get, we're going to do values. We're going to do start time. So disable any time that's basically. So if I select say 11, then I can select 11:30, 12. If I select say 12:30 p.m., then I can select anything after that. Is the idea. We're gonna need a trigger change, but we're gonna do that. Okay, so that's for the end time. Now we also need one for age group and the. Let me copy this because it's gonna be side by side. So we need one for age group and the capacity. So let me see if I can do this. So I'm gonna come here. And this one is going to be called age group, and then this one is actually the capacity. So for this one I'm going to do, let's say, the age group, and then this one I'm going to call capacity. All right, so what is this one? Wow. The age group, to the age group is just an input, and we don't need this, and I think we can just spread the field on it. That should take care of it. Okay, there you go. So I'm going to save it, age group. Let's just give it a placeholder so that people know what we're talking about. So let's say, I don't know, 12 to 17. So it's for teenagers and stuff. And then also for, let me copy this. Okay, for the capacity, let me just do this. And then the capacity, we're just going to do, let's say, example, 10 people. Save it, and boom. As you can see, they're side by side, which is pretty cool. And finally, we need the, if you want to upload, let's say, images for the activity, you can do that. And it's the exact same procedure that we did for the, let me see, the book. So all you need to do is just take this and put it. So you will just take this, for example, and add it here. So, you know, I'll just show you guys. Let me just copy it and then come here and I can do web. Let me do this, and then I'm going to do drop zone. Okay, so for this one, I'm just going to do the empties because I'm not going to be implementing this, but Actually, I don't, it's optional anyway, so I don't need it. But there you go. You can actually add images for activities in case you want to just create some buzz about it. Okay, so that's that. Let me see, did we do anything? I think we did this, so let's just also do when we are processing. So instead of just this boring button like that, so we're gonna do just that. Okay, so I think I can just come over here and grab the processing from here, and I can actually just let me see, add it here, and then we need to do the state. Let's do the state. Cool. So let me save it, and we have that. So let me close this one so we don't get confused. Okay, so what do we need? So we probably need actions to add the activity, update the activity, and we can actually do that. So let's just come over here to action. Let's close this, and we're done with photos for now, I think. So you see we have activities, so it's going to be the same as we did for the categories. So why don't we just go ahead and do this? Let's do this. Let's copy this. Okay, and let's come here and let's just do this. Add activity, and we're going to do update activity. There you go. That takes care of that. I wish it was that easy. Okay, so now we need to just pass in the parameters. I don't need to type them because honestly they're just parameters. So what I have is like the title, the description, the activity date, start time, end time, age group, path, and all. So that's all we have. And then what we need to do is we just need to come over here, and just like what we did before, we're just gonna do data and then store the values here. So one thing we need to do is actually change the name, so it's going to be activities.create. So this is going to create an activity for us, and then what we need to do after this is also do the photos, and then I think what I should do is maybe do this in a transaction. So instead of this, I'm going to do T, and then we're gonna do like this, and then I'm going to do this, okay, like that, and then I can do T dot activities. Let's just do await. So this is going to, let me just format it a bit. Cool. Okay, so once we're done with the activities, then what we need to do is also add the photos. So if you guys remember how we did for the book, then we can do the same kind of stuff here, save photos. So I'm going to come here and copy this, and then if I come back here, so still within the same transaction, what I will do is I'm just going to do photos. Let me just format this again. And then instead of the, let me see, photos.map, so instead of book photos, it's going to be activity photos, like that. And then this one, I think what I need to do is I need to grab the result. So I'm going to do result is equal to that, and then I'm going to do result, and let me just get rid of this, and this is going to be the new freshly created what do you call it, activity. And also we need to change this to say I don't know, what was it, it's going to be the activity ID. All right, so that will fix that. And then okay, now let's see if we can now save an activity and in the database. So one thing I will do is, you know what, I don't need this, so I'm gonna get rid of this, and I just don't need this. We don't need to return it because we're doing the revalidate path. That's gonna just take care of it. Okay, so now let's come here, and I think what we need to do is, yes, update this. So what I will do is I'm just going to do add activity like this, and then what you do is just spread the values, and we're going to pass in the path. So that should actually do that for us. So I think if we did everything right, at this point we should be able to store the activity in the database. That's exciting. Let's come here and let's just do, for example, yoga for seniors. It's going to be, say, hot yoga. Okay, so let's say it's going to be on, I don't know, January 3rd, and then it's going to start let's say 9 in the morning, and then 11 a.m. Then let's say age group is 65 plus because for seniors, and let's say we only have 10 people. Let's save it. And hot yoga that you can enjoy. I think we had a limit of, I don't know how many characters we could put in the description. Let's see, a minimum of 10, that's why. Okay, so Let's save it, and category has been saved. The message is wrong. It should be activity has been saved. Okay, activity. Let me see, activity. I don't need this one. I'm going to copy this, and what I will do is I'm going to add it here actually. So it's going to be activity updated. So let's save it, and let's go to your database and see if the activity has been added. We don't have the table yet. We're going to add it, but let's see if the activity has been added. So here I'm connected to the database. So we're just going to do select star from, let's see, activities. If I run it, okay, the activity is not here actually. So it looks like the activity is not saved. So let's go back to the code and let's see what actually is going on. So let's see, add activity. That's the function we're calling, and we're doing Prisma transaction activities that create. And interesting. Looks like there's no errors, anything. Why is it not doing it? So let's just do a console.log activity result. All right, so let me save it. Let me just bring the console here so we can all see what's going on. What I will do is just do like this. I mean, as you can see, the activities did run. So let me come here. Do we have an insert statement? I don't see any insert statement. That's kind of weird. All right, so am I doing the right thing? Let me see. So this is the activity dialog, and here is our, okay, why is this one? Let's see, Lucid React. Okay, so let's see. So save, I have this, and if I come over here, are we doing the on submit, handle submit? Yeah, so everything seems to be okay. Okay, I'm gonna save it. We're gonna try it again. Okay, so maybe I should refresh this. Sometimes that helps. Anyways, so let me bring the console. Yep. Okay, so I'm gonna do again yoga. This is for seniors to I don't know, for good health. Okay, so let's say the date, we're gonna pick January 3rd. I don't know, starts at 9:30 and then ends at 10:30. We're gonna do 65 plus, and then capacities, let's say 10 people. Save. Activity updated. Why? Okay. Oh yes. Okay, so the mistake is, yeah. We're checking for activity, but we're not passing it here because first of all, we need to create one before we can do the updates thing. So that's the thing on my mistake. I think copying and pasting kind of gets you sometimes, but no worries. So what we can do is actually copy this, and I'm going to come here and let me see, add activity. I'm going to call it here. So now let's try it. And if I just hit add, okay, we need to do that. So let me just quickly do that. Okay, I was complaining about the start time, activity date. Why? It is a date. So why don't we? One way to see the message is, I think if you come here and you do error message, is it error message or form message? Yes, that's the one. So hopefully we can see why. Oh, start time is complaining, sorry. So start time is 9:30 and then this is 11. So if I hit say, why is start time complaining? Let's just add a form message here, and let's see why is it complaining. Okay, required. So it is here. Did I mess up the spelling or something? So on field change is field.on change. Let's see. Okay, end time. Okay, so I had to restart the server for some reason. I don't know why, but after I restarted it, it actually works. I don't know why. Sometimes you have these weird issues. And if I go to your database, as you can see, the yoga has been actually added, which is pretty cool. One thing we need to do now is if I come back here and we can we need to show it right here in the table, right? So what we can do is if I come back here to the, let me just minimize this so we don't get confused. So this is the pages. As you can see, we don't have the activities table yet, so why don't we use it? So what we can do is we can come here and we can do activities, let's see, table, and it's going to take data, and data is data activities, and then total will be total, like that. Okay, let's save it and let's go to activities table. And as you can see, boom, the activities are coming up here. There are errors. Let's see, table input filter, column name, that's fine, we can fix that. So if I come here, I think the problem is here probably, and the filter we're gonna do by title because the activity has a title. So let's save it and let's just refresh, and boom, that error is gone. That takes care of that. There was something else I saw, and that is the, okay, so we have looks like okay, yeah, we misspelled something, so that's kind of funny. Let's go over to columns, and it's this one. It should be activity. Okay, let me save it, and if I refresh, boom, everything is good. This guy's happy, so that is good. This guy's good. Okay, we're gonna of course have to fix this. So activity ID, and then we can come here and we're gonna do activity ID. That will take care of that. And then also we probably might have an issue with this one. Add alert dialog. Let me see. Okay, let me go back. So add, okay, so it should be add activity dialog. Yeah, I think that's what it should be. I don't know why we have this one. So first of all, let's come here, and this is the add activity dialog, correct? So when somebody hits the add activity button, it should be showing the add activity dialog and not the other one. So what I will do is I'm going to do add activity dialog like that, and then the activity is the item to action. So there you go. So that fixes that, and we can get rid of this. So this file is green. So if I hit it now, boom, that's coming up. Pretty nice if you ask me. So that's that. Why don't we add another activity just to make sure it works? We can do Lego fun, and then we can build a huge Lego tower. Okay, so let's say we're doing some event for kids. It's gonna be on, let's say in New Year. It's going to be on, I don't know, a Saturday. How about that? So parents can actually go. It's going to run from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. and this is for ages 10 to, I don't know, 17. And then we're going to have a capacity of 25 people. You can upload an image. We're going to hit save, and boom, activity has been added. We have yoga, we have Lego fun. If I come here, I think we could do that capitalized thing on this just to make it look a little bit pretty. But you have the time, the date, and then we also have the start time, the end time. So that is pretty nifty. I think what we can do now is do the edit and the delete. So obviously we have that, but let's fix that quickly. So if I come here and minimize this, we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna get rid of that. We don't need this. And now let's come here and we can do this one, right? So I'm going to uncomment this. So here we're saying if the activity is present, then basically we're adding it. Otherwise we're updating the activity. So why don't we go ahead and get rid of this, take care of this update activity one. So if we come back to actions, then in here, as you can see, let me just minimize this. So you remember how we did the add activity? We just need to do the same and do the update activity. So for the update activity, it's going to be the exact same parameters we're going to be passing. And then what we need to do is, instead of doing the update, what we can do is we can do activities.update, and then you want to do the where, which is the activity ID, and that's going to be the passed in activity ID. Just to get rid of this. And then for data we can just come in here and just pass in the whatever data we have. Let's just get rid of that. We don't need this one. And I think that's all basically you need. If this is all good, then we can just save it and we should be able to update the activity. Now one thing we do need is, I'm just going to get rid of this, and then what I will do is I'm going to do update activity, and then we're going to pass in our parameters, and that's going to be the, let's see, dot values and path. I'm gonna just delete everything and boom, so activity updated. We're just having this let's see, I think it should be the other way around. Sorry, if activity is provided, then you update it, otherwise you add it. So let's see, so activity, and then this message is gonna go here, right, when you update the activity. Okay, so it looks like there's again some missing, something is missing, and if I come here, so let's see, I think it's the ID, that's why. So you can either do this activity ID, right, and I think that should, there you go, so that fixes that problem, and I think we're good. So yeah, because here in the action we're calling it activity ID and we're passing the activity ID, so I just changed that. And then in here, maybe I can just do activity ID is activity ID. There you go, so that fixes that. So now when we do the edit, it should show the form and show all the values. One thing we can do is after update, we're just going to do set open to false, and then it's going to do the reset the form, so that is all pretty good. And then maybe when we are saving or updating, what we can do is we can do set processing to true, and then when we are done with everything, then at the very end we can do set processing to false. There you go, so now this file is also good. Okay, let's just do this. Also, let's come here and take care of the deletion part. So if I come over here to the activities table, I'm going to minimize this. So when we are deleting, we're going to be saying, by confirming, you're going to delete the activity. So let's just do activity like that, and let's just see that we have everything in place. So I think we should be good. So let's come here and, I don't know, let's say if we can edit something. So Lego fun, build a huge Lego tower. Let's say we're going to change this to of 10,000 pieces. What the heck, right? We're building a huge Lego tower. We're going to save it, and if I go back, as you can see, the message popped up, edit 10,000 pieces. There you go. And let's say the senior thing we cancel because of something happened. We're going to just do delete, so we're going to do continue, and one deleted but nothing happened. If I do refresh, nothing is happening. Okay, so what's the reason? The reason is that we're not calling the right function. So let's go over to actions and just close this, and what we need to do is, instead of this, what we can do is, let's say how we have the delete category, we're just going to call a delete activity. So let's come here and just do delete activity like that, and we're going to do activities, and it's going to be the activity ID is that. So let's save it and let's close it and go back here, and we're just going to do here delete activity, and then that's it. That's all you need. Okay, so it's gonna give the activity ID. How about we just do activity, can I do title like that? Okay, so that is pretty good, and let's go ahead now and let's see, we can get rid of this one. I mean, copy and paste is fun, but you just gotta be careful. So if I come here and I do delete, continue, boom, that one is gone. Let's do edit, Lego fun for kids. Let's just change it, Lego fun for kids. Cool, so that is good. We have categories, we have the catalog now, we have the activities. Now the next thing is users, so we need a way for the library admin to be able to add members, add staff members. Let's do that. All right, now let's tackle the user section. So we're moving along. Let's close this. Let's close this. we're gonna come here, and if I come here to this section, so you kind of now know the kind of pattern that we're following. We have a button that opens a dialog, then we we have a table, and it's a pretty nice kind of pattern that we have. So what I will do is I'm going to do add user dialog.tsx, and we're just going to create the component. We're going to do add user dialog. Cool. So that's that. So definitely when we start, we need to define the props first. We're going to do type props. Okay, so these are the props that we're going to pass in, and we also need a form schema. So the form schema, I just don't need to type, but you guys know what it is now. Basically just the user ID, their name, email, and the library card number, the role. So we have a member. So the member is just like, you know, a regular, I guess, person. And then the other will be the staff, right? And then we have whether the person is active or not. So that's that. And then for the props, like how we have done it before, so what we have is then the opens to open the dialog, then the set open, and then the user. So of course we need to define the user. We're going to do that, but what we need here now is I'm going to do the open, set open, and then I have the user, and then that is of type props. Like so that takes care of that. So I'm just going to come here and just save it. So let's define this user first. So for that one, if I just come here and close everything, then if I come to users, so it's the same idea. What I will do is I'm going to copy the columns from here. I'll go to users and paste it like that. Then I'm going to minimize this, and I'll come over here and do user, and then I'm going to do user, and I will do user. So that will satisfy this, but we need to change this. So this one basically is the same thing, whatever we had in our model, a user ID, name, email, role, and you guys have seen this before. And then for here, a user has a name, and that's the name. And then for here, we have a role. Okay, so this will be called role. And then we don't need this one, so we're going to get rid of that. And on the role, I'm just going to disable sorting. So we're going to do false, so that takes care of that. And then we need the library card number, right? We want to display that. We're going to do this, and then I'm going to do card number like so. And also on this one, we're going to disable sorting. We don't want to do sorting on this one. And then finally, we need the is active. So that's this one. So I'm going to copy this and paste it here. And then we're just going to do the active. So now for the active, we want to display a instead of the true false, it will be nice to show like a I don't know, through an icon. So I'm going to do cell, and then we're going to pass in the row. And then what we do is to this one, I'm going to come here, and I will do row dot get value and is active. All right, so if we have this value, then what we do is we're just going to do a check. Okay, size of 16, and we're just going to give it a class name of text dash green dash, let's say 500. Okay, and if we don't have the, we'll just go over to the next line. If it's not active, then we're going to do a circle off. And for this one, same thing, size will be 16, but the class name will be the customary, you know, red. So text dash red dash 500. Okay, we are making some spelling mistakes. Cool. So this takes care of the columns. I don't think so we need to touch this again. We're gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna do that. Then I'm gonna come here and let's see if we can bring this. Yeah, there you go. So that takes care of that. Let me save it. So we have a form schema, and like how we have done it before, let's come over here to, let's say, I don't know, I'm going to copy from activities. So if I come here, and then what we have is we need to create an activities, a users table. So what I can do is I can actually, before I create the table, actually I need to do the dialog. So I'm going to close this. And let's take care of finishing up this dialog. So what I can do, oops, I'll just type this for no reason. I'm going to come over here to, let's say, the, I don't know, I'm going to take it from the activity dialog, and I will actually come here. Let's start from the top. Okay, so we're going to take all of this, copy it. We're going to go to add user. Let me expand this. And then we're going to go to add user dialog, and we're just going to paste it here. So I don't need to type this again because it's already being done. We're just changing stuff here and there. So let's just bring this from next navigation. Let's bring in the state from React. So that's that. Then we need to bring in the use form from React hook form, and then Zod resolver. So that's from that. Okay, then this one, it has to match, of course, this. All we need to do is just come here and just do like this. So we're just saying name is empty, blah blah blah, and the role is a member by default. And we need to bring in the toast. So let's go over to here and bring in the toast. And let me see, where's the toast? Here's the toast. So I'm gonna go here and add the toast here like that. So that'll make that guy happy. Okay, so let's just organize this a bit. Boom, like that. Let me just come here and save it. Okay, so now what we need is the form. So same kind of deal. We're just gonna come here and we are going to, how about we just do the unsubmit also. So let me just copy this, and I'm gonna copy it and come here, and then I can do like this. And for now, let's just do this. And then we're going to fill in the rest. So for the add activity dialog, how we had this dialog, what I can do is come here, copy it, then I'm going to come here and I can just come and paste. It's going to be a lot of errors, but we're going to fix it. So we don't need the image drop zone, okay, but what we need is this form and form fields and all. So what I can do is just come to the top, and I can just take all of these, copy them, and then I can come here and paste. So hopefully a lot of red stuff will go away. So now let's start from here and do the fill in these. So the name is first, so we're gonna do name, and it's gonna be name. So that's that. Okay, we need to bring in the input, so let's just do input, and boom, done. So let's just type a placeholder. The placeholder will be first and last. Okay, so that's that. Then the next one is email. So let's just do email, and it's going to be email. And let's see, this should be an input. So I'm going to copy this input, and I'm going to just place it here. Boom, like that. And we're just going to do, I don't know, email at domain.com. So that's my placeholder. Then the next thing we need is the library card number. So let me just copy the library card number name from here, and then what we can do is we can do, let's see, this should be after the email, so it's going to be here, and then we're just going to do library card number. So library card number, and then it's going to be an input, and like input like that. So okay, and let's just do for placeholder, I don't know, example, something like that. Okay, then after that what we need is the role. So I'm gonna do role, and then for role, actually what we need is a select. Okay, so I'm gonna do form label is role. What we can do is get rid of this one, and then in the form control, actually above the form control, you want to do a select. I think we have a select, yes. Okay, so on value change, let me close this. What you want to do is you want to do field.onChange, and then default value is going to be field.value. Okay, so that's your select, and then what you want to do is put the form control inside of it. Let me do this. I'm going to just organize this a bit. And then you want to come here in the form control and give it a trigger. So we're going to do select trigger, okay, and then the select trigger is the select value like this, and then oops, it's a self-closing. So let's just come here and do this, and then for the placeholder, we're just going to do select a role. Okay, so that's the placeholder. Now after the trigger, what we need is a select control. So we're gonna come here, we're gonna do select control. Oh, is it select control or content? I think it's content. Yes. Okay, and then we have just two items. Select. We're gonna do item. the first one is member, and then the value of this will be member. We're gonna copy this, and then the other one is staff, and then staff. Cool, so we're gonna save it, and the next one is active, whether this person is active or not, and then what we need is we just need to do the here. We're just gonna actually, this one will not have a label because it's a checkbox, so what we can do is get rid of this one. We don't need that. I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, and then what we have is just the form item, and we're gonna come here, and actually let's just go to chatcn, and let's look for a checkbox. So here's a checkbox, and as you can see, they're telling you how to use it and stuff like that. So here's the checkbox, and this is what we're trying to do. So npm install add checkbox. Let's copy this, and we're gonna come here and install. Cool, so that's installed, and then what we can do is we can come here. As you can see, they have this example with the terms and conditions and all. So let's see if we can use their example. Actually, what the heck, forget it, we'll just use ours. Okay, so what we need is a form label. Like that. It's going to have a class name, and then the class name will be actually something like this. So I'm going to do this. I want to change the color of the label based on the status. That's the whole idea. So we're going to bring in the C and util, and then we're just going to do if field.value, means if it's true, then basically we're doing text-green-500 like that. Otherwise we just do text-red-500 like we have done before. So this is going to be red. Okay, so that's basically that, and then here we're just going to do field.value, then is active, otherwise inactive. Let's see, can we just do maybe like this, otherwise inactive. Okay, so that will take care of that. And after that, don't forget to add the actual control. So it's going to be checkbox. Here we go. Checkbox checked is controlled by the field.value, and then on check change is going to be field.onChange, and then that's that. So I'm gonna save it, and then also I don't think so we need these ones. So we're gonna get rid of this from that copy and paste. We need this button definitely, so UI button, and then a loader like that. Cool, so that will take care of that. One thing we have is this grid. I don't need it for this one, so I'm gonna get rid of this, and let's just organize everything, and let's see. So I think that will take care of the add user dialog. So let's come here. So so we need a button to trigger this. I'm gonna copy and paste again, and we're just gonna call it add user button, and this is going to be, delete this one, and there you go. So this will be add user button. I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here, and then what I will do is I'm just going to do add user user dialog, and get rid of this. So let's see, add user, let's save it, and let's see some fire. Okay, so of course we need to bring it in here now. So if I go to the, let's see, the page here, so this is the users page, so of course we need to bring in the button. So we're going to do add user button like that. Let's save it. There you go. So you have the button. If I click it, boom, the title is wrong, but we can fix it. So let's go here, and it should be list user. Let's save it, and if I go back here, there you go, list user, name, email, library card number, role, and the active, inactive. Okay, for some reason the color is not changing, so I thought we had that. So let's take a look and see why that's not happening. So for that we can go to here and it should be right here. Okay, so we have class name cn, and if it is field dot value, then it should be something doesn't look right. We're not closing this, I think. So I wonder if that's the problem. Let me see. I think the problem is that this should be here actually. Yes, this should be here. That's the problem. And then also I would like to add font semi bold. Okay, and then also text dash medium. Let's save it and let's see what happens. That's what I'm talking about. It active inactive. It'll be nice if this thing is here instead of the way it is. So let's see if we can fix that. This should be on the form item. So what we can do is flex, boom, right there, and then also items dash center, and then justify. So flow. What am I saying? Space dash x dash 3 and then space dash y dash 0. Let's see if that fixes. There you go. So that will actually do that. And then let me see. So it's active inactive active inactive. It'll be nice if the form label is maybe after the thing. Yeah, that makes more sense. So here, active, inactive, active, inactive. That's what I'm talking about. Cool. So that takes care of that. Let's just do this. And then let's see. So now we have that. We need to add, if we come here. So currently if I hit save, it's not going to save the values to the database. So let's take care of that. So for that, I will come over. Let's just save this for now. And I will come over here to actions, and then we can get cracking here. So I'm just going to minimize this, and just like how we have for the other ones, we can do the same thing. So I'm going to copy this one, add category. Let's come over to user section, and we're going to paste it, and I'm going to do add user like that. And of course we need the parameters. So these are just the same thing: name, the email, the library card number, is active, and path. So we have seen this a million times now, but what I will do this is I'm going to come here, and first of all what we will do is we need to store the user password. So here's the idea. The members, they can log in using their library card number because that's unique, and that's like a physical card you have that you can use to log in. For staff, they would have to enter their password, and we're going to do an onboarding process. You guys will see. So first thing we can do is we can do const, but before we even do that, we need to install something called bcrypt. So if I come here and I do, that's this library. If you install this library, you're going to get into a lot of trouble. So what you need is bcrypt.js. That's the one you want to install. So let's see, npm install bcrypt.js. So I'm going to come here and install this one. Of course we need to do the force. So that's one thing, and if you want to use it in TypeScript, you also need to install the types for it. So we're just going to do force, and it's going to be in dev. You don't want to install this in production, so we're just going to do this, boom. So that installs that, and then we can just come back here and let's just start here. Okay, so what we will do is we're just going to do const hash password, and we're just going to do await, and we're going to do bcrypt. Now it's not going to bring it, so we need to bring it ourselves, and you can just do bcrypt from bcrypt.js. So now if I come here, I can then do bcrypt dot, and we can do hash. We're going to hash the password, and for starters we will just start with a password. So when a user is added, a staff member, we give them is let's say a temporary password. It's called password. Ideally in production, you would want to use some kind of a generator or just like some kind of mix something. Then you can tell the user, because as staff members, you guys will see each other. So you can say, well, this is your temporary password. And I'm going to show you guys the onboarding process, how we can do that. Anyway, so this will be the hash temporary password. And then we're just going to come here. We're going to do users. And we're going to create the user. Okay, so first of all is the name. So name is, well, name. Then they will have an email, and that's that. Then the library card number will be library card number. So for a staff member, they can have a library card number, but they can it can be blank. and then for role it's going to be role, and then the is active is active, and then finally the password. Okay, so if the role is staff, then use the hash password. Okay, otherwise blank. So for normal, like say people are living in the city, they don't need to have a password, because that's like one more thing you need to remember. So we're just going to use the library card number for them to log in. Some libraries will ask you to enter your phone number as your password, but we're just going to use that. And then image, I'm going to leave it blank in case they have a profile image. And by the way, since we'll be using AuthJS, so this model that we're using is kind of similar to that one, what the AuthJS recommends. And then finally the profile status. Okay, so if role is equal to staff, okay, then we're going to set this to pending. This is how we're going to do the onboarding process. So when a new staff member is added, their status will be pending, and that's how we're going to know that as soon as they log in, the first thing we're going to ask them is to change their password. So that's how we're going to do that, and then we're just going to do revalidate path and all that. Okay, so that takes care of adding the user. So now we can come here and actually use it here. So let's come here and we're going to do basically wait. Okay, and we're going to do add user. Okay, and then the same kind of deal. You can either pass in the values and the path like that, but I think, let me see, why is it complaining? It expects 6 arguments. Oh yes, because we're doing it the other way. That's fine, because we're not, if you come over here to add user, we're specifically saying like this, so that's fine. Just different ways of passing values to a function. You guys are learning that for free. So we're gonna pass the user ID, username, because we're adding the user. The other thing we need is the email, then values dot, we need the library card number, then values dot role, and then values dot, we need the is active, and then the path. Okay, and then if that is all good, then we just do a toast, and let's see, description is going to be message. Now what is message? So we need to define it, so we're going to do let message is equal to user added, and we're going to use this when we do the editing a user, and then finally you want to do a form dot reset. Okay, so let's save it and let's see if we can also do set processing to true, and then we can copy this and we're just going to come here and set that to false. Alright, so let's see if we can now add a user. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to refresh this, and this is exciting. We need to fix this, by the way. Why don't we just go ahead and fix it now? So if I go over to the page, we need to fix this. So just like how we did for the other one, so if I go to, let's say, activities, I go to page, see how we have this. I'm going to copy this. We could add this to the layout actually, and that will take care of it. Let me see, do we have a layout? Yeah, we have this. I don't know if we can just add it, but what the heck. So I can come here and I can just do this, and let's save it. And let's see if that did anything. No, it didn't. Why? Okay, let's see. So users page, let's see, activities page, we have flex column, and if we go to users, flex column space dash y, I don't get it. Why is it not doing it on this one? See, I have it here. Oh, okay. For some reason, I don't know why. Yeah. Okay, so it is there. I don't know why. I just had to re-click on it. Anyway, so weird web development. Let's go and add a user. So let's go add user, and we're just gonna do. Let's add a member. So we're gonna do member one. We're gonna do member one at email.com. So let's say that they're a member, so they're going to get a library card number, and usually you would generate one in the library, like a physical card, and give it to them. We're going to punch in that card number. So let's say it's going to be let's see, so we need to add maybe a text here that can say So you see how we added a text when we were adding the activity. So if I go to add activity dialog, we had a nice form message actually that basically said something. So let's see. I don't know if it was here or when we were adding the book, I think. Add book dialog. I think it was here. Let's see. Yes, we need a form description. So I'm going to copy this one and then we're going to come back here and let me see. It was after right before the form item. That's cool. Okay, so I'm going to come here to the add user dialog, and where we are adding the library card number, what we can do is we can just simply do this, and I'm going to bring in the form description. Let's save it and just a helper text, and if I am not mistaken, the library card number is a string. I think we're just going to do max of 10, right, and then minimum of 10. Max and minimum both are 10. Okay, so let's come here and let's add it now. So member one, we're just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and there are members. We're going to do save. Okay, user has been added. So now we can go to the database and let's see if this user has been added. Here I am in the database. We're just going to do select star from users. Let's hit it. All right, we have the user added. That's pretty cool. So what we can do is let's add a staff member. So we're going to do staff one. We're going to do staff at email.com. And since this is a staff, they don't need a library card number. We're going to select staff. We're going to do save. Okay, so it looks like so actually we need to remove this condition because for staff, you don't want them to yeah, that's why I didn't have this. Now I remember. I'm going to get rid of this, and now let's hit save. Boom, so the user has been added. Let's go to the database and let's see. So as you can see, this is a staff, and see how they have a password. So, and then the status is pending. So this will be used when we do the onboarding. So that is so slick. So let's go over and now let's see if we need to display the table for the users. So for that, we can come over here, and as you can see, we need to add a table. So we had the activities table, right? I'm going to copy this. We're going to come to users and we're going to paste it. I like this pattern. It's amazing. We just have to do very little work. So I'm going to change this to users table like that, and we just need to now modify a bunch of stuff here. Okay, so first of all, we're just going to call this users table. I'm going to copy this and we're just going to come here and boom, paste it. So that is number one. Then the other thing we need is we need to call this user. Okay, so that's coming from that. Let's get rid of this. Okay, and then also everywhere, wherever is activity, we need to just do this, this, and this. Let's see, do we need to do anything? Okay, and then for this one, of course, we need the delete user, so we're gonna add that, and then we're just gonna do item to action dot, let's see, name. So let's say basically the user that was deleted, and then what else do we need? And then we're just going to do add user dialog like that, and then we're just going to do user is that. So confirmation dialog is the same. So by continuing, you delete the user. We're just going to do that, and then we have the data table, and we're just going to be doing it by the name. Searching a user by the name. So let's save this, and I think the only thing we need to add is delete user. Okay, and that's going to be in the actions. So why don't we go ahead and do that? So I'm going to close this. Let's go over to our actions and add that. So let me just minimize this. And honestly, it's so simple that I don't even want to type it, because all it is a delete user. And all we're doing is just going to users table and deleting the user, and we're going to do user ID is by ID, and that's it. So I'm going to save it, and that's pretty much it for that one. So let's come over here and let's just do a wait delete user, and then we're just going to pass in the item to action dot ID. We're going to pass the user ID and that. So that will take care of deleting the user. And then what we need is now, so I think that's done for the table. We're good here. So I'm going to close this. The one thing we need to do now is over in the page, we need to now add the user table. So what I will do is I'll say user table. So of course we need the data and we need the, I think that's what we need to pass. So like what we have done before with the other ones. So let's say I go to categories, you see how we have done the pagination. I'm going to copy all of this. If I can copy, I'm going to copy all of this. I'm going to go to the page and let's just paste it here. So that's that. And then also we need to just come here. I'm going to grab everything. We're going to go to page and let's just paste it here like that. So let me just organize. Okay, so first of all, this needs to be async because this is running on the server. And then the other thing we need is the users, and we need to bring in Prisma. Let me just minimize this. And then we need to do it from the users table. We're going to do that. We're going to do users, and then this will be data is equal to data is users, and total is total. Okay, so that will actually take care of that. And there is one problem here because property ID is missing. Okay, so if I go over to my user table, I have user, and here I'm calling it ID. So let's see what's in the database. In the database, we're calling it user ID. So I think we should do the same. So I can come here and I can do user ID. Let's see if that will fix it. I'm gonna do ID. Okay, I don't need this. I don't need this one. So that will fix this guy. Let's save everything. And what's the problem here? Oh, we're not using the user. That's why there's a problem. So what we can do is we can do if user. Then we are doing update, and we're just going to do message equal to user updated. Else we're doing an addition. So I'm gonna take this one, I'm gonna put it here, and then I will take this one and I'm going to put this at the beginning. Cool, everyone is happy. How cool is that? And if you guys have been noticing, it's coming in the back. There you go. So as you can see, if I just do a refresh, then the users are showing up. We have a staff, we have a member. So if I just come here and do a delete, by continuing, you're going to delete the user. Let's just do continue. Boom, user has been deleted. And if I go to edit, we don't have the edit yet. So let's take care of that. So I'm going to come here and let me just close this so we don't get confused. So in the add user, just like how we have been doing it, when the user is provided, we do the use effect. So for that, it's so simple. I'm just gonna come and do this, and we're just gonna do form to make everyone happy, and let's just do T, and boom. And this one I'm gonna do user ID. Let's save it, and let's see if this will work. So if I do edit, boom, member one, and for some reason the library card number is not coming up. So let's see if we can grab that as well. So what we can do is we're just going to do form.setValue. Okay, let me just copy this one. We're going to do library card number, and we're going to do library card number. Let me save it and let's see what happens. Boom, the library card number is coming up. Boom. Okay, so now what we need to do is we need to create an update action so we can update the user, just like how we have been doing it with everything else. So we can come here And let's come here and minimize this and minimize this. And for the update user, it's the exact same as the add user. All we're doing is, let me do this, is we're just going to do update user, passing the values. And then if user ID is not available, just say missing data. We're just going to provide the table. And I don't need this one. And I don't need these comments. I added them, but I'm just going to get rid of them. But what we're doing is basically just updating a user. That's all we're doing. And for here, what we need is the user ID. So we're going to do this. I'm going to save it, and basically this should take care of it. Okay, and there's also but never used. So we're just going to do throw error. I don't need this. I'm going to save it. Boom, that's happy. So now all we need to do here is just come here. And what we can do is just call the method. So we're just going to do update user like that, and we're just going to pass in the ID, the name, the email, just like this one, but here we're providing the extra user ID so we can update. So since this is so repetitive, that's why I didn't want to type it. That's why I'm just copying and pasting. So let me come here and let's see if we can edit this guy. So if I come here and if I just do member good, I don't know, save it. As you can see, it got updated in the back, so I'm just gonna change it back. Oops, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna do member one, and I'm just gonna do save. Boom. If I uncheck and then save, actually we need to do this. So if I come here and let's say we deactivate this person, we're gonna do this, save it. As you can see, it's deactivated now. So I'm gonna go back and make it active. Boom, it's active again. Let's add that staff. We're going to do staff1, staff at email.com, and then it's the staff. We're going to save it. Boom, staff is also here. Can I add it to staff? Of course we can. So there you go. So there you go. This concludes the users, and then the final thing now left is doing the find. So we'll get to that. Let's take care of the find table. It's going to be a find table, find table. Okay, so we're going to come here to how we've done here. I'm going to copy the columns, and we're going to go to finds, and we're going to paste it. We minimize this, and then we are going to change it. So the first thing I will do is I'm going to call this define. Okay, let me just minimize that. So let's copy this, and we're going to do here, and we're gonna do this. So these are mandatory, and then what we need is then so every fine has an ID, amount, the date the fine was put in, the pay date when the user actually paid the fine, and then the users, right? So we're gonna get the users that associate with the fine, and then just get their names, right? Now, by the way, the way the fine is gonna be added to a user's profile or account is when they return a book, and if it's past the due date. So then I'm going to show you guys how we're going to calculate that, do the math, and that's going to be that way. Okay, so then here we have the column name. So the first thing we need is a user name. So the way you get this is, since it is as you can see, it's users, and then we have the name inside, and the way you do that is you do users dot name. You're going to get it like that, and then the ID, you want to give it the ID is name, right? And then this is name, and that's fine. Then the other one we need is the find date. Okay, so when the date when the fine was, I guess, added to their account, and then for this one we're just going to do find date. Okay, and then here what we need to do is show this in a nice formatted way, and if you guys remember, we did that for the activity, so it's kind of the same deal. We're going to do format from datefns, and we're going to do it like this, and then you're just going to do row.get value, and then we're going to do find date okay, and then we're just going to specify the month, and then let's say day, and year. So this is going to show the find date. Now there's one problem with showing the find. Now there's going to be one problem when you show the date this way. So what you need to do is do an offset. So if I come over here and if I go to my utils, we can add a function here to fix the offset. So I'm going to minimize this and let me do this. So we can come here and I'm going to export a function. It's going to be export const. We're going to do get date with offset. Okay, and then what we pass to it is a date. It's going to be of type date, and like that. Okay, so then we're just going to do if type of date. Let's say we pass it a string, right? If it's a string, then we need to account for that. And then what we want to do is we're going to do const date part is equal to date as string, and then we're just going to do split. You're going to split by the t, and then we're just going to do this. So if you guys know how dates are, right? So you have, let's say, I don't know, 20, 24, 12, whoops, and then you have, let's say, 23, and then you have a t, right? So we're splitting, and by that, then you have the hour, the minute, and the second. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're splitting by that. So once we have that, then we just do formatted date is equal to new date. We create a new date. We're just going to do new date, and then we're going to do date part. Okay, so you create a new date from this date, and then you do basically dot get time. So get the time like that. So actually this shouldn't be here. You want this to be here. Okay, and then plus you want to add the offset. So we're going to do new date dot get time zone offset. Okay, so since this is running on a client, so the client will it will have the offset, because I think most modern browsers have it. The issue is this happens is because when you save on the database on the server side, the server is running in a different time zone than where the client is. So this is going to fix for that. So I'm going to do this, and then you want to multiply by 60,000 because this is in milliseconds, so we need to account for that. And then we're just going to do return FD, the formatted date. And otherwise, if it's not a string, then we just do dt is equal to new date, create a new date object, and then we just do return new date like that. And then you do kind of the same thing. We're just going to come here and we're just going to do dt dot get time like that, and plus we do the offset addition. So I'm going to come here and I'm just going to do plus, and we can just do dt like that. So get the time, and then add the offset times this to convert to the milliseconds. So get time returns time in milliseconds. That's what it is. Now this function, that's not my invention. I don't want to take credit for it. I found this online, and I'm going to put the credit here. It was on Medium, and it was this this person right here. So if you want to check it out, then that's the person. So I'm gonna leave this comment here so we know where we got this from. So now let's close this, and then we can come over here, and then I can do basically get date with with offset, and you want to pass in this date to it, and then we're gonna do this. So now when we display the date, it's gonna be in the correct format. Now the next thing we need is define amount. So we're just going to define amount, and this one is going to be the, let's say here. So I'm going to put the amount like that, and then let's come here and then again cell. So we want to display the amount with a proper let's say I guess formatting. So for that, what we can do is go back to our utils and add a function for formatting the amount. So I did this in one of the tutorials where we did the, I think, the rental, when I created the rental platform, and also I think I did it when we did the last huge project, the parking management. So I did it there, and that's basically where it's coming from. So let's use const just to make this thing happy. So all we're trying to do is using the built-in this function number format, and we're basing it on the currency that we pass, and it's going to format it in a nice way, so US dollars, Canadian, whatever you have. So let's close that and just minimize this. So here's the amount. So all we have to do then, so we're going to come here, we're just going to do format amount for display, and you want to row.get value, and you want to do define amount. And don't forget to pass in the currency, so we're just going to do Canadian. So there you go. That fixes that problem. And then the last one is paid paid date. So when the user pays their fine, we want to show to the admin when they have paid, right? So in case you want to make them a phone call or something, but if they paid already, then you know, don't need to do that. So I'm going to do date paid, and then what we need here is let's just do this. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to do like this: if row dot get value, and it's going to be paid date. Okay, if we have a value, then what you want to do is you want to display it like this. We're going to come here and do this, and it's going to be paid date. I'm going to copy this and put this here. Otherwise, so let's come over to the next line. We're just going to do P, and it's going to be not paid. Okay, and then of course going to get the class name of text dash red dash 500, and maybe just make it bold. What the heck? So it stands out. Okay, so this takes care of the columns for the table. So I think we can get rid of this. So this is green. Let's close this and let's come back here. So for fine, we don't need to add that button, and we don't need to have that dialog because a fine is you know, automatically calculated when you return the book. But what we do need is, if I go to fines, we need that table. So we need the, let's say I'm going to copy this, I'm going to paste it here like that, and we're just going to call it fines table like that. Okay, so I'm going to do this, and then what we can do is we can come here and we're just going to do fines. Fines table, and I'm just going to go to the end. We're just going to do fines table. So that will take care of that. And now let's fix this. So for data, let's come here, and it's going to be fine like that. It's an array of fine, and we don't need this one, so I'm going to get rid of that. And then also this is fine. This is not fine, we need to fix it. So it's going to be this, anything else? I think, yeah, that's good. And then this one will be simply the fine ID, and then this one will be, I don't know, we're just going to say fine deleted because it doesn't have a name. And then we don't need this one. As I said, we don't have a dialog for it, so we can get rid of that. And then let's see. Okay, so now there's two things an admin can do. An admin, when they click on the let's say fine, they can delete the fine. Let's say for some reason you want to delete it, or maybe let's say I go to the library and I pay the fine in person in cash. So in that case, the admin can also mark that as paid. So we need to change that a little bit here than the others. But so what we can do is we can come here first of all. So we need to have something called, let's say, const, and we need to have a dialog reason. We're going to do set dialog reason. Okay, and then this is going to be a use state like that, and initially let's say it's just blank. Okay, so once you have that, then what we need is also a dialog message. So we're going to do const. Let me copy this one. And let's just come here and do dialog message. We're going to do set dialog message, and it's going to be that. So I'm going to save it. So first of all, we're going to come here and we're going to set the reason. So it's going to be set dialog reason. You're going to see why this is important. So I'm going to do delete. Okay, because so we are showing the dialog because we're trying to delete something, and then we're just going to do set dialog message. And the message is going to be basically saying that by continuing, you're going to delete the fine. Okay, and then we show the dialog and then set the item to action. The next one we have is handle mark as paid. Okay, so we're just going to do handle mark as paid. Okay, like that. And then for this one, we of course need this dialog. So I'm going to come here and put this, and this one we're going to call it paid. And then for this one, we're just going to say mark define as paid, continue, right? Like that. So now that we have that, then what we need is we need to come here, copy this, And we're just going to come here in where we're showing the confirmation dialog. First thing you want to do is get rid of this, and you want to do dialog message. So that's one. And then for the let's see, so that's our message. And then on confirm, we're just going to do handle confirm. Okay, so that's the message. So we are done with this one. And then what we need to do is we need to come here where we're doing the edit. On row edit, we were just going to call handle mark as paid, and then the filter column, we're just going to do name like that, and that will be that. So I'm going to save it. Okay, then what we need to do here is on confirm, so we're just going to do const handle confirm, and let's see. So actually we already have confirm. I don't know why am I adding it again. So I'm going to come over here, and what we can do is let's see if I have the item to action. So if dialog, not message, it's going to be dialog reason is equal to delete, then we do one thing, and then else if the dialog reason is, let's see if I come here, and if it is, I don't need two ifs, if the dialog reason is paid, then we do something else. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of this, I don't need this, and then what we can do is I'm gonna come here, and I think we can put this here and then put this here. Let me just format this a little bit. Okay, so now we need to add functions that's going to delete the dialog, not the dialog, delete the fine, and then we need one to mark the fine as paid, right? So how are we going to do this? Well, let's go over to actions and take care of that. So let me close this one. Then we're going to come over to our actions, and let's close this, and I'm gonna do this. Let's see, so we should have a fine section right here. So delete fine is pretty straightforward. I'm just gonna paste it. All we're doing is delete fine. We start a transaction, pass the fine ID, and that's the end of it. So let's come here and take care of that. So what we can do is we can do a wait, and we're just going to do delete fine. Okay, and what does it need? It needs the fine ID. So I'm just going to do item to action dot fine ID, and then it needs the path name. So that's easy, that's done. Then the next thing we need is the let's see, we need to mark the fine as paid. That's also pretty straightforward. What we can do is, let me just copy this one, and I'm gonna paste it, and I'll do mark. Okay, I'm gonna do mark as paid. Okay, and what you want to do is pass the ID and then the path, and then we're going to start a transaction, and instead of this, okay, let me just come here, I'm going to do this dot update. We're going to do an update. Update on what? Where define what ID. Define ID is the ID that we passed in, right? And then what data are we updating? So we're just gonna come here, we're gonna do data, we're gonna do paid date is new date. That's it. So if you do new date, that's gonna be the date that the fine was paid. So this will actually we're just gonna do fine paid like that. So this will actually mark the fine as paid, and we're done with it. So I can come here and I can do mark as paid, and then we need to pass the ID. So it's going to be the fine ID, and we need to pass the path name. Done. Okay, so this one we cannot test, because once we do the client side and we start returning books late, and I'm going to show you guys how we can build a kiosk simulator. So then we will see how this will be. So, but in the meantime, what we can do is show the table. So how can we do that? Let's close this. Let's come over here. Why is it complaining? Is because we have these. When we did the why is this one? I don't need this one. I think because we don't have any dialog, right? Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't need this. I don't need this. And there you go. So now it's nice and green. So let's close this, and then we can come here and work on this. I'm gonna minimize this. So like how we have done before, we're just gonna come here and do the, let's grab the params, and we're gonna go to the finds and let's just paste it here. And then the other thing we need, let me just come here, is come over and grab all of this. I'm gonna copy it. I'm gonna come here and paste. Let's just organize everything, and I think that's it. I don't need this anymore. I'm gonna close this. Okay, so first of all is the async stuff, so get rid of that. And then what we need is, let's say, finds and then total. Bring in Prisma. Then we're just gonna do finds and then finds. Boom, that was that easy. Okay, and then you need to do the table. So for the table, let's do this. What we need is find table. That's a fine table, I'm telling you, man. So what we need is the data. Now if you pass the data like the way it is, like this, right, and then total is total, and close this. If you pass it like this, that's not going to work. The problem is in the find, the amount that we have is a decimal, it's a fraction. It's not going to get passed over like that. So what you need to do is this trick. You're going to do json.parse, and then you're just going to do json.stringify, and then you're just going to do finds like that. So that will actually do it for you. It's going to get passed, and then you can actually use it and do whatever you want with it. But there you go. So the find table is showing up. I love it. I like how the structure is so similar for all of them. As you can see, it makes for a nice user experience. And this, as I said, this is such a powerful technique that you can just replicate it. As you guys saw it, how quickly we were able to create all these different sections. So that covers the finds. Actually, that covers the admin portion. I think we're done with the admin portion. When we do the auth, we can add the user button and all. But now we can go over to the client side and start working on that. Okay, so now that we're done with the admin portion, I think we can go and start working on the home page. So let me close all these. Let's start with the activities. So we can actually do this, and then we can just go to the other ones. So let's minimize this here, and then what we can do is close this, and then we can come over and just close the admin, come over to home, and what I will do is create a new folder in here, and we're just going to call it activities. Okay, and then we're just going to create a page.tsx like that, and let's just do activities like this. Let me save it. So if I go over to activities, I think we're not pointing this, so let's go over to our nav bar, and then as you guys can see, we have, let's see, we have activities, and let's just do activities. Let's save it. So let's say if I hit it, boom, we're in activities. So cool, so that's good. Now let's come over here and minimize this, and let's get cracking. So let's just first of all come here, and I'm gonna do this, and then what we need to do is we're just going to create a div, and it's going to be a max width -7xl, and then it's going to be mx-auto, and then it's going to be flex-column, and then we're just going to do padding -4, and then padding top of 16, and then we are going to do space, wow, -y. We're going to do -8, and then finally small and above, we're just going to do space -x-4. Okay, let's save it, and then let's say if I do activities, if I save it, then we're after kind of this. So let me expand it so it's like that. Cool. So now what we need to do here is, first of all, this will be server rendered. So as I said in the beginning, we're going to do a lot of server rendering, and then this is going to be server rendered. So how are we going to do this? Well, let's come over here, and first of all, we're just going to do a search params, right? And then we need to define what search params is. So I'm just going to copy this name, and then we're going to paste it, and we're just going to define. So we're going to do from string, and then we're just going to have the toString. So the idea is that Okay, so it looks like we have some kind of a problem here. Let me see what's going on. I think we need to, whoa, I think we need to do this, and we need to do this. Cool, so that's happy. So the idea is that we're just gonna we're gonna have a search form, and so the user should be able to select the date for which they want to see activities. You don't want to just show everything. You want to have like a nice filter feature. So that's why we are passing that here. And then we're gonna do params is equal to await, and you want to do search params. Now again, as I said, this is an X15 feature. You want to do the await on it, and of course this needs to be async. So now that you have that, you want to format this a little bit, and we want to do is const activities is equal to await. We're going to do Prisma dot, going to do activities dot, we're going to do find many, like that, and then we want to do where we're going to activity date. Okay, so this is where we can use the filters. We're going to do greater than or equal to. We're going to do parse, and this is coming from, let's see, date fns. All right, we're going to do param because the date that's being passed is in is a string, so we need to turn it into a date. So we're going to params dot from, and then the format is going to be year, month, day. Okay, and then you want to give it a reference date, so that's going to be just date, like that. Let me just copy this, and then the next one is less than or equal to. So we're doing basically greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and then this is going to be 2. Okay, and then what you want to do is also order it. So we're going to do order by. You want to do activity date, and we're going to do ascending. So you want to do in ascending order, right? So that will be that. And then what we want to do here is I'm going to come here, get rid of this. I'm going to come here, and we can actually start cracking, and we're just going to do like this. If activities and activities dot length is greater than 0, if we have activities, then we're going to show them. Let's come here and do this for now. Otherwise, what we do is if activities dot length is equal to 0, then basically all you do is, let me for now just do no activities. Okay, so that will take care of that. So now we need to come here and fix this. So the way we're going to do this is, first of all, we're going to do a p tag, and it's going to be basically activities. So let's save it, and hopefully this should let's see, why is there a problem? Because we're not passing anything here, but don't worry, we'll fix that. So what we can do is we can come here and give it a class name, and I will do class name of 2 text-2xl small and above text-4xl, and we're going to save it. And then after that, what we need is a div, and it's going to be flex dash column. I think this should be a dot flex dash column, and then space dash y dash 4 padding top dash 16 and width dash full. Cool. So within this, now we can go over and map over the activities dot map, and we're gonna do activity like that. All right, so then what do we do is inside of this one, we're gonna give this a div, and of course you want to give it a key, and that key is going to be the activity dot activity ID. So that's that, and then we want to give it a class name of border, and we want to do border dash gray dash 500. Okay, I think this should come on next line, so it's easy to see. And then we're just going to do rounded dash md, and then padding x dash 16, and then padding y of 8, and then width dash full, and then space dash y dash 2. Okay, let's save it, and then let's see. I think what we can do is maybe pass in the parameters. So actually we can see this one. So if I come here, and maybe the way I can do this is if I do let's say from, And if I do, let's say, so it's year, so let's say 2024, and we're going to do 12, 20, 20, and then and 2, and we're going to do is equal to 20, 25, let's say 0, 1, let's say 30. If I hit it, there you go. So at least we're passing that, but since we don't have any activities during that date, that's what's not showing anything. We're going to do the filter, we'll see it, but for now I just want to see something on the screen. So let me just do this. Okay, so let's say once we have created this kind of card, then what we can do is we're going to do a div. It's going to be a flex dash column, and then small and above flex dash row, and then small and above justify dash center, between, and then small and above items dash center. We're going to do that, and then inside of here I'm going to put the activity dot title. Let's see if this will show anything. No. Okay, there you go. That one came up. And then the second one I'm going to put is the age group. And let's see, there you go, 10 to 17. So let's give this a class name. So this one is just going to be text bold and all that. And then for this one I'll just give it just kind of make it small and show it like that. Now on the next line, let's just do p activity description. Let's just give it a description, and boom, the description is coming up. And we're going to have another div and padding top dash 4, padding bottom dash 4, and space dash y dash 2. Okay, and then what do we put here? We're going to do a p, and then in here we're just going to do a calendar. Okay, and then inside of here what I will put is a calendar icon. That's from Lucid React. And then what do we put here? We're going to put the date. So I'm going to do format. That's coming from datafns. Format like that. And then what do? We do activity dot activity date. Okay. And then we want to format it month, and it's going to be day, year. Let's save it and see what happens. Boom. That's what this is. I think we need to just fix this a little bit. So text dash small, and then we're just going to do flex. So that's that, and then items dash center. Let's do that. So boom, that's that, and then maybe text dash blue dash 500. How cool. Okay, this one needs a little bit of work, so we're just going to do a size on it. How about 16? How's that? I'm liking that. And then just margin right dash 2. Very nice. Okay, so that's pretty cool. What you can do is then take this paragraph. I'm gonna copy it, and then I'm gonna put it here. And then for this one, what we need is the time, right? So what I can do is I don't need the format like that, but instead here I need a clock like that. And then what we do is we're just gonna do activity dot so let's see, start time. We're going to do start time, and then activity dot end time. Let's see what that gives us. Look at that. So we need to fix this. Boop, like that. Okay, so we have the start time and the end time, and then finally we're just going to do another p. We need to show the capacity. Another p with the capacity. I like that. Okay, the activity dot capacity. Okay, capacity is 25 heads. Let's give it a class name of text-sm, and then text-gray-500. How's that? Loving it. Okay, so now we have the capacity. Let's see it on a big screen. Cool. I like that. And then this on small screen. I think the padding is a little bit too much intense. Let me see. Can we maybe just do this? Yeah, that's a little bit better. And then how about 8? I think that's better. Maybe 4. I don't know. Maybe just do an overall padding. I don't know why we are killing ourselves. Yeah, that's better. So let's just do this. Yeah, I think that's much nice, right? So you have this and that. Okay, cool. This looks good on mobile. I like it. Okay, so with that done, and then let's see. So we have the no activities. I think what we can do is maybe fix this a little bit. What I will do is I'll give it a class name, and then this is going to be just like this. And so let's say I come here, and if I do, let's say 2025 01 to 2025 02. Do we have anything here? Okay, so invalid date. Oh, because yeah, it's February. What am I doing here? So how about 25? Boom, no activities. So that's what I'm talking about. Cool. So now you see how we were like manually typing this date. So let's go and fix that and create a nice kind of component for it. So let's come over here to our components. We're going to be creating a lot of components, and what we can do is we're going to do activity date select.tsx, and let's just come here and we're going to do rfce. We're going to do activity date select like that. Okay, so activity. So let me go back here and actually just plug it in here, and I'm going to do activity date select. Boop, like that. Let's save it, and there it is. All right, so now how do we use it? So let's come back here, minimize this, and let's get cracking. So the first thing we need is a form. Well, okay, before we do anything, we need this to be a client component. So we're going to do client. Yes, I'm going to save it. So what we need is, first of all, have a form schema. Okay, so the schema is z from z.object, and we just need two things, from z.date, and then we need two, which is z.date. So pretty straightforward. We need these two things, and then let me just get rid of this. Then what we need is also a router. So I'm going to do const router is equal to use router from next navigation, like that. And then we need the form. So form is equal to z dot. We're going to do a use form. It's from React hook form, and that's going to be z dot infer type of form schema, and then we're going to do like this. And then resolver, it's going to be zod resolver, like that, and we're going to pass in the form schema, and then we need the default values. We're just going to do this blank, don't need it. Okay, so let's just organize this, and then finally we need the onSubmit function. So I'm going to do const onSubmit, and this will basically be it's going to take values. It's going to take values which could be z.infer type of form schema, like that. Okay, so we have that, and let's just do this. Okay, so what do we do here? Well, we need to get the from, and then this will be format. So remember how we were passing the date? It's going to be in that certain format, so it's going to be coming from datafns. Okay, so format values dot from, and then the format is YYY month dash DD, and then we need to copy this, and this is the 2. Okay, this is the 2. So now that we have gotten the from and the 2, so all you need to do then is just do router dot replace. We just basically refresh the kind of the page, and we're gonna do like this, activities. All right, and then what you want to do is from. So from is equal to like this, from, and you want to do and 2 is equal to 2. Of course, don't forget to do this. Okay, so once you do that, this is going to actually submit the form and refresh the page, and we're going to be able to grab the activities for that date. How cool is that? Okay, so let's just come up here, and we can then create the form here. So I'm going to do form, which is coming from UI form, and then it's going to be wow. We're going to spread the form on it, and I'm going to copy this and then paste it here. Okay, so I need to fix this. Cool. Okay, so then once you do that, then you put the form here, and we're going to do on submit. On submit, it's going to be form.handle submit, and you want to give it the on submit like so. So let's just bring this here. I want to give this form a bunch of classes, and I'm just going to do this. So basically it's flex column, small and above is row, and then it's space X, items, and justify center, and pretty basic tailwind, nothing major here. So let me do save it. Okay, so let's come here now, and so far nothing is showing up. That's okay because we haven't added anything. So let's start with the form field. Okay, and it's self-closing, so we're gonna do this. Okay, so first of all, we need the control, so it's going to be form.control. Then it needs a name. The name is going to be from, not form. And then what you need is a render function. So the render function is going to be, what do we need? We need this, and then field. Okay, so like that. Did I put one too many? It looks like. So it should be this should be that. All right, and then what do we do here? We do this. It's going to be a form item like that, and then we're just going to give it a class name. We are going to do class name is going to be flex dash column, and then it's going to be small and above width dash. It's going to be 200 pixel like that, and otherwise with dash full. Okay, so that will be that, and then we need a form label, and then the label is from date. Okay, and then finally you need the form control. Okay, and then what do we put here? Well, this is the date select that we created, so it's going to be date select, and field is going to be field, and then disable dates is basically is equal to true. Let's save it and see if we get it. Yes, we get it. Okay, so let's just copy this. All you need to do is just say 2, and then here just do 2. How cool is this? I'm gonna save it, and then we have from and to date. Let's go mobile, see what happens. Yeah, I like it. Okay, so what we need then here is all you need is some sort of a button to submit the thing. We're gonna do button from here. Type is going to be submit, and we're gonna do search. Save it, and look at that. Let's search. So let's say I'm gonna search from 26 to, let's say, 31st. Search. Boom, no activities. So let's open another. Okay, so I'm in the admin area, and if you go to activities, so we have this activity that runs from January 10th, starts on January 10th, right? So let's go over here now, and if I do, let's say, go to next year, and let's say for this week, so from here, I don't know, let's say for this week to January, let's see, 10, if I search, it's not returning me this Lego activity thing, and the reason for that is the less than operator is, I think, not inclusive. I think it's exclusive. So what we need to do is, it's not going to include basically January 10. It does it one day before. I think it goes to January 9th. So what you have to do is this. You're going to come here. We're going to do add days. Add days to this. We're just going to add one day to the end. We're going to save it. Let's search again. And there you go. So now we can filter the events. So let's come here and add another event. So let's say we're gonna add the yoga for seniors, and we're gonna do have fun. Okay, then let's see. So let's say this one is gonna occur on I don't know, on the 31st, right? And then we're just gonna do start time of 10 a.m. and that, and let's say it's 65 plus, and then the capacity of, let's say, 20 people. So whoa, not 200, We're gonna hit save, and boom, that's been added. So let's go over here. So let's say it's December 30th. So if I search for it, of course not gonna come. But if I come here and let's say I'm gonna hit this date and I'm gonna select 31st, if I search, boom, yoga for seniors is coming. And if I expand my search to, let's say, you know what, I'm gonna see what else is coming, boom, then I have yoga for seniors. So remember the order that we did, the ascending order. So this is the first that's coming, December 30th. Then the next one is happening on January 10th. So there you go. So activities is done, and now we can filter the activities. There's one problem that we have is if I come over here and hit activities, boom, we get this error. That's because see, currently it's empty. That's because we are not passing by default any date. So maybe what we can do is if I come over here to my nav bar, let's see, and if I'm gonna just come here, so here is where, yes, so we need to pass in some kind of like a default date. So maybe like from the day when the user lands on this website to like 7 days or 2 weeks. I think we should pass that. But to do that, what we will do is I'm going to come here to my nav bar, and we're going to define a const from is equal to format. So that's from date_fns. Let's just bring it here like that, and then we can do new date. Just take the current date, and then we're going to format it the same way that what the thing expects, the activity page. And then what we need also is a to date, and then we can use this I don't know, let's say can we do add weeks, right? So we're gonna add weeks to the, actually no, you can't do like this, you need to do the other way. So we're gonna, whoops, let's see, let me get rid of this. What we need to do is we're going to come here, we're going to do add weeks from date fns, and you're going to take the current date and we're going to add 2 weeks to it, and then we're going to do it like this. And then what you want to do is come here where the activities, and we need to add it to this one. So if you guys remember how we had this, so I'm going to just copy this. Actually, let me just copy the whole thing like this, and we need to close it, and then I can just take this and do it like this. So now I'm going to save it, and then let's go back here, refresh. Okay, so now if I go to activities, you see on the bottom how we have a default from today is 26th to 9th. If I hit it, boom, this one is already coming. So you're not going to run into that issue where we're having that error. So, and if I come here and let's say I look for let's say this one, and if I do 27 for some reason, then boom, no activities. Cool. So this concludes the activities, and maybe we can do the let's see, can we do the locations next? All right, so for locations, let's go over first and add the, let me go to the nav bar. I'm already here actually, and let's just go and do locations like that. And then we need to come over here and let's come to the top, and then in the home we're going to create a new folder. We're just going to call it locations like that. We're going to create a page.tsx, and let's just create the React component, and we're going to call it locations like that. All right, let's go to locations and locations. Okay, it looks like let me just do a refresh. Let's see, yes, locations, there you go. So for locations, I'm just gonna assume that this is like a hard-coded data we have. So these are, let's say, the 4 locations we have. But if you're ambitious, you can actually go here and follow the same kind of process and add maybe a locations entry. I would highly encourage you guys do that, the same kind of table, same kind of dialogue, and then see if the admin can add a location. But I'm going to do the front end of it and then see if we can show the locations here. So let's come here, and then what we can do is just go through the locations and show them. So what I will do is from the activities page, I'm going to copy this one, and then maybe I can close this, and let's just come and put this here. And then what we can do is we can just go through the locations. We're going to do locations.map, and then we're going to do location, and then what we can do is come here and then do a div. Okay, then you want to give it a key. The key is the location dot id, like so. So let's save it. All right, so then what we need is a div, and it's gonna be flex. It's gonna be flex dash column, and then it's going to be width dash full, and then it's going to be border, and then it's going to be rounded, and then it's going to be MD, and then padding dash 4, and then space dash Y dash 2. All right, so let's save it, and then what we need in here is another div, or maybe just do this. Actually, I'm going to put a div, because we are doing the flex column. And then inside of here, I'm going to put a p tag, and then we're going to put the location dot name. Let's see if this will come up. Okay, there we go. That's coming up. And then what we need is another p tag, and then this is going to be the location dot address, and there we go. Now, so we need to give this a class name. So for this one, I'm going to give it a class name of this, so it's nice and bold. Then for this one, I'm going to do like slate, so it's kind of like nice, one thing I see is, why are they not lined up? Let's do a refresh. I don't know why they are not lined up. Something funky is going on here. Let's see. Flex column, width dash full, border rounded MD, padding 4, space Y2. That looks okay. Anyway, so let's just come here, and we're gonna do P and then hours. We're gonna put the hours, so it's gonna be location dot hours. Okay, so that's that, and then we're gonna copy this, and for this one, I'm going to do contact. So contact, and then for this one, I'm gonna do contact. Let's save it, and boom. So here's the contact number. So that's that, and okay, this one is bugging me. Why is this one like that? One thing I could do, by the way, is put a p tag and just do locations like that, and let's just give it a class name. This one will be text-2 XL, like so, and then small and above, we're just going to do text-4 XL. All right, so there you go. That actually fixes that issue for us. So there you go. So here's your locations, and they're showing up. So we have activities, we have locations. I think this thing is coming along nicely. And if I go mobile, boom, everything is right here. Okay, so now we can what we can do is, well, before I do that, actually I went ahead and added some more book entries in the catalog, so we have something to play with when we're doing the client side. So now what we need to do is finish this part, so we can search for a book by title or by a category, and when we hit search, we should be able to show it in a nice page. So let's come over here. This is going to be exciting. So let's close this, and we're going to come here, and under the home section, we're going to create a new folder. Let me minimize this. So under the home section, we're going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it search. And then within it, I'm going to create a page.tsx. So again, this is all server side. Yeah. So let me just do that, and we're going to do this, and we're going to call it search page. Search page, like that, and then immediately I'm going to come here and make it a sync, like so. So we need to go and first of all make sure that when we hit the search, it actually is calling that. So if I come to my components, and if I go over to where we did the search, so here's the search bar, and as you can see, when we hit the search, currently it's just logging it. So let's fix this first. So if I come here, when we hit the search, what I would like this to do is if search and search by, if we have those two values, then we're just going to do redirect. It's come from next navigation, and we're going to do search. We're going to do search, and then you're going to pass in the query. Now for this one, we are going to use the encode. Okay, I think I need to do the ticks. So we need to do encode URI components. All right, and we're gonna pass in the search, and then the other thing, we need to pass in the search by. Okay, and then I think I need to do this. And then for search by, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the same thing. We're going to do this one and this, and then encode URI components, and we're just going to do search by. Okay, so that will be that. It looks like it's complaining that this is not a string, so let's just fix that for now. So we're going to do as string and as string. Cool, so that will take care of this. So now when we hit search, it should actually go to the search page. I'm going to close this and we can work on this. The first thing what we should do is we should grab the search params. So what I can do search. Actually, let's come here. We're going to do search params. And then I need to define what search params are. So I'm going to do search params, and then it's going to have a query that's going to be a string, and then we need a search by that is going to be a string. So that's what we have. And then what we can do is come here, do params is equal to await, and we're going to do search params. Let's actually spit this to the here and see what we get. So I'm going to do params dot query, and then also I'm going to do params dot search by. Whoa, like that. So let's go ahead, and if I come here, maximize this, and if I do title, and let's say I do Python, if I do search, there you go. So we're searching by title is Python. I like it. What if I do category, and if I do fiction, I like it. So it's coming here, as you can see on the top, it's coming over here. One benefit of doing search this way is if somebody bookmarks this page, and you can actually share this with people, and when they come here, it will actually show them that content, which is pretty powerful, I think. So that's the benefit of doing it this way. Anyway, so now let's come over here and finish the rest of it. So I'm going to come here and do this. So we're going to dereference, well, after I do this, we're going to dereference the two parameters. So I'm going to do query and search by, and then we're going to grab it from params like that. Then what we need to do is now we need to do a result, right? But before we do that, we need to define a result type. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do type result type, and it's going to have a book ID. That's going to be a number. You don't need the comma. We need the author, that's going to be a string, and then we need the name, it's going to be string, and then we need the book category links. All right, and that's going to be an object. It's going to have a category ID, that's going to be a number, and then we need the book categories, because a book can belong to multiple categories, so that's why we need that, and each will have its own category name that's going to be of type string. So the book categories that we have, actually this one, it's going to be a link, because remember this is coming from the Junction table, so that's why. And then we also have book photos, and then it's going to have URL, it's going to be a string, and again this is an array like that. Cool. So once you have that, I'm going to copy this, and then we can come here and we can do const result. It's going to be of this result type, and then we're going to set this to an empty array like that, and we're going to populate it now. All right, so then what we do is we do like this: if search by is equal to, if we are searching by title, then how do we do this? Okay, let's come here, and then the other thing will be, the other one is by, let me just close this one, the other one is by category, right? So either you search by title or category, but you can follow the same kind of procedure and do by author and all that. Anyway, so I'm going to do results. I'm going to call this results. I'm going to do results is equal to await, and we're going to do Prisma dot, let's bring in the client dot books, okay, dot find many, like that. Okay, and now we're going to write our query here. So we're going to do where Okay, and you want to do an or. Okay, and I will tell you why we are doing an or. All right, so we're gonna do like this: if name, okay, contains query. So if name contains query, and then I'm just gonna duplicate this, and then otherwise if name starts with query or name ends with query. So I don't know if you know SQL, but in SQL you have something like the percentage thingy, this one. So let's say if you want to do a while search, you're going to do something like percent Python. So what this means is anything that ends in Python basically. So you can have anything before it. And when you want to do starts with, you do something like this. So this means basically that you have Python and then it could be anything after that and you're gonna grab it. So this is what this thing is doing here. What you want to do is, since this is an array, we want to pass in the commas like that. So this will actually grab us the books by their title, and if it has that search, then what we want to do is include, we want to include book photos, right? And then what we want to do is select, and we're going to do URL. So we're going to grab the URL, right? So that's what we do. And then apart from including book photos, we are also going to include the book category links, and then we're going to include for that, okay, for this one what we are going to include is book categories, and we are going to select, okay, category name, so we can display that true. All right, so this will actually give us the results. Now there is results is unavailable but never used. Yeah, we'll use it, that's fine. Okay, so I think what we can do is actually now copy this one. All right, and I'm gonna come here and use it here. So now here we are actually finding a book by the category, so we don't need the books here. So I'm gonna get rid of this one, and instead what I will do is I'm gonna do book category links sum, okay, and then we're gonna do book categories, and then we're gonna do category name, okay, and we're gonna do contains query, right? So what in this one we're trying to do is, if somebody searches for, let's say, web development, so we're going to find all the books which belong to the web development category. So that's what we're trying to do here. We're going to do the same thing, include the book photos, and then same here, we're going to include the category name. So that is cool. We have an error. Okay, yes, because this should be let. And let's see, there we go, that's all the problem. Now it's time to display this result so we can show to the user what they have searched. So to do that, let's just come here and first do this. Okay, and I'm gonna get rid of this. Okay, so we have this, and what I will do is what I've done before. You know how we have like this one, so I'm gonna grab this one, I'm gonna close this, and I'm gonna close this, and then we're gonna do a paste and that. Let's just format it. I think I'm gonna close this or minimize it so it's not in our way. There we go. And let's just expand this a little bit, and then we're gonna bring this here. It's gonna be fun, trust me. All right, so what we can do now is, if we have results and results.length is greater than 0, then we do something, right? We're gonna do and like that. We're gonna do this, and I'm gonna come here also, and I'm gonna do basically if results and results.length is equal to 0, then basically you do h1 or h2, I guess. We're gonna do no results found like that. Let's just give it a class name, and we're gonna call it text-2xl. How's that? Yes, there's an error, I know. Okay, we're gonna fix it. So we're gonna go and do a map, and we're gonna do result, and I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna get rid of this one, and we can do a div. Okay, so we're gonna give this a key. The key will be result.bookid because they're gonna be unique. Let's save it, and hopefully the error goes away. Yes. Okay, so this is an empty thing, that's why it's coming like this, no results found, but we're gonna fix it. So to this one, I'm gonna give it a class name, and the class name will be flex dash column, and we're going to do large and above flex dash row, and then we're going to do small and above space dash x dash 4. So that's something for aesthetics. And then what I can do then is, so we're going to have like a photo of the book and then the info on the right side. So we're going to do result dot book photos. Okay, if we have book photos, not that, so I'm going to do and so I'm going to do a link. Now the link is going to take us to the details, right? So we're going to have to do that also. So the href is going to be book, and then we're going to have the book, not that, result dot book id, right? So that's going to be that, and for this one class name we're going to do cursor pointer. Okay, so that's that, and let's put the image here. So I'm going to do next image over here, and let's just do this. Okay, so of course we need to populate this. So we're going to do width of a 200. Okay, we're going to do a height of 0, and then what I will do is I'm going to do source, and the source is going to be result dot, we're going to do book photos dot url. Okay, so that's going to be that. Alt is going to be simply just say book cover, and then we also need the class name. So for class name I'm going to do object cover, and then height will be auto, and then we're going to do rounded dash l dash md. Cool, let's save it. And I think at this point if I do a search I should be able to see something. So if I do title, let's say, and I do Python, if I do a search, wow, look at that, we are getting our search. How cool is that? I like it. It's a little bit too big, so how about 100? Let's do a refresh. Yes, I like this, man. Let's do by category. How about web development? Do we have any books by web development? All right, look at this. We have 2 books by web development. If I come over here, I have this book. So if I go to the edit, sees web development, so that's that. And if I go over, I think I have another one. I think it's this one. If I do, this is also web development. So how cool is that? Let's say I do a search by category and we do WordPress. And if I do search, boom, we have a WordPress. This is beautiful, right? I like it. If I do, and I do JavaScript, let's say I want to search a book just for JavaScript. We don't have any books for JavaScript. Let's see. I mean, so what's the category on this one? Is programming and website design. Did we add a JavaScript category? Maybe that's why. Okay, that's why. So it's that. Let's see if we have a category. How about robotics? Do we have any book for robotics? Yes, we have a book for robotics. You know what? That's pretty cool. So our search is working. We just need to now display the rest of the info. So what we can do is come over here. We're going to do a div.flex, and we're going to do flex dash column. I think I need to do this. Okay. That. Okay. Okay, that just was a disaster. So we're going to take it and we're going to put it here. I'm going to save it. And now what we can do is we can just add the rest of the thing. So I'm going to add h1, and this is going to be result dot name. All right, so let's save it and see what happens. If I search, if I search robotics engineering, how cool is that? And then what we will do is we can just beautify this. So what I will do is I'm going to give it a class dash to Excel. And then what we will do is font dash bold, and then what we can do is text dash gray dash 800, and then we can do margin bottom dash 1 and capitalize. Let's see, does this actually work? Yes. Okay, one thing, the problem is that this text, yes, that's what I want. So that's actually mobile, and then that's our desktop. So I like it. So I think let's just stick to this one for now, and let's see this in an action. So okay, so I have the heading. Then after the heading, we can do a p tag, and this is going to be the author. So I'm going to do result.author, author, and this one actually should be author, like that. So let's save it and see if we get that. Let it refresh itself. Boom, there you go, the author is coming. What I will do is, let's just give respect to the author a little bit. I don't need none of that, but what I need is maybe just that, capitalize it, and let it, there you go. So that's your that. And then what I need after the p tag is I need another div, and this is going to be flex, and we need a space -x-2. What we need is to display the categories. For the author, I think one thing I want to do is maybe have it a different color. So how about font-blue-500, and let's see if that works. I think it's text-blue maybe. That's why. Yes, so that works. Okay, so now what we need to do is come here. We're just going to go through the categories and display them as well. So I'm going to do result dot. We're going to do book category links if we have them. Then we're just going to do result dot book category links dot map, and we're going to do BCL for book category link. And then what we do is we're going to do a div. The key will be BCL dot category ID, like that. We're going to give it a class name, capitalize. I can never spell this. And then it's going to be padding x-4, padding y-2, text dash gray dash 500, border, and then it's going to be border dash gray dash 300, and rounded dash MD. How cool is that? Let's do this. Expand it. Why is it okay? We need to close it off. All right. Okay, so what do we put in here? Well, it's going to be simple. We're just going to do BCL dot book categories dot category name, like that. So let me save it, and if I come here, let's see if it will give us anything. Boom, this belongs to robotics. How about I look for web development? Let me search. Boom, so web development, this one belongs to 3 categories, and they are all coming up here. One thing I do see is there's this weird kind of gap. Can we fix it? Let's see. I think what I want to put is H1. We're gonna do search results. Let me save it, and let's see if that will just fix it. Yes, I think we should do the same thing that we did with the other ones. So if you guys remember this one, so I'm gonna give it a class name, similar thing, and if I go back here, then we can do something like this. I think I'm gonna give it some space, save it, and let's see what happens. There you go. So we have search results, and that's looking good. What if I look for something that we don't have? How about so search result, no results found. Beautiful. Okay, so I think it's working good. Engineering. Do you have anything for engineering? Yes, we have robotics engineering. See, it's in the end, but it's still found it. So that's what I was talking about when we were doing that query. So I think the search result, if I'm not mistaken, it's actually done, right? Let's see if we need to do anything to improve it. I mean, you could add a loader or something, but that's just a small thing. But that concludes the search feature of this one. So we're gonna move to the next one. Okay, I think now we can go ahead and take care of the home page, where we can show the new arrivals, and this one when we do the auth, and the stat fix when we do the auth, we will have that, but at least we can do the new arrivals. So this is going to be exciting. So we are going to be using the carousel, and I don't think so we've installed it. So we're going to go to chatcn and try to find it and then install it. So here it is, and that's what we're after. So I'm going to come over here and just install it. Interesting. So that's been installed, and let's go back here and we're just gonna bring this over here, and we're gonna start here. So the first thing we are going to do is we are going to bring in the new arrivals. So I'm going to do arrivals, just do arrivals, and it's going to be Prisma. All right, and I think this one should be async. So we're going to do async export, and let's call it home page. So that I think sorry, this is in the wrong place. Should be here. So we're gonna do await. We're gonna do Prisma, and then we can do basically books dot find many, bind many. Nah, we're gonna do find many, like that. Okay, so let me come here, and then we can basically, the idea is on the home page, you don't want to show all the entire catalog. You just want to show a couple because the user can search for whatever they want. So what we can do is we're just going to do pagination. We're going to do skip 0, and we're just going to do take, let's say 10. I mean, you can take up to 100. I've seen on some library websites you can take up to 100, and that should be no problem on the server. So, and then we want to include the book photos. Okay, and we want to also select the URL true. So now that we have that, we can actually show that here. But before we do that, one thing I forgot to do is you want to have a sort order for this, and then what you want to do is you're gonna do basically order by. We're gonna do created at, right? And you want to do descending, in the descending order, right? So now that we have that, so the I guess the most recently added one will be on the top. It's kind of the idea. I think this should be, if I'm not mistaken, let me see, we have this, so this should be actually here outside, yes, because that was, we were trying to sort the book photos. But anyways, that's that. And then let's come over here and show them. Let me close this. So then what we can do is we have this h2 here, and it says new arrival. So let's first beautify this. So I'm going to do class name, and we're going to do text dash to XL. That's one. Let's see if it will actually, yep, it's kind of slow, the thing. I think I might need to restart the server. And then we have font dash bold, and then we have padding bottom dash 4 and padding left dash 4. So let's see what that gives us if we go here. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. So that's what we have. Okay, so once you have that, then what we can do is we need to now do a carousel, and then we can do carousel from this one. So that's my carousel, and then I'm going to bring this here, and you need the carousel content. Okay, so that's that. So let's first come over here and add some stuff here. So we're going to give it some options. Okay, and the options we're going to give it is it's going to have a slides to scroll. Okay, we're going to do this auto. And then the other thing we want to do is align. You want to align it to start. Okay, so that's that. And let me just do this. And also what we can do is also give it a class name. It's going to be flex with dash full, and then minimum with dash XL. If you don't do this, it actually doesn't, it's just going to be like small. I'll show you guys actually. Anyway, so we're going to come over inside the carousel content, and we're just going to map over the arrivals. Map. We're going to do arrival, and what you want to do is basically do a carousel item. This one, you want to give it an index, so that's going to be the arrival dot, we're going to do book ID because that's going to be unique, and then class name, we're just going to give it a basis dash auto. Okay, so that's your item, and then we're going to give it a link, so when you click it, we can go to the book details, which we yet have to create, and then we're going to do book. Okay, and there's going to be, so this is kind of similar to what we did in the search. That's what we have. Arrival dot book ID. Interestingly, like that. Okay, so I'm going to do that. And then what do we put inside? We're going to put the image, and it's going to be, let me just bring this here. And it's going to be image. Wow. This is going to be from next image. We're going to give it a class name, and it's going to be height dash 290 pixel. Okay, like that. And then we need to give it a source. Let me bring this on the next line. I think that looks better. So for source, what we have is the arrival dot book photos. Okay, we're just going to take the first one, dot URL. Okay, so that's your source, and then we need to give it a width just to make it happy. It's going to be 190, and then for the height, I'm just going to leave it at 0, and then also the alt, I'm just going to say arrival.name. So it's just the book name. Okay, and let's just save it, and let's see what happens. How many errors we get? Maybe no errors. Something's happening. Oh, look at that. Let's see. I can see scroll it. Long shadow is not coming up for some reason, but yes, not bad at all. So this is a mobile view, and I can go my desktop. Now there's one problem. We don't have that. See, that's going to the book detail. I clicked on it. We don't have the buttons to go left and right. So why don't we add those? So let me just minimize this and come up here. And right after the carousel content, what you can do is you can do carousel previous, like that, and then you're gonna do carousel next. That's how easy it is. Let me save it, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see what we get. Yes, so if I hit it, beautiful, beautiful, loving it. I like this. Okay, let me just refresh. Okay, so for some reason this long shadows is having some troubles. Let me go over to long shadows and see what the heck is going on as an admin. Let me refresh it. So let's come here and edit this. Aha, okay, I mean it's here. I'm gonna save it. I don't know why it's why on the client side it's not showing up. So let's just do an inspect on it. Do we have any errors? We don't have any errors. Okay, let's go over to the elements and let's see. So here is long shadows. Next image. I mean, yeah, it's here. Let me go to here and just do a refresh. Okay, I don't know which one it is, but we're just gonna click one by one. Let's see. Actually, it's not here. That's just a cache version. Okay, let's upload it again. So I'm gonna come here, do edit, delete this. What happened? Yeah, because see, we don't have it. So what I'll do, I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna re-add it, long shadows. And let's see if I hit save, boom. I'm gonna come here and do a refresh. Hopefully I have long shadows. We still don't have long shadows. Let's come here, do a refresh. Why is it keeping this one? Let me just delete this one. I'm gonna recreate it. Continue, yes. Let's come over here, do a refresh, close it. Okay, so the long shadows is gone. It's gone in shadows. We're gonna come here and just re-add it. There's some problem with the image, but anyway, so let's come over here and add it. I mean, we have the backend now. Okay, let's hit save, and there you go. There's our long shadows in the shadow. Let me just do a refresh and see, hopefully long shadow. There you go. You can also see, by the way, the arrivals are working by descending order. So that's the new one that's been added. How cool is that? I'm liking this. So there you go. That's your new arrivals, and then we can do the recently reviewed and staff picks once we have the auth working. Okay, so now we can move on to authentication, but before we move on, one thing I did is to the images, I added these extra classes. So basically on small and above it's 200 width, and then height is this, and then on mobile is this. So this, see, on mobile it looks like this, but when I go desktop they kind of get bigger. I think it just looks nicer. Okay, so now we can talk about setting up the AuthJS or authentication for Nextjs. So the first thing we are going to do is go over to a terminal. Okay, so then what you want to do is do npm install, and we're going to do next auth, and it's in beta, so we're just going to do beta, and we're going to do -- force, like that. Okay, so once this is installed, then we need to generate an auth secret. So the way to do that is we're going to do npx, we're going to do auth secret, like that. Okay, so basically it created an auth secret, and if you go to your files and if you go to local, there's the auth secret. Okay, then the next thing you want to do is come to the root and create a new file, and we're going to call this file auth.ts like that. So for now, I'm just going to close this file. And then we also need to add a route handler. So where do you add the route handler? So we're going to come to the app, we're going to create a new folder, and it's going to be called API like that. Then within the API, you're going to create another folder, and it's going to be auth like that. Then within that, you're going to create yet another folder. It's going to be dot next auth like that. Okay, then within this one, you're going to create a file, and the file is called route.ts. And then finally, you're also going to come to the root of your app, and you're going to create a new file, and this one is going to be called middleware.ts. So this is the file where we're going to be locking down or protecting our path. So that's what it is. So we're going to create this file and leave it here. I'm going to go ahead and close this, and I'm going to close this one. So now there's one problem we have is, as you can see, we have the end file. This was created by Prisma, but we have the next auth uses env.local. So we need to move stuff from here and move it over to env.local. So what I'm going to do is copy everything. We're going to move it to env.local. So now what will happen is, let me just zoom out a little bit. There's going to be a problem when you do this. And the problem is that Prisma won't work because it's going to be looking for end file, but you moved it to this file. So we need to fix that. So how do we tell Prisma to use this file instead of this file? Or in other words, how do we tell Prisma to read from this environment file and not the default.env file? So first we need to install .env. So I'm going to come over here and I'm going to do npm install, or we're going to do .env like that, and we're just going to do CLI. It's just .env CLI, and it's going to be save dev. Okay, we're going to do force. So once you have the .ncli installed, then what you want to do is come over here to package.json. Let me close this. I think we're done with this one. So we're going to come over here to scripts, and what you want to do is add something here. So we're going to add something like migrate, and we're going to do MySQL. So this is the command we're going to run when we want to do migrations. And then what does it equal to? Well, it's going to be .env like that. We're going to do we're going to do .env.local. So this is basically telling, saying that grab the guest environment variables from this file, and then we're going to do --npx. We're going to do Prisma, and we're going to do migrate dev. Okay, so that will be that command. We also need to add one more command, and this is when we are doing db pull, meaning getting the tables from the database and generating a model for us. So for this one, we're going to come here, we're going to do the same thing, .env, so .env, and we're going to do this one, and then .env.local like that, and you're going to do --npx. We're going to do db pull, sorry, Prisma db pull. Okay, so that's that. So what we're saying here is telling basically Prisma is use this file, right, and use the environment variables from this file to do the whatever you have to do. And then to run this, what you will have to do is, if I go to command prompt to run this, all you will have to do is npm run. So if I do, let's say, migrate MySQL. So if I do this, it's basically going to come and run this command and read it from this environment variable. So let me come over here and save it, and then I'm going to come here and see if I run it. It's going to wipe my data, but let's see. But as you can see, basically it ran this command, and actually I did not get any error. But as you can see, it's already in sync, so that's okay. I just want to show you guys how to run the command. So this is how you would actually tell Prisma to use a different file. So I can actually come over here and we can get rid of this end file. So I'm going to come over here and just do delete, move to trash. So now we can be using this file. So now we have both Prisma and Nextjs happy. Okay, so we can close this one, close this one. So then the next thing I'll do is I'm going to come over here under the app. We're going to create a new folder. and we're going to call it auth. Okay, we will be creating our own custom sign-in page, so that's why I'm doing it here. We're going to create a layout.tsx file, and then in here I'm also going to create a new folder. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it sign-in. Within the sign-in, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call it page.tsx, and also under the sign-in, I'm going to create a new folder. Why it keeps clicking away there? I'm going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it error. So any errors that we have, we'll be displaying it in this one. And I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be page.tsx. Okay, so now inside this one, the sign-in page, this is going to be our sign-in page. We need to add stuff, but before we do that, we need to finish the layout. So let's close this one, let's close this one, and finish this one. So let's come over here and do the need. I'm going to do auth layout like that. And just like how we do before, we need to pass in the children, and then you guys know this children is of type react node, and then what we can do is we can come here, we can do children like that, and then to this div I'm just going to give it a some class names. So I'm going to come here and do this. So basically all we have is just a container mx auto, and I've used this so many times, you guys should know this by now, and basically shadow and rounded just to beautify it a little bit. So I'm going to close this one, and I'm going to come over here and then do the sign-in page. So I'm going to close this one. So I'm going to do RFCE, and I'm going to do sign in, and we're going to call it sign in page like that. Okay, and then we're going to save it, and I'm going to come here. So we're going to create a form. Everything is going to be a form. So the sign is actually happening on the server side. It's not happening on the client side. It's just an extra security thingy. So what we can do is we can do create a div. Okay, so you can do now the how we have done with the other one in the dialog, where we have like the form and the use form hook, because they won't work here because it's happening on the server. So we're going to create a label. Okay, that's coming from UI components, and it's going to be HTML4, and it's going to be email, and it's going to be called email. Okay, like that. Then the next thing we need is the input. That's coming from here. The name is going to be email, and then the type it's going to be email, and then we're going to basically give it an ID of email, and then placeholder will be simply email. Alright, so I'm going to copy this one, and we're going to paste it. Well, I meant to copy it one time, but I think I was just too excited. We're going to do password, and this will be password, and then this will be password. The name is important because that's how on the server side we're going to know that is what this is. ID is password, and then placeholder, I mean just say password. And then to this password input field, I'm going to add a helper text, which is basically saying if you are a member, use your 10 digits library card number. So this, we discussed this in the project, that for members they can log in using their library card number, but the staff will log in with their actual password. Anyway, so now we can add a button. All right, it's going to be this button, and then type is going to be submit, and then class name is going to be with-full, and then it's going to be sign in like that. So let's actually go ahead and take a look at this one. So if I come over here and if I do sign in, actually it's auth sign in. Okay, so yes, actually we need to add something to the middleware because currently it has nothing, just so that it can function. So what I can do is go over, let me just zoom out a little bit more. I'm going to go over to the middleware, and all we have to do for now is we're going to do basically export. We're going to do auth as middleware, and we're going to do from at auth. So now it's going to complain because there's nothing in the auth file, which is the auth.ts file. So we need to add a little bit of minimum something code here to make this thing happy. And then what we can add here is export const. We're going to do handlers, and we can add sign in, and we're going to do sign out. and then the auth. Okay, and then where's it coming from? It's coming from next auth, and it needs to know where next auth is. So we're going to do next auth from next auth, like that. And then what you want to do is you want to come over here and we're going to do providers. So for now we're just going to do like this, and I'm going to save it. So there you go, this is happy, this is happy. So now let's come back here, and if we go over here, must export a middleware. Let's see, there you go. So this is our sign-in page. It's working great. Okay, so one thing I would like to add is a back button, because currently there's no way for the user to go back, let's say if they came here. So what I can do is come over here to my components, and we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it back button.tsx, and let's just close this. We're going to say back button. This is going to be a client component, so we should just do that. All right, and then I'm going to add a button like so, and I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna just come here and do this. I'm gonna do this. So let me go over to the sign-in page, for example, and let's say I want to add it right after this one. So can I just do back button, and if I save it, let's see, does it actually come up? Let's come here. Boom, here's your back button. It's kind of ugly. We're gonna fix it. So let's come over here and let's come here, and I'm just gonna bring this on the next line. We're gonna say back, okay, like that. Okay, so let's see, on click, what do we want to do? We want to basically go ahead and say router. So what is router? Well, we need to bring it. So we're going to do const router is equal to use router from next navigation, like that. We're going to do router dot back, okay. And then variant, if this one be link, like that, and then we're just going to give it a class name. Now for this one, I want the user to be able to pass in the class name. So what I can do is I'm going to do cn. We're just going to do styles. Now what is styles? We're going to define that, and then flex. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do styles is of, well, let's just do styles, and then we're going to do styles of type string. Cool. Okay, and one thing I want to do is maybe add an arrow left just to signify what this is doing. Okay, so there you go. And then maybe size of this will be 16. So there you go, that's your arrow. And I think I should call it go back, like that. Okay, let's see. So this should be variant, not value. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, then what we can do is get rid of this, and let's see, do we need to, I think we should make this optional, the styles. So I can come here and do this, so that will actually make that happy. And let's see, we have this form, right? So we need to now have an action to handle this. So I'm going to do async function, and we're gonna do handle sign in. Okay, and it's gonna take form data. It's gonna be of time form data. And for this one, we're going to use the inline use server, just like inline actions. And then for now, I'm just going to do console.log form data. And then over here, I'm going to do action. Okay, and it's going to be handle sign in. This is pretty cool, actually. So one thing I can do is there's some room for improvement. I mean, we can add some space. Let's do that, and let's see if this will actually work. Okay, let's try to add something at email.com, and let's just add password. If I hit sign in, then let's see if it actually happened on the server. There you go. So actually it is happening on the server. We're getting the form data, and once we hook this up, then we should be able to, do the authentication. Okay, so let's come over here to the auth.ts file and take care of this. So let's come here and get started. Okay, so what we need to do first of all is we need to give it an adapter. So I'm going to do adapter and it's going to be a Prisma adapter. So we can do import, and it's going to be Prisma adapter. We're going to bring it from, and it's going to be auth, and we're going to be Prisma adapter, like that. Okay, so it's saying Prisma adapter is not found. So let's go over to AuthJS, and they have adapters, and let's find the Prisma one, and let's see. So it's saying we need to install the Prisma adapter. So I'm going to copy this command. We're going to come here, we're going to paste it. So we already have Prisma. We don't need to install that, so I'm going to get rid of that. And then also we already have Prisma client, we don't need that, so just need the Prisma adapter. And what we can do is just hit it. Of course it's gonna complain, so we're gonna do force. Okay, so let's see if this goes away. Go away. There, that went away. And then to this one we're gonna pass in the Prisma that we created, and then debug I'm gonna do true, so we can see what the heck is going on, any errors. So now let's fix in this providers. So for this one we will be using the credentials. Okay, it's not gonna bring it, so let's bring that. So let's do import. We're gonna do credentials from, we're gonna do next, it's gonna be auth, and it's gonna be providers, and it's going to be credentials, like that. So that's your credentials. And then what we can do is we're gonna come here, we're gonna do credentials, and then we can do email. We're gonna be using our custom sign-in page. I mean, we have it already, you guys can see it. And then we're gonna do password, like that, just leave it empty. And then what you want to do after this is authorize. Okay, so we're going to do user is equal to null. Let's define a user, and then what we can do is we're going to go to our database. We're going to find this user. So we're going to do Prisma dot, and it's going to be the users table, and we're going to define unique. So since the email addresses will be unique, that's what we are going to do. So we're going to do where, we're going to do email is credentials dot email, right? So that will hopefully find the user. If we're going to do not user, so if the user is not found, then of course we need to basically just throw new error. We're going to do invalid credentials. So we're going to create that error page that's going to handle this. Okay, so let's come here. So it's saying basically the email is we need to tell it's a string. Anyway, so then what we can do is come here, and we're gonna check if it's a member or a staff. So if user.role is equal to staff, if it's a staff, so remember the staff, they will use their password to log in, but the member, like the regular people, they will use the library card number. So we're gonna do password match is equal to, we're gonna do await bcrypt dot, we're gonna do compare, and what do we want to compare? So it's going to be credential dot password against the password that the user has in the database. So user dot password. All right, so this is complaining, and that's because we need to do string like so. Okay, if not password match, if the password did not match, well then in that case we just throw an error, and we're just going to do invalid credentials. Else if the role, let's say we're gonna come here and we're gonna do if it is a member, we're gonna do member. If it is a member, then what do we do? Well, in that case we're gonna do if the let's see, if it's a member, then in that case we're going to use the library card number, right? So we're going to do if user.library card number does not equal to the credentials.password, then what you do is also throw throw an error, right? Else if. That's what we need. Okay, so if that all, let's say, worked, then you just basically return user like that. So that's the idea. So first we find the user by their email address. If we can't find the user, then just return invalid credentials. And then if the user role is staff, we find them, match them by their password, right? If the password don't match, then we just return invalid credentials. And if the, let's see, if it's a member, then we use their library card number and compare against the password they entered. And then if that doesn't match, then we return error. So that's how we're going to do the find the user and authorize them. Now after that, the other thing we need is the session. So we don't want to store the session in the database. We're going to be using cookies for that, and it's actually a good strategy because it's faster that way. So imagine you have to go to your database to read the session, delete the session, and things like that. So it's better you just do it that way. We're going to give it a max age. The max age is going to be, say, like a day. We're going to do 24 hours, 60, and then we're going to do 60. So that's going to be the session. And then also we need a couple of callbacks. So we're going to come here, we're going to do async, okay? And this is going to be JWT, and what this will give us is a token and a user like that. So let's come over here and do this. All right, so if let's see, if we have a user, then we basically do token.id is equal to token, okay, sorry, user.id. So that will be that, and then token.email is equal to user.email, and then token.name. So the reason why we are doing this, so it's available to us in the app. So that's why we're doing it, user.name. So that will be that, and then finally you just return the token. Okay, so that satisfies that one. And then there's another callback that we need, which is async session. And for this one, we're gonna get the session and we're gonna get the token. And let's see, for this one, what we are gonna do is if session, if we have a session, and then what we do is attach the token data to the session object, right? So in the app, we're going to be, for example, doing session.user.whatever. So you guys will see how we're going to do this. So we're going to do session.user.id is equal to token.id. So remember how we did it here? We got the added to the token. Now we can grab it. And then what we can do, let's see, it's complaining that is answered. Okay, so can I just do string? Boom, that takes care of that. And then session.user.email is equal to token.email, and I think you just have to specify this, and then also token.user session.user.name. Name is equal to token.name. Okay, is that okay, or it needs a conversion? It doesn't, looks like. Okay, we can also I'll show you guys how we can also add a role to it. So based on the role, if it's an admin or not, we can then go to the dashboard or not, but I'll show you guys. Okay, so from this one, we're going to return the session like that. And then finally, what we also need after that is you need to specify our custom sign-in page. So it's going to be pages, okay, and we're going to do sign in, and then this is going to be auth sign in. So remember, we guys created that. That's why we have that here. And then we're going to save this. And now what we're going to do is let's go over to our home page, and let's see if we can fire a sign in. So I'm going to go to my home page. So what we need to do now is create a sign in button. That one we hit, it's going to take us to the sign in page. So let's come over here to our components, and we're going to create a new button, and I'm going to call it sign in button.tsx like that. And let's just do this, and let's close this, and we're going to do sign in button like that. So what this will have is a form, and I'm going to do a form, and then I'm going to do a form, and then within it I'm going to put a button, okay, and it's going to say sign in, and it's going to be a variant of Let's see, can I just do link? Or maybe we should just leave it like that. Let's just leave it like that. But one thing we do need to do is we need to do an action. And for the action, what we need to do is it's going to be use server. And then we're just going to do await sign in from auth like that. So call the sign in. I need to do async like that. So when you do sign in without providing any options, it's going to actually go ahead and call the sign in. That's going to call your sign in page. I'm going to save it. And also we need to come here and let's just do a type is equal to submit. Otherwise we're gonna have problem. I think default is submit anyways, and then a variant, I'm gonna give it a ghost like that. Now one thing I would like to do is for users to be able to pass in styles. So let's see, I'm gonna do styles, and then I'm going to do basically styles is of type string. So then to use it, I can just use the class name, and we can do this and use the cnutil, and we can do basically styles. So we want the users to be able to change the class name and stuff. Anyway, so once I have the sign in button, so what I can do maybe is I can come in here and I can do, let's see, sign in button, and I'm gonna save it, and let's see why is it complaining that it should be use server, not user server. There you go, that worked. So let's see, so here's my home. Why I think what I should do is make this optional. I can just do this, boom, that's good. Okay, now if you hit sign in, it's going to actually come over here, and there's a trick you need to do, and I'm going to show you how. So you're going to go to your auth.ts, and I had to go through documentation to find this. And if you are paying attention, if you look at the top, it says API, right? That's not correct. Our page, our sign-in page is auth sign-in. So for some reason, AuthJS is going to API. Maybe it's like the old way of doing things. But what you need to do is come here and do base path equal to auth. That's our base path where the sign-in our page is. So now if I hit it, boom, you go to your sign-in page. How cool is that? Okay, so why don't we now go ahead. Actually, what I will do is I'm going to go to the AuthJS, and let's see if we can console.log the user. Okay, so if everything went well, then we should be able to see the user sign in. So if you guys remember, we created a user. So let me go over to the admin side, and you can see we have a staff and a member. So if I go, for example, to staff, it's staff@email.com, and then we have a member, which is member1@email.com. So let's sign in and see. I'm going to bring in the terminal, and this is the moment of truth. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do, let's say, staff@email.com, and the password was password. So if I hit sign in, and let's see what happens. So okay, so we pass in this, we pass in that, we're not hitting this one. So let's go to our sign in page. Here's the thing, we are not calling the sign in yet. So what we should do is the bare minimum should be sign in from auth, and since we are using credentials, we're going to do credentials, and we're going to do form data. Now of course we need to validate the form data. We're going to get to that, but for now let's make sure that the sign in works. So let's try this again. So I'm going to bring in the terminal, and we're going to try this one more time. We're going to staff@email.com, we're going to do password. Oh, look at that, actually it found the user, and it is actually staff, and status is pending. That's pretty cool. Let's see if we can find the member. So if I do member1@email.com, and let's just do their password was the library card number, so it was 10-digit library card number, and let's see, sign in, and oh, it found that as well. Let's do a wrong one. So this should do should throw an error. So let's just do email@email.com and just some garbage, and boom, we are getting the invalid credentials error. We're gonna have our own sign-in page, but there you go, we are getting the error. So that's pretty good. So we're gonna go back here, And let's just do a refresh. So there you go, that's our sign in. So first things first, let's go ahead and take care of this one to make sure like we validate the form data. So what we can do is create a form schema, and we're going to do schema equal to z dot, we're going to do object, and you can obviously add more stuff to this, but at the bare minimum we're going to do email, and it's going to be z dot string, it's going to be dot email, right? So Zard's gonna take care of the verification for us, and the message we're gonna give is invalid email, something like that, and then we need a password. All right, so this is going to be z.string, and then you can also specify a minimum or maximum length, so it's going to be minimum of, let's say, 8. Okay, so that's our form schema, and I'm going to save it. And then what we can do here is we're going to do the validation here, and the way we're going to do this is we're going to do a try, okay, and we're going to do a catch error. All right, so let's take this and we're gonna stuff this in here, and then for here I'm just gonna do console.log error and throw error like that. Okay, so let's do the validation first. So what I will do is I'm gonna do const validate is equal to form schema dot, we're gonna do safe parse. Okay, so it's gonna try to parse the values. So email is going to be let me see, what was it, form data dot get email. Okay, and then we need the password, so we're going to do password, and this is going to be the password like that. So this is going to try to do the validation for us. So then we're going to do if not validate dot success. If let's say for some reason we couldn't validate, then we're just gonna do the error. Otherwise what we do is basically, you know, come here and call the sign in. So let's just come here and do the sign in like that. So I'm just gonna come here, save it. I think what we should do is also create that error page so that we can actually land on it and see a proper error. So this is the one we have been talking about. And what I will do is I'm going to do RFCE, and then for this one what I will do is we can just say, actually this one doesn't need to be a okay, so we're just going to do error, okay, page like that, and then this one will be client because the content will be dynamic. I mean, you could pass in the search parameters and then just do it that way, but it doesn't matter. So we're gonna do const search params is equal to use search params from next navigation, and then we need the router is equal to use router from next navigation, and then const error is equal to we're gonna do search params dot get, going to be error like that, and then also we need a callback URL, and then this one I'm going to do back URL, and then this one is going to be search params dot get callback URL like that. The reason why I get the this callback URL is so that the user can go back in case you know, we want to give them a back button. Okay, don't need to put this in a div. What we can do is I'm going to put h1 here, we're going to do error like that, and then we can do p and error occurred, we're going to do while signing in, because this is for sign in, so that's what we're going to do. Let me actually do sign in error page like that, and I'm going to copy this one and I'm going to put it here, so that will be that, and then the other thing we need to do is we're going to do a back button like that. Okay, so this will help us go back, and then finally what we can do is we can just have a p tag with a class name of text-red -500, and in this one I'm just going to put the error like so. Okay, so let's see, I think I have the router and this one for now. Let me just comment them out. We're gonna come back to it, but let's see here. Yeah, we need to kind of direct it to the error page. So the way we're gonna do this is we're just gonna do redirect from next navigation, and then to this one I'm going to do basically sign in, and we need to create a let's see, we're just going to create a constant. We're just going to do const sign in. It's going to be underscore error sign in underscore error URL, and then this is going to be auth sign in, and then it's going to be error, like that. So I'm going to take this one, I'm going to plug it in here like that, and then what we need is the error. So you want to give it the error, and for this one I'm going to do the encode URI component, and we're just going to do missing credentials. Missing credentials. Can I bring this to the next line? Yes, you can. Okay, so that's that, and then we are also going to pass a callback. Oops, I need the and sign. It's going to be callback URL, and this one I'm going to do encode URI component. Let's bring this here, and for this one what I will pass in the callback. Let me see, do I have a callback URL passed in here? Actually I don't, so I need to actually do that first. So what I will do is I'm going to do search params, and then we're just gonna do search params is gonna have a callback URL. Okay, it's going to be a string, and then we also need some sort of a message so we can display the message. And then what you want to do, let's say here, is we're just going to do params is equal to await. We're going to do search params like that. So that means we need to do here async and await. So then I can do params dot callback URL. Okay, so that should be that. Let's see now. If I go to sign in, boom, I can sign in. I'm just going to enter something like that. Whoop. And if I do this, if I sign in, okay, so this one inexpensive. Okay, we got this error. Let's go to the server. So I mean, we're supposed to get an error, which is correct. Okay, so looks like if not validated, that's success. So okay, so this is happening. Redirect and sign in error URL. So it was gonna take us to the sign in the error URL, but looks like something happened. I don't know what happened. Invalid char. I don't know if it doesn't like it to be on separate lines. Maybe that's what it is. So let me save it. Okay, let me just go back and try again. So I'm gonna go sign in, and we're gonna do this. Email.com and blah blah blah. Sign in, boom, there you go. So now we are hitting our error page. As you can see, that's our custom error page. So we are saying missing credentials. So if I go back, boom, I go back to the sign in page. I think that's pretty nifty. Okay, so let's one thing you guys will see when I sign in. So I'm gonna come here and let's say I'm going to sign in as the staff at email.com, and we're gonna do password. If I sign in, as you can see, kind of brings me back to the sign in page. So what you need to do is handle that here. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to do session is equal to await auth. All right, we're going to do this, and we're going to do if session.user. If the user has logged in, then what we want to redirect them to is the redirect the params.callback URL. So let's say if I came from home, I should be taken back to home. So let's try that. And you know, while we're here, what we can do is, let me just close this for now, and let me just close this. So here's my home page, and how about, so we can display the name whoever's logged in, so we can see that. Let me just minimize this. So let's come here. We're going to do session is equal to await auth, like that. And then here right below the button, I'm going to do if session is available, then session.user.name. Otherwise just say not logged in. So let's see if our thing is working. So I logged in, that's why I'm getting the staff one. So I think what maybe we should also do is have a sign out button so we can sign out. So let's just come over here, and where's the sign in button? I'm gonna copy and paste this, and let's just call it sign out button. Sign out button, let's just do this, and for this one let me just come here and do sign out, and let's just take it and just put it here, and for this one all you have to do is just do sign out. That's how simple it is. So we don't need this one. I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna call this sign out. Save. Alright guys, so let's close this. So what I can do is I'm going to put the sign out button so we can sign out. Let me save it. Boom, so I've signed out. So if I hit it, boom, I'm not logged in. There you go. So that's pretty cool, but let's try to sign in. So I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do sign in, and let's just do staff@email.com, and that's gonna be password. Whoa, there you go, boys, it works. So we are logging in and staff logged in. I'm gonna sign out, and I'm gonna go now sign in using a member. So it's gonna be member1@email.com, and let's say I'm gonna enter wrong password. Try to sign in, and of course we got an error. Let's see what the error is. So missing credentials, yeah, I know that. And why is it coming here? It should take me to the error page. So I think one thing that I'm seeing here in the sign in is we're just logging the error. Maybe that's what it is. So what we need to do is copy. Yes, we need to redirect to the error page. So let's do that, and we're gonna try this again. Let's see. So if I do member1@email.com, and this is do some password. Yes, I think this is correct. I go back. I'm gonna try again, because usually it worked on the first try, but then on the second try it messed up. So if I do that, let me sign in. Okay, so now it's working fine. I think that's the problem we were having, because we were just console logging the error. So actually I don't need to do that. And let me see, error is equal to, I mean just do error, but I'm just gonna do, let me just do this. What if I did this? Can I just put the error in as string? Will that work? Yes. Let me go back and try again. I'm gonna do member1@email.com. Let's do this. Let's sign in. Okay, so read more. So yeah, this error is ugly. So I think the error we had before was actually good. But you can also just console log the error for your logs. Anyway, so this is working fine. So now let's log in as a member. member1@email. So remember, for a member, the password is their library card number. So we're gonna do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sign in. Missing credentials. What was the password? So it's 10-digit library card number. Is that what it is? Let me do edit. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's correct. And member1@email.com. So let's try this again. So I'm gonna do. Okay. I don't know why it's signed in. I'm gonna sign out. I'm gonna sign in again. I'm gonna do member1@email.com, and we're gonna do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sign in. That's very interesting. For some reason, the member is not able to log in, and let's see why. Let's come over here and look at the logs. What's the problem? Okay, you know what? It's actually it found the user, right? It did find the user. Okay, so I had to take a pause and do some digging on this, and then I actually went on the AuthJS website and just trying to read the documentation. And so they have an example, and what they're saying is basically Nextjs is going to throw a redirect error regardless of what happens. And so if you're in a try catch, it's going to come here and basically it's going to just throw that error. So it doesn't matter if you sign in or not, whatever happens, redirect just throws that error. And there's more on the Nextjs documentation, and I read it and it actually says the same thing. So it does throw an error. So the fix is, so first of all, why are we getting that error every time we sign in? Because you guys see how we have this redirect. So Nextjs throws the next direct whatever error, and we always come here and hit it. So the way to fix it is we need to do this. If error is instance of auth error, so if there was an actual auth error, then only we should throw our auth error. So I'm gonna do this, and we need to bring in the auth error. So only if there's an auth error we're going to throw it, but then you should just come and throw the error anyway. So next, I think I need to have this here, right? Otherwise it doesn't make any sense. Let me see, I think somehow, yeah, there you go. So that is that. So now we're going to try, I'm going to close this, and we're going to just do a refresh, and let's try to now sign in again, and let's see what happens. So if I do member one at email.com, let's just do a wrong sign in. Okay, so missing credentials, that's good. So now I'm gonna go, actually it should be invalid credentials, not missing. Invalid credentials, right? That's the error we should be throwing. So if I do .com and then some password, invalid credentials, that's good. Now I'm gonna go log in as the member, and it should take us to the sign in page. So the member is the library card number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's see. Yes. So member one, sign out, sign in. I'm gonna go in as let's see, staff at email.com, and we're just gonna do the password. Beautiful. So now we have a nice sign in and sign out flow. In the logs, if you see, so this is the error I was talking about. Next redirect is just thrown by Nextjs. Yeah, just something you have to live with. So that takes care of the signing in and signing out. And now we can actually go ahead and create a user button to create that. So I'm going to come here and let's see. I think we started it, or maybe not. So let's come here and just create a new component here. And we're going to do a new file, and I'm going to call it user button.tsx. Okay, let's close this, and we're just gonna do user button like so. Okay, so for this user button, let's go to the nav bar, because that's where we had it. So if I come here, let's see, yes, so this is what it is. So I'm gonna do user button. Let's save it, and there you go. So let's come here and get rid of this so it's not complaining, and now let's get cracking. Let me close this. So what the first thing we need to do is we need to come here and we need to get the session. So I'm going to do session is equal to auth like that, and we need to do a wait on it. All right, and that's going to be async like how we have been doing. Okay, so let's save it. So for this one, we're going to have a drop down menu, and then that's how we're gonna do this. So let's come here and we're gonna do drop down menu like so. Then it's gonna have a trigger, drop down down menu trigger. Let's see this one. We're gonna do as child, and then for the trigger we're just gonna do that user2 icon. Okay, from Lucid React, and then we're just gonna here do the username if we have it. So class name, I'm going to give it a capitalize, and then it's going to be session.user.name if we have it. Okay, let's save it. Okay, so that's fine. We're gonna fix it. We need to add more stuff. So then what we're gonna do is also add a chevron up. Okay, icon, and let's just do this, and this one I'm gonna give it a class name of margin left of auto. Okay, so then once we have the trigger, now we need the content. So drop down menu content like that. Okay, let's save it, and then what we need in here is I'm gonna do side, and side is going to be top. And then what we need also is a class name, and the class name I'm going to give it is width dash 150 pixel. And okay, we still have this error. Let's go back, and I think probably let's see if the problem is here. Maybe let's see, do we need to do this, put this in a div? I don't know. Let's try that, save it. No, that's not the problem. I mean, we're just going to leave it here. Let me just close this. I think we need to fill the rest of this. So let's come here and let me just put in at least one drop down menu item. So I can do drop down menu, should be, let's see, item. It's gonna come from here. Let me save it. And then in this one, let me see if I can put a link. So if I do a link from next link, and let me just do for this for now. And then what I can do is, let's say home. Let me save it. Okay, so this is still complaining for some reason. Let's finish this and we're gonna worry about the error. I guess see what's going on. So what I will do is I'm gonna come here, and first of all, we need the I'm gonna come here and we're just gonna wrap this like this. So what we need is we need a sign in button first of all. So I'm gonna do if not session, right? If you're not logged in, then you want to show the sign in button. I'm going to come here and I'm going to do drop down menu item. I'm going to do this, and then inside of this I'm going to do sign in button like that, and we're going to do this. I'm going to save it, and for this one I'm going to give it a, let me just expand this so it doesn't distract us. I'm going to give it a styles. If you guys remember, we have that now, so I'm going to give it a padding of 2, and then the other thing I need after that is if we have a session dot user, right, and then we're going to do session dot user dot role is equal to staff. Now we don't have this role in the session, so how do we fix it? So let's come over to auth.ts, and we're just going to do a little bit of module augmentation. So for that, I'm going to come here to the top. I'm going to do declare module, and the module that I want to declare is Nextauth, and then I'm going to take the interface, which is the session, like that, and then what I will do is I'm going to expand the user and I'm going to add the role to it. And then you also, what you want to do is you want to add the default, and we're going to do session, right? So I'm going to do that. I'm going to do user. So now I can come down here where we have the session. So I can do session dot user dot role. There you go. I have it now. We're going to token dot role. Okay, so now it's going to say what is token dot role. So what we can do is I can come here and let me see if I can do interface user, and then I'm going to do role is a string. Okay, I'm just going to do optional so it doesn't complain, and then here I'm going to do token dot role is equal to user dot role, like that, and then we just need to do string. So that will take care of that. And if we come here, that we have this link, we're going to fix that. So if it's a staff, we want to show them the link to the dashboard. So we're going to do a drop down menu item. Let me just copy this one. All right, like that. And then within it, I'm going to put a link. Okay, the href will be dashboard. It's not dashboard actually, we just call it admin. Okay, so it's that, and then class name, it's going to give it a padding of 2, and then we're just going to say here dashboard, like so. And then after that, the other thing we need is if it's a member, we want to show them my account section. So let's just come here and do this, and I'm going to do my account, and this is where the member can see. I'm going to do member, and it's going to be my account, like that. So that's for members, and then the other thing we need is we have this one. And then this one I'm going to put a link to the profile, and then the href will be profile, and then padding, class name padding -2, and then it's going to be profile. So that's for profile. So this is both for the member and the user. And we also need one link for home. So I'm going to just copy this one. We're just going to do home, and then this will be home, like that. And then finally, what we need is if we have session.user. All right. So what do we do? Well, when we need to do another drop down menu item, and then we need to do a sign out button. So sign out button, and then styles, we're just going to do padding left -2, like so, and there you go. So this is our user button. And now if we come here, and then of course it's still complaining, so we need to just do a little bit of work. Okay, so I'm gonna close this. We're done with this. Close this, and let's come over to our nav bar. So if you guys remember how we created an admin sidebar, we also need to create one for the member. So I'm gonna copy this one, and we're just gonna call it member sidebar, like that. And then we're gonna come here and we're gonna do member sidebar, and let's just copy this one, and we're gonna come here, we're gonna do member sidebar, like that. So for this one, what we need is, let me just close this. Same thing, variant is floating. We're just not going to do this one. We need the sidebar header, and then for the header, we're just going to do the library, like that. We need the sidebar content, then we need the sidebar menu. So for the member, the menu items that we have is basically home, catalog. So I'm just going to bring in a home icon. Then we have a catalog, locations, activities, and then the library resources. So I'm going to see if I can bring in settings, like that. I'm going to save it, and then we're going to go through it and show it like that. Then we also have a sidebar menu group, and for that we have the resource item. So we have the ID card, and then the stamp icon, and then the let me see, book a room, should be this. Cool. So now we need to show this in a sub kind of menu group, and after we finish the sidebar menu, we need to do a sidebar group. So we're going to do sidebar group, like that. And then inside of this, I'm going to do a sidebar group label. And for the label, we're just going to do library resources, right? Just like how we have on the nav bar, we're kind of doing the same thing. And then we need a sidebar group content, like that. And then in this one, we're just going to do the same thing as we have done here. So I'm going to copy this one, and then we are going to come here and paste it. And instead of menu items, I'm going to take the resource items and just loop over them. So I'm just going to paste this here, and let's just do this. And then the rest is same, the icon and that. So I'm going to save this, and looks like we have this one and this one, so that'll take care of that. So let's save it, and let's see how we can use it now. So let's come here to the user button. We need to come here, we need to do a sidebar, menu, and it should be button. Let's just do this. Then I'm going to take this, and I'm going to put this inside of here, and then I can do like this. So let's go over to the, let's see, the layout. First thing I will do is I'm going to do main and class name of it -full, and I need to then come here and put the children inside of here. So that's the first thing we need to do. Then the other thing we need to do is we need to do sidebar provider, and I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this inside of here, like that. And there you go, that fixes that. And then we need to do a member sidebar. There you go. Okay, so here's our sidebar, and what we need to do now is we need to just do a default open of false. So that's not open by default, let's see if that fixes that. So there you go. We have, if I come here, we need to add that button in the header. So let's go and quickly add that. So let's go to the, let's see, where is our header? Right here. And right here, remember we added this. So what we need to do is we need to do sidebar trigger, and we're just gonna do this. And let's see if that's the one I'm talking about. Boom, sidebar is coming. Let's do a refresh and see why are we having error. Oh yes, because of the dialog content requires, it's just an error. We probably have to add an empty dialog content somewhere, but we're gonna do that. But let's just do a refresh, and this is the trigger that's coming. I don't know if I need to add a little bit of margin here, maybe. So let's come here and let's see if I can just do a class name, and then I can do, let's see, flex, and we're going to do on medium and above hidden, and margin left -4. So there you go. That's what I'm talking about. I think that's too much. Maybe 2 is enough. Okay, so if I go here, it should hide itself. There you go, and now it's showing itself. And as you guys can see, also we have the menu coming, so we can sign out, and I'm signed out, and I can sign in. Let's sign in as the staff, and let's see, staff 1, and let's now sign in as the member. So I'm gonna go sign in. So I'm gonna do member1@email.com, and then the 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Boom, so I am logged in. So now we have both member and the staff able to log in, and I think that's pretty cool. And we have a nice, if I come here, let me just do this. We also have a sidebar, and as you can see, this is the menu items coming in. So I think that's working pretty cool. Okay, so now let's go and do the book details. But before we do that, I just want to address this issue here, and that's coming from ChatCN. So the solution I found is right here, and they're saying we need to add the sheet title somewhere on the sidebar TSX component. So that's the solution they're recommending. So what I will do is, let's go over to sidebar, and where we have the right here, we can just come here and add this. Well, I don't need to add this, but we just need to add this empty, I guess, kind of tag just to satisfy it. So if I come here now, and that error is gone. So there you go. That's how you find solutions. Okay, so now let's move on and create the book details. For the book details, gonna be a little bit involved, but I'm gonna do it step by step so we can all understand what's going on. So let me come here. We need to create a couple of components to accomplish that. So the first one is going to be, let's come here and create a new component, and it's going to be a cancel hold button. The idea behind this is somebody can hit it and they can cancel a hold, and then we also are going to have a place hold. So let's say you like a book, you want to put a hold on it, right, to reserve it for yourself. So we need to do that. So this is a cancel hold button, and it's going to be cancel hold button, be a use client component, because our book detail component is server rendered. So that's why we're going to make these small client components. So it's going to take a reservation ID, and then the ID is basically a number, right? So that's what it is. So what we need is a button that's coming from here, and then I'm just going to come here and do this. Okay, and what's going to say? It's going to say cancel hold. Okay, so that's that. Then we need a function. So the function is actually const. So we need to call an action to actually cancel the hold. So what we are going to do is come over here to our actions. So this one will be part of the book. So we're going to come here, and we're just going to do export const async function, and it's going to be cancel hold. It's going to take an ID, that's the reservation ID, and a path that's going to be a string, It's going to be fairly straightforward. All we do is Prisma dot, and then we have a reservation. Sorry, we're going to do this in transaction actually. And then it's going to be a T, and then what we will do here is we're just going to do T dot reservations dot delete. So when somebody cancels a hold, basically you're just trying to delete the reservation, and it's going to be reservation ID is going to be the ID that was passed into us. And finally, what you can do after that is just revalidate the path, so your user can see the changes. So I'm going to save this one, and then we need one similar to reserve a book. So let's say we're going to have a button that when you press, it's going to place a hold, and it's going to be called a place hold, right? Like that. And what it's going to take is a book ID. So we want to reserve a book. And then what it will take is a user ID. So the user that's trying to reserve it. Actually, you can get that from the session. So we don't need this one actually. So what we can do is we can do const session is equal to await auth, right? And then what we will do is we're just going to create an entry here. So we're going to do create, and we're going to do data. Okay, so then what I need is the book ID, and the book ID will be the passed in book ID. All right, and then we need the user ID that's trying to do the reservation, and that's going to be the session dot user dot ID. So that's going to be that, and then the reservation date, right? When you put the reservation, that's going to be the date, and then the expiration date. The expiration date is going to be, let's say, add days, because there is you want to expire the reservation. So it's going to be new date. We're just going to add 15 days. So let's say 2 weeks. Okay, so user ID is, what's wrong with this one? String undefined. So if I do whoop like this, we're just going to do a check here to make sure that we have the session. So we're just going to do if not session. You have to be logged in to place a hold. We're just going to do a new error. We're just going to do you must be logged in, like that. So this one is complaining because why? Optional chain. I don't know why. I mean, I'm already doing a check here, so I don't know how can we avoid this. Is there a quick fix? Let me just do the disable, because I'm already doing a check here, so I don't need to do that. Okay, so that will be place hold, and then we have cancel hold, and I can do await, and I can do cancel hold, and then we're gonna pass it the reservation ID, and then once also we need to pass the path name. Sorry, so I'm gonna do path is equal to use path name, like that, and then we are gonna go ahead and pass that. So that will be that, and then it's complaining because we're not calling it. So we're gonna come here, we're gonna do on click, and we're just gonna call this function. So that is your cancel hold. So the next one that we need is place hold. So I'm gonna copy this one and paste it, and then I'm gonna come here and we're gonna rename it to place hold. Let's remove this one, like so. So let's see. So I'm gonna close this one so we don't get confused, and we're gonna call it place hold button, and I'm gonna copy this one. I'm gonna paste. Wow, I meant to copy only that. Let's place it here. So what it's gonna do is it's gonna take a book ID. Okay, so it's gonna be a book ID, and then the book ID. Wow. The book ID is actually going to be a number, and what we need to do here is we need to call place hold, and we need to pass in the book ID like that, and then the path. So I'm going to remove this one, and then what we need to call it is place hold button, like that. Let's just come here, and then what we also need to do is we need to give it a class name. So for variant, first of all, I'm going to give it a variant of, let's say, ghost, like so, and we're going to give it a class name, and it's going to be bg-green-500. It's going to be text-white, and then it's going to padding x-4, padding y-2, and rounded-md, and then hover. We're just going to do green, sorry, bg dash green dash 700 and text dash center. So this is our, let me just do this. So this is our placeholder button. So let me close this one. Then the other button we need is the it's the add to staff list button, right? So that's what we need. So we're gonna do add, and we're just gonna do to staff pick button. So a staff member should be able to add a book to their pick list, staff picks, so that other users can see like what books are popular and things like that. So this one will be called add to staff pick button. Okay, and then we can come here, copy this one, and we're gonna paste it here. So what this will take is also a book ID, right? Because you want to have a book and you want to add it to your staff list. So I'm gonna paste it here. Now I think we need to create an action for this. So what we can do is go over to actions, and I think we can create a separate section for this one. I'm gonna copy this, I'm gonna close this, and we can just place it here. And this is gonna be called staff picks, like that. And then let's just come here and we're gonna do export async function, and it's gonna be called add to staff picks. All right, and it's gonna take a book ID, which is going to be a number. It's going to take a path, which is going to be a string. So just like how we did here for, let's say, placing a hold, I'm going to come over here. I'm going to take this and I'm going to put this here. So we have that. I also need the revalidate path. So I'm going to take this one and put that here. And now for the, let's see, for this one, what I will do is I'm going to do try. And we're going to do await Prisma dot transaction. We're going to do this in transaction, and then we're going to do Prisma dot staff picks dot create. Okay, so we're going to add it here, data. Okay, so we need to give it a book ID, and that's going to be the book ID that's passed in. And then we need to give it a user ID, which is going to be the session dot user dot ID. Okay, we need to do the plus sign and then this, and then we also need to then do pick the date that the staff added that to their pick list. So we're gonna do this. Okay, so that will be that, and looks like we have, okay, I don't know where that happened. We're just gonna do catch error, and we're just gonna do throw error, like so. And then here we can do the revalidate path. Okay, so it's the same thing. I mean, I'm already checking the session. I don't know why is it complaining. So what we can do is take this and just do this here. Okay, we also then, you might have guessed it, if a staff can add a book to their pick list, then they should be able to remove it. So we can do remove from staff picks, and then what it will do is it's gonna get an ID. It's going to be a pick ID, right, like that. I don't need to do, I think, the sessions and all. Well, I mean, it'd be nice to log in. If you're not logged in, you cannot you know, remove that, the book. So this one we're just going to do where, and don't need none of that. And it's going to be the pick, what is it, pick ID here. That's going to be this pick ID, and that's it. That will take care of the remove from the staff list. So let's come over here and fix this. So we can do add to staff picks, and we're gonna give it the book ID. Let's see, like that. So that will take care of that. Let me get rid of that. I'm gonna save it. And then for the text, let me just bring this here. The text will be like add to staff pick, right? Something like that, or staff list. So then we also need the complementary remove from staff pick button. So I'm gonna copy and paste, and then whoop, let's come here, and then this one will be remove remove from staff pick button, and I'm gonna come and delete this. Okay, so we're just gonna do remove from staff pick button, copy it, paste like that, and just do remove from staff picks. So let's get rid of this one. To this one we're gonna pass the pick ID, so let's just do that. Pick ID and then pick ID. We're doing a lot of copy and paste, I hope it's okay. And then we're gonna do remove from staff pick. Let's just do like that. Let me save it. So when we hit it, we're just gonna the function names are kind of weird, so we're gonna do handle remove, and this one I'm gonna come here and call it handle remove. So it's gonna do that. Let me do this. I think we need to also do handle. Wow. So we're gonna do handle add, and then I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna save it. So that will actually take care of the components that we would need. Okay, so we also need two more components, a comment box and a comment card. So the comment cards, we're gonna show the list of comments, and comment box is where users can leave a comment. So let's start with the comment box. So I'm gonna come here and create a new component, and I'm gonna call it comment box.tsx, and we're just gonna create it here, and it's gonna be comment box like that. And then what it's gonna take is it's gonna take the book ID, and the book ID is basically just a number like that. So this will be a client component like that. And then what we need is we need a couple of states and stuff, so let's just add them here. We need for this one, I'm gonna show you guys a different way of calling an action. So using the use action state, so that's what we're going to use. So first of all, what I will do is I'm going to do rating, and we're going to do set rating. So if we want the user to be able to give this book a rating, we're going to do use state. Okay, so initially it's going to be 0, and then what we need also is a rating component, right? So actually we should create that as well. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to just do a rating.tsx. And then we are going to come here and we're going to do RFCE, and it's going to be called rating. Rating. Actually, it should be capital R. I don't know why I did that. So I'm going to paste it here and save. Okay, so what it's going to take is it's going to take a rating and then a click handler. So rating click. Okay, so now we need to define these. So I'm just going to copy these. And then we're gonna come here and we're gonna say this one is a number, and then the rating click is basically a function that takes an index and then it returns a void. I'm gonna make this optional like that. Okay, so what do we put inside of here? Well, pretty simple. What we can do is we're gonna give this a class name of flex like that, and then in here what I will do, not these, I need these ones. Yes. Okay, so we're gonna do dot array, and then we're gonna do 5. So we're basically creating an array of 5 elements, and then we're just gonna map over it, and it's going to be basically like this. Okay, so if you do the underscore, that means we're just not using that one, so that's what it is. Okay, and we're going to use the star icon. Let's see, it's star icon. There we go. So we need the star icon, and then I will come here, and the way we're going to fill it is we're just going to give it first a size. The size is 16, and then also I'm going to give it a key is going to be index, and then we also need an on click handler, and then when we click it, we're just going to do rating click, right? We're just going to pass in the index plus 1. So when we click the star, we're gonna call the callback method if it's available. And we're just gonna give it a class name. It's going to be cursor pointer, and it's going to be text orange. Let's go with 300. And then finally we're going to give it a fill, and for fill what I will do is like this index. Okay, if its index is less than rating, then it's going to be orange, otherwise basically it's just white. So if it's going to show the rating basically. You guys will see when we use it. So now we can come back here and start cracking at the comment box. Okay, so what we need here is a div, of course. Let me close this. So what I need is a class, and it's gonna be flex dash column, and then padding dash 2, and then max dash width dash 4 XL. Okay, and then I need another div, and then class name I'm gonna give this one flex, and then flex dash column, and then it's going to have a border, and then it's going to be rounded dash. Let's just do SM, then gray dash 50, and padding dash 4. So that's that. And then inside of here I'm going to add a p tag, and it's going to be font dash semi bold, and then it's going to be text dash large. And then what do we put inside? We're just going to say give your feedback. Okay, so that's a comment box. And then I'm going to have a form, and then the form is going to have an action that we're going to add. And then what we will do is we're going to have an input element. This will be hidden, okay, like that. And then what do we call it? We're going to call it rating. So we need to pass the rating to the backend somehow, so that's what we're doing it like that. And then the value of this will be rating. That's going to be passed to us. Okay, so then we need to now put the rating component that we just created, and the rating will be rating like that. And then we also need the click handler, so rating click. Okay, it's going to be index, and then what do? We just do set rating. Okay, that's the our thingy, the state. Okay, and then we need a text area. So the idea is the user can leave rating, and they can also leave like comments. So we want to capture both. So I'm going to create text area. Okay, and then it's going to have a max length. We don't want people to write like paragraphs, so it's going to be 200. And then I'm going to have a class name. The class name will be bg-white, and then name will be comment. And then finally placeholder will be leave your comments or comment, I don't know. Let's do that. And then we're gonna come here finally after the text area. We're gonna create a button. The type will be submit. Okay, and disabled if is pending. Now what is that? Well, we're gonna create that, and it's gonna be submit. Okay, so now we can create the form action, but before I do that, what we can do is come over here to our actions, and at the very bottom I'm gonna just paste this state so that our we can use it, and you guys will see how we're gonna use it. So now I'm gonna come back here, and then let's come here and create an initial state, and I'm going to do const initial state of type state, and that is going to be equal to message null. And then after that I'm going to come here, and we're going to do something like this: add rating with book ID. Okay, and then we're going to do add rating. So what is add rating? Add rating is going to be the action that we will have to create. So let's go over to actions and create it. So I'm gonna, do we have one for rating? Let's see. Let's see. This thing is growing. Okay, let's see. Do we have it? Nah. So let's add one. So I'm just gonna add the comment, and then we can add this one. So it's gonna be an export async function add rating, and what it will take is a book ID that is a number, and then we also need a previous state, and then that's going to be of type state, and then we need the form data. Okay, that's going to be of type form data. So that's what we have. So first things first, we're going to get the sessions. We're going to do session is equal to await auth. So if you're not logged in, you should not be able to add a rating. So I'm just going to use the previous method that we have. If not session, then well, we just display this message. And then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to do await Prisma dot transaction, and then we're going to do Prisma dot, it's going to be ratings dot create. Okay, and then we're going to give it the data, and then we're going to give it the book ID, which is the book ID that's passed in, and then whoever the user is, we need to capture that user. And we've done this before, but it's basically session.user.id, like that. And then also we need to give it the rating, right? Whatever rating we got, so we need to do that. So it's going to be form data.get rating. Okay, now it's going to probably complain because this is usually string, so we need to convert this to a number. And then finally the review, right? The comment that they left. So it's going to be form data.get, and it's going to be comment, like that. And it's going to be .toString. So hopefully that will make that guy happy. And why is it complaining? Let's see, review. Oh, we need to do this. Okay, so now this is the same kind of deal. Do we have a fix for this? Let's see. Why is it not having a fix? Can I do, let's see. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do this, and then I can just say this is a number, and boom. So this is when we are adding a rating. So I'm just going to minimize this, and then we're going to come back here and we're going to now see if we can bring it add rating. We're going to do .bind. We are binding this to the book ID. So we're going to do book ID, like that. And now we need to use this. So how we're going to use it? Well, we're going to do const state, and then we're going to have form action, and then the other thing we need is pending. Okay, like that. And then it's going to be use action state from the React, and it's going to be add book rating with ID and initial state. Not initialize. Why can't you read this initial state? I don't get it. I'm going to copy this one and paste, and boom, there you go. So now we are getting this one. And then what we need is we can actually come here. Okay, so we need to bring in the button probably. Let's see, there you go. That fixes that. And then right after this button, I think we should display the message in case any return by the state. So we're going to do state.message. If there's one, then add it. So we're going to do p, and it's going to be basically state.message. Okay, and if there is, let me see, so we have this, otherwise just do null. How about we just give it a class name? So how about margin y -2, and it's going to be text -sm, and text, just that's fine. So let's see if we can return that from the rating. So I think what we can do is right here, I think we can do something like this. Message is thank you for your review, right? We're gonna thank the user. Okay, let's close this and let's see. Okay, so what we need to do now is we're just gonna do action, and then the action will be form action. Boom, done. So this is another way of actually calling actions in Nextjs. I think it's a little bit cleaner actually, if you ask me. So that's that. So I'm going to save it. So this is the comment box. Then the other thing we need is the comment card. And what we can do is come here and then create a new component, too many components, card.tsx, and it's going to be the comment card, like that. Let's close this one. So this will be a server component, and all it does is just shows the user comments. That's what we're trying to do here. So the first thing I'm gonna do is get the ratings, and for that one I will have to make this async. We're gonna do a wait, and it's going to be basically prisma.ratings.findMany. Find many. And what are we finding it for? For the book. I'm gonna copy the book ID, that like how we have been doing, and then we're gonna say here where book ID is basically the passed in book ID, and then we also want to include the users, right? Because we want to show the user whoever left the rating. So I'm gonna do that. So that will be actually that. So we can like doing a join, and let's save it. And then what you want to do is come over here, and I don't need this one, don't need this, and we're gonna come here and just loop over them. So I'm gonna do ratings.map. It's gonna be rating, and then what we do is first of all give a div flex, and then flex dash column, and then padding dash 2, like that. Okay, so of course we need to give the key, so I'm gonna do key is rating.id. Whoop, not that one. Rating underscore ID, like so. Okay, then I'll create another div. I'm gonna give it this class name. Basically just what I'm trying to do is like basically get a rating box. So you have the avatar, then the date, and the rating, and then that's what it is. So inside of this one, the first thing I'm going to do is show the avatar. So for this one, we'll create a div. It's going to be flex, and then it's going to be height dash 12, and then we're going to have width dash 12, and then items dash center, and then justify, and it's going to be dash center. Okay, so now we need a function to create the avatar. So let's come over here to our utils, and I can just pop one in here. I don't know, here, let's say. So all we're doing is just taking the names, splitting them by the space, let's say first name, last name, and then getting the first letter and returning it to uppercase. That's it. It's very straightforward. So I'm gonna then come back here and I'm gonna close this, and we're going to do get avatar, like that, and we need to pass in the username. So it will be rating.users.name, like that. So that's going to give us that. I think I would also like to add to this one a rounded dash full, because you know how avatars look like, and bg dash blue, maybe dash 500, text dash white, and then text dash large, and then font dash bold, like that. All right, so this will take care of the avatar for us. Then we need to put the content, so I'm gonna do flex dash 1, and then for this one I'm gonna add h4, and this one will have a text dash large, and it's gonna be font dash semi bold, and then it's gonna be capitalize. And then what would it do? It will actually just spit out the username. So it's gonna be rating.users.name, like that. Okay, so then what do we do after that? Well, we scroll up a little bit, and then inside of here I can do just a div.flex, and then I'm gonna do items dash center, and then we're gonna do space dash x dash 2, like that, and then in here I'm going to put a p tag, and we're gonna put the date that the rating was added, just like how you see on Amazon and all those websites. So this one is going to come from our lovely date FNS, and it's going to be rating dot, it's going to be the created at, and then we're gonna format it to this format. I'm gonna just give it some class name, and then the class name I'm gonna give it is text-sm, and it's gonna be text-gray dash, let's say 500. And then after the date, then we need to put the rating. So it's gonna be the rating component that we made, and the rating will be rating dot rating, like that. So that will take care of the rating with that, and finally we can put the comment that the or the review that the user left. So it's going to be this. So you can use this technique for all kind of websites, the e-commerce websites, whatever you want to do it, right? Just use it. And then I'm going to have a class name. I'm going to give it a margin top of 2, and it's going to have a text dash gray dash 700, like so. And then finally I'm gonna just come here, do this, and then we will come here and I'm going to add a separator. So let's see that separator. If I come here, I minimize this because between the comments I would like to have a little bit of space, so that's why I would like to add that. So I think I'll add it here, separator from this one. Okay, and it's gonna give it a class name of max width dash large. I think that should be enough, so let's save it. Boom. So this will take care of the comment card. So I think we pretty much created everything that we need for the booking, for the book details. So this add to staff button, back button, well, we already have that, but the cancel hold, comment box, comment card, and who would have thought you would need that much stuff. Anyway, so now let's come over here to home, and then we can add that here. So under the home, what I will do is I'm going to create a new folder. It's going to be book, and then we're going to do the book underscore ID, and then inside of here we're going to create this page.tsx. Then here let's just create a component. We're going to call it book details page, like that, and let's save it, and let's just come here. So first of all, let's grab the parameters, and then that's going to be params, like that. And then what do we put inside here? Basically params is the book underscore ID, and it's going to be a number, like that. So why don't we go ahead for starters and just do params.bookid to make sure that at least that's coming through, right? And then I would also come here and just get the await auth. So let's get the also the user. So this will be async. So this is, by the way, a server component. Anyways, so now if we come here and let's say we had this one, right? So we had all these books, and yeah, so we added this one. So now we can actually click on a book and see if it takes us to the details. So let's come here and let's just do a refresh. So if I go to this one, okay, book 11, that's pretty good. Let's go back. Let's say this one, 9. I think that's coming through, so I'm excited. Okay, so let's close this one and let's come over here, and let's say I'm gonna come to this one, and we're gonna see it come to life. So let's close this and let's come here. So let's start with this, and let's get rid of this, and let's see, can we start with the back button? That's the first thing we're gonna add. So there you go, that's the go back button. And maybe I can just give it a class name of Mac with -7XL, let's say, and then I'm gonna do mx-auto, and then we need flex and flex-column. Save it, and boom, that's what we get. Okay, so then after that, what I will do is I'm gonna add another div, and it's going to be a flex-column, and it's going to be large and above. We're going to do flex-row, and then padding-4, and we're going to do padding top-16. We're going to space -y I don't know, let's say 8, and then small and above we're just going to do space -x-4, like that. So let's save it. Nothing is going to happen. Well, okay, something happened. So in this one, the first thing I'm going to do is put the image of the book, right? But before we do anything like that, I think we should start getting the data. Okay, so this is gonna be probably the most complex query of this whole project, but it's not that hard. It's doable. Let's come here, and we're gonna do something like this. Const. We're gonna grab the book details. Okay, that's the first thing. We need the stats on the book. Okay, and then we need the reservation count. reservation count, like that. And then we also need the reservation. Man, I can't spell reservation. Okay, so then I'm going to come here and I will do await Prisma dot. We're gonna go to transaction, like that. We're gonna write a whole bunch of transactions one by one. Okay, so first of all, let's come here and find the book. For books dot, we're gonna do find unique. Okay, we're gonna do where. We're gonna do book ID is equal to plus params dot book ID. So first we're gonna grab the book by the book ID. Okay, and then what we are gonna do is include a whole bunch of tables, right? So we're gonna do include. Okay, and we're gonna include the staff picks, right? Because remember, if it's a staff, we want to show them so they can add that to their staff list and stuff like that. So that's why we need those. And then we're gonna come to where. We're gonna come here and I'm going to do book ID. Okay, so first of all, it's gonna be params, and do params dot book ID, like that. And then I'm gonna say for user ID is going to be the session dot user dot ID, like that. Okay, so it's complaining because string that blah blah blah, so I need to just do this. Okay, so now it's going to complain that optional chaining, so that's the same problem we're having. So for this one, what we can do is something like session. If we have session dot user dot ID, then we basically give it, otherwise just do -1, so it's not gonna find it in the database anyway, so that doesn't matter. And in down here we actually are gonna have we're gonna do a check. If we have this, then only we show the relevant UI. Anyway, so then from this one, what I want to select is I want to select the pick ID and the pick ID true, right? I want to select that. And then also then I will come and I want to include the ratings. Okay, and for that one I want to select rating of true. And after the ratings, I want to include the book photos. So I'm going to come here and select book photos, and I'm going to select the URL as true. Okay, so that's the book photos. Then we need the book category links, and for this one I'm going to include the book categories, like that. And then for this one I'm going to select the category name as true, like that. Okay, so that's just one part of it. And then what we need now is, let's see, so that's this one, and then after this one we need the ratings. So I'm going to do ratings dot aggregate. So what we want to show beside each book is the total, kind of like an average rating, right? Just to see, like, get like an overall idea of what the rating is. So we're gonna do the underscore average function, and then basically we're gonna do it on rating, like that. And then we also want to do the count, how many ratings we have actually. So that's gonna be rating of true, like that. And then also I'm just gonna say for which book. It's gonna be for the book ID of params.book ID. So I'm gonna just do that. So I think I can just put this here, and so we can just have a little bit of real estate. Whoop, like that. Okay, so that is that. Let me just also bring this here. Okay, so that's for the stats. Okay, then the other thing I need is then the count. I'm gonna do Prisma dot, and will be reservations dot. We're gonna do a count. I want to see how many reservations we have for this book. Okay, and then I'm going to do where. It's going to be book ID, and then I'm going to do this params.book ID. So we just want to show the user how many reservations we have. And then also I want to do Prisma dot, and I'm going to be reservations dot find first. Okay. And we're going to come here, we're going to do where, going to be book ID, it's going to be this, and then user ID is going to be session dot user dot ID. If we have it, then we just do session dot user dot ID, otherwise it's basically -1. And then what we want to select is the select will be the reservation date, reservation ID, sorry, we just do that. I'm going to do true. So what we're saying here is, let me see, why is this complaining? Because we forgot to do this. Cool. And then this one, I'm going to have to do a plus to make it convert it to a number. Okay, so now we can actually start using this here. So let me just save this. And why is there an error? Okay, we have, so that error went away. That was here, and the reason was this. So if I go to auth.ts, I'm going to minimize this. So the idea is that by default, AuthJS, it uses user.id as the ID for the user. So just the .id, right? That's what it uses. But in our database, if I go to my schema, then if you look at the user table, what we have is user underscore ID, right? So either you can do a map it to just ID, but since we are keeping consistent with the rest of the database, so what you have to do is in the auth.ts, you're going to have to come here, and the first thing you're going to do is add the user underscore ID to the user interface, kind of like the other one we did, the augmentation. And then what you're going to do is come over here where you're doing the token thingy. You're going to do token.id is equal to user underscore ID, and then you can just grab it here. So that's going to give you the proper ID. Otherwise, the user ID is going to be like a hex string, some kind of like a GUID or something. So that's going to create problems, and that's why I was having this problem. So it took me a while to figure this out. So I just want to share with you guys in case you guys run into this issue. And the other issue we're having is I forgot in Nextjs 15 you cannot just read the parameters like this directly. You have to wait on them. So what we have to do is basically maybe I can just do like this. Let's say search params like how we have been doing, and then what we have to do is params is equal to await search params, and then you can go ahead and then read the other stuff from it. So let's see, we got an issue again. It's saying book underscore ID is missing. Let's see, why is it missing? Oh, this one I forgot actually. We're not passing the parameter. It's like this, so it has to read from this one. So in that case, I'm just gonna come here and revert this back. And then let me save it. I think what we have to do is maybe just do this const p, because it still gives you that warning. So if I show you guys the terminal, let me see if I can show you guys. So you see here how it's saying that you need to await on it. You can just do like that. Here should be awaited before using this property. So what we have to do is basically, I mean, either you could just do like this, await, right, params.id, but that's kind of ugly. So the way we're going to do this is just come here is equal to await params, and then what you can do is just come here and do p. And so wherever we have this, we just need to replace it with the p. There was one here, and then this one. Do you have another one? I think that's it. Yeah, so I'm not getting the error in the terminal again. So yeah, that was another thing. So now that that's out of the way, let me just minimize this. And so we can have more real estate. So I'm going to save it, and let's just come here and work on this. So let's start with showing the book image. So we're going to do image. So that's going to be from next image, and let's just come here and do this. Okay, so it's going to have a, of course, a width. So the width is going to be 200, and then I'm going to give it a height of 0. And then what I will do is I'm going to give it the source, which is going to be book details. And then we're just going to take, whoop, what am I doing that? Book details dot book photos, and we'll just take the first one, and we're just going to do the URL like that. And we need the alt attribute. So we're going to do book, and then you could give it the book name. We're just going to give it a class name. It's going to be object cover. Let me save it and see. There you go. Height dash auto, and then rounded L-MD. So just top left corner. If I go back, click on this one, boom. So as you can see, there you go. So the books are coming through. Woohoo! So it's working. Okay, source. Why is the source? I think you have to do this. No, it doesn't like this. We're just gonna explicitly do a string. Okay, so then the next thing we need is a div. This is gonna be flex dash grow, and then it's gonna be max dash width dash 2. I already made a mistake. It should be grow, not glow. Yeah. So in this one, what we are going to put is first h1 tag. This is going to be the book name. So it's going to be book details dot name, like that. So let's do that. There you go. So the book name is coming along. I think it'll be nice to just give it some class name. So I'm going to copy this one. I think at this point it's better for me just to copy and paste them because you know, just tailwind. So there you go. That's that. So that's coming nicely. Then what we need after that is we need the book author name, and there's no need for me to type that as well. So I'm going to save it, and boom, there's your author name coming along. And as you can see, it's going to be like this on desktop, and that's mobile. So that's coming along nicely. Let me just do this. So you can see the desktop version, like that. Okay, and then what's after that? Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna create another div, and then this will be the rating. Okay, so that's the component that we made. We're just gonna give it the rating, and the rating is coming from the stats. That's the one we created up there. Dot, and it's gonna be the average, right? Dot rating, like that. So let me do that. Let me save it, and let's see why is it complaining. Okay, and if we don't have it, I think we can do 0. So I think we need to, yes, this should be a client component, sorry. That's why I was complaining. Boom, there you go. Actually, do we have, if it's not, I think it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna go back. I think I can just get rid of this one. Save it, and boom, that's the rating. So if I go here, it's coming like this. We're gonna fix it. Okay, so what we need after the rating is we need a, you know, the ratings actually. So I'm going to create a p tag, and inside of this I'm going to do stats dot count, and then we're going to do rating like that, and we're just going to do ratings like in this, like in brackets like this. So basically 0 rating. Nope. Zero ratings because nobody has rated this book yet. And we're gonna give this one a you know, just make it smaller, text small, and that. One thing I see is the y is, I think this should be maybe if I'm not mistaken, I think this should be inside of here. No, because the problem is that I'm looking at it. If I come here, then see it's like so far. I just don't understand why, but that's fine. We're just going to keep adding, and we'll come back to this. Okay, then after this I'm going to add one more div, and then in this div I'm going to create another div. Just we're going to give it some class name, and then here I'm just going to add these classes. So basically what we have is a border, text green, rounded, and just very simple stuff. And this one I'm going to add the book open icon. Whoop, I don't need to do this. What I need is I'm going to add span, and it's going to be book, comma, okay. And then what am I adding? I'm adding actually another span, and this is going to be the book details dot publish year, when the book was published. So that's what actually I just did. So let's expand it and see how it looks. This should be here actually under I'm a little confused. Why is it coming here? Let me see, did I miss anything up here? Okay, so one problem I'm seeing is these should be inside. That's what I was thinking. These should be inside of here actually. I think that makes more sense. Yes, there you go. Just yes, you see, that's what I'm talking about. That looks better. So yeah, that should have been inside here. So just a mistake on my side. And then one thing I think I should do is this should be let me see, max width dash. Can I just do for I don't know, 6 XL? What does that give us? If I come here, that didn't do anything. How about if we do mx dash auto? What does that do? Does that kind of center it a bit? Yes, that's better. I like it. Okay, so that's what I was after. Okay, so now what we can do is we can just come over here. We need to add the book categories. So this will be the same that we did, if you guys remember, when the user was searching for a book. So if I come over here to search page, we did yes. So actually what we can do is copy this one, and let's see if I can just can I just bring it here? Will that work? Let's see. I think what I will have to do is say book details, and let's see, what do I have? Book details, dot book category links, and then I'm gonna do book details, and then that, let me see if that'll work. Okay, that actually worked, but it kind of is ugly. That's too big, that's huge. I think what we need to do is fix this a little bit. So what I can do is take it, and I'm gonna put it actually in this one. So let's see if that'll work. Beautiful, loving it. That works. Yes. This should be actually beside here, this book. So let's fix that. And the way we're gonna do this, let me see. Okay, let's go over here to inspect and see what's going on, because I don't know, for some reason it's just bugging me. Let's see, so it's a flex, this one is flex, this one is flex. So what's the problem with this one? I have this, and I have this, I have this. Can't be the comma, it's weird. Border rounded. I mean, if I give it a width of say 200 pixel, yeah, it just doesn't want to come. Damns. Okay. Yeah, because this, why does it ever display blog? I don't understand. Wow. Okay, so is it, where's the book open coming from? It is Lucid React, so I don't get it. Oh, one problem I see, look at this, just added this extra. Oh man, this is one of those problems that will just, you sit for hours and you can never figure it out. But anyways, so that was a stupid problem, mistake, I guess. Anyways, let's continue. Then what I have after this one is just some like details filler text. You know, if you want, you can add in the, when we were adding the book on the admin side, like add a description field and text area. So but this is just a filler text to make it look nice, but it's very straightforward. You guys can do it, I'm pretty sure. Once I have done the paragraph, and then what I can do is come here, then we can add another div of flex, and then it's going to be flex dash column, and then space dash y dash 2 and flex dash grow. Okay, so what do we put here? First of all, I'm going to add a div. Okay, so I'm going to come here, add a div, like that. So what I have is basically just some border text, green and all that. That's all I have. There's nothing fancy here. So what I will do in this one then is I'm going to add a p tag, and in this one I'm going to say availability like that. Avail T. Okay, so I think I made a mistake on the div. So let me do that. Let's format this, and there you go. So that's what I'm talking about. And then on desktop, it's going to look like this. So basically a nice design. And then, so this one, I'm going to add some classes. So guys, I'm ripping through this quick because this is just like CSS and sorry, Tailwind. There's nothing fancy here going on. And then I'm going to add another p tag, and then this one will be the actually book details dot, and it's going to be the number of copies that we have on hand for this book. So I'm going to save it, and boom, we have 3 copies for this book. And for this one, I'm going to add a class name, which is like text small, like that. And we should just say here copies, which says like, we have 3 copies. So if I come here, it looks like this, 3 copies like that. Let me just copy this a couple of times. So which one will be like available, and then how many are on hold. So this will be available. Man, I can't spell today. So this will be available, and then this will be on hold. So how many we have on hold? So let's take a look at it. So that's how it looks like. Then if I do this, whoop. If I look at the desktop version, that's the desktop version, and then that's the mobile version. So let's go ahead and fill this. So what we will do is we're gonna come here, and for this one I'm gonna do reservation count. So let's just come here and do reservation count. So let's save it, and if you look here, 0 on hold because we haven't put anyone on hold. We need to add a function to calculate the copies available, and I'm just gonna come here and quickly add it here. So basically let's just do this, organize it. So what we have is basically the we go through the number of copies, right? And then you take the total number of copies minus how many reservations you have, and if the count is less than 0, just return 0, otherwise you're just going to return count. Now it's complaining that reservation count, that's what I mean, right? So you just take the total number of copies, subtract how many you have reserved, that's your copies available. Very simple. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do copies available like that. So since we have 3 copies, 0 on hold, that means you have all 3 available like that. I think it would be nice to kind of bold this these letters, so we can do that with a span. So what I will do is I'm going to come here and then just put this here. I'm going to put one also, let's say here, and I'm going to put one here. And then we're just going to say at the end like a span like that. Let me copy this one. I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to put it here, and I'm going to put it here, and you see how it looks nice. So let's go to desktop. We need to keep checking this again, desktop and mobile. Let's go and find another book. Robotics, we have 2 copies. Let's see, how about Python? We have 7 copies. Okay, so this is looking good. This is all coming. C programming is Python, so I'm liking this. Okay, so let's move on. And now what we need to add here is the rest of those components that we added, right? So I'm going to do book details, and if we have the book ID, then what we need to do is we're going to come here, and let me just do this. So I'm going to do session, and if we have the user, okay, then what we do is reservation dot, I'm going to do reservation ID. Okay, if we have that, then we do the cancel hold button. Okay, and we need to give it the reservation ID. I think it was ID. Okay, so the ID will be reservation dot reservation ID, like that. So let me bring this on the next line so we can see what's going on. Otherwise, what we have to do is then place hold button, right? If If it's already on reserve by this user, then we show them the cancel hold button. Otherwise, we show them the place hold button. And then we need to give it the book ID, which will be book details dot. It's going to be the book ID like that. Okay. And then we also, oh no, that's it. I think that's all we need because we are taking the user there. So what we also need to do then is we have like a double ternary happening. Is we need to do a link from next link. Okay, and then what's the href? We're gonna come here, and then what we are gonna do is auth, and then it's gonna be sign in. So the idea is if the user is not signed in, then they cannot do the hold or the cancel, right? You need to be logged in. So that's why we're gonna check. If they are not logged in, then we're gonna show them this. And we're gonna do a call back URL, and the callback URL will be book, right? So the idea is after they sign in, you want to bring them back here. So it's just a good practice. We're just going to do book details, and it's going to be the book ID like that. So that's going to be that, and then I'm just going to give it a class name, and then this is going to be text dash white. Let me get rid of that. Padding dash 2. Border, and then rounded dash SM, and then BG what gray. Wow. Okay, let me just go with 500 like that, and then we're gonna do place hold like that. Okay, so I think this guy's complaining. I think I need to do this. Let's save it and see what happens. There you go. So you guys can see because I'm signed in, then it's showing me that. We're gonna test the when we log out and see what happens. And by the way, we need to I think probably add an action. Oh, actually we did that already, so that will do that for us. And then the other thing we need to do after that is let's come here after that. And then what we need to add is now for the staff, right? So we need to take care of that so they can remove or add to staff list. So if book details, if we have a book ID, right? And then what we want to do is come here like that. So if you have the user, if the user is logged in, then what we need to do is end session.user.role. Okay, so this is only available to staff, right? So that's what we're going to do like that. So then what we do is we're just going to do book details dot, and it's going to be the staff picks like that. And then if we have the staff picks, then what you do is you're just going to go ahead and book details. We're going to do staff picks, say like here, and then because it returns an array, so we need to do this. And then what you do here is come here, we're going to do remove from staff pick button. Okay, we need to give it a pick ID, and the pick ID will be book details dot staff picks. Okay, and dot pick ID like that. Otherwise what you do is add to staff pick button, and then this one, the book ID will be simply book details dot book ID. Okay, like that. And then we just need to close. I think we closed it already. Yeah, we don't need to do anything. Okay, let's see why are we having some issues. So there's a lot of stuff going on. So this one is okay. I think I need to close this one. Yep. Let me save it and boom. So add to staff pick is coming because I'm staff member, right? So let me log in as a member. Let's say not a staff. So I'm going to log out. As you can see, these went like this, place hold. So it goes to sign in. But there's one problem. The add to staff is coming, so that's not correct. So let me see. Maybe we need to fix that. I think we need to do the same thing that we did here, where we are saying basically session.user, but I think we shouldn't even be showing this at all. It should be only when the staff is logged in, right? So let me just come over here and organize this a little bit. So let's see what's going on. If we have the book ID and we have the user, and the user is a staff, let's see. and you have this. Okay, I think I should do this and this and maybe this. Boom, that takes care of it, right? So if the user is not logged in, so for staff they have to be logged in. So that was just a quick fix on the fly. So now what we need to do is, let me go ahead. So first of all, let's see mobile. Okay, that looks good. So let's say I need to place a hold. So if I log in, so it should bring me back here. So that's the first test. So I'm going to log in as a member, one@email.com. We need to log in with the library card number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, that's what I'm talking about. So the other thing is I logged in as a member, but it's showing me the add to staff pick. So that's another problem. So let's fix that. Okay, so I think I'm gonna take this. I need to bring this here. Yes, that's how it should be. It should be session. Should be here, like that, and that. So let me come here. Organize this. So just Command K and F. There. Let me save it. Boom, that went away because I'm just a member, I'm not a staff, so that's why that button shouldn't be here. So anyway, so now I can do place hold, and if I hit it, boom. So it's, as you can see, it went on hold, and I have 7 copies. We had 7 copies, 6 available because this went on hold. I can cancel the hold. Boom. I can place the hold again. That's pretty cool. Now let me log in as the staff. So I'm going to log out, and I'm going to sign in. So let's say the staff comes in, staff@email.com. Okay, so now I'm logged in as staff, and as you can see, add to staff pick. So if I hit it, boom, it's been added to staff pick list. That's pretty cool, actually. It's working. Yes, the hard work is paying off. Okay, so finally, don't forget, we also did that, what do you call it, that nice comment box. So let's use it. So I'm going to do separator. How about it's coming from, man, why doesn't it come from the right place? Separator, like that, and let's just save it and see what happens. Boom, that's your separator. And then what we can do is come here, and we're gonna do like this: book details dot book ID. All right, if we have it, then what we do is, if we have a session dot user, all right, then we're gonna add a comment box. Whoa. Okay, we're going to add a comment box, and we're going to give it the book ID. So that's going to be the book details dot, it's going to be the book ID, like that. Okay, and otherwise what we need to do is we need to do like this. It's going to be something like a text, and it will be a link. So you know what I'll do, I'm going to not type it because I'm really tired. What we can do is just do this. Let me just bring this on the next line so you guys can see what the heck is going on. Come here. So what I'm saying here is, if we have a book, right, then basically what we see is, if a user is logged in, then we show the comment box, and if the user is not logged in, then we show them a link, which basically when they click will go take them to the sign in page, and then bring them back here, and it's going to be like a leave a comment kind of thing. So that's, we have that. And then finally what we need to add is also that comment card, so they can see the comment left by other people. So that's so easy. All I need to do is just come here, and basically this one we build, if we have the book, then show the comments for that book. So let's save it and let's see what happens. So for some reason the book just got longer. I don't know why. Let me just refresh. Let's come here. Okay, so the book got longer, and that's kind of weird. So we need to fix that. So let's see what's going on. I think one thing I should do is just add some margin. So margin top -2, margin bottom -2. Let me save it, and let's come here. There you go. Now it's showing up. Okay, so for some reason it doesn't show on desktop, but it shows on mobile devices. So as you can see, the user is currently logged in, and I can give comments. I mean, I can say good book, I can do submit, thank you for your review. So the review has been added, but now the problem is, we have 2 problems. It's not showing the comment, and when I go on desktop, that's what I see. So let's see what the heck is going on. Okay, let's see. Let me minimize this. There's too many divs. Flex column. I think this should be outside of this. This shouldn't be here. That was just for the book. So I think we need to come out of this and then add it here. Let me save it. Did anything happen? Oh yes. Oh yes. Look at this. We need to add, this button is too tight. Let's see. Can I go to the comment box? And can I just do a class name? Let's see. Class name margin top -2. Will that work? Beautiful. Okay, so our comments are coming up, and as you can see, the comment is showing up. How cool is that? Showing they were left by the staff on December 27, 5 stars. I am liking this. So let's do this. Let's sign out, and let's see. I go back. Oh, that's another thing, by the way. See, when I signed out, now I'm left with this. So that means I need to log in to leave a comment. So let's go back. If I can go back, let's say I'm gonna go to this book, and let's say I'm liking this book. I want to leave a comment, so I'm gonna do sign in, right? Because I need to leave a comment, so I'm gonna do member one, and that's the beauty part. It'll actually bring me here. So I'm gonna just come here now. Let's say good book, but need more examples, like and sub. Add it. Boom, the review is here. Let me just do a refresh, and there you go. So ideally, in a real world scenario, you would like to the comments would go to an admin so they can approve them, right? You don't want people to be adding like spam and cursing at each other. You know how people are. So that'll be nice. So now if I go back to what book was it that the other user left comments? I forgot which one it was. Let's see, was it this one? I don't know, I forgot. Let me find that. I think there you go. So this is the comment that was left by the other user. So it says good book, and if I go to the book that I left my comment, then there you go, member one. Let's say I want to leave also, I'm gonna go to the Python one, and let's say I'm gonna come here and I'll be like, I'm not happy, so I'll be like, need more examples. And then I'm gonna do submit, so I'm gonna do a refresh. Boom, here's my comment. That's pretty slick, right? There you go. So now I can, let's say so before I leave, by the way, we're gonna actually now fill this where we can show the recently reviewed, and now we can also do the staff picks where the staff has added that to their list. But anyway, so I'm gonna log out now, and let's say I go to that Python, whatever that book was. Why can't I find it here? So as you can see, it's showing the comment by the two people, and it's showing the average rating is let's say 2, and then basically it's if we want to leave a comment, we need to come over here and sign in, and I can also place a hold on it. It's already one hold on it, but that's the idea. So that wraps up the book details. A little bit complicated it was, but now we can move on to, I think, the account, the profile, and hopefully we can wrap this up. Okay, so that we have done that. One thing I've realized is we can make some optimizations. So what I mean is right here, this looks kind of ugly, and this also looks very ugly. So I think we can optimize on this. And the way we're going to do this is, I think these buttons should just take care of displaying themselves and showing the right button, and then same for this one. So let's take care of this remove from staff and add to staff. I just don't like this. So what we can do is we're going to create a holder that's going to hold this, and then we're going to use that holder, and that's going to display the buttons. So let's come over here, and what we can do is create a holder, and we're going to do staff pick button holder tsx, or staff big button pick button. Actually, just do that. Okay, so what this will have is just another React component, like so. Whoop, like that. So what it will take is, the only thing it will take is the book ID, and then the book ID is simply a number, like that. Okay, so What we can do first of all is grab the user, right? We want to only show this if the user is logged in and they are a staff member. So what I will do is, since this will be a server component, so I'll make this async. And then what we can do is I'm going to get the session like how we have been doing it. So I'm going to do auth like this. So if not session, then we basically just return null. So it's going to display nothing, which is exactly what we want. Then the other thing I want to do is I'm going to copy this. And what we'll do is if we have a session, right, and the session.user.role does not equal to staff, then in that case you also return null. I'm going to save that. So that actually will take care of, for example, this and then this. All right, so that's cool. And then also what we will do is we're going to come here then, and what we want to do is get a count. Basically just do a simple count. If there is an entry for this book for this user in the database, then just tell us, is it a 1 or a 0? Simple as that. So the way we're going to do this is like this. So we're going to do const, we're going to do staff, let's say pick, let's do this, has staff pick is equal to await, and then I'm going to do Prisma dot, and we're going to go into the staff picks table, and we're just going to do a simple count like that. And then it's going to be a where clause, and then we look for this book ID, which is going to be the book ID passed to us, right? Since it's being passed as a string, we're gonna, when we pass it from here, then we just need to make it a number by adding the plus sign. And then for who? For this user. So it's going to be plus session.user.id like that. So if we have this, so we're going to come here. I'm just going to do like this. And then let's come here. And what we can do is if has staff pick, then we're going to show the remove from staff pick button like that. Otherwise, we're going to do add to staff pick button, and it's going to take the book ID, and that will be the book ID that's passed to us. Okay, so one thing we have is this remove from staff pick. It takes the pick ID, if I'm not mistaken. So I think instead of then doing this one, what we can do is we're just going to do find unique or find first, because find first. Let's see, find first. So then what I can do is if I have the staff pick, then what we do is in here I'm gonna do pick ID. So that's gonna be the has staff pick dot pick ID. Okay, so that simplifies this a lot. So if I come here, let me minimize this, and then instead of all of this, right, what we can do is just come here and do like this, staff pick button, and then to this one we just need to pass in the book ID, which is going to be book details dot book ID like that. So let's come here and do this, and then what I will do is I think I can just get rid of all of this. This is much simpler, and this one is complaining because is not, if it's not defined. I mean, we will always have, you know what, instead of this, actually what I should do is, since we have it in the we're passing it as a parameter, so as you can see here p, so what I can do is I can just simply do p.bookid. Boom, that simplifies everything. So let's come back here and see why is this one complaining. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this, and we can also now simplify this right here. So I think we don't need this one, staff picks, so I can actually just get rid of that, and that will simplify this query a little bit. Let's come over here and actually let's test it just to make sure it works. So let's go back here and let's see. So yeah, so we still have the button here. Let's come here actually and just do a refresh to make sure. Okay, so we added that to our staff list, so that's what's showing up here. What if I go and just come here? Boom, so this was not on our staff list, so now it's not showing. So what if I hit it? We got an error. That's pretty cool. Let's see, book ID. Where is this coming from? This is coming from staff picks.create. So let's go over here and actually just take care of that. I think we might have to let's here. Okay, add to staff pick. Okay, so we just need to do this. I'm gonna save it, and let's go back here and let's try this again. So let's do this. Boom, there you go, that works. So if I go back, if I, let's say, come here, I can remove this one. Boom, it's being removed. If I go back here, go to this one, there you go. So there you go. We just made a little bit of optimization, and I think that makes this much cleaner. So let's just organize this a bit. Whoa. Okay. I think we can do the same thing for the hold button, right? I think we can also simplify that. So for example, let's see if I come over here, and what I can do is, let's see, so we have cancel hold and add hold. So the way we did like this one, so how about we create a new file? Let me see, I'll just create a new file actually. We'll create a new file and we're gonna say, I don't know, hold button .tsx, and we're just going to create a component like this, and it's going to be like that. So we're going to save it. I'm going to do the same thing, just make it async, and let's come over here. Let me close this one, and like the way we did here, we're going to copy this and we're going to paste this here. So that's the first thing you want to do, just to make sure that the user is, you know, logged in and stuff. So I'm going to do this auth. Cool. So what we will pass to this one is also the book ID, because you can put a hold on a book, right? So we're going to do that, and that will take care of that. So now what we need to do here is kind of what we did here. If we need to find first the book. Okay, so the way we're going to do this is come here and we're going to do reservation is equal to await Prisma dot, and it will be in the reservations dot find. So again, you can only reserve one book at a time. So what we'll do is find first, and we're going to do where. So the user ID will be the current logged in user dot user dot ID. Okay, so let me just come here, and then we're gonna do this, and then for which book, it's going to be the this book ID, right? So we're gonna have that. Okay, so let's come here and let's just do the same thing. So if we have a reservation, then what we can do is we're gonna present the cancel hold button like that. Otherwise, it's gonna be the add. Let's see, what was the button that we called? You have too many buttons. So cancel hold and then place hold. I think that's what we called it. Place hold button. Okay, so now they take something. So what does cancel hold take? It takes an ID, and then the ID is, if I go over here, and I should have named it properly. So that's the reservation ID actually. Okay, cool. So I can do the ID should be, I'm going to change this name because it's a little bit easier for people to see. So reservation ID and the reservation ID, and then it's going to be reservation ID. Okay, so now if I come here, then I can do reservation ID. That's better. It's going to be the reservation dot reservation ID, and then for the place hold button, what this will take is the book ID. You want to place a hold on a book, so it's going to be the book ID. Pretty cool. Okay, so you can come here actually, and now instead of all of this, what you can do is just get rid of this, and all we have to do is we're just going to do hold button. It's going to take a book ID and p.book ID. See how simple it is now. It's much better than before. And obviously we need to just get rid of these imports that we have, and also this reservation, we don't need it. And if I come here, we can just get rid of this reservation. Let me see, reservation dot find first. So we don't need this one actually, because we are already doing it there. There you go. So this query is getting simpler, and let's just test it, and our program is looking better. So let's place a hold on this one. and of course there's an error. We probably need to do the same thing that we did there. So it's on the actions line 245. So let's come over here, and we're doing the placeholder. I'm just gonna add a plus to convert it into a number, and let's try this again. So if I do place hold, there you go. So I can place a hold on it, I can cancel a hold. So this is the staff. Now I'm going to log in as the member, and I should not see this, right? We want to test that as well. So I'm going to sign out, and then I'm going to sign in as the member. So when I log in, since I'm not a member, I'm not seeing the that button. So if I go back, and if I go back, so here is, let me see, place a hold on this book. I'm gonna come here and place a hold on this book. Let's make sure these work. So if I come back here, boom, I can cancel the hold. And if I come here, I have this one on hold, which is pretty nifty. So now what we can do now is move on and finish the recently reviewed and then the staff picks. So let's just come over here and minimize this a little bit here, and then let's close this one, and actually let's close everything. So let's come over here and open the home page. Let me minimize everything so we can see what the heck is going on, and I'm going to minimize this, and the idea is kind of same. We're just going to have to grab the recently reviewed, and to grab the recently reviewed is pretty straightforward. What all you do is go to const, create a const, and it's going to be recently reviewed, and we're just going to do Prisma, and we're going to do ratings, right? Because whatever you rate is going to go into the ratings table, and we're going to find many. Okay, so we're going to find as many as we can. So the idea is kind of same. You don't want to show everything, right? You just want to show maybe a couple. On a real website, like a production website, you might even grab like 100. That's good enough. I mean, that should be fast actually, so you can do that. And what we want to include is the books, okay, and then also you want to include the from the books you want to include the book photos, and what do you want to include? The URL true, okay, like that. So I think we need to do select. Well, you need to do like this and select, and I need to close this one. One thing I would like to mention here is if a user, let's say if two users have reviewed the same book, then it's going to show that multiple times. So the one thing you can do is something in SQL that you have is called distinct, right? And you want to do a distinct on the book ID. So you want to actually put this in square brackets, right? Otherwise you're gonna, let's say if 10 users review the same book, it's gonna show that book like 10 times, which kind of like defeating the purpose. Anyway, so now we have recently reviewed, so now we can go ahead and use it. So what I will do is let me copy this carousel. Okay, actually yeah, let me copy this one, and we're gonna come here and we're gonna paste it right here. And then the other thing I will do is from this h2, let me copy this, okay, and I'm gonna add it to this h2 like that. So now I'm gonna save this, and I think what we should do is put this in its own div, and then what we can do is take the carousel with the h2 and just stick it inside. Okay, like that. So then let's just minimize this so we can look at this one. So for this one, what I will do is going to be recently reviewed, and what you want to do is let's see, so it's going to be recently reviewed RR, and then what I will do is rr.bookid, and it's going to be rr.bookid, and then for the source, what you want to do is it's going to be RR, and let's see what do I have access to. Okay, so if we come here, let's just see if I do this, let's see, book photos, and let me just get rid of this one, and then we can do the URL, right? And this is going to be the rr.name. Do I have the rr.books.name like that? Okay, let's save it. So what we're trying to do is just go into ratings table, and anything that was recently reviewed, just grab it. There you go. So let's see. So these were the books that were reviewed. So if I go over to this book, as you can see, it was reviewed. So if I go back and then look at this book, this was also reviewed. So how about we do like this? Let me create another member. So I'm gonna go over to the dashboard. Let me see. Let me just do add user, and we're gonna do, let's say, member 2. We're gonna hit save, and now we have member number 2. So let's come over here, and I'm gonna log in as, let's say, before I do that, let me do this actually. Let me come over here. I'm gonna sign out, and I'm gonna sign in as member number 2. Okay, so I'm signed as member 2. One thing I don't like is this should display just the first name and it should be capitalized. Let's fix that quickly. So sorry, just a little bit of a sidetrack, but it's a little bit bugging me. So I'll fix it. So if I come over here to the nav bar, and then there is the user button, and as you guys can see, we have somewhere here's the user button. So your session.user capitalized. That's why we spelled it wrong. So if I save it, yeah, there you go, that changes that. And can I just do split by space and just give me the first name? You can also do the avatar, but that looks much better. Okay, so now that we have that, the one problem, we won't be able to know if it's member 1 or member 2, but that's okay. So let me, as you can see, this user is seeing the recently reviewed. So let me come over here, and I'm going to review this book, and this book should come in front of this one. Okay, so let's come over here, and I'm going to do let's say 5-star, and I'm going to do good examples. Okay, and let's just submit it, and let's just go back, and if I do a refresh, boom. So as you can see, sorry, I think it's not coming here because we don't have, I don't think so we specified the order in which we are, is it ascending or descending? I mean, one thing you could do is, let's say, sort by, right? So can I just do order by, and yeah, order by, and then we can do the created at true. It's not true, actually. It should be, let's say, descending. So the latest one should be first. So I'm going to save it, and if I come here, boom, there you go. So this one is coming here. So these are our recently reviewed, and as you can see, if I come over here, then it tells me who's the one who gave it the what do you call it, the review, right? So it was a staff member 1. Pretty nice, actually. Now how about we also do the staff picks, right? So let's do that. So it's going to show us all the staff picks for us. So I'm going to come over here, and then we can do that here. So for staff picks, I'm going to copy this one, and let's just come here and paste it, and we're going to call it staff picks, and this one is going to come from staff picks. For this one, I don't need to do this one because we don't care. We just want to show the listings. And then for this one, I think I'm also going to do by the, what do you call it, distinct. If couple of I mean, if 10 staffs have picked the same book, then I don't want to, I don't want to show that 10 times. So it's the same idea. What we can do is, I'm going to come here and grab this div. I'm going to copy it, and let's just put it. I think we have. Let's see. Do we have? Why is it? Oh, I think my comments are kind of wrong. Anyways, I'm going to come here and take this away. Take this away, and what we can do is put this here. Okay, so now we have staff picks, and then this one I'm gonna copy this one, and we are going to do new arrivals, right? So it's gonna be new arrivals, and this will be recently reviewed. Okay, so this is recently reviewed, and that's new arrivals, and this is staff picks. So let's come over here and just do staff picks. Okay, picks. Okay, And then for this one, I'm gonna go through the staff picks array and basically call it staff picks for SP. And let's just make sure we change these. So it's gonna be here, 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 and here. Let me save it and see if that makes any difference. Boom. So this was one of the book that was a staff pick, as you can see. And let me see if I come here for the recently reviewed. I think it'll be nice to show like the rating also. So I think what we can do is if I come here to recently reviewed and right after the link, I think we should show the rating because that makes more sense. So I'm going to use my rating component that we created and we're going to pass it the rating, and then the rating will be r dot rating, right? Because that makes more sense. Let's see, let's do that. If I save it, there you go. So now you have the rating coming under the book, so you can see, you know, what the rating was. I think one thing I can do is let's see if I can do another staff pick. So let me log out and log in as the staff. So let me just come in and do a sign in. Let me sign in the staff. Okay, cool. So I'm logged in as the staff, and let's say I am liking this JavaScript book, so I'm going to add this to staff pick. Boom. Now it's added to my staff pick. And if I come over here, then I can see it here. For staff, you might not want to show this, but you can also show it. Anyways, the idea is it's coming here, and that's pretty nice. Maybe one addition we can make to the staff pick is, let's see, can we add the name of the staff member? So let's see, for this one, what we would have to do is this. To do that, you would have to do a join on the, let's see, we're including the books. I'm also going to include the users, and the only thing we're going to pick from this one is the name. So let's just do that. So there you go. You can just quickly do that. And I'm going to come here and I will do basically staff pick dot users dot name like that. So let me save it and see if that will. There you go. So this was by staff one. How about we just do by and maybe just give it a no, not that. Let's give it a class name. It's going to be text-sm font-slate. Should I do bold, or I don't know? Is it text-slate? How about this? I don't know. And then margin top or padding top -2. How about that? There you go. So now you can see which staff member reviewed the book. Oh, sorry. Is listed under their pick list. We have the recently reviewed, and we have the new arrivals. I think it looks good. The new arrivals has a huge gap. Let's see why. That's because it's not in its div. So let's do that, and then I can take the whole thing and then just place it here. Let's just format it, save it, come back here, and hopefully that's what I'm talking about. Now they are all nice organized. So if I do go mobile, this is my mobile view, and I think it's looking great. You can use this kind of same procedure for, let's see, for kind of movie website, magazine website, you name it. This can apply to so many things. But there you go. So this completes the book details and then the front page, and we can move on to maybe doing the profile and maybe the account stuff. Okay, now let's work on creating the profile page. So first of all, we're gonna come here to the user button, and let's see if we have a link. Yes, so we have a link to profile. So let's come over on here, and we're gonna create a, let's see, under the app, let's just create a new folder. We're gonna call it profile, and we're gonna add the page.tsx like that, and we're gonna do a profile page like that. Okay, so let's minimize this here, and let's see if I go to profile, then I go to profile page. So let's work on this one. So I'm gonna come here, and then what we can do is, first of all, this will be, let's see, a server component. So let's just do async, and then first of all, let's get a hold of the session. So we're going to do const session is equal to await auth. Okay, if not session, right? If we don't have a session, then we take the user to the sign in. So it's going to be await sign in like that. So it's going to automatically take us to the sign in page. So let's just come here. And if we do have a session, then what we do is let's get the user details. So we're going to do user details. Okay, and it's going to be the Prisma dot users dot find unique. So we're going to find the user by their email address. So we're going to do where email, where email is equal to session dot user, okay, dot user dot email, like that, and it's going to be a string. Okay, so let's say we have that, so I'm going to save it, and then what we can do is just come here and get rid of this. Then I'm just going to add a class name here, and it's just to create a border and around the form and give it some width and stuff, so nothing fancy here. We're going to create a back button here so that the user can go back, and let me save it, and let's see, this should come up. Okay, I don't know why we got here, so let me come over here and let's see. So one thing that's missing here, is good that we came here, is the user button. So I think we should add that first. So another sidetrack. So let's go over to the, let's see, components, and how we have the member sidebar, right? So if I come here, it's right here, and I think what we can do is at the end we can slap a, I don't know if I can just do it here. Let's see, user button. Will that work if I save it? And let's see if I come here and do this. It's coming here. That's not what I want, so I'm gonna take it, and let's see if I can bring it here. I think I'm gonna put it right here. Let's save it and see what happens. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So as you can see, the user button is here. From here I can go to profile now. So now we have that working. Let's see if I go to profile. Why is it not? Am I not logged in? I am logged in, so I don't know why. So let me close this and let's see. For some reason it keeps bringing us back to the weird. So if I come here and let's see profile, it's going to profile. If I go to profile, it takes me back to sign-ins for some reason. So it should be not session, that's why. So if I come back here and if I go to profile, yes, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we have the profile, we have the go back button, and then I can come here and get cracking. So what we need is h1 tag, so just basically text to a font bold and all. It just says profile, nothing fancy here. And then what we can do is we can just do like a hello, and it's going to be span, and then it's going to be session.user.name. We just want to say hello to the user, and it's going to be basically hello staff1, and maybe just do a class name of capitalize. Hope I didn't make any mistake. No. Okay, so and then how about also just make it bold to make them feel special. Cool. So once you have that, so then what we can do is one thing I would like to do here is if the status is pending, then we need to tell the user that their status is pending. So the way we're going to do this is like this, and this is kind of part of like that onboarding process. So it's going to be session.user.profile. Let's see. So we don't have the profile status, and the way we're going to do this is we're going to come over here to, let's see, auth.ts, and let's see if we can do it here. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to do profile status. It's going to be a string like that, and then I can take this one and let's see if we can add it here. So can I do session dot user dot, and there you go. So profile status is equal to token dot profile status as string. So I'm going to save this one, and let's see. I think it's complaining here, so maybe we need to add it here, and let's just make it optional. So that actually, does that fix that issue? Okay, so for some reason this guy's complaining, but I mean I did make it optional, so I don't understand. It's not liking. Is it not the same profile status? So it does look correct. So maybe one thing I can do is come over here and just do token token.profile status is equal to user.profile status. Okay, so just fix that. Okay, so it's complaining about this profile status for some reason. That why have we added that? Let's see. Is not assignable top. Okay, I don't get it. Let's see. Because it doesn't exist on the user type, maybe that's why. So I mean, if I come here and our users, so let's go over to, let's see, the Prisma and schema. Okay, so if I come here to users, we do have a profile status here. Oh, because it's optional. I think maybe that's the reason. I don't know why it's optional. Oh, because only the staff can have a profile status. So maybe that's why it's complaining about that. Okay, so I guess one way we're fixing this would be just slapping a null at the end, and hopefully that should fix it for us. Because it's optional in our schema, that's why we need to do this. So that, there you go, that takes care of that problem. So now we can come back here and let's get cracking. So then I can do, let's say, profile status. Now I have an access to it. So what I can say is, if it's pending, right, then what you want to do is maybe show something like you must update your password. So it's going to be you must update your password and re-log in. So let's see if I need to re-log in with the staff, because we might not have the profile status yet. Because if I look at the staff, if we go to the database, and if I do a select, I need to reconnect star from users. Okay, so as you can see, this is the staff and it's pending, right? So this is what we're trying to get at. So what I will do is, let me see if I can go back, and I'm going to log out. I'm going to log in again as the staff. Okay, cool. So I'm logged in again. I'm going to go to my profile, and for some reason it's still not showing me this. So it should be pending actually. Let's see. There you go. Now it's working. I don't know. I just had to restart the server, but yeah, now it's picking up the profile status. Sometime Nextjs will have its own way of doing things, so just gotta need to live with it. So let me actually just log out again and log back in just to make sure that everything is okay. Whoops, why am I doing this? Let me come here and I'm going to do staff and sign out, and I'm signed out, as you guys can see. Let me sign in again. So I'm going to come back here. We're going to come back. We're going to do sign in, and we're going to do staff at email.com and then password. Boom. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to come here and I'm going to go and just go to profile, and boom. So now I'm getting that message. Okay, so we need to highlight this message. So what we can do is just give it some class name, and no need for me to type it, but all we have is a border. Just make it red, rounded, and all that. So that's what it is. So when the first time the staff logs in, they're going to see this message: you must be updated. That's weird. You must update. That makes more sense. Okay, you must update your password and re-log in, right? So we're going to show them this message, and then also we're going to come here. If the account is not active, we also need to tell them that the account is not active. So the way we're going to do this is we're just going to do if not session dot user dot, and let's see. Okay, so we need to add another element to the AuthJS. And that one is going to be, if I come over here to AuthJS, let's see. So we're going to come here and we're just going to do something like this, right? And let's just add it also to this one, right? Is active. And then what we can do here is just the same thing. Token dot is active is equal to user dot is active. And then we're just going to add it to the session so we can pick it up. So you can add a lot of stuff to the session, just not any sensitive data. And that's the idea. Okay, is boolean like that, right? So I'm not adding any like password or anything to it, just the normal things that you can use in your app pretty quick. Okay, so then we're gonna come here and let's just see. I don't know if we might need to log in for this one. Okay, it picked up this one. Okay, so if not session.user.is active, okay, if the user is not active, then all we do is just show, let me just come here, and you just basically say, you know, a border red, and you just say your account has been deactivated. So I mean, they can still go to their profile, but they will not be able to see the account. They can't do anything because it's deactivated. Now, since I need to relog in again for it to take effect, so what I will do is I'm gonna come here and relog in. I'm gonna go back. We're gonna come out of here. We're gonna go back and sign in just to make sure we can read that. It's gonna be email.com. And let's just go to our profile. And we're still seeing this message. So if I go to the database, I'm pretty sure the account status is active. So I don't know why is this guy still saying that I need to activate my why is it deactivated? Let me see. So if not, okay, it seems I had to restart the server again. So I think every time I change that module augmentation thingy in the auth.ts, I think I need to restart the server. But anyway, so now it's picking it up, and now as you can see, we're not seeing that message because the account is active. Okay, and then moving on. So now we need maybe just to show the user their name. So we can come here. So most of the thing on the profile, we don't want the user to change like their name and email, because usually for these kind of things, you would have to go to the library, show your ID, and then you want to be able to change it, right? But you still want to show the user. So that's the idea. So we can create a label that's coming from here, and then it's going to be, let's say, name. And then also we need to create an input like that, and this is going to be read only, and then the type will be text. Okay, and then what we put inside of here, we can just do a default value for this one, and that's going to be session.user.name like that. Let's just do this, and one thing we can do is just say a string. And let's save it, and boom, there you go. That's how it is. I'm going to copy this one, and we're going to create one for the email. And let me just scroll up. And as I said before, these things you don't want the user to change. Like they have to come to the library, show their ID, prove it that it's actually them asking for the change, and that's that. Okay, now the other thing we need to do is if the user is a member, we might want to only show the member their library card number. So for that, what we can do is session.user.role is equal to member. I had to kind of debate on this one, like should I just show a library card number to everyone? Because if you're a library staff, you can also have a library card number, but you know what, that's up to you guys. So for this one, what I will have is just I'm going to come here and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to call this the library card number. And then in the, let's see, over here, what we can do is put the let me see, session dot, well, this one won't be session actually. Let me see, this one will be user details. So what we can do is we're gonna do user details dot library card number. Cool, like that. Now it's not gonna show because I'm logged in as the staff, so it means it's working. Okay, so the other thing we need is now for the staff member, remember how we're saying here that they need to be able to change their password, so we need to give them a way to do that. So the way we're going to do that here actually, but before I forget, I need to add a sign out button so that the user can actually sign out. And let's just do like that. And what we can do maybe is, let's see, can we do a styles with dash full like that? So now it's in the center, and maybe just put it in a I think I'll do this. Let me take this one and I'm gonna add it here, and then maybe a class name margin top of 2. How's that? Did that work? I don't know if that worked. But padding top of 2, How that works. You can also just give it a border and I don't know, but and then maybe bg dash black and text dash white. There you go. So they can sign out if they want right here. So now let's add that profile form that they can use to update their password. So that's kind of like a trick you do. So you have your main, let's say profile page or any other form you have is kind of server, but then the thing that you want to change or modify kind of be dynamic, you can make that a client component. So let me show you guys how we can do that. So come over to profile. We're going to create a new page or file. We're going to call it profile form.tsx like that. And then what we can do is close this one and then just do like this. We're going to do profile form and we're going to save this. To this profile form, what we can pass is the user ID. All right, because it will only work if the user is logged in anyways. So that's going to be a number. Now I'm going to come back here and then I'm going to use it. So I'll do profile, let's see, form. It's going to take a user, let's see, user ID, and that user ID is going to be the user details dot, let's see, user ID like that. Let's just do that. Why is it complaining? Do I need to possibly undefined? Maybe we can just take it from the session then. Session.user.id. How's that? It's not complaining that. I think what we should do maybe is take the user ID and just say explicitly that's a number. Okay, so now this is our profile form and it's coming up here and it should only be to staff. So I'm going to copy this one and I will do like this, not triple end. It should be only for staff members. There you go. So now we can come over here and start hammering this. So this will be a client component. So I can do client like that. So first things first we will do is come here and we're going to create a, let's see, a React fragment. We're going to create a form like that. And inside of here, I'll create a form. We're going to have an action for this, of course. And then in here, I'm going to create a, let's say, a form field. Okay, that's coming from UI form. And it's going to basically take a control. It's going to be form dot. Well, okay, we haven't defined the form. So let's go ahead and define the form. The first thing I need is the schema. So that's my schema. It's just a password schema and it's coming from ZAR string and then the new password. So the user needs to enter the old password and then they need to enter the new password, right? And they have to match, of course. So we're going to see how we can do that. And just like how we did before, we need to create an initial state. So we're going to be using the use action state hook. So I'm going to do const initial state of type state. Okay, and this is going to be basically message is equal to null. So that's our initial state. Then what we need is the const update profile with ID, and then what we will do is we're just gonna do update profile. Now we haven't created this action yet, so let's go ahead and create this action. So I'm gonna come on over here and we're gonna go to actions and let's see, do we have a section for profile? So here's users. Maybe we can put it under the, I think we can put it under the users section. Okay, so let's come here and minimize this and let's just take it slowly. So it's gonna be export async function. It's gonna be update profile. Now what it is going to take, it's going to take a user ID that is going to be a number, previous state, and that's going to be of type state, and then form data, which is going to be a form data like that. So what we do first is grab the password, right? So we're going to do new password, and that's going to be form data.get, and we're going to call a new password. Now, of course, we need to create these fields, but we will do it when we get there. So, and this one will be called old password, and I'm going to call this old password, right? Like that. And then what we can do is we need to create a hash password. So we're going to do hash password, and that's going to be initially set to null, right? And then what we can do is find the user. So we're going to do user is equal to await Prisma dot, and it's going to be users dot. It's going to be find unique, and it's going to be where it's going to be user ID is user ID. So first we need to find the user, and if not user, if we can't find the user, then we basically just do return. We should actually throw an error, invalid user, right? So that's that. And then we're going to come over here. So if new password is provided, if the user has provided a new password, that means they're trying to change it. So what we need to do first is just parse it. So we're going to do const, and we're going to do password validate is equal to password, and it's going to be form schema. Now what is that? So password form schema is just a form schema for the to do on the server side, right? You're actually just validating that the form is like you have client side, but you should also do on the server side just to be extra safe. So we're gonna do schema, and we're just gonna do validate safe parse, okay? And we're saying here new password, and we're just gonna do form, and it's going to be new password, right? So the password they entered, we're just trying to validate that. And then you come here, and we're just going to do if not, right? Password, whoops, should be password validate. So if not password validate dot success, then what you do is just return a message saying, you know, let's say invalid, I don't know, password. Because you can add more. Let's say you want to do alphanumeric, upper lowercase, you can add all those, and that way validate that the password kind of fulfills your minimum requirement. Okay, so then what we do after that is let's do a password match, right? So remember, they have to enter the old password, so you want to make sure that they match with what we have in the database basically. So we're going to do bcrypt dot, and it's going to be compare, and then it's going to be old password, and we're going to do user dot password, right? So whatever old password they have provided, take that and then compare it to the password that the user have on the database. Do I need to do a string? Yep. Okay, and then we're going to do if not password match, then we're just going to do invalid password, right? And then we're going to come here. And finally, once that is all good, we're just going to do new hash password, and that is going to be bcrypt dot, and we're just going to do a hash sync. Okay, what are we trying to hash? The new password, and we're just going to do 10. This should be string. Actually, I should just come here and do it here as string, so that, and then I think I can do the same as string. Okay, so that will hopefully, let's see, then I don't need to do this like that. Okay, so let's say here's the new hash password, and then once I have that, then I'm just going to do await, and it's going to be Prisma dot users dot, and we're just going to do an update, and we're going to do where ID is user, oops, should be user ID, should be user ID, like that. And what are we trying to update? The password. So we're going to come here, we're going to do password is the new hash password, like that. And then since they have updated the profile status, we're just going to set that to blank, means they're good to go. The thing has been updated. And once they have done that, then finally what you want to do is you want them to log in. That's the best practice. You don't want to just leave them here. You want to redirect them to the sign in page so they can re-log in with the new password, right? So what you want to do is you're just going to do await, and we're going to do sign out, We're going to sign them out, right? And then we're just going to redirect them. Redirect to, and what that will be auth. It's going to be sign in, and callback URL is equal to encode URI component, right? And then it's going to be admin. So the idea is when a staff member, a staff, when they first log in, they're gonna land on this page where they have to update their password. Once they have updated their password, they're going to be taken to the dashboard. That's the entire idea. So once we have that, then we also are going to do and message. We're going to add a message, and then it's going to be encode URI component, and we're going to be something like password updated, please log in. Okay, so this will take the user there, and then finally, well, I don't know if we need to return anything. Let me just see. So this one is for this one. Yeah, if the password don't match, we just return a message. Let's see, if the new password has been provided, then, well, you're going to do all that. Otherwise, we just do profile updated, like that. And then actually we don't need this one. Yeah, we don't need it. Okay, so that will take care of this one. So now we can come over here and let's see, can I just do this? Boom, like that. Okay, we need to give it the user ID. So that's the user ID that's passed to us. And then we need to give it the initial state. Okay, so that's that. So now we need to use this. And for that, we are going to come here. We're going to do const, and it's going to be state. And we need a form action, and we also, yeah, that's it, that's all you need. You can also do an is pending. We're going to do a use action state, and we're going to give it the update profile with ID, and it's going to be the initial state, like that. I think for this one, what I need to do is I need to do a bind. Whoop, I need to do a bind, and this will be null, and this will be like this. There you go. So that is happy now. And then for this form, I need to do an action, and that's going to be the form action. There you go, that works. And let's come over here also, and I'll just do the use form like that. We had, like how we have been doing a million times now, just using the React form hook, and then these are resolver like that. And then for the form, I'm going to spread the form like so. So then for this one, what I need is form.control like that. And what I will also like to add is a state for the user to be able to toggle the show and hide password. So that's just a state. I'm gonna just do like that. Okay, there's error, of course. We need to fill this. So this one I'm gonna call and give it a name of old password. And then we need the render. Okay, so this is going to be field, and then what we put here basically is, let me do this, it's going to be a form item. Okay, and it's going to be old password like that. So there you go, that's coming. And then what we put inside is a form control like that, and then we're gonna put an input like this one, and then what we put inside is type is equal to, so if it is show password, then the type will be text, otherwise it's actually password, right? So it's a simple, very simple. And then also the ID, we're just going to do old password, okay, like that. And then placeholder will be password. Maybe we should just call it old password, like that. So that will be our input. And finally, don't forget to spread the field on it. So let me save it. Okay, so there's problems here. Let me see what's going on. So yeah, this okay, so this should be inside of actually this. I think that was the problem. Yes, there you go. So that's your old password. Let me just organize this a little bit like that. And inside the form item, we need to, I think, put the form label. That's old password. Cool. So that's your old password. We're missing that that when click will do the show and hide thingy. So what we can do is come over here, and we're going to create a button. Okay, like that. And then what we will do is inside of this button, first of all, we need to make it a type of button. Otherwise, it's going to submit us the form. So it's a type of button, and then the variant is ghost. Okay, and then size will be icon. Okay, and then what we will do is on click. Basically, all you do is set show password, and then you just take the previous state and you basically flip it. Whoop, like that. So that's all you have to do. And then what also we need inside of here is we're gonna do basically like this. If show password, right? Then what we do is I off, right? Otherwise let's see, it should be just I. So I can save it. Okay, so it's in a weird place. Let me see if it works. So if I do this, boom. Okay, so it works, but it should be here actually, not where it is. So for that to happen, we need to come over here to form item, and let's see, I'm gonna give it a class name of relative. So that's one thing. Then the other thing we need to do is first of all format this a little bit. I need to give this a class name to this button, and it's going to be absolute. So it disappeared, but worry not. We're going to do right to, and then what we can do is top half. There you go. That's coming. And then minus translate. It's going to be y and 1/3. That kind of fixes it. There you go. So if I go, this is already mobile, but if I go desktop, boom, it's looking good. You can move it around if you want, but it's looking nifty. And if I press it, boom, as you can see, it changes. I like it. Cool. So this is your, I think I can just bring this here. Cool. So this is your old password. Now we need one for the new password. So for the new password is exactly the same thing. We take this. Okay, we're gonna copy it and we're gonna paste it here, and let's just see. We're gonna do new password, and this will be new password, like that, and again new password, and let's see, new password. Let's see if I save it. Boom. So that's your new password. I think we could give this a little bit of spacing. So maybe on the form, what I can do is I'm just going to do class name of this. Let's see if that works. Yes, that works. Cool. So that's that. And then after all of that, what I will do is let me come over here and just I'm going to add a, let's see, I'm going to add a p tag, which is just going to be showing any message that the action is going to return. And also I just have a button that basically says update, right? So now I see that these buttons have same color. I think that's going to confuse our users. So what we can do maybe is remove that, and then also just give it a border. I think that makes more sense. Okay, so that's sign out, and then this is our profile. So now let's see if I can. So let's say this the old password is actually just password. So I'm going to enter that old password. And let's say this one, I'm just gonna do this one. So let's see if I hit update. We got a beautiful error. And why is that? Let's see. So are we not passing the user ID to, so let's come over here to the action and let's see what is going on. We're gonna going to try to figure this out. What I will do is I'm going to come over here and I will do console.log first of all. Let's say profile update so we know, and let's just do user ID. Let's see what the user ID is. I'm going to save it and let me bring in the terminal and let's see if I just enter the some garbage and if I do update. Okay, so let's come over here and let's find. Okay, so profile update, it's undefined actually. Why is it undefined? I don't understand. Let me come over here to the profile and let's split it actually here. So if I do user ID, I'm gonna save it. And do I get a user ID? Are we not passing the user ID to the profile form? I am not sure. Let me just do a refresh. It looks like user ID, then we do user ID, otherwise say no user ID. Let's save it and see what happens. Okay, so we don't have any user ID. Isn't that cool? Let's see. Actually, one thing we could do in the action, we don't even need this actually. Since we know if you have a session, right, we could just get it from that. I don't know why we're passing that. That doesn't make any sense. So what we can do is basically let's just do something like this. Auth is equal to, sorry, session is equal to await auth, right? We're going to do like this, and we're going to do if not session, right, then await sign in. I think that's the right way of doing this. I don't know why we're passing a user ID. That's to me looks like a security kind of thing. So I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't need to do this, right? And then here I can just do session.user.id. Alright, the other thing I have also added to this module augmentation that we did is the user ID, because the AuthJS, it uses just ID, right, and it's a string. But in our database, when we did our schema, we are using user underscore ID. So we need to do that so that we can then later on come over here and just do like this and grab it from the database and then assign it here, and then it can be used throughout the app. So I just want to mention this, that we also need to add user ID like that. Actually, we need to do this one, this user ID, because that ID is from AuthJS and it's a string. We need to use our user ID. Anyways, now one thing we need to do is, okay, so there's another, let me see, I think we need to do the same thing. I'm just gonna grab this one, copy it, and just plug it in here, and boom, that's good. Let's come back here, and actually I don't need this. I'm just gonna do update profile. That's all I need. I don't need this one, right? Okay, so it's basically now saying update profile. So let's just do update profile like that. Boom, save it. Okay, so that's looking good, and that kind of simplified this. So let's try this again. So I'll just type something garbage, and if I update, we have error again. Let's see why. Need at least one of user ID, or I don't understand. Find unique. Find unique. Where is find unique? How about I just do okay, I'm gonna do email session.user.email. How's that? Are you happy now? Why is it complaining again? Oh my god. Okay, how about this? So let's try again. Okay, so let's do this, update. Good lord. Oh, the update. Okay, so we need to also, it wants to be sure that we are updating the correct record. How's that? Are you happy now? And why is it even coming here? Shouldn't it return like error? Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Let's see. That does not make any sense. If, okay, so if a new password is provided, then basically what it does is it's going to do password validate. So let's say that's good. It's going to do a password match. One thing we forgot to do is we need to do a wait, because this is, yes, that was a problem. Okay, and that's the reason why that didn't happen. So I'm gonna come here, and then let me go back and let's see if I can now log in as a staff at email.com. It's not gonna log me in with the old password, so I'm gonna do password. Yeah, see, because we changed the password, so that means the password changing is working. Let's do email.com, and I'm going to do password 123. Is it not that? Okay, good. It was actually okay. So we are coming here. So let me change the password. Let me do the so the old password, I kept it at that. The new password, I'm just gonna do let's see. So I'm gonna enter a wrong old password. Okay, so this is the new password. I'm gonna do an update. Boom, there you go. That's working. So invalid password. So I'm gonna do now enter the old password, which is password, and the new password, I'm just gonna leave it at 123 just to make it easy for us. I'm gonna update. Boom, there you go. That works. So it took us to the sign in page. We need to show that message. As you guys can see, there's a message. So let's go to the sign in page and show that. And one thing I can do is I'm gonna come here and get rid of this. I don't need this. And also we're gonna get rid of this. We don't need this. Let's go over to the sign in page and show that message. So auth sign in page. If you guys remember, we have this message. So why don't we go ahead and show it? So a good place will be somewhere here. So I can come here right under the form, and let's see, can I just do like this? Basically, if param.message, then we're gonna show it. There you go. So password updated, please log in. Pretty cool. So let me log in as the staff. And the password that I chose was password 123, sign in. Boom, took me to the dashboard. How cool is that? There you go. So this is working. Now there's one problem. I can't go back to the home page, so we need that user button also here. So let's go over to the, let's see, admin sidebar or admin sidebar, and let's see if we can add one here. So I'm gonna come here, I'm gonna do user button, I'm gonna save it, and let's see what happens. There you go. So I can now go to home. Okay, so this is a problem. Let's see. Go to user button, and let's see where's the problem. So let's see. Do we have a home? Actually, we don't have a home. It should be just this. Yeah. So let's go back, and if I go and say home. Okay, it's still a problem. Okay, so I don't know, I had to restart the server again, and then it picked up the changes. So I think maybe when server side changes are made, you need to restart. Probably that's what it is. But anyway, so I can go home now, and I can go to the dashboard. One thing I see, the problem is this button is at the very bottom and it's very ugly. I think we can fix that. So the way I'm gonna fix it is if I come over here to, let me just close everything to not confuse you guys. So if I just close all. Okay, so let's go over to the admin sidebar, and let's see, admin sidebar, and what we can do is, you see the user button is just lying here. So what we have is something called a sidebar footer, and then what I can do is take this one, and I think I can put it inside, but for that I'm gonna do a sidebar menu. And then within the sidebar menu, I'm going to have a sidebar menu item, and then you put this user button. So that will actually fix it. So let's save it. As you can see, it's kind of a little bit up. So if I refresh, boom. So that's what I'm talking about. The other thing is, let's go over to the dashboard. Oops, sorry, that's my profile. Let's go over to home. And if I come here, I look at this one. This one's also at the very bottom, so let's just give it some padding. So I think we can do the same thing like what you have done here, footer, menu, and item. So that one will be, let's see, member sidebar. So we can come here, and then here what I can do is sidebar footer menu, and then we have sidebar menu item like that, and then I can take the user button and I can stick it in here. Let's save it, and there you go. It's kind of lifts up a little bit, it kind of helps, so I like that. Okay, so that actually then does that, but we need to just come here and also fix a couple of things. Let me close this one. One thing that I see on the profile form, if I go, so I don't need to pass in the user ID actually, so I'm gonna save this one because we are taking care of this on the server side, which is actually much better. And then what we need is, if I go over to the profile page, so if I come here and let's see, yeah, we don't need to do that, so let's just come here, get rid of this, and boom, that's much cleaner. I like it. So now I can actually, let me just come over here. We're going to test both the member and the staff. So staff, so I'm going to go to my profile, and boom, so I'm a staff. I can see the password field, and we saw we can change the password and all. I'm going to go back and let me log out, sign out, and let me go to profile. It's going to take me to sign in page, so I'm going to go member1@email.com, and that's my library card number. And if I sign in, okay, now I can go to my profile, and there you go, I'm a member, and now I don't see the password field. All I see is just these fields, but I can't change. So I'm gonna go back. So I think now what we have to do is just, I think, do the my account. All right, now let's go ahead, testing. All right, now let's go ahead and take care of the my account page. So currently it just goes to nowhere. So why don't we go ahead and create one? So I'm gonna go to home and create a new folder, and we're gonna call it my account, and we're going to create a new page. It's going to be page.tsx, and then we're going to come here and we're going to do account page like that. Save. So let's go and see what we get. My account, so that's what we get. All right, so let's come over here, and this is going to be using a tab component. So let's go over to shadcn and see if we can install a tab component. So here's tabs, and this is what I'm after. So let's come over here and copy this, and we're going to come here and install. Okay, with that installed, then we can come here and get cracking. So in here, what I need is, I don't need this. I'm going to bring in the tab, and this one will be tabs. Actually, that's what it is. So it's going to be tabs like that, and let's save it, and let's come over here to my account. Okay, so here's my account. Okay, one thing I will do is see how it's kind of a little bit of too tight. Maybe what I can do is, let me see if I can bring this here and then bring this here, and we can put this in a tab, and I'm just gonna do this, and then let's take this and then bring it here and then save, and boom, that looks better. Okay, so now what we need is we need the different tabs, and for that we need to create a tab list. So we're gonna do a tabs list like that, and then inside of the tab list we're gonna create tabs trigger. It's gonna be tabs trigger like that. Okay, let's just bring this here. Okay, so inside of triggers we're gonna put the different triggers. So it's gonna be checked out, and then we're gonna give it a value. So the value will be checked out like that. So this is basically which books you have checked out. That's what we're trying to show to the user. And then we're gonna do basically a default value for the tab list, and default value will be checked out. Checked out like that. I think the default value is on the, I don't know if it's on this one or, yeah, I think it's on tab list, sorry. Okay, so default value is that. Let's just do the other, which is for on hold, fines, and borrowing history. So let me just copy these. Okay, and then after the tab list, we need the tabs content. So it's going to be tabs content, and then in here we can put the different content. So for now, let's just put, let's say, checked out, so we can actually just swap between them and see if we can trigger them. For this one, the value is going to be checked out, so let's just take this one and put it here. I'm going to save it, and let's just copy and paste for the other ones. Okay, so that's what we have, and let's see Let me see why. Okay, there you go. So now it's working. Let's do a refresh. So for some reason this is not getting the default value. Let's come over here and see. Oh, so it's on the tabs that show the default value. So I think I should do the same. So I'm going to take this one, I'm going to cut it, and I'm going to paste it on this one. So that's the default value. Let's come over here. There you go. So now it's working. One thing I see, it's not in the center, so I think we should fix that. So maybe I think the other thing we need to add is a flex column. I don't think so I need this one. I'm going to get rid of this one and then just save it, and boom, now it's nicely centered. So even if I go mobile, then it's coming nice. So I can just flip through and it's pretty cool. So let's go over. So let me just bring this here, and then we're gonna go to components. Maybe we can just leave it in my account. I don't know, because it's not used everywhere. So, or components, I don't know, doesn't matter. So I'm going to create a new file. It's going to be checkout.tsx, and it's going to be checkout. Okay, like that. So we're going to come here and immediately implement it, and it's going to be checkout like that. That's pretty good. Okay, one thing I should do is here, I'm going to make this async, and we should, let's say I'm going to get the session is equal to await auth. If not session, then we should just redirect the user to sign in. So they're just going to go to sign in. So that will block this one. It's like a nice guard. Anyway, so now we can go ahead to checkout, and I'm going to minimize this, and this will also be a server component. So the first thing I will do is get the auth like that. So it should be const like that. Let me just do this. Okay, so then what we can do is go ahead and go through the borrowing. So it's going to be results is equal to await, and we're going to do Prisma dot borrowings dot find many. Okay, and where user ID is session dot user ID. So for this user, we're going to get the borrowings, and then the return date is null, right? So the borrowing is basically something that you have not returned. That's why return date should be null. And then we can include books, include the books, and then we're going to select a couple of fields. So we're going to select the name. The other thing is the author. All right, and then the ISBN is going to be true, and then the book photos. Maybe we can just show the photo what the user has borrowed. So anyway, so that's going to be the result. So I'm going to minimize this, and we're going to come here and get cracking at this. One thing I will do here is create a function, and this is basically to calculate the days the book is due. So it's going to be days book due, and it's going to be equal to, it's going to take a reference date of type date. Okay, and what is it going to return? It's going to return difference in calendar days. So that's from datefns. So take from the ref date to now. Okay, like that. So that's that. So basically all we're saying is if the book is overdue, you want to show the user that the book is overdue, something like that. So that's why we're doing it like this. Okay, so now what we can do here is just come here, and we can basically go through the results. And if we say if results and results dot length is greater than 0, then we are gonna do something. Otherwise we basically say like no items checked out. So for that, what I can do is just come here and do this. So no items checked out, that's what it is. Okay, so let's save it, and basically no items checked out because this user has not checked out any books, so that makes sense. Let's come over here and get cracking at this one. So if we have the borrowings, then we need to go through and display them. So we're gonna come here and we're gonna do map. It's going to be result, and then what we do here is first of all create a div, and the key will be result dot, it's going to be the borrowing ID. Oop, like that. And to this one I will give it a class, but I need to first close it off so that's good. And I'm just going to add a class. Basically it's a flex column, on large and above is flex row. Nothing special here. We've been doing this for I don't know how many hours now. But let's come over here and show the image first. So for the image I'm just going to show it for exactly like from my other, I have done like on the book details and all. So I'm just taking the exact same code. It's next image, and let me just do this. And basically the on mobile we're hiding it. We're only going to show it on desktop devices. So I'm going to save it. Now since we don't have any borrowings yet, so that's why we're not going to see anything. But once we start borrowing and all, we can then start seeing it. But we're setting the stage for that. Okay, then what I need is another div, and then this one is basically let me just do this. Okay, I need to come over here and do this and here. So for this one, what I will display, the first thing is the book name. So I can come here and just display that. Let me just organize it. So the reason why I'm going through this quick is like how we did the book details. It's kind of exact same thing. I'm just displaying the book name, it's capitalized and all. So there's no magical here stuff here. And the other thing we need is to display the author name. So for that one, what I will do is just come over here and display it like this. Basically all we're saying is font medium capitalized in the author name. So again, this is the exact same thing as we did when we did the book details. And also we need to show the ISBN. So remember we created this ISBN function, so now we can actually use it to show the ISBN, which is the ISBN of the book. So that's that. There's oh, we need to call this function, that's why it's complaining. Okay, I'm gonna come here and maximize this so I have a little bit more real estate. And then for this div, basically let me just close it off. Let's come over here, and then in this one what we can do now is use that function that we created. So it's days book due, and then what do we pass to it? Result due date, right? So that's our reference date. If it's less than 0, right, then what we do is we basically create a div. Otherwise we're gonna create another div. And now what do we put inside of this div? So if it's less than 0, that means that the book, you're overdue. That's what it is. So the idea is this. Let's say you check out the book on, let's say, this day, right? So I'm going to put like this. So let's say days go by, and let's say you're supposed to return it on this date, right? But then let's say now days go by. So now if you take the difference between, let's say, now and this date, so of course this is greater. So if the result is minus, that means you're overdue by these many days, right? So that's the idea. But let's say if I come here, and let's say if I'm here now, and if I take the difference, that's going to be positive. That means you still have these many days remaining and you're good. So that's all we're doing in this function, the difference in calendar days. Okay, so I'm going to create a div, and then this is going to be text -red -500, and it's going to be bg -red -50, and then padding -2, and then border, okay, it's going to be -left -4, and border -red -500. Okay, so we're going to create this nice kind of box, and then what do we display in this box? We are going to call our function basically and saying that days book due. Now the reason why I'm doing this absolute, because it's going to be a negative number. You don't want to show negative number, so that's why we are doing it this way. And if it's basically let's say if it's greater than 0, that means you still have time, so we just show that in a green. Exactly same thing, but I'm just showing it in a green box. So let me organize this a little bit and then come here and save it. And then after that I want to show the checkout date, right, when the user checked out the book. So that's going to be there. I'm gonna do this, and this should be return date, when the user has to return the book, or due date, I guess makes more sense. right? And then what do we show in this one? So this one I'm going to do format. So this format is coming from date FNS, so we have used this like a million times now. And then we're going to do get date with offset. Remember, we create this function, and it's going to be result dot borrow date. So borrow date is when you the book was actually borrowed from the library. So it's going to be this and then that. Okay, and then we need to do this. Okay, and then the due date will be basically I'm going to copy this function. I'm going to come paste it here, and then all we need here is the due date. That's how simple it is. So this will be that, and actually that will finish the checkout page. Let me see if there's any errors. No errors. Once we build the simulator, we're going to actually check out books, and you guys will see how it will work. So the next thing I'm going to do is go over and do the finds one. The on hold is a little bit involved because we need to do some kind of like ranking, and we need to do typed SQL. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that concept, but we need to do some custom kind of SQL. So I'll get to that. So let's take care of finds. So come over here, and we are gonna be doing this a little bit quick. So I'm gonna copy and paste this one. I'm gonna call this finds like that, and then I'm gonna call this finds. And let's copy this and just come over here and do finds like that. So then I'm gonna be coming back here, and then all I have to do is just do finds like that. So let's come over here and see what happens. Finds, that's fine. So let's close this, and for this one we're just gonna do no finds. No finds. Let's just see if that comes up. Yep, that comes up. Okay, so for this one we need to go through the finds. Table, and I'm gonna get rid of this. This one actually be paid date is null, right? So you haven't paid it yet. That's what it is. And then I need to include the borrowings. So I'm gonna do borrowings, and then under borrowings I need to select. I need to select, and what am I selecting? The borrowing. Let's see, date true, and then the return date is true, and then also I need to select let me see, can I let me just do this. Will this work? So if I just name this to books, right, then I can take this, okay, and I can I just do like this? Will that work? Let's see. Yep, that actually worked. And then on this one I need to just do a select, and I'm gonna do this, and I don't need the book photos. I don't need the ISBN. Actually, maybe I do. So let's just do this, and boom, quick, that worked. Okay, so we are taking the finds, and then we're just calling it results or finds, whatever you want to call it. Let's just call it results. And then I'm coming here, and I don't need this function anymore, so I'm gonna get rid of this. And let's see. Let's close this. So we're gonna go through, and we're just gonna do result.find ID, and then we are doing the same thing. And let's see the find. I don't need the image at this point, so I'm gonna get rid of that. And for this one, what I will need is borrowings dot. It's gonna be books dot name. You're gonna get to it like that. We need the author, so for that I'm just gonna go copy this and then come over here, boom. So that's gonna be that, and then we need the ISBN, so again same thing, I'm gonna go to it like that. Okay, so that was quick. What we need is now the, let's see, so I don't need all of this, I'm gonna get rid of this one. And then what we need is the checkout date, so this will be, let's see, can I just come here and do find dot, okay, that's it. Oh, sorry, it's result dot borrowings dot, and it's going to be borrow date. That's that. And I can actually take this, copy it, and I can just paste it here. So let's see, borrowings dot, and this should be return date, when you returned it. And let me see this one. I'm gonna say return date. Why is it not? I think I should just do this. Okay, there you go. That took care of it. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are displaying the book name, the author name, and then the ISBN number. Let me see. Then the checkout date and then the return date. One thing I will do this is actually I'm going to take this. I don't need this anymore, and I'm going to just put this right here. And but the only thing I'll do is put it in its own div, so things will be a little bit organized. So let's take it, put it here. Let's organize everything and let's save it. So make sure there's no errors. Let's come over to finds. Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of this one. We don't need this anymore. And let's save it. Okay, that was easy. Now let's come over here, and what we need to do is we need also for a way to show the user what the find is, right? Otherwise, what's the point of doing all this? So that we can do actually here. So I'm gonna add a div here, okay, like that, and in this one I can show the find. I just need one more div, and that one we can put here like that, and then inside of this one I can just do a class name of font dash bold, and then we can say find, and then if you guys remember we created this function format amount for display, and that's gonna be find dot result dot find amount like that. Okay, and we need to pass in the currency like that. So let's see. Okay, is that not correct? I think this should be like that. Okay, so it's gonna complain because it's a decimal and that one is a number. So what we need to do is like this. We're gonna do unknown. You remove the type from it, unknown, and then you're going to do as number. Hopefully everyone is happy. Woohoo! There you go. Once you have that, let's just do this. Once you have that, then the last thing you want is a button. It's going to be this, and it's going to be pay fine. Now, this button, when we do the hook up the Stripe payment, then we're going to have to do this. So for now, we're just going to leave it here as a placeholder. Okay, so this is pay fines. What's next? The next one is borrowing history. This one is pretty straightforward. So borrowing history is honestly the same as let me see, the checkout, right? Because all we're showing the user is what they have borrowed. So what I will do is I'm going to take the checkout and I'm going to copy and paste it, and I'm going to call it borrowing history like that, and then we're going to change the name, and let's just come here and let's just change this one, and boom. So there you go. And then we can come here and say no borrowing history like that, and then let's come back here and use it immediately. Whoop. Borrowing history like that. So if I come over here, go to borrowing history, boom, I have no borrowing history. And then how do we get the borrowing history? So if I come over here to borrowing history, then I can do this. So this one actually just where return date will be not null, right? So in the checkout the return date was null. In here all we need to do is not null. See, sometimes you just gotta code smart. So there you go. So now this will basically be the same thing, right? Exactly same. And there's actually no difference if I remember. The only thing is we don't need this one actually, because we're not showing the user the due date at all. This is just for them to see what their borrowing history is. So I'm gonna just do this, save it, and that's how easy it was to do borrowing history. I don't need this one. Need to save it, and I'm sure there's this one, and just do that, save it, and boom, that takes care of that. So I think at this point maybe what we can do is maybe write a simulator so we can actually check out some books, um, and so we can start seeing this UI. So let's work on that next. So for the simulator to work, we're going to go ahead and create two actions that's going to help us with the checkout and check-in. So let's go ahead and figure out where we're going to put this. So I'm actually going to come over here and I'm going to create a new section right after the books, and we're just going to say kiosk sim. So that's the simulator we're going to use. So the idea is, like in a library, you go to a kiosk and you basically scan your library card and then you scan the books. That's how you actually check out a book, right? And then to check in the book, you just return the book and the librarian will take care of it. So we're going to kind of do the same idea. So let's first do the checkout book. So it's going to be export async function, and it's going to be checkout book. So what it's going to take is the previous state. Okay, that's going to be of type state, and we're going to give it the form data of type form data, like that. And we need one more that is called the check-in book, like that. Okay, so let's go and do the checkout book. So the first thing we need is grab the library card number. So I'm going to do const library card number is equal to form data.get, and it's going to be the library card number, like that. And what we're going to do is we're just going to do as string. Okay, so that's when you check out a book. The other thing we need is the ISBN number, and then it's going to be form data.get ISBN, and what we'll do is we're going to convert it to string, and then we're going to do replace all the characters. Any characters we have, we're just going to replace them all with nothing, right? So that's what we have. So to check out, you need two things: the library card number of the individual and the book ISBN number. Okay, so now let's go ahead and find the book. So we're going to do const book is equal to await prisma.books dot find and first. Okay, where? So let me scroll up, and we're going to do ISBN. So we're going to find the book by the ISBN number because it's unique. It's going to be ISBN, and we are going to select the book ID, that's true, and then we are going to do the name, that's true. So we're gonna basically just grab this from the database. Once you have that, then we need to now grab the member. So what we are gonna do, we're gonna do const member or user, let's just do that, is equal to, so that's going to be await Prisma. You could do like find the user, or because we're doing a simulation, so that's why we are going to find it by the library card number, but I mean you can also use the session. So anyway, so we're going to come over here, we're going to do users.find, and it's going to be the same thing first, and what we will do is where library card number is library card number, right? So then what we will do is if book and let's say user, if we found the two, then we're set. And then what we can do is we're going to do const date is equal to new date, create a new date, and then let's just do a transaction. So we're going to prisma.transaction, and we're going to do .create. Whoops. Okay, and then what do we do? We're just going to give it some data, and then we're going to give it the book ID first, and that's going to be the book that we found dot book ID. Okay, and then we need to associate that with the user, so it's going to be user ID, and that's going to be member or user, sorry, user dot user ID, like that. And then borrow date. Okay, borrow date is when the user borrowed it. That's going to be I think there's a problem here. This shouldn't be like this. What we need to do is basically let's come here. That's why I'm not getting the autocomplete. Should be T, and then what we need is this, and then I need this one, and then what I need to do is I need to do t dot, and it should be borrowings. Oh wait, t dot borrowings dot, and then I need to do create. So that's what I need to do. Okay, and then I'm going to take the data and I'm going to plug this in here like that. Okay, so the borrowing date, there you go, now it's coming. That's going to be date. Okay, and then the due date, and the due date will be add days. Okay, and the add days will be to date, and let's say you have 2 weeks to return the book. Okay, so that's the idea. So we basically just go ahead, create a transaction, and then create a borrowings for the user, and if that's successful, we're just going to return a message, let's say right here. After that, which is going to say you have checked out the book. Did we screw up somewhere? Let's see. Sorry, it should be inside of here. If not, then we just basically come here and we say checkout failed, CA librarian. Okay, so I'm going to save it. So you must be asking, well, how come you're not checking the book against any holes or anything? Well, when you go to a library, you actually get the physical copy, right? And that's what you check out. You don't check out a book online. You actually go to the physical library, grab the book, scan it, and then you walk out. So that's how you do it. So that's our checkout, and now we need one for the check-in when we return the book. So what we will do is, first of all, when you return a book, you return the book by the ISBN, right? You just drop it in a somewhere. So we're gonna grab the ISBN first of all, and then what we will do is we're gonna find the book. So what we'll do is we're just gonna do, let's say, come here, and like how we did here, we're gonna grab the book like that, and by the ISBN number, and we're just gonna do the that, and then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do find the borrowing. So it's gonna be cons borrowing is equal to Prisma dot, we're gonna do borrowings dot, and we're gonna do find first. Okay, and where, so let's say you return the book, so that's gonna be the book dot book ID, right? So we find the borrowing, and then what we do is we're gonna grab the member ID from it. So we're gonna do user ID is equal to borrowing the user ID like that, and also what we're gonna do is, let's say return date is actually the date that they returned it, so it's gonna be new date like that. So let me scroll up. Okay, so then let's just do this. Diff in days is equal to difference in calendar days. Okay, from return date when you returned it to borrowing dot due date, right? So when you check out a book, right, you actually you have a date to return it. So we're going to take a difference between today when you return it and the date the book was due. Okay, so now we have a problem here that's saying can I just do as date? Will that work? Yes, that worked. Okay, so we have that. So then what we can do is just update the borrowing. So we're going to do await Prisma dot transaction async t, and then what we're going to do is come over here and we're going to do await t dot borrowings dot update, and let's just scroll up where we do borrowing ID is the borrowing ID like that, and then the data will be what? The data will be return date, right? We just want to update the return date, so that's the return date, which is when you returned it. Okay, so that will update the borrowing. So that's one part of it. Now we're going to check if it's a late return. So if let's see, if diff in days is greater than 0, okay, then we are going to do a 50-cent penalty. right? So what we'll do is we're going to do await t dot finds. We're going to create a find. We're going to do a create. Okay, like that. It's going to be data. So find date, when the find will be applied to the borrowing, it's going to be return date. And then the find amount is going to be the diff in days. So how many days you are late times, let's say 0.50, 50 cents. Okay, and then we need to put in the user ID. That's going to be the user ID. Let me see, is that what we got? Yep. Okay, and then finally we need to do the borrowing ID. So you want to associate the find against a borrowing, not against the actual item or the users. Should be against the borrowing. And then I'm going to do borrowing dot borrowing ID. Not book ID. Borrowing ID, like that. Okay, so that will be that. So once you're done with that, then what you want to do is just create a message. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to create a message like that, because in the end, I'm just going to do this for now. We're just going to come here, let's say, and I'm going to do return message is message, like that. Okay, so if they have a fine, then you want to do a message of where you tell them how much fine they have to pay, right? So for that, I will come here and I can just do like this. Can come here and I can do like this. Now what is fine amount? So the fine amount will be actually const fine amount is equal to, is equal to this. So I'm going to cut this and I'm going to put this here. Then I'm going to take the fine amount and I'm going to put this here, so you can reuse it everywhere. Else you just want to say basically, let's say message is equal to something like book checked in. Okay. Okay, so why do we have a problem here? Data. Let's see. Okay, so I'm gonna save this and let's see. Okay, so it's saying t.finds.create find amount, find date. Okay, so return date, find amount is here, user ID, and okay, so where's the problem? I don't get it. Okay, it's complaining that the borrowing can be invalid. So I mean, one way to fix it is just come here and do, if not borrowing, then what we do is just do a return. I mean, this won't happen in real life, but we just need to say invalid transaction. Okay, so that's that. We need to spell this correct. Boom. Okay, so wow. Okay, so this these are the two functions that we need for our simulator. So let's just come over here and leave that here, and we're gonna close this, and we're gonna come back here and create this sim. So I'm gonna go to the app and I'm gonna create a new folder, and we're gonna do kiosk, and then we're gonna create a page.tsx, and then we're gonna come here and we're just gonna do kiosk page, like that. So let's go over here to kiosk and see kiosk. Is that what it's called? Kiosk sim. Let me just call it kiosk sim. Actually, that makes more sense. Can I? Yep. Okay, there you go. So I can go to kiosk sim and boom, kiosk sim. That's what it is. So starting from here, let me just bring this to the next line and then this here, and let's close this. So I'm gonna actually take this and give it some classes. Let me just save it. So basically just a border, and that's all it is, and then centering it. So there's nothing fancy going on here. So first of all, let's come over here, and what we can do is this will, by the way, be a client component. So we're gonna do client, like that. Okay, so let's create a state. So we're gonna do initial state of type state. Okay, and then we will do message of type null. Okay, that's one. Then the other thing we need is the we're gonna do like this. It's gonna be state checkout, and then we're gonna do form action, and it's gonna be checkout. Okay, And then for this one we're gonna do the use action state. Okay, so for this one, which action we're gonna do is gonna be the checkout book, and then initial state. I'm gonna copy this one, and then this will be the action check in, and then the check in, and then this one will be check in. Let's see, check in book, like that. Cool. So that will take care of that. Let me just save it, make sure there's no errors. Yes. Okay, so what we need then is also display a message, just in case. So if, let's say, state checkout dot message, if there is a message, then we need to display it, and then that's going to be state dot checkout state checkout man dot message. Okay, we're going to display that, and I'm just going to give it a class name just to make sure it looks nice. Let me bring this on the next line. So it's just a blue border, and that's what it is, nothing fancy here. Okay, so now let's come over here to the next line, and we need to create a form. And then what we will do is create a form action. For this one will be form action, and we want to do a checkout. Okay, so that's one form, and then I need the other form, and this will be form action, let's see, check-in, like that. Okay, so we're just going to have the both on the same page. So I'm going to create a div padding -8 and space dash 8, and then space dash y dash, let's say 2, like that. And then we're going to create a back button so we can get out of here. Let's save it, and boom, there you go. That's what it is, looking good. Let's create h1. We're just gonna say kiosk simulator, like that, and let's just beautify it. So we're gonna take this one and just add this, and boom, there you go, nice and centered. Okay, so now what we can do is we're gonna create a div here. Inside of this div, I'm gonna create a label. All right, and this label will be called library card number. Okay, like that. We're gonna create an input from this one, and then this will be, the name will be library card number, and then type will be text, and let's just do this. Boom, so that's that. And I mean, you can give it a HTML for, let's say, library card number. I'm gonna copy this one and I'm gonna paste this here. Boom, there you go. So when I click it, I think you need to give it ID, sorry. This, so when I save it, when I click, the cursor should come here. Boom, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, the next thing I need here is the ISBN number. So I'm gonna copy this one, paste it, and we can do like ISBN. I'm gonna copy this one, I'm gonna put it here, I'm gonna put it here, and then I'm gonna come here, ISBN number, like that, and then we're gonna do nothing here. Let's save it, and boom, there's your ISBN number. And finally, just give it a checkout button. So it's gonna be button. Whoa, that's a big button, and it's gonna be type of submit, and it's gonna say checkout. Whoop, like that. So that's your checkout. Let's give it a class name of it -full. Save it, boom, done. Okay, so after that, what I will do after this form is I'm going to create a separator so we know what's going on. Okay, it's not coming up, that's okay. And then after that, I'm going to have the second form. So for this one, I'm going to grab this one. Okay, kind of same idea. What we will do is, let me see, let's grab this one and bring it here, and instead of the checkout, this is gonna say check-in. Okay, so if we have a check-in message, then just go ahead and display it. So I'm gonna do this, save it, and what we will do is, let me come over here, and then what we need is same kind of deal like what we did here. I'm gonna take this one and I'm gonna bring it here, and let's just do a little bit of formatting. Yes, so for checking in, all you need is just the ISBN number. So what I will do is I'm going to take these two, and then I'm going to stick it in here. Let's just do that, save it, and boom. So here's your check-in. Of course we need to do this check-in. Cool. So now we have a nice simulator that we can use to check in and check out books. Maybe we can just I don't know why. That's fine. Let me see, do I need to do anything else? I think we're in good shape. We can use it now to check in and check out books. Okay, so what I will do is let me see, I'm gonna come here. We need to open two of these, and let's go over. I'm the member, right? So let's say I'm gonna go to the catalog and I'm gonna grab this book. Okay, so do I have the ISBN number? Nah. So I'm gonna have to maybe go to the database and grab it. So let me connect. Okay, so what I will do is, first of all, let's go over. Let's just bring this here. I need more space. Okay, so let's come here and do select star from first, let's say books, and see what do we have. So I come here. Okay, so what book is that? Long Shadow. So this is the ISBN number. So I'm gonna copy this one, and then I'm gonna come here to the ISBN and paste it, and then I'm gonna go to my profile and grab my library card number, which is this. Okay, boom. So let's say this, I'm a user and I need to go ahead and check out this book. So I'm gonna go here, do this. I'm gonna say checkout. Okay, you have checked out Long Shadows. How cool is that? So now let's go and take a look. So I'm gonna go back, and there you go. It's actually showing up under checked out. So that's pretty cool, I think. So if I look at this one, so let's see, I checked out today, which is December 28th, and due date is also December 28th, which is wrong. We made a mistake somewhere, so let's fix that first. So let's go over to this function, and yeah, as you can see, this should be date. I don't know why we're like, this will never then work. So let's see. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. So we checked out on 28 and it's due on the 12th, 15 days. This is that. How about we check out another book? So I'm gonna go over and let's find another book and see if we can check out another book. So what I will do is maybe go here, and we were doing this, so I'm going to do select star from books, and let's see, I'm interested in I don't know, let's see, robotics engineering, right? That's interests me. So I'm going to copy this one, and then we're going to go back to our simulator, and let's come here and let's just do the kiosk same. So library card number, I'm gonna put that. So that's my ISBN, and I'm gonna do my library card number. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Let's do a checkout. Boom, that's also checked out. So if I do a refresh, there you go. So this one is also due on that, and I'm getting my checked out books. How about I put a book on hold? So I'm gonna go to catalog, and let's say the SQL server, so this one is on hold. Why is it not showing for me? We're gonna have to see this one. So because I can see it's on hold for me, right? So if I go to my account, oh yes, we haven't done on hold yet, sorry, because that's a different one. Okay, so let's say now let's do fines. So how are we gonna do fines? Well, the fines will be when I return the book late. Okay, so let's say I have do I still have that book? Let's say I have this book, I'm going to return it. But what I will do is I'm just going to simulate a situation where the user is going to return it late. So how are we going to do this? So let's go to our kiosk, and let's say for fun, actually I don't need this one. I'm going to come here and I'm going to go to actions where we check in the book. So let's say when we check in, let's see, how can I do it? So can I do, let's say, the return date? I'm gonna add can I do add months? I don't know, let's say I'm returning it very late. So I'm going to take current date, I'm going to add a month to it. Let's say I'm returning it by that time. So if I go and I do check-in, robotics engineering check-in, you have final $8 and this. Okay, that's good. So let's go back. Actually, I'm just going to come here and let's see if I just do a refresh. Okay, so if I go to finds, there you go. So as you can see, this book I have checked it in late. The UI looks ugly. This button should be somewhere here. We're gonna fix that. But see, there's the thing. I checked out on December 28th, and return date is January 28th. So after a month, right? So let's see, do a math here. So I was supposed to return this on January 12th, correct? So from January 12th to 28 is how many days? So from 12 to 20 is 8 plus 8. So that is what, 16 days. 16 times 50 is $8. Okay, so the fine makes sense if I did the math correct. So the fine is correct. And if I go to my borrowing history, then I checked out on this and due date was this, which is correct. So let's see how we can fix this UI. So this is working fine. Okay, so this is good on mobile, but on desktop it's hideous. Let's go to finds and find out what's going on. Okay, so this pay button I think should be in here. Maybe that's the problem. Save it. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. This is still bugging me. I'm gonna figure out what's going on. But yeah, so there you go. So now it's beautiful. So if I come here, we still have to hook this up to Stripe, by the way. But so now we can see, and it's gone out of our checked out, so that's pretty good. So now we can see checked out. We can do fines. We have a borrowing history. I think it's looking good. Okay, now we're gonna do something called type SQL. And type SQL, it lets you or allows you to run your own custom queries. So it is a preview feature, so that's why you need to enable it first. And the way you enable it is if I come over here to my files and where we have the Prisma schema, you want to go over here to where you have the client and you want to add this preview features in type SQL. So maybe by the time this video is released, you might not have to do this, but for now, you have to go ahead and add this, otherwise you will not be able to use it. Okay, so how do we actually use our own queries in a safe way? All right, so you're going to come over here to your Prisma folder. We're going to create a new folder and it's going to be called SQL, like that. Okay, and then what we do is we're going to create a new file inside of it and we're going to just name it this, whatever the query is doing. So for me, I'm grabbing the reservations by their rank. So that the idea is, let's say if I have 3 people that put a hold on a book, so if I log in, I should see what my rank is, so I kind of get an idea of where I'm in the line. That's the entire idea. Anyway, so what I will do is I'm going to name it just like that. So it'll be like get reservation rank for book, right? And it's going to be .sql. Okay, that's that. Okay, so now you can start typing your SQL. We'll be passing in 2 parameters, and the first parameter is going to be the book ID and the user ID. So you can, for example, pass in the parameters, and for example, you can do like this, right? So let's start from, let's say, books, where book underscore ID is equal to $1. So that's how you can pass in parameters, but this is actually a better way of doing this, and I'm going to show you guys how we do that. So you start off by defining the parameters. So I'm going to do at param, like that, and then we're just going to give it the type. So it's going to be an integer. Then the position in the query, so that's going to be the first parameter, and it's going to be book underscore ID. And then you want to give it a description, and this will be used when we shown by the TypeScript. And I'll show you guys how that's done. So it's going to be basically the book that is on hold, right? Then we need to give it the second parameter, and then this one is going to be param, same idea, int, and this one will be position number 2. Okay, and then this will be the user ID, like that. Okay, and then it's going to be the user ID for which we want to get the rank. Let me see, rank, like that. So now that we have done that, we're going to write the query. So first we're going to write the subquery, and then we're going to write the main query. So what I'll do is I'll do basically select wow, select, and we're gonna do r.user_id. So R is from the reservation, and then the idea is you just want to get the row number. So if you guys know the row number is going to give you in a sequence the rows that you're going to get, and we're going to order them by a certain column. If you guys don't know what this row number is or ranking, I have a complete SQL course on my website. You guys can actually watch it where I explain this in detail. Anyway, so we're going to do row number, and you want to go over something, right? So we're going to do over, and then it's going to be order by, all right, and it's going to be r.reservation_date. So we are kind of sorting them by reservation date. So whichever came first going to get row number 1, and so on and so forth. And this one I'm going to call as the queue number, like that. Okay, so what are we actually reading from? Well, we're going to read from the table reservations R, right? So the R, if you guys know, I'm just using this alias, so it's reservations R. And then what you do is where, which we don't want to just read everything, so we're just going to say we're going to filter it. Book_ID is equal to question mark. So this question mark actually refers to the first argument that we have. Okay, so now that I have that, I'm gonna indent this because this is our subquery, and we're gonna write then the outside query. So it's gonna be select user, okay, rank. So what is user rank? Well, I'm gonna come here and encapsulate this into these brackets, and then this one I'm gonna call the user rank, like that. So then here I can do user rank dot query number, because that's all we are interested in, getting the queue number. So not query number, the queue number. So I'm grabbing the queue number here from, so just like how you would read from a table, I'm reading from this SQL. And then here then we need to say where we need to do user underscore rank is equal to, sorry, dot user underscore ID is equal to question mark. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do. So what basically we're saying is, for the given book, get the reservations and order them by the reservation date, right? So we do that. We're going to get a sequence of numbers. So it's going to look like this when you grab. It's going to be like, for example, 1, and then it's going to be, let's say, let's say December 29 or 30th. Then let's say it's going to be 2. So let's say that's what January 1st, 2025, and things like that. So then this number, we're going to actually grab it here, and it's going to be grabbed here, right? So once we get that for a book reservation, then we're saying give it only for the user that we have supplied to you. So I hope that makes sense. So once you have done that, now we need to regenerate the client so we can actually use this in our Prisma or in our code. So I'm going to close this. I'm going to come over here to my package.json, and over here we have this generate MySQL. Now the command to generate the client is, you guys know this, is npx generate Prisma generate. But now to use this type SQL, you need to pass in this -- SQL, right? So I've added that to my scripts in my package.json file, and the reason for that is I'm using .env, and the reason why I'm using this is because when you use Prisma, it will generate a .env file, and the database, the environment variable goes in .env file. But since I'm using Nextjs, and Nextjs you have to use the env.local environment variable file, so that's why I'm basically saying to this Prisma command, I'm kind of supplementing it by supplying the env.local file and saying, hey, grab the environment variable for the database from this file. So I hope that makes sense. Then what we can do is go to the terminal and run this. Okay, so here we are, and what we have to do is simply just do npm run, and it's going to be generate MySQL. So if everything goes well, it should work. Okay, so no errors. It generated the client. I'm going to restart the server. Okay, the server has been restarted, and I think we can actually go ahead and start using this. I'm going to minimize this a bit. Whoa. Okay, okay, so then what we can do is close this, and let's now see how we can actually use this type SQL. So it's going to be a little bit different than how we have been doing it. So just to give you guys context, this is the on hold feature that we have on this app, And the idea is when I go click on hold, I want the users to see the books that they have put on hold and in a certain rank, so they can see like are they number 1, number 2, and things like that. Alright, so let's come on over here to go to on hold. So currently it's just a pretty blank kind of React component. We're gonna fill this in. So I'm gonna start off by coming over here and just doing async, because this will be a server component. And let's grab the session first, auth, like that. All right, then we're going to run a query and find the reservations. So what we can do is we can say const, and we're going to do results is equal to await Prisma dot, and it's going to be reservations dot find many. So what I'm trying to do here is find all the reservations for this users. First we need to get the reservations, right? And we're gonna get the rank out of that. So we're going to do where, and user ID is equal to session dot user ID, like that. And then what I'm going to do is it's kind of like doing a join. So I'm going to include the books table. And what am I selecting from this one? Where we're just going to select the name, that's true, author true, ISB, not is active, ISBN is true, and then also book photos table. I'm going to get that table. And from this one, I'm going to select the URL to be true, right? So we're going to grab that. So that's our query to grab the books. The reservations include the books and the photos actually. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add a function here, and the function is const, and it's going to be get rank for user. And what we're going to pass to it is the book ID. So this is going to be async. It's going to be book underscore ID number. And then in here, we can actually use that function, the type SQL. So I'm going to do const rank is equal to, and it's going to be await Prisma dot. Okay. And then here, what you do is you're just going to do query raw type, like that. Okay. And then here I can specify the name of the that file. So it's going to be get, let's see, rank for user. Was it this function? So if I come over here and let's come here and let's see. So it get reservation rank for book. Okay, that's what it is. Get reservation. Okay, so it's not going to bring it here. We need to bring it ourselves. So what I'll do import. And let me just grab the file name. I'm going to copy it. I don't want to type it. And I'm going to paste it here. And then you want to do at, and you're going to do Prisma client and SQL, like that. Okay, so now we have this. So let's see if we can use it. So if I come here and I do this, as you can see, it's actually here's our parameters. So the book ID and the user ID. And if I hover my mouse, as you can see, these are the comments we added, and they're actually showing up here. So that's what I was talking about. So first of all, I'm going to pass in the book ID, and then the second thing will be session.user.user ID. Okay, this one, I think we just need to do maybe let me see, why is it complaining? It's saying argument type number is not, can I just do as number? There you go. Okay, so that is that. And now how do you return the result? So this returns an array. So what you have to do is return if rank dot length is greater than 0, then basically you just return the first one, dot q number. That's the one, remember, we specified. Otherwise we just return 0. All right, that's it. The rank is 0 means we haven't even put on hold this one. I mean, you won't even see it if it's not on hold, but anyways. So now let's come on over here and we can start filling this one. So I'm going to come over here, and to this div I'll just give it a class, and the class will be this, right, space -y-2, and then we can start and going over the results. So what I will do is I'm going to do results.map. All right, so it's going to be result like that. Okay, and what we can do is we're going to create a div like so. I'm going to give it a key just to make things happy, and I'm going to do result, let's say book ID, because every book ID is going to be unique, so I can use that. And then I can add a class name, let's say just flex column, flex row, and all that, nothing fancy here. And then what I can do is I need to give it an image. So this one we have used before. I don't need to retype it when we did the borrowing history or the checkout. Let me see, can I just grab this one? So it's right here. I'm gonna grab this image. I'm gonna go back here, and let's see, I need to go back to here, and I'm just gonna put this here, and let's just bring next image like that. Let's just format the code, and boom. Okay, so let's see at least if this is working. Let me refresh it, and let's just see. Okay, so this is the book that, oh no, yeah, so we reserved 3 books and they're actually showing up. That's pretty slick. Okay, but we need to now show the details. So what we can do is I can come on over here. We need to show the author name and the ISBN, so I can grab this one from here, and we're just taking help from that component that we created, and I need to bring in the ISBN. So I'm gonna save this one and see what do we get on hold. There you go. So that's coming up nicely. And then what we can do after that is maybe let me grab this div. I'm gonna grab this one, and I can come on over here after this, and let's see, can I just do this, and I'm gonna come over here, and let's see. So for this one, what I need is just maybe I'm gonna grab all of this, and the only thing I need is max dash width dash 2xl. Okay, that's all I need. I'm gonna save it, and in here what I can do is I can actually then create that kind of green box that we have. So that one we did was in the, let's see, was it in the checkout? Yes. So this kind of green box. So I'm actually gonna grab all of this. Let me copy this one, and let me close this, and I can just reuse it like that. So let's see. So the reason I'm copying and pasting is if you have a structure, just follow it. Don't need to reinvent it again and again. Okay, so in here, what I can do is now display the rank. And the way we're going to do this is we're just going to do, let me just grab all of this, get rid of it, and I can do UR number, and then we can do get rank for user, and we're going to pass in the book ID, result.book ID, like that, in the wait list. Okay, of course we need to close this one. Boom. Let's see if this works. Okay, that works. So I'm number 1 in the wait list, so that's pretty cool. We're gonna log in as another user, and that user should be number 2 because this is number 1. So let's see how is this looking. I don't like the UI too much. I think we might need to change it, but we're gonna fix that anyways. And then once we have that, then what we can do also is, if you guys remember, we did the hold button. So at this point I can just put the hold button, and that will take care of adding this or removing from the hold. I think we need to pass it something. So the book ID is going to be result.bookid. Boom, done. There you go. So now if I come here, it's here, and this is working. Let's see if this works if I hit it. So that got removed because, yeah, it's not on hold anymore. So that works. Okay, so one thing I would like to fix is, so by the way, that takes care of the rank, the type SQL, that's how you use it, and we're done with that. Now we can fix the UI a bit. I probably would like have this to be like close to this, and maybe fix this a little bit. And the way we're gonna do this is, let me just bring this here. So I'm gonna minimize this, and let's see how can we fix this. So let's say this, I think, yeah, so we have this image, right? Right here, and then we have this one right here. So maybe what we can do is I'm gonna grab this image, and I'm gonna cut it out of here, and I think I can just put it here. Let's see what this does. So if I save it, okay, we get this, but I would like to have it here. Why are they so? Oh, that's why. Can I just do between? And that's better. Okay, so now that I have this, okay, so the reason is because this is, I think, one after the other. So what we can do is maybe this flex and flex dash row. Well, row is default, so that's fine. So this coming like this now, and I'm gonna put this in a div, So you guys kind of see how sometimes you have to change your UI a little bit. That's just normal practice. Okay, let's see. Okay, that is better. What I will do is maybe let's see. Um, so flex row should be by default, but small and above. Actually, medium and above. I'm gonna do flex dash column. No, actually, it should be. What am I saying? What am I saying? It should be flex column by default, but medium and above should be flex row, right? So on mobile devices, it should come like below it. It should come like this actually, and even on tablets, yeah. I think I should hide this picture even on tablets. I'm not sure, but we can fix that. So let me see. Can I do medium and above, or maybe small and above? Yeah, I think that's better. So now if I come here, it's like this, and this one, yeah, that's for tablets. I think that's better. And one thing I need is a little bit of space here. So if we come here, what we can do is maybe, let's see, small and above space dash x dash 1, or maybe 2. Let's see, that's better. So that is looking good. And then that's for, let's see, that's for mobile, that's for tablets, and that's for desktop. Pretty cool. So I think we fixed it. Let's see, can we, do I need this one? What does it do? Oh, that just moves it up and down. I think I don't need to do this. Let me see, can I, so if I come here, yeah, so that fixes that. I didn't need that. There is margin bottom of 1. Can I get rid of that? Yep, that's better. And let's see, what else can we fix? I think that should be it. That's all I wanted to fix. So this is looking good. Now, what we can do is go ahead and log in as another user, and we are going to put another, let's see, go to long shadows, put it on hold and see what happens. So let me come over here and log out. Okay, so I'm going to log in as the member number 2 at email.com, and it's going to be the other library card number. Okay, so I'm logged in as member number 2, and this one doesn't have any hold or anything. So I'm going to go over here and let's see. So 1 is on hold, right? So I'm going to place it on hold. Boom. So this is on hold now. So now if I go over to my account and if I go to on hold, there you go. I'm number 2 in the wait list because the other user was number 1. So I'm number 2. So this thing is working actually. And now let's go over to catalog, and if I just grab this book, I'm going to place this on hold. So if I go to my account, go to on hold, boom, I'm number 2 because the other user was first. So if I, let's say, grab maybe this book, this is not on hold, I'm going to place this on hold, and I'm going to go to my account. If I go to on hold, so here I'm number 1 on the list. So pretty cool. So this is working, and this will actually conclude the on hold feature. Okay, so there's one issue we are having is when if I'm on the on hold or just the account page and I log out, sign out, first of all, it grabs everything. That's one problem. Number 2 is we're getting this error. And the reason for that is because if you guys come over here, I'm going to close this, is if I go over to, let's say, where we have the account page, right? So if I come over here to home, and then we have my account, go to layout, there's no guard, right? We just like yeah, we need to have a guard here. So what I will do is I'm gonna do basically const session is equal to await auth, like that, and it's a simple way of doing it. So it's gonna be async, and then what we do is fix this first, and we're gonna do if not session, right? If we don't have a session, then basically just go to sign in. It's that simple as it is. So there you go. It's already taken me here. So I'm going to refresh and let's try this again. So I'm going to log in as a member. Okay, so I'm here, and if I go to on hold, so I'm going to log out now. I'm going to sign out, and boom, it took me to the sign in page. Now, of course, there's this next redirect. error, and I talked about this before. This is being thrown by Nextjs when they do the redirect. So we can do a try catch, right? And for example, you can just do a try catch here. But yeah, it's just unfortunate that it's being done by Next. Anyways, so let's go back to the home page, and what we can do now, the second thing I want to fix is I'm gonna sign in as a staff. So if I go to staff, okay, so if I go to the dashboard, then if I go to finds, as you can see, this is one of the late return by one of the member, and they have not paid, which is good, but it's not showing the name. So we would like to see the name of the person. So to fix that, if I come over here to admin, go to finds, and then if I go to page, here we're not grabbing the users table, so let's do that. So what we can do is bring this over here on the next line, right? And then what I can do is I can say select. And what are we selecting? Well, we need to select the find ID. That's one. Find ID, not find ID. And then the other thing is find amount, true. And also need to select the find date, true. And also the paid date, true. And then also I need to select the users, right? Users. And I'm going to select. And what are we selecting? The name, true. Let's save it and see if that will make any difference, and boom. So member one has not paid. The amount due is $8.50. So I can go, so let's say they come into the library, they can actually pay, and I can just do well, I need to fix this one first. So let's fix that also. And for that we have already created, let's see here. So what we can do here is I can come here, and if you guys remember in the beginning, we created this edit label, and I'm going to call it mark as paid. Let me save it, and if I come over here, then boom, it's mark as paid. While if I go to other tables, here is edit. So you can actually with our table, we have the power, so we can do mark as edit, sorry, mark as paid, right? And if I come over here, let me close this, and let's just close everything. And if I come over to finds table, and if they click mark as paid, it's going to basically show us a dialog, and it's not. So if we come here and if I hit mark as paid, it's not showing us anything, and that's because maybe we are not showing the dialog. So we can do set open confirmation dialog to true, and let's save it, and let's see if I come here and do this, boom. So now if I hit it, it's going to actually mark the payment as paid. But what I would like to do is actually hook up this to Stripe, so we can actually have the member pay this, right? So I'm gonna come over here and we're gonna sign out. And since we don't have the what do you call it, middleware yet, that's why it's kind of like this. After sign out should go to sign in. We're gonna fix that. So let's sign in as the member now, and it was member one. Okay, so if I go to my account, if I go to finds, then I have this pending fee that I need to pay. And now let's go and take care of this. So before doing that, let's go ahead and just get the API key from Stripe so we can get that done. So for that, we're gonna go to Stripe dashboard. Okay, so here I am on the Stripe dashboard, and what we can do is turn on test mode. Okay, so now we are in test mode, and what we can do then is get the developer key. If you come over here to developers on the very top bottom left, go to API keys, and then here is your API key. You can just grab it, create a new one, or whatever you have to do. But anyway, so here you can just grab the API key, and then what I will do is come back here to my, let's just minimize everything, and we can come to the m.local file, and what you're going to do is create a new environment variable. I'm going to call it Stripe secret key, and then I'm going to just paste one here. So let's just slap that here, and boom, and I'm going to save this one and close. We're done with this. Now what we need to do is create that pay button that well, we have the button, we need to just hook it up. So let's come over here to components and fix this. Let's create a new file, and I'm going to call it pay find button.tsx and close this one, and then it's going to be pay find button. Okay, like that. And then what we can do is to this one we're going to pass in the find ID, and find ID is basically just a number like that. Okay, so what do we do here? Well, we need to come over here and create a button. It's going to be fairly straightforward. It's going to be a button like so, and then on click. All right, what do? We're just going to call a function. It's going to be handle pay now. Okay, and what is this going to say? Pay now. Okay, so let's create this function, and we're going to come here const like that. And then what do we do here? Well, we need to just create a form data is equal to new form data. Okay, and then we're just going to do fd.set, and it's going to be fine. What do I keep saying fine? ID is going to be fd, or actually since it's a number, so you have to do it like this. Find ID like that, and then we need to just call await a function. So this is going to be an action actually, which is a checkout session. So let's go over to actions and create this actually. So I'm going to come to actions, and let's just put this somewhere. And I'm going to come here, and I think we can just do it here. So I'm going to come here. So let's come here and just minimize this, and we're just going to do export async function, and it's going to be create checkout session like we did before, like that, and it's going to take data, and it's going to be of type form data. Okay, like that. So let's go back here and use it. So I'm going to do create checkout session. I'm going to pass in the FD, the form data. Now it's complaining about this, so let's fix that. Boom. Now before I forget, let me go ahead and put this button here. So if I come over here and we go to home, my account, then it's in under the find section, so it should be under finds and here. So what I can do is just come here, and I can do pay find button, yeah, and it's going to take the find ID. The find ID will be result dot find ID. How beautiful it is. Let me save it, and of course it's going to error out because it's saying that doesn't exist because we haven't saved this yet. So let's save it, and okay, what's the problem? Event handlers cannot yeah, so this should be, if I come over here, this should be a client component because we have click handlers. Let me save it, and finally, okay, let me go to finds. Boom, pay now. So the button is coming up. Cool. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. What we need to work on is actually this. Why is this guy red? Because we probably have this problem. So let me do this. So now that's green. Let me just minimize this, and let's work on this one. So first things first, we're just going to grab the session. Session is equal to await auth. If not session, so just throw new error, and what we can do is you must be logged in, right, just to prevent anybody from messing around. So that will take care of that. And then what we need to do is grab the find ID. So it's going to be const find ID is equal to, and it's going to be data.get find ID. So now this is going to be a number. So okay, so once we have that, then the other thing I will do is const find. Let's find this find. Let's find this find. Okay, and it's going to be prisma.finds.find, and this one going to be find unique because we're finding it by the actual primary key. So it's going to be where. So where it's, I'm going to do this, and it's going to be find ID is find ID. Now it's going to complain because it's usually, yeah, there you go, that's fixed it. Okay, so we're going to find the find ID, right? And then what we can do is we also need to include the borrowings. So we're going to do borrowings like that, and we need to include lots of drilling books, and then select the name. The reason why I'm doing this is on the checkout page, we want to show to the user which book it was that they're which borrowing it was that they're getting fine again. So that's what we're doing it like this. Okay, so once I have that, then what we can do is I'm gonna go to const checkout. Okay, and it's going to be a session is equal to await. Okay, so Stripe. So now what is Stripe? We need to create that. So we need to install Stripe first, and then we can do that. So to install Stripe, I'm going to come to my terminal and just maximize it. And basically the command is npm install. I mean, you guys have seen this. Install the Stripe.js and with a force and install it. Okay, something went wrong, and that's because you need to do -- force. Okay, so what that's installed, so we can come over here and let me just zoom out because it's huge. And then I can come on over here to libs. We can create a new file, and it's going to be stripe.ts like that. And it's going to be fairly straightforward. So what we can do is import server. Okay, only, and then what we can do is import Stripe from Stripe like that. Okay, and then we can export this Stripe object so we can actually use it. So it's going to be Stripe equal to new Stripe. Okay, we need to pass in the environment variable, so it's going to be process.end. Not this. It's going to be this one. Okay, I just need to do this to make it a string, and then you need to give it the API version, which is this. Okay, so there you go. So that's your Stripe. So let's close it, and then let's close this, and let's try this again. Stripe, yay! There you go. Stripe dot checkout dot sessions dot create. So let's create a checkout session, and then the mode is going to be payment. Okay, and then the submit type is going to be pay. Okay, and then metadata, right? We need the metadata, and that is the fine ID, and that's going to be the fine ID, because after payment you want to mark the fine as paid. So we need the fine ID after the checkout session. Okay, now let's add the line items. So the line items is going to be an array of objects. You want the quantity, just one, and then maybe price data. Okay, so the price data is an object. The currency is going to be CAD. I think it's lowercase. I don't know if that matters. And then the product data. Okay, what's product data? Name, we're going to give it a name, and then it's going to be basically a late return fine for, and that's going to be the fine dot books, or borrowings, actually borrowings dot books dot name. So the user will actually see which book they're getting fined for. And then finally what I can do is come on over here and unit amount. Okay, and for this one we need to create a function which is format amount for Stripe, and this one I've done this before in my GitHub, so let me go over to that. So if I go to git list parking, and then if I go over to, let's see, under lib, if I go to utils, then I have this function which is format amount for Stripe. So we can actually use this one, but as you guys can see, this is let me grab it. I'll show you guys. So I'm gonna grab this one, and let's come over here to lib utils, and what we can do is we have this one, so I'm gonna add it after this. So this one is format amount for Stripe. Okay, but now I actually have a short version, and then the short version goes like this. So what we can do is, let's see, we don't need all of this. Okay, actually we probably just need this, and the has decimal. Let me just come here. So we're gonna grab the parts, right? And then what we can do is we can do has decimals is equal to parts dot sum. Okay, like that, and then part. Okay, and then what I think I need to just do this, and it's going to be part dot type is equal to decimal, like that. Okay, so that has decimals, so return has decimals. Why is it not picking this up? Has decimals. If has decimals, then what you do is math.round, amount into this. Otherwise, just return amount. So this one is basically taking care of currency, like I think Japanese yen, because they have a comma, I think, or period, something like that. Why is this one complaining? Because I think this should be a const, maybe that's why. There you go. Okay, so that's format amount for Stripe. It's much shorter than the other one. Okay, so now I can come here and let me close this, and then we can do format amount for Stripe. Okay, and then we're just going to give it the find amount, and what you want to do is you want to do as remove the type, clean it, then we can just, add the type. So this should be number, this should be n, like that, and then also the currency. Okay, so this one is the let me see, where did we make a mistake? So maybe like that. Okay, so that will take care of that. And then finally what you want to do is you need to specify the success URL. Okay, success URL, and then we need to pass in the cancel URL, right? What happens if the user cancels? And once you're done with all that, then the most important thing is doing the redirect to a URL. So it's going to be redirect. Let me see, where did it bring it from? Should be next navigation. So redirect, and it's going to be checkout session .url, right? So you want to take the user to the checkout session URL. Okay, now what do we put in the success URL? Okay, so in the success URL, what we do is I'm going to come here and I'm going to do await headers, get the headers. Okay, and then once you have the headers, so you need to encapsulate that in the brackets. So then what we can do is we're just going to do get origin, get the origin. Okay, like that. And then after that, what we want to do is slap the find. We need to create this path. Okay, result, and then you want to do the append the parameters. So it's going to be session ID, and that is going to be the checkout session ID, like that. Okay, and if let's say they cancel it, so all we do is just go to the origin. That's all, nothing fancy to do here, right? So on success URL, we just basically go to origin, find result, and then we give it the session ID, which is going to be the checkout session ID. So now we need to create this find and result page. So let's close this one, and we're going to come here, and let's come here to home. Okay, so this is our home, and then inside of home, what I can do is create a new folder. It's going to be called find. Then we're just going to do result, and then inside of here I'm going to create a page.tsx, and this is going to be the find payment result page. There you go. Okay, so let's get cracking here, and then this thing is gonna take search search params. Okay, and then we need to specify what the search params are. So what we can do is search params, and then we're just gonna get that session ID. Remember the one we passed? So that's what it is. So we're gonna get the session ID, and then what you want to do is you want to do const params is equal to await search params. Of course, we need to make this async. Okay, and then what you want to do is also grab the session, right? So const session is equal to await auth, like that. Okay, let's just do a couple of checks. The first check should be, let's say, if not params session ID, maybe I should just grab it like this, const session ID, and that's coming from params, like that. So then I can come here and do this. So if we don't have the session ID, then throw an error, and also I should do this. If not session, mean you're not logged in, then we can do basically you must be logged in. Cool, so that will take care of these two things, and then what we can do after that is come over here and grab the checkout session, right? The payment intent and all. So what I can do is I can come over here and I can do checkout session is equal to await stripe dot, and we can do checkout dot sessions dot retrieve, okay, like that. And then it's going to be the for this session ID. Okay, we need to expand on the payment intent, so we can do expand. And what are we expanding on? The payment intent, like that. Intent, like that. And then one thing we can do is, I don't need to type this, but if I come over here to the app, and then how we did before, okay, so like how we did here, I can actually just come here and grab this one. So this one is basically just getting the payment intent and the payment status. So I can come over here and just paste it here like that. Let me just organize this a little bit. And then checkout session should be like this. So there you go. So that will be that. And then I need to bring in Stripe. There you go. So I'm going to save this one, and then what do we need is, if payment status is equal to succeeded, we need to do something. So maybe what I can do is grab, well, not all of it, I'm going to grab here, and then I can just paste it here, and then I can do this. So this is the code I did in the, again, the Git is parking, so don't need to retype it. I mean, I already have it, so I'm going to grab it from there. Okay, so I have this right now, and then what I can do is, the metadata is coming from metadata, and that metadata is coming from Stripe. So let's do this. See metadata. No, it's not going to bring it. So what I need to do is I need to import it. So it's going to be import, and it's going to be metadata. And where's that coming from? It's coming from at Stripe, and it's going to be Stripe-js. Cool. All right, so we have the metadata, and from this metadata we need to grab the find ID. So the find ID is metadata, and it's going to be find ID, like that. Okay, so now that we have that, then finally what we can do is go to Prisma, like that, and then we can do a transaction, because we need to do an update, and it's going to be async t. Okay, and what we can do is we can do await t dot finds, and we're going to do update. Okay, like that. What are we updating? Well, first find it, so it's going to be find ID, and that's going to be find ID, like that. Now it's of course going to complain because that's a string and this is a number, so we can do this, and let's see if we can do that. Okay, we need to give it data, and then the data will be basically paid date, right, when you paid it, and that's going to be new date basically. So when you pay it, right, then that's the date we're gonna update the paid date column to. Okay, so that's our that. Now we need to show this, right, to the user. So how can we do that? So I'm gonna come on over here, and we can get started here. So for this div, I'm just gonna give it a class name of just a container, mx auto and all. And then I can come here and I can do like this. If payment, let's see, if payment, you know what, I should do underscore, because I'm keeping everything as underscore, so this makes sense to be consistent, right? So I'm gonna do this. I mean, the checkout session is that, but let me see, I think I should do that. Sorry, it's just consistency thing. Okay, so there we go. So payment status, payment intent, whoop, take it, paste it, good. Okay, so that's good. So now what I can do is like payment intent dot actually I have payments. Okay, yeah. So if payment intent dot status is equal to, and it is actually succeeded, if we were successful, then we need to do something, otherwise we need to do something else. So if we failed, of course we're just gonna show in red, you know, the payment status, which is this status. So it's basically gonna be like payment failed and stuff like that. But if we are successful, we're just gonna show like a nice I don't know, thank you and stuff and things like that. So first of all, I'm going to do a check circle 2, okay, and size will be 64, nice and big, and then class name will be text dash green dash 500. Okay, that will be that, and then I need a p tag, and then this will just say thank you, like that. Of course you need some classes, and then the classes will be, you know, just font bold, font medium, 2XL and stuff like that. And then also after that I'm going to put your payment has been paid, like that. I think I have it kind of the other way around. This should be, each one should be thank you, but anyways, doesn't matter, you guys can change it around. So this will take care of the payment. And why is it why is this guy complaining? If not, so why is he saying it's red? A session ID does not exist on type. Let's see. Yeah, this should be this. One more S. Okay, so I think at this point, if I'm not mistaken, if I go over to fines, I should be able to pay my fine for this one, right? Let's try it out. So if I do pay now, oh, okay, there you go. So late return for fine for robotics engineering, and $8.50 what I'm going to be paying. So let me quickly fill this in. We're going to do pay. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Your fine has been paid. I think that's awesome. So if I go to my account, I go to fines. Boom, no fines. Very nice. Let's go sign in as a librarian. Okay, I'm gonna go over to, let's say, the dashboard. I'm gonna close this one. This is annoying. Let's go to fines. And as you can see, boom, remember how it was $8, it was not as paid, so now it's saying December 29, it was paid. Pretty nice, I like it. And so this will conclude the payment, the fines portion, and I think what we now need to do is the onboarding for the when the staff gets added, right? And then take care of the middleware. Okay, now let's finish the middleware so we can lock the dashboard from other people and the admins can go, and also we need to take care of the onboarding process. So when a new staff member is added, the first thing they need to do is go ahead and reset their password. Let's go and do that. So I'm going to go to middleware.ts file. Okay, so here it is. So I'm going to close this one, and what we need to do is we need to export, and we're just going to do default auth, okay, like that. And it's going to take async request, and it's going to be next request, like that. And then basically what we do here is write some code. Now here's the thing, we were exporting this as like this middleware, but instead now what we have to do is like this. So that's that. So what we can do, the first thing is actually, let me just come over here and just say let's see, next response.next. So that will actually just take care of like good cases or default cases. And then here what else we need to do is this should be import. Okay, now we're good. Okay, so first of all, let's grab the session. So we're going to do const session is equal to await, and it's going to be auth, like that. So let's do this, and what we can do is let's see, if session.user.role is equal to staff, okay, and we're going to do session dot user dot profile status is equal to pending, right? So let's say this technique can be used in so many places. So let's say you have an e-commerce website, a new user signs up and they need to update their password or info, then you can also use the same technique. And what we can do is we're just going to do return next response dot, you're going to do a redirect. Okay, where are we redirecting them to? New URL, okay, new URL, and it's going to be profile. You want to redirect them to the profile, and it's going to be the request.url. Now request.url is basically the base, right? So we're just specifying the base. Okay, so that will take care of onboarding the users. Now the other thing we need to do is we need to create a set of protected routes, right? So the protected routes will be basically the admin routes. Come here and I can do basically is protected route is equal to it's going to be the path and string, and all we do is just have a like a regex, and I'm gonna do test against the path. So what are we actually testing? Okay, well, so anything that begins with admin. Okay, so I'm gonna do the hat operator, and then it's gonna be admin. So anything that begins with admin, and then append anything to it. So let's say admin users or catalog, okay, or categories or activities or fines, right? So anything in regards to that. So what we want to do is basically we want the users to log in. So that's the idea. So the way we're going to do this is we're going to come here and we're going to do if is protected route, okay, and that's basically request dot next URL dot path name. Okay, so grab the path name, and if it's one of the protected URL, then we need to save ourselves. So then what you do is if not session, okay, or session dot user dot role, okay, does not equal to staff. So if it's not staff, because if staff lands on it, then that's okay. You just like they can go ahead, right? So I can do else, and we can do basically this. Actually, I don't even have to do this. I don't even need to do this one. It will just fall through and come here. What we need to do is return, and it's going to be next response dot, and we're going to do a redirect, and we're going to do a new URL like that 401. We're going to create a custom 401 page, and we're going to redirect him to that, and then we need to provide the base URL. If I can click, and the base URL we're just going to be request.url. Cool. So this will actually take care of onboarding and then protecting the admin route. Then one thing we also need is we don't want to run the middleware on all the routes, right? This will save us some resources. So you want to run it only on specific routes, so you can exclude some routes, and that is done through a matcher. So I'm going to do export const, and it's going to be config, okay, and it's going to be a matcher, okay. And then what we do is basically create an array, and in this array you can basically say, you know what, whatever routes you don't want to run. For example, if I don't want to run this on static files or on the API, so I can do that. So I can do, for example, API, right, and underscore next static. So let's say you have static files, you don't want to run the middleware on that, it doesn't make any sense, right? And then the other one is next image, any image you don't want to run your middleware on it. And then also I don't want to run it on the favicon, okay, .ico, and then also on the profile page we don't want to run the middleware because we already have the a check over there, so I don't want to do it there. And then also auth sign in, and then also on the 401 page, and then on the search page, and then also on the programs, because those are just public kind of sites, so we don't want to run our auth on those ones. So that's how you would exclude those links. Anyway, so now that the middleware is in place, why don't we go ahead and let's see if I can go to admin, and if it will, before it will take me, let's see if I do admin what happens. Okay, so it still takes me. Is it because I'm logged in? No. I think I need to restart. So let me restart the server. Okay, so the server has been restarted, and let's just do a refresh. Okay, it's still not kicking in, so let's see why is that. One thing I'm noticing is we don't have, by the way, that 401 page, so let's go ahead and create that first. So we can come on over here, and then under the app, let's create a new folder, and I'm going to call it 401. And then inside the 401, I'll create a new page. Okay, and okay, we didn't name it properly, page.tsx. and then this one will be unauthorized, okay, page, like that. So let me save it. For this one, I'm not gonna type it because it's just a, well, I'll explain it. Let me put the K here. And this is the next link. So what we have is just a flex and then text center. And all it says is you're unauthorized. You do not have permission to view this page. And we can do take me home, or you can just take it to the sign in page. So that's all we have. So I'm gonna close this one, and then let's come back here. And if we do a refresh, and it's still not doing the, still not taking us to admin. So let's see what's going on. Did we make a mistake somewhere? Actually, now that I think about it, we don't even need to slap all these at the end. We just need to, because what you get here is just admin. I don't think so we need all of this to be here. So what I can do is get rid of this, and I think we should be good to go. Let me do this. Right, so all we're saying is anything that has admin, just that's a protected route. So what we can do is if I come over here now and if I do admin, let's say, boom, see, I go to 401, that's our custom page. If I go back and if I just do, let's say, admin finds, boom, I basically come here. So now what we can do is let me sign in as a staff. Let's do member first, so we see if member can go. So I'm gonna do member@email.com, and let's log in. Okay, so let's say I am member. I don't see the dashboard. Let's say I am still trying to access the admin page, and let's say I do this. Boom, I'm taken to unauthorized, so I can't. Now I'm gonna sign out. We're gonna log in as the staff. So I'm gonna do staff@email.com, and then what I will do is just say password 123, and okay, so I'm here. So now if I do go to dashboard, boom, I can access. So a staff member can access, but the regular people cannot. So now let's do the onboarding thing. So I'm going to add another staff. So I'm going to do staff2. It's going to be staff2@email.com, and we're just going to do staff. So I'm going to save it. Okay, so now it's been added. So now, as we said, when a staff enters, the first thing they have to do is let's see, I'm going to sign out. Okay, so yeah, because it takes us, when we sign out, it takes us back to the admin, but since we have signed out, so actually it brings us here. So let me see, let me close this one, and we're gonna fix this. Let me just go to home and let me sign in. I want to take care of the portion, the part where we need to do onboarding. So I'm going to sign in as the staff that we just added, staff2@email.com, and I'm going to enter with password, and let me sign in, close it. Okay, so for some reason it crashed. Let's see why. So one problem I see is it says okay, so that's one problem. This should be profile. So let's fix that. So let's see, why is it going to not the right place? I think we did that in the, yeah, that's the problem. It should be profile, not that. So let's see if I come here and I do profile. Yes, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. So let me sign out and we try this again just to make sure everything is correct. So yeah, it's gonna be problematic. Let me go to the home page. Okay, so I'm gonna come here and I'm going to do sign in, and I'm gonna sign in as the staff. Okay, so let's say they come in and they try to sign in, password, boom, that's what I'm talking about. As you can see, as soon as I signed in, it took me to the to here and said you must update your password. So here I am, so I'm going to enter the old password. So let's say that is password this, and then I'm going to enter the new password, that is 123. I'm going to do update. Boom, it took me to sign in. So now password updated, please log in. That's working. Let's log in, and this time when I log in, it should take me straight to the dashboard, or yeah, dashboard. So I'm going to do email.com, then I'm going to do password 123. Let's log in. All right, that's what I'm talking about. So if I, as you can see, if I go to my profile, I'm staff number 2, and as soon as I logged in, it took me to the dashboard. I think that's pretty nifty, and I can just switch between the home page, right, and I can go to the dashboard. So I think, if I have not forgotten anything, this brings us to the end of this long, beautiful project. So we did an admin dashboard where we have the catalog. Let's see, why is the catalog not going to the, this should be showing us the, let me see. So let's go and fix that. Some problems here and there, but that's okay. So if I go to admin and if I go to catalog, so let's see, I think the way we need to do this is if we come over here. Okay, so as you can see, we have a typo here. This should be actually just a mistake on my end. That's why when I go to catalog, yeah, there it not works. Anyways, so we did the admin, the librarian portion where we created this powerful reusable table that has the same look and feel. It's got some advanced features. You can search, you can do filtering, and you can add a new book. You can even add and upload images. We created this amazing drag and drop kind of UI, and it's connected to Firebase and super easy to add images. We have categories, we have activities, we have users. We can add members with library card numbers, and then the admin staff. The admin staff has onboarding. We even have fine section, see which member has not paid fine and all. Then we can also go to the home profile. We have new arrivals that they have been added. We have recently reviewed. We have staff picks, and we can even go and check the book details. We can place a hold on it. We can add to staff pick. We can give reviews, and when we give review, if we submit, then we go back, then this should appear here. If I just do a refresh, boom, it just came with a 4-star review. We have locations, we have activities, and we can filter even these, right? So I can say, let's say from I don't know, this one, and let's say this one. Sorry, if I can do from here to, let's say, this date. If I do search, boom, I just see this one. And then we have these resources. I'm going to leave this as an exercise because these are just static pages, but you guys get the idea. We even have a site-wide search, so I can, let's say, search for books, and if I search, boom, I'm seeing the book. We can even search by category. So if I do robotics, boom, I'm seeing a robotics page, and I can click on it and see everything. So I think that concludes this. If you guys think this was good, enjoyable, and useful, please share, I guess, like and subscribe. And that will be it for now. Bye.